Before the suitor's family honors your request, you must prove your marriage. Prove our marriage? Elena broke her gaze from Errol. What does that mean? Mama Frida stared forward, her expression unreadable. Before we are freed, Errol must take your maidenhood himself. 13. Errol stared as Elena was led into the feast hall. She was a beauty in green velvet. Her gown flowed in draperies and trains, held aloft by a pair of young girls in matching velvet as she stepped down the stairs and into the hall. Her hair was woven into a sweep atop her head, held in place by a fine net of silver filigree, fiery with diamonds. At her appearance, polite applause rose from the nobles gathered to either side of the hall. She was led into the room by the queen herself. Queen Trottel was a cloud of silk laced with gold filaments. In her arms rested a scepter of red iron shaped like a lightning bolt, as stark and unforgiving as the one who cradled it. As she moved, traceries of azure energies danced along the scepter's length. Queen Trottel crossed the great hall. To either side, tables were decorated with rose petals amid settings of crystal and porcelain. Overhead, the vaulted beams were festooned with flowering vines. Serving staff waited in doorways laden with wine bottles and trays. Smells of the kitchens wafted up from the hearths below. The hall held its breath for the feast and celebration to begin. On the room's far side, atop a raised dais, Errol stood with Mama Frida and Wenner at the main table. Each of them had also been bathed, perfumed, and dressed in fineries. As Errol stood, waiting for the long procession of courtiers to file in after Elena and the queen, he tugged at his grey jacket and ruffled linen shirt, both a bit too snug for his wide plainsman shoulders. Elena and Queen Trottel wound through the room and up the 3 stairs to join them atop the dais. The elven queen took her place at a delicate throne of silver, cushioned with midnight blue pillows. Elena followed to take the chair at the queen's right side, a matching throne but with more stern lines, clearly the king's seat. She settled into it uncomfortably. Errol and the others were positioned a dozen chairs away on Elena's wing of the table. Errol caught Elena's attention as she sat down. Her green eyes, flecked with gold, showed clearly that she was scared and worried, but he noted the core of determination behind her gaze, too. She nodded to him, then turned back as the queen began to address the gathered audience. This is a fateful day. Queen Treadle's words were softly spoken but carried easily across the wide room. Since our banishment from the shores of our ancient homelands, we have only been half a people. Our ancient king, King Balerion, was stolen from us, his wisdom, guidance, and love were lost in the mix of blood down the ages. And though we've grown beyond the need for grubbing the land and instead fashion castles in the sky, we can never forget what was stolen from us, what is ours by right of blood and heritage. Queen Trottel motioned for Elena to stand. She obeyed, gliding to her feet. Though King Balerion's bloodline was mixed with that of commoners, the iron in the royal blood can never be fully vanquished. Here stands the vessel for the return of our king. From her womb, King Balerion will be reborn to his people. Queen Trottel reached and lifted a slender glass of white wine. Long live the king! Across the hall, celebrants raised their own glasses. The queen's words were carried and echoed across the room. Long live the king! Errol scowled and was prodded from behind by a guard to take up his own glass. He downed his glass of wine in one gulp and slammed it back down upon the table, shattering the stem of the goblet. No one noticed. They were all too focused on the central dais. Only Mama Frida placed a restraining hand upon his elbow, cautioning him to be patient. Earlier, she had explained the details of RHYTH lore. He could only make his challenge after Elena's bridemaid had been named, then he must state his own claim before the suitor sealed the engagement with a kiss upon Elena's cheek. After this gesture, no challenge could be made or accepted. As the hall grew quiet again, Queen Trottel continued her speech. On this auspicious night, with the moon silvering bright in the twilight skies, I will now seal the 2 halves of our people. With all here as witness, let it be known that Elena Morinstall will be wed this night to my own sister's first son, Prince Typhon. It was a well-rehearsed act. A tall slender man stood to the queen's left. There was no surprise on his dark face, nor delight. He wore a sickly pained expression as he lifted an arm in acknowledgement. He looked as if he were about to be fed naked to a pack of sniffers. Errol noted how a small-boned woman on his left touched his hand as he stood. Her eyes were full of regret and sorrow. He gave her fingers the barest squeeze, then released them. It seemed the prince had already given his heart to another. But with the royal prince's spread thin Merrick off to the north wall, Rickald off to the south, the burden of uniting the two elven houses had fallen upon this young man's shoulders. "I accept this offered hand of marriage," he said formally, "and will fill it with mine own." Queen Trottal lifted her iron scepter, which scintillated with energy. "Let the offer be bound with a kiss so all may see the claim sealed. Then as the moon reaches its zenith, we will join these two in marriage. And by the dawn's light tomorrow, our two halves will be made whole upon their marriage bed." Her words were greeted with more cheering. Prince Typhon slipped around his chair and stepped behind the queen's throne toward where Elena stood stiffly, her eyes wide and glassy. Mama Frida nudged Errol. Now was the time. Around the hall, the celebrants grew quiet, anticipating the kiss to come. Prince Typhon reached to Elena's gloved hand. The tall man leaned toward her cheek. Before his lips could touch, Errol pounded his fist upon the hardwood table. Porcelain rattled, and wine spilled from neighboring cups. The crack of his knuckles echoed across the room. Gazes swung in his direction. Half bent toward Elena, Typhon glanced his way. "By right of Reth lore," Errol bellowed, "I challenge the suitor for Elena's hand." The low murmur in the hall went deathly quiet. Prince Typhon straightened, bewilderment in his eyes, but there was no confusion in Queen Tradal's gaze. Even from a dozen seats away, Errol felt the icy chill from the elven leader. Tradal's face was a mask of anger. "You have no right to claim Reth lore. It is elven law and does not apply to common folk of the lands below." Errol was ready for this response. He had discussed the details at length with Mama Frida. "It is not your choice to deny my claim or not. Only the woman to be betrothed can dismiss the challenge and deny the claimant." Errol swung his gaze to Elena. "And by your own word, Elena is of elven heritage, so by your own elven law, she can make this judgment." Errol noted Elena shift her feet and turn to face the queen. Though Elena's eyes glinted nervously, her words were hard and firm. "I accept the challenge for my hand by Errol of Standy." By now, the queen's scepter spat tiny bolts of energy. Her thin lips had drained of color. She was trapped by her own laws and customs. "Elena may choose to accept the challenge, but I have the right to decide how the outcome will be judged." Errol glanced to Mama Frida. She shrugged, equally in the dark about this statement. "As ruler of Stormhaven, I declare that this challenge must be won only by blood. It will be a fight to the death." Gasps arose from the gathered throng. Even Errol was taken aback by this turn of events. According to Mama Frida, the victor in the challenge merely had to make the other combatant submit, not kill him. By our oldest law, from the time of King Beleriand himself, Reth lore was decided by blood. So to win the hand of the king's heritage, I claim the old rites be followed. Only death will settle this claim. Queen Trottal turned to Elena. "Do you still accept this challenge?" Elena's face had paled with the queen's words. She glanced up to Prince Typhon. He was young, lithe, and quick-eyed. Armed with a sword and dagger, the young elven lord would prove a formidable opponent. Even the prince looked little concerned about the challenge, his arms crossed, his face calm. Only the young elven woman on the queen's side mirrored Elena's expression. Both women were frightened for their men. "Do you accept Errol of Standy's claim for your hand?" Trottal repeated, a tiny smile beginning to form on her cold lips. Elena turned to Errol, her face pained and terrified. "Make your choice," the queen demanded. "Tolchuksatin the galley of the Sunchaser." He was alone except for a single dwarf who worked at the small stone oven. Magnam was one of the smallest of the 10 dwarf warriors. To him fell the more menial chores, like cooking their meals. But he did not seem to mind. He stirred a pot of stew with a long wooden ladle, a soft song bubbling from his lips. The language was unknown to Tolchuk, but the deep tone and slow cadence whispered of old loss and ancient sorrows. It spoke to Tolchuk's own spirit. Atop the table, the large chunk of heartstone glowed mutely, merely reflecting the small flames from the galley's hearth. The shade of his father had told him he must take the heart of his people back to where it was first mined, to Golgotha. But now they were all prisoners in the clouds. How could he hope to complete his journey? Crouched beside the table, lost in his own pain, Tolchuk failed to notice the small dwarf cook until a large bowl of stew was pushed in front of him, a wooden spoon stuck in the middle. "Eat," Magnam said. "I be not hungry," Tolchuk mumbled politely, shifting slightly away. The dwarf sighed and sat opposite from Tolchuk. "You been staring at that bauble for days. It's time you started looking back out to the world." He used a thick finger to push the bowl toward Tolchuk. "Even boulders like you must eat sometime." Tolchuk did not move. "You can pine and mope just as well with a full belly." Tolchuk rolled a large amber eye in Magnam's direction. The dwarf's face cracked with a soft smile. He reached for the jeweled stone, but his fingers hovered above its surface. "May I?" Tolchuk shrugged. What did it matter now? The stone was dead, poisoned by the bane. Magnam picked up the stone and held it up to the flames of a nearby lamp. He stared at it one way, then another. His eyes pinched with concentration. "Wonderful craftsmanship," the dwarf said, lowering the stone. "A master's work." Tolchuk shrugged. Magnam sighed again, his gaze shifting to the untouched bowl of stew. "I might not have the skill to cut a stone of this quality, but I do make a tasty bowl of stew. It's the only real reason I was allowed to stay among Wenner's battalion. The taskmasters of the Nameless One don't coddle the small or weak-limbed. We're usually fed to his dreadlords. I learned early on to concentrate on my strengths, not my weaknesses. An army travels on its stomach, and if you can fill it with tasty stews, you're less likely to become a tasty stew yourself." The dwarf's easy manner slowly drew Tolchuk out of his gloom. Magnam continued. "I'll make a deal with you, Lord Boulder. You eat, and I'll tell you a story of dwarves and heartstones." Tolchuk stared warily. But curiosity made him reach for the bowl of stew. He picked up the spoon. "Tell me your story." Magnam simply waited, eyeing the empty spoon. Tolchuk grumbled and scooped up a bit of potato and a chunk of beef. He started to speak around the mouthful of stew, demanding his story, but then the taste of the stew struck his senses. The beef melted on his tongue, the potatoes were delicate and savory with a thick creamy broth. Tolchuk's eyes grew wide. He spooned up another mouthful, suddenly finding his hunger. "So how's my stew, Lord Boulder?" Magnam asked with a raised eyebrow. "Good." Magnam settled back in his chair. "It'll be even better tomorrow. Twice stewed is twice as good, my OL mammy always taught me." The small dwarf grew silent for a breath, his gaze on the past and distant memories. Tolchuk ate in silence. Finally, Magnam stirred. "But I promised you a story, didn't I?" Tolchuk merely waved his spoon, too busy to speak. The dwarf crossed his arms. "Do you know where Heartstone first came from?" His mouth full, Tolchuk grunted his ignorance and shook his head. "Well, the first piece of Heartstone ever discovered was found by a dwarf, a fellow named Mimbliwad Treadle. He was mining his claim off in the hinterlands of Golgotha, in a mountain named Gyholmanti. In the old tongue, this translates to the peak of the sorrowed heart. Many considered the old dwarf to be mad. Not only had the mountain been mined dry long ago, tales spoke of hauntings and ghosts in its tunnels. The last group of miners who had entered the mines some 2 centuries earlier had never returned, lost forever. Tolchuk slowed his eating, drawn into the tale. But Ol Mimbliwad insisted he smelled fresh riches down in the lowest shafts of his mine. And mad or not, he was the keenest center of his time. It was said his nose could sniff out an opal in a pile of pig dung. So for moon after moon, he dug with pick and shovel. Neighboring homesteads reported the echoing sounds of his work both day and night. They also whispered of other noises, stranger sounds. But when they were asked for details, they would only shake their heads. Many moved away, leaving their claims unsold. After 10 winters, the entire region around Gwyholmanti was deserted, except for the lone Mimbliwad treadle. What happened? Tolchuk asked, his spoon forgotten for the moment. Magnam grew dour and slowly shook his head. Mimbliwad would sometimes trek out of his tunnels for supplies. He would travel to trading stores, a wasted figure of bones and haunted eyes. He would talk to himself, mumbling angrily, as if arguing with someone only he could see. But addled as he was, he always seemed to come down from his mines with enough gold and bits of shattered rubies to buy more supplies and disappear back into his tunnels. He soon became a legend among our people. Ol Mad Mimbli. Then for an entire winter, no one saw him. Most guessed he had finally died in the haunted tunnels of Gwyholmanti, becoming just another ghost himself. But they were wrong. Magnam took out a pipe from a pocket and filled it with bit of dried tobacco leaf. More stew? Tolchuk glanced to his bowl, finding it surprisingly empty. No. I be fine. Tell me more of this Mad Mimbli. Magnam lit his pipe and chewed on its end, speaking around the stem. Some 3 winters later, Ol Mimbli comes down to the village of Tweentown, drawing a cart behind him like he were a mule. No one recognized the bent-backed, white-haired dwarf. His beard was wrapped around his waist, and his eyes shone with wormglow. Wormglow? Magnam nodded. Wherever you find heartstone, you'll find the worms. Glowworms. Tolchuk remembered the spirit gate of his people, the arch of pure heartstone through which he had stepped to begin this journey so long ago. The tunnels leading to the gate had been filled with worms that glowed the green of pond scum. No one knows what attracts the creatures, but if there's a vein of heartstone mined, within days you'll find the place crawling with the squirmy beasts. There are some who say they're actually birthed out of the heartstone itself. Tolchuk glanced to his own crystal. When first he had looked into the heart, before its recent transformation, the bane had appeared to be a black worm, a cousin to the tunnel's glowworms. Could there be some connection? Anyway, if you hang around the worms long enough, their glow creeps into your own eyes. Some say it lets you see not only this world but the next. The spirit world? No, the future. Glimpses of what's to come. Magnam waved his pipe. But that all makes no never mind. What Ol Mad Mimbli had in his cart was what drew everyone in Tweentown's attention. Piled atop his cart were gems never seen before. Redder than rubies, brighter than the finest cut diamonds. The dwarf pointed his pipe stem to the chunk of stone. It were heartstone, the first ever mined. But how come it was never found before? Magnam shrugged. I guess the mountains were finally ready to let them go. Miners say you'll never find a single jewel unless the land herself wants you to find it. What did Mimbli say? Did he explain how he found them? Ah, now there's the rub, Lord Boulder. He labored all those years, wearing his fingers to nubs, and what does he do when he finally strikes the motherlode of riches? He up and dies. Magnam plucked out a sad laugh and shook his head. That very night, he falls dead on his bed in Tweentown. Disappointment ached in Tolchuk's breast. He died? In his sleep. Curled like a babe. Magnam sighed. Fate can be cruel. But at least Ol Mimbli proved his nose. He had scented riches and found them at last. He was also the one to lend the new gem its name. He would let no one near his cart of jewels. He claimed it was the blood of the mountains, from the land's very heart. Hence, its name, Heartstone. Blood of the land? So he claimed, but he was addled after his years alone. Talking and hollering at invisible figments, swatting at the empty air. He claimed the stones were the land's gift to our people, that it was all that could save them from the darkness to come. The jewels must be hidden away and protected. Everyone laughed at his babbling. Mad Mimbly. Magnum puffed out a perfect smoke ring and gave Tolchuk a one-eyed stare. But maybe he weren't as mad as we thought. The dwarf kicked to his feet. Best I return to my cooking, he mumbled. Wait. What did you mean, maybe he weren't as mad as we thought? Magnum nodded to the chunk of Heartstone. It guided you here, didn't it? After he died, his load was taken, spread throughout our kingdom, and crafted into thousands of objects. It was a jewel of such beauty that it could not be simply hidden away. For centuries, other miners tried to find Mimbly's vein. But he must have mined it all himself. No other Heartstone was ever found in Gyhalmanti, not even a sliver. Occasionally a bit was found here and there across the lands, but never a strike like Mimbly's. Tolchuk remembered his own tribe's secret, a towering arch of Heartstone hidden deep in their homeland mountains. The blood of the land. It had sent him forth on this journey. But according to the shade of his father, the heart of his people had not come from this arch but from Golgotha, from these foreign lands. Realization slowly dawned in Tolchuk. His words were a whisper. No other large pieces were ever found in Golgotha. Magnum shook his head and crossed to his stove. None. That's what makes Heartstone so precious. Stunned, Tolchuk reached and took up his chunk of Heartstone. If Magnum's story was true, there was only one place from which the heart of his people could have come, from Mad Mimbly's strike. Here was one of the very stones the ancient dwarf had mined. Tolchuk squeezed the crystal, trying to sense its age. His father had assigned him to return the heart to where it was first mined. He now had an answer. He stared back up at the dwarf. The mountain of Gyhalmanti, what else can you tell me of the place? Was nothing else ever found there? Magnum frowned, stirring his stew pot. Now I didn't say that. After Mimbly, many miners tried their hand at delving into Gyhalmanti. They all went bust. But 5 centuries ago, a new strike was discovered. More Heartstone? Magnum's face twisted into a pained scowl. No, but like the Heartstone Mimblywad discovered, it was a stone like no other. A stone the world had never seen before. What was it? Magnum returned to his stew. His voice hushed to a whisper. Ebonstone. They found Ebonstone, damn them all. Ice crept into Tolchuk's veins. His mind struggled to put this horror together. Heartstone, Ebonstone, both had been birthed from the same mines. What did it mean? Magnum continued, this throat strained. There is only one other thing that ever came forth from the tunnels of Gyhalmanti. What? Tolchuk asked. His fingers clutched tight to the chunk of crystal, afraid of the answer. The Nameless One. From the endless tunnels of Gyhalmanti, the black beast of Golgotha first walked our lands. Alena started at Eril. He was dressed in a gray silk jacket over a bright white shirt. His raven hair was combed back and tied into a tail. How could she ask him to risk his life in the challenge for her hand, especially with the odds so badly stacked against him? Prince Typhon was strong and hale, and armed with both sword and dagger against Eril's empty hand. What hope could there be for victory? If Alena accepted the claim of Reth lore, she would be sentencing her liegeman to almost certain death. Yet if she refused, she would be married to Prince Typhon this night, and any hope for Alesi would die on her marriage bed. Make your choice, Alena, Queen Trottal demanded. Alena refused to turn from Eril. Her eyes met his storm-gray ones. He stared hard at her, then his head nodded imperceptibly. His face showed no fear, no indecision. His eyes said he would win this fight. Elena drew strength from his gaze and stood straighter. She wiped her welling tears and turned to Queen Trottel. Clenching her fists, Elena's words were harsh and sharply spoken. "It is upon your hands, Queen Trottel, that blood will be spilled this night. By your actions, you have doomed your nephew to his death. My liegeman will not fail me." "Then you accept his challenge of revolves?" The queen's voice snapped with anger. Elena met her fury with her own. "You have given us no choice but to murder for the sake of our freedom. For this, I will never forgive you. I offer you this one moment to rescind your words. Put aside this claim of marriage, and we will part allies and friends. Insist on this course, and the blood of Prince Typhon will stain this hall's floor." On the queen's other side, a thin elven woman stumbled to her feet. Her eyes, full of tears, were fixed upon the young prince. "Please, Queen Trottel, listen to the witch." Prince Typhon waved the woman back to her seat and hissed, "Mela, sit down. You shame me." The woman would not be so easily cowed. She reached to Queen Trottel's sleeve. "I love him, my queen. I would give him up freely to this witch for the sake of the kingdom, but not to his death. I could not live with that at." Queen Trottel snatched her sleeve from the woman's thin-fingered grip. "Begone from my side," she snapped. She flicked her wrist to a guard. "Take Princess Mela to her room. She seems to have fallen ill." "No!" the elven woman wailed. But two guards flanked her and took her arms. Mela fell limp in their grips, sobbing. Unperturbed, the stoic royal guards dragged the weeping woman from the hall. Elena noticed the pained expression on Prince Typhon's face. He had taken a step in Mela's direction when she had first swooned, but a stern glance from the queen had frozen his steps. The queen lifted her lightning scepter. "The claim of revolves has been accepted. Let the way be cleared for the challengers to the hand of Elena Morinstall." Quickly, tables and chairs were pulled back from the foot of the raised dais. The celebrants now all stood, ringing a wide, empty space before the pair of thrones. Even the serving staff moved inside to cluster in corners or stand on chairs to view the coming battle. Elena turned to Eril. Guards stripped him of his sword. Queen Trottel lifted her voice to the crowded hall. The challenger must meet the challenged with no weapon but the clothes on his back. Elena's legs grew numb. Eril could not even don leathers to protect him. Only silk and linen. Yet despite the threat, Eril seemed little fazed. He merely stepped around the royal table and leaped to the cleared floor. The elven queen raised her left arm. The challenged will be allowed the traditional weapons to defend the hand of his bridemate. Sword and dagger. Prince Typhon already had a sword strapped to his waist. He climbed off the dais to the other side of the floor. After shrugging out of his own jacket, he pulled free his sword and swept his thin blade in a deadly flourish before him, practicing, loosening his arms. The sword was a blur of silver. Polite clapping met this display of skill and swordsmanship. Eril watched all this with dispassionate eyes. Queen Trottel turned her head slightly in Elena's direction. Her voice was a whisper meant for Elena's ears only. "My blood is not so much ice as to refuse you one last chance, Elena. Dismiss this challenge and Eril will be spared." Elena wanted desperately to take the queen's offer. What hope lay between honed steel and bare flesh? As if sensing her faltering heart, Eril turned to stare up at her. His eyes shone with pride and determination. All across the lands of Odyssey and throughout the War of the Isles, he had been her protector and her champion. But since the war, Eril's role had drifted into the background. And she had sensed his ill ease at this new role. But no longer. Here was the old Eril, the man she had known during the long journey to this moment. As much as she feared for his life, she could not take this challenge from him. "I will not decline the claim," Elena whispered back to the queen. "I will mourn the death of your kin." The only evidence of the queen's anger was the flare of energy that burst along the iron scepter's length. "So be it." Queen Trottal lifted both arms. "Let the strength of hearts now judge whose hand will be joined to Elena's this night. Prepare yourselves." Prince Typhon repeated his sword's flourish, moving now. He spun and twisted, weaving around him a deadly cloud of steel. More applause greeted his performance. Erril watched for a moment, eyes narrowed, judging his opponent. Then he simply pulled out of his gray silk jacket and slowly stripped off the crisp shirt. Bare-chested, he cracked the kinks from his neck and worked knots from his muscles. With hardly a concern, he wrapped his jacket around his left forearm, then twisted his shirt into a long whip. Once done, he simply stood still, staring across the way toward Prince Typhon. The prince finished his bow to the audience, then faced his queen. A long tense moment of silence stretched. Finally, Queen Trottal brought her scepter down. "Let the challenge begin." Erril waited for his opponent to come to him. Around the hall, the crowd cheered, and coins exchanged hands as bets were made. He forced it all away, focusing his full attention upon Prince Typhon. The elven swordsman crossed the polished pine floor with confidence, striding purposefully, the tip of his sword steady and aimed at Erril's heart. "I will make your death clean," Typhon called as he approached. "I bear you no animosity." Erril did not answer. His only response was the narrowing of his eyes. He studied his opponent's movements, how his sword point dropped when he led with his left leg, how he was easily distracted by the crowd, his gaze flitting to the side when a celebrant yelled his name. Typhon had probably never fought amid the chaos and screams of a true battlefield. Isolated as the Elven were, it was unlikely the young prince had ever even killed a man. The same could not be said of Erril. He had slogged through battlefields muddied with blood and muck. He'd had friends die at his side as he fought with sword or axe. The numbers slaughtered upon his sword were too many to count. Erril felt a twinge of pity for this young prince. Though he himself bore no edged weapon, he knew they were in fact evenly matched. And the lack of understanding in his opponent would be the Elven's downfall. Typhon paused when only 2 steps away. He steadied his sword. "I will honor your memory." Erril tightened his grip on the rolled linen shirt. Typhon took a deep breath as he prepared for the fight. But unknown to the boy, the battle had already begun. Erril flicked his wrist and snapped the tip of the shirt at the prince's face. Typhon, caught off guard, danced back. Taking advantage, Erril leaped forward. He knocked the boy's sword aside with his jacket-wrapped left arm and spun past the youth. With a deft grab, he relieved the prince of the dagger at his belt and was away before Typhon could turn with his sword. The young man's blade swept through empty air. From a step away, Erril spun the dagger's hilt in his hand, testing its weight and grip. The prince's eyes grew wider in surprise as he realized the dagger was now in Erril's possession. A twinge of concern entered Typhon's gaze, but not fear. The boy was still too green to know when to be properly scared. The crowd around them grew hushed by the turn of events. From the corner of his eye, Erril saw Elena still standing beside the Elven Queen. From this distance, side by side, Erril recognized her elven blood, the high cheekbones, the long, graceful neck, eyes as bright as ice in sunlight. Elena met his gaze, a fist held at her throat with worry. He did not have time to acknowledge her. With a hiss, Typhon leaped at him. Erril was barely able to parry the blade with his dagger. The Elven moved with unnatural speed now, tapping into the elemental energies inherent in his family. His blade was a blur. Erril danced back, reacting with pure instinct. The attack continued. Erril saw no opportunity to turn defense into offense. Though the young prince was green in actual battle, he was a skilled swordsman. He offered no break in which Erril could slip through with the dagger. Erril simply waited. He knew from Merrick that this artificial speed taxed an elven. The boy could not maintain this level of swiftness forever. Still, neither could Erril. The prince's sword sliced through his own defense, requiring Erril to block a fatal blow with his jacket-wrapped arm. The blade's edge sliced easily through the silk material, biting deep into the meat of Erril's forearm. Hot blood immediately soaked through the ruined jacket and ran onto the floor. Erril grimaced, not with pain but frustration. Did this boy never grow tired? Around them, the crowd began to grow boisterous again. Stirred on by the crowd and whetted by the sight of Erril's bloody arm, Typhon fought more savagely, again proving his inexperience. He leaped at the wounded tiger, anticipating a kill, abandoning his art to attack with broad strokes. Erril ducked under the sword and dove forward, driving his shoulder into the elven's knee. Both men went down. Erril doubted the prince had much experience with simple brawling. Erril spun and found the prince had managed to keep his sword in his grip. Typhon roared, twisting, and hacked his sword at Erril. But Erril was no longer there. Erril rolled clear as the sword struck the pine planks with a thunk behind him. Before the prince could pull the sword away, Erril rolled back over the blade, laying atop it now, his dagger held between his chest and the sword's edge, pinning it to the planks. Typhon tried to yank free his trapped sword. Steel screamed on steel. Erril had only a moment. He slammed the elbow of his bloody arm into the prince's nose. Bones cracked. A cry of alarm burst from his opponent. Erril next brought his elbow down upon the prince's fingers, crushing them against the hilt. The sword fell free as the prince abandoned his last weapon. Nose bloodied, he tried to roll away. Erril followed, kicking the sword well away with the toe of his boot. Before the prince could gain his knees, Erril leaped onto his back and drove him back to the planks, knocking the air out of the boy's lungs. Now pinned under Erril's heavier weight and weaponless, the prince began to sob, gasping, sensing his death to come. Erril grabbed a fistful of the young man's hair and yanked his head up, bearing his neck toward the queen on her dais. Erril brought the dagger's sharp edge to the prince's throat. His own hot blood dribbled from his sliced arm, soaking the silver-blonde hair of the defeated prince. Erril turned to those gathered at the high table. The hall had grown silent. Erril stared hard at Queen Trottel. I have defeated the suitor to Elena's hand in honest battle. I have bloodied your champion. Do you accept my claim upon Elena now, or must I slay the blood of your kin? Must this young one die because of your pride? Queen Trottel still held her scepter aloft, energy crackling along its length. Her eyes were ice, her face unreadable. Elena spoke up. By your own law, Erril is the victor here. Please release him of the need to slay Prince Typhon. I can tell the prince's heart has already been claimed by Princess Mela. Do not add sorrow atop sorrow. The energies began to die along the length of the queen's scepter. I cannot lose the king's line. And you will not. The king lives both in my brother and me, and will again in our future descendants. In exchange for the prince's life, I give my word and promise that sometime our two family lines will be joined. The two royal houses will be one again. Elena touched the queen's arm. But not today, not this night. The queen lowered her scepter. Energy faded from its red iron surface. She stared down at Erril. By elven law, I declare the trial of Reth Lore to be ended. Erril of Standy is the victor. The hand of Elena Morinstall is now claimed and sealed by blood. Erril bowed his head, accepting his victory. He climbed from Prince Typhon's back and helped the young man stand. Well fought, he whispered in the prince's ear. Prince Typhon rubbed his neck where the dagger had been pressed and the fate of his life had hung. Erril tossed aside his dagger and offered his hand to the young elven. The prince stared blankly at Erril's open palm. In the past, Erril had seen many a defeated man unable to accept his opponent's good graces, too prideful and angry. But Typhon slowly lifted his good hand and took Erril's grip. He bowed his head. It seems I've much still to learn. Erril shook the man's hand. As does every man. Typhon released his hand and stepped aside. Erril moved toward the dais. The entire matter had yet to be completely resolved. He spoke for all the hall to hear. With Elena's hand now free, I ask that you let us forego the marriage and allow us passage to Golgotha below. Queen Trottal glanced down to Erril with confusion. It seems you've misunderstood the trial of Reth lore. You offered the challenge. Elena accepted it. You've proven the victor. As I said a moment ago, the seal has been forged in blood. It cannot be sundered. What do you mean? Elena asked, mirroring Erril's own bewildered expression. Queen Trottal stared back and forth between the two, then slowly sat down, shaking her head in defeat. In the eyes of the Elven, you're already married. You've just had your ceremony. Elena turned, stunned, toward Erril. Typhon clapped Erril on the shoulder. Congratulations. With dawn not far away, Elena stood at the balcony overlooking the city of Stormhaven. She was still dressed in her bedclothes, unable to sleep. After the fight between Erril and Prince Typhon, the floors of the Great Hall had been quickly wiped of the combatants' blood, and the celebration of Elena's marriage had begun in earnest. Servants marched out course after course of food and wine, thick soups filled with onions and lentils, roasted quail wings in jellied orange sauce, salads made of a tumble of flower petals, breads rich in cinnamon and baked with raisins, fruits of every variety sculpted in shapes to delight, smoked duck curried with spices that burned the tongue, and finally velvety smooth chocolates accented with sips of port wine. But the entire meal was just a long blur to Elena. After the fighting, Erril had been taken to the city's healers, along with Prince Typhon. Elena had yet to see him, even after the celebration ended and she was led to her rooms. Everyone assured her that Erril was fine and the healers of Stormhaven were the best. Her only consolation was that Mama Frida had gone with Erril. Elena trusted her skill, and as the party wound down to dancing and slow ballads played by minstrels in the balconies, Mama Frida had returned to report that Erril was mending well. Dragon's blood will make short work of that little scratch on his arm. After passing the news, the old healer had left to return to Erril's bedside with the assurance that she and Tikal would watch over him. As the party ended, Queen Trottal led Elena from the hall. Trottal had hardly spoken more than a word to her during the long night of celebration, merely picking at her food, nodding to those courtiers who attempted to engage her in conversation. But once free of the hall, Trottal had stopped Elena. I will hold you to your word, Elena Morinstall. One day, our two houses will be joined. You've waited countless generations, she had answered. What is one or two more? Queen Trottal had just stared with those ice-blue eyes. Elena did not look away. I will honor my word. There will come a day when our two houses are joined, of this I am sure, but it must never be by force. Only a hand freely given in love will unite the royal lines. The queen had then sighed, her mask of ice momentarily melting away. Her voice softened. Love. For one so young, it is so easily spoken. But do you even know your own heart, Elena? With those cryptic words, Queen Trottal had drifted away, leaving Elena to her guards. The climb to the tower suite was long, and at the top, Elena found no rest. The queen's words had nagged her. She was now married to Erril. And she did not know how she felt about it. On one hand, she knew it was merely a ceremonial act, and once free of the Elven, it would mean nothing. But a part of her did not want it to mean nothing. She remembered the dance atop the tower, in Erril's arms. She had never felt safer. Yet at the same time, she did not want her hand won upon the point of a blade, not even by Erril. There was too much unspoken between them. Until those words could be voiced aloud, Elena would never feel married. She did not need roses, rings, and flowing gowns of silk and pearls, only a quiet moment with Erril, a moment when the heavy silence between them could finally be broken. But the thought of such a meeting terrified her to the core of her spirit. Queen Trottal was right. She was not ready to face the secret hidden in her own heart. Not now, not yet. The witsy ancient woman in her were carefully balanced on a knife's edge. It took all her spirit to define herself amid the powers raging in her blood. She lifted her hands to the stars. Even now the power sang in her blood, a chorus of wild energies that threatened to overwhelm. Like the city of Stormhaven embedded in the heart of the raging storms, so Elena stood in the eye of her own power. Here no one could protect her, not even Eril. Her only wall against these wild forces was her own resolve and determination. So how could she ever hope to share her heart with anyone? To open herself completely? That path she must not risk, not even for Eril. Elena lowered her arms and leaned on the balcony's balustrade. Far below, Stormhaven was a spread of tiny lights, homes, shops, narrow streets. Above, a sprinkling of stars, so quiet, so peaceful, blind to the storm beyond the walls. But from her vantage high in the royal spire, she watched the flares of lightning brighten the churning black clouds, a pool of energies beyond imagination. There was power enough there to lift cities into the skies or to lay waste to the same. Life and death were all a matter of balance. Elena knew this only too well. To the left, the storm's thunder grew louder, roaring now with the voice of giants. A sudden wind gusted forth to nip at the hems of her loose bedclothes. She shivered in the sudden cold. She wrapped her arms around her body and stepped back toward the open doorway and her bed beyond. Pausing at the threshold, she turned back to the dark storm. The hairs at the nape of her neck quivered. Something was wrong. From the left, a huge fireball burst from the storm's belly and arced high into the sky, like a meteor sailing back to the heavens. But it was not returning to the stars. It reached its zenith and began falling back downward toward Stormhaven. Trailing a fiery tail, the large flaming boulder crashed down into the city. The muffled crash seemed a small thing compared to the storm's thunder, but the devastation was anything but small. The boulder punched through the city and set fire to all around it. Elena saw a 4-story building, lit by the flames, topple into the ragged hole. Distantly, the strike of hundreds of gongs sounded the alarm from the city's walls. Below, across the dark expanse, more lamps and lights flickered into existence as the city was shaken awake. Elena again heard the telltale roar. She glanced up in time to see another flaming boulder belched forth from the storm, then another, and another. From all directions, fiery arcs blazed across the night sky. The door to her suite suddenly burst open behind her. Winter and 2 of the elven guards tumbled inside the room. Stormhaven's under attack. Winter blurted out. "Come. We must reach the ships." Elena fled the balcony. The others? They're being gathered as we speak. Hurry, mistress. What's happening? Winter shook his head. We have no time to waste. Elena glanced back through the balcony doors. More and more flaming trails roared across the night sky. The strike of gongs became more strident. Distant explosions rumbled, shaking the ensconced wall lamps. As Elena followed the dwarf toward the halls beyond, the floor canted under her feet, tilting abruptly. Caught off balance, Elena tumbled into Winter's arms. He grabbed her, holding her steady as the floors continued to list at an ever-steepening angle. His eyes were wide with fear. Stormhaven falls. 14. Aboard the Sunchaser, Tolchuk woke with the first explosion and was on his feet before the echoes had died down. He tumbled out the door of his cabin. Up and down the lower passageway, other doors banged open. Faces peered out in confusion. The dwarf magnum tugged a shirt over his bare chest and crossed to Tolchuk. What is going on? Crouched against the low beams, Tolchuk shook his head. Distantly a low roaring could be heard. Something be wrong. Confirming this, strident gongs began to clang. Tolchuk turned toward the door leading to the middeck just as it burst open. A wild-eyed elven sailor waved them toward the open deck. Stormhaven is under attack. Tolchuk hurried forward, leading the dwarves and Elven from their cabins. He clambered out to the open deck to find the winds had picked up. Free of the passage, his keen nose immediately picked up a trace of smoke upon the sharp breezes. Turning, he saw the source. A quarter league beyond the docks, flames danced high into the night air. Magnam stepped to his side, gawking not at the burning city, but up at the sky. "What's bloody happening?" Tolchuk looked up. A score of fiery trails arced across the night sky. He watched as one flaming boulder sailed past overhead and struck a steepled building, bounced off, then crashed into a bridge, smashing it to splinters as new fires sprouted. "Maybe the captain knows what's going on," Magnam said, pointing toward the starboard rail. Jarek, temporary captain of the Sunchaser, stood with a long spyglass fixed to one eye. The elder remained steady as other flaming juggernauts struck the city, punching holes and setting homes and buildings ablaze. Tolchuk followed the line of his spyglass toward the spires of the royal palace. With his keen Ojiri eyes, he discerned a flicker from the highest tower, a mirrored signal. Jarek lowered his spyglass and turned to those gathered around the deck. His voice boomed for all to hear. "Cast off the mooring lines. Send word to the rest of the ships. Free the skiffs. We're to evacuate as many as we can from the fires." Elven sailors scurried to their posts. Ropes were tugged free and lines loosened. Sails tumbled down to snap in the steady wind. Along the harbor, other ships, both small and large, followed suit. A few drifted upward from their docks, their red iron keels glowing with energy. By the rails, tarps were tugged from the smaller skiffs flanking the Sunchaser. Elven sailors scrambled to haul up the boat's short masts and loosen the skiff's moorings. After passing final orders to his crew, Jarek crossed to Tolchuk and the gathered dwarves. His eyes were worried, but his words were steady. "The word from the castle is to load you all into the Sunchaser's lead skiff. I'm to take you to the palace to join your companions. The Queen suspects the attack is not upon Stormhaven itself, but set against the Witch. What then?" Tolchuk asked. Jarek shook his head. "I am to take you to the palace. Those were my orders." He led the way to the ship's stern. Beyond the rail, the largest of the skiffs was being readied. Sails bloomed from the short mast. A splintering crash sounded off the port side. Tolchuk watched a neighboring thick-bellied supply ship crack in half. A flaming boulder had struck its hull and arced over the tip of the Sunchaser's masts. The heat of its passage burned like a passing sun. The damaged supply ship, its sails aflame, tumbled from the sky. In the fiery light, the small figures of sailors could be seen falling to their deaths. Grim-faced, Jarek waved Tolchuk and the others onto the skiff. "Get aboard. We must be underway." As the dwarves clambered along the narrow gangway, the captain's eyes turned to his city now, aglow with scores of fires. The city itself began to tilt, sinking into the storm around it. Distant screams and shouts echoed out to them. Tolchuk crossed the short way onto the skiff. Jarek followed last, his lips bloodless and tight. He waved a sailor from the boat's tiller and took the place himself. "I can manage on my own," Jarek said. "Attend your duties on the Sunchaser. I've left the first mate in charge." The elven sailor bowed, then scrambled back to the ship. Once the last lines were loosened and the gangplank pulled in, the small skiff fell away from the Sunchaser. Its sails swelled, and it hove in a sharp turn toward the burning city, spiraling upward. By now, a good quarter of the city was ablaze. Smoke choked the skies. Tolchuk watched as a flaming boulder exploded out from the city's center, punching through from below and shooting into the sky. Splintered wood cascaded upward, catching fire and showering back down upon the homes and buildings. New blazes blew into existence. Numb, Tolchuk settled to his haunches near the mast. The dwarves huddled in smaller groups in the cramped boat. Magnum scuttled over to join Tolchuk. "So much for sneaking up on Golgotha unawares," he mumbled. "Someone knows we're here." Now high enough, the skiff glided over the destruction below. Wafts of stinging smoke struck the small boat like rogue waves. Jarek guided the craft with skill, shying from the worst flames and watching the sky for danger from above. Still the heat grew searing, and the smoky fumes watered the eyes and singed the nose. Ahead, the spires of the royal palace drew nearer. Several of the towers listed like drunken sailors, threatening to topple at any moment. Tolchuk glanced behind him. Jarek manned his post, his pale face smeared with soot and sweat. He, too, saw the danger, but maintained his stoicism, his sharp face fixed with determination. The captain's gaze flickered to the flash of a signal fire from one of the listing towers. The silver light flickered in code. In response, Jarek leaned his shoulder into the tiller, and the skiff swept around toward the threatened tower. "Your companions are in there," Jarek said calmly, nodding forward. Tolchuk swallowed. The spire continued to tilt, falling slowly, as if the flow of time had slowed. They would not make it in time. Jarek tried to aim the skiff on a steady and swift course, but the fires wreaked havoc on the winds. The swirl of cold and hot air created pocket tempests. Jarek was forced to cut back and forth, buffeted by errant gusts. As the captain fought the tiller, a roar like 1,000 raging dragons sounded below. "Grab hold tight," the captain bellowed. Tolchuk dug his claws into the rail as another boulder shot upward from below, passing no more than a stone's throw from the starboard side, a monstrous sun shooting past their tiny ship. Dwarves scrambled away, crying out. The small skiff was pelted from below by splintered debris. Tolchuk turned forward in time to see a flaming section of a demolished house fly up in front of the skiff. It flipped end over end, throwing off burning shingles. Jarek angled the skiff up and away and avoided a collision by less than a handspan. But they did not pass the flying house unscathed. A handful of flaming shingles rained over the skiff. The dwarves kicked and swatted the fiery bits off the deck, but one shingle struck the sail, burning through it and setting the sailcloth aflame. Tolchuk shoved to his feet and patted at the flames, scorching the hair from his fingers and arms, but the fire spread quickly, eating away their only sail. Other flames spat up around the rails. "The hull's on fire!" Jarek yelled. As Tolchuk and the others fought the flames, the skiff went into a steep tumble down toward the burning city. Elena raced with Wenner down the spiraling stairs that led to the main keep of the Elven Palace. The steps were canted at an unnatural angle, as if this were all a fevered dream, but it was not. The air reeked of smoke. The heat was stifling in the tight stairwell. Screams echoed from afar. Through narrow windows in the tower, they caught passing glimpses of the destruction. Fires burned throughout the city. Whole sections were just cratered ruins. "Not much farther." Winter wheezed. Ahead, a pair of elven guards led the way. They were to gather in the Queen's audience chamber on the palace's lowest level. Elena glanced out a window and spotted a few elven windships aloft over the ravaged city. Lamps lit their riggings, and ropes trailed down to rescue those most at risk. Praying for the citizens of Stormhaven, Elena hurried after Wenner. As she ran, she pictured the face of the elven boy who had stolen a kiss from her cheek, his eyes full of life, full of joy. But now look what she had brought to his home, fire and death. Such was the fate of all who met her. And though the flames here were not lit by her own hand, they might as well have been. She was ultimately to blame for the destruction here. The dark forces of the Golgotha must have sensed her presence here. "Thank the sweet mother," Wenner grumbled. Elena glanced ahead. The stairwell's end came in sight. As a group, they rushed out of the slanted tower and into the main keep. "This way," one of the elven called. In the main keep, the floors were still tilted, but it was now all downhill. They raced down the passage. Other elven crowded these lower halls, many still in their bedclothes like Elena, seeking refuge in the lower levels of the towers. Panic and fear were bright in their eyes. But that was not all. Elena caught the narrow-eyed glares and whispered curses as she was led past by the guards. One thin man spat at her feet. "Begone, witch." Wenner elbowed him aside and pushed Elena ahead. "Don't mind him, mistress." Elena bit her lip. But others took up the man's chant. "Begone, witch." The noise drew other elven into the hall from neighboring passages. The guards were forced to bare their swords against the growing crowd. Their progress slowed. Behind them, the crowds now surged, pressing them from the rear. "She's murdered us all!" a woman shrilled. To the left, a dagger appeared in someone's hand. All Elena saw was a flash of silver. But Wenner was there, catching the attacker's wrist and breaking the thin bones with a loud crack. The man fell to his knees in pain, but Wenner kicked him aside after relieving him of his weapon. Now armed, Wenner sheltered Elena in front of him, keeping her close to the backs of the guards. The double doors to the Queen's private audience chamber lay ahead, but the way was packed with a swelling mob. They could not move forward. "Kill the witch." Wenner grunted as a piece of broken chair leg was thrown at his head, clouding him on his ear. His feet stumbled, but he kept his place. "We need to get clear of this passage." Elena glanced to her ruby hands, ripe with power. Could she slay these panicked folk? Kill them so she might live? She clenched her fists. "Sweet mother, do not make me do this." Then the doors to the audience chamber crashed open. All eyes swung around. Queen Trottal towered in the threshold. Though her form was clothed in a long shift and her hair fell loose to the small of her back, there was no mistaking that royalty stood before them. Her skin was as pale as fresh snow, her eyes blazed with icefire. All along her bare arms, blue cascades of energy shimmered. Even her hair was alive with power. When she spoke, her voice rumbled with the threat of thunder. "What is the meaning of this?" A man answered from down the hall, brave in his anonymity. "The witch has brought this destruction upon us all. We must be avenged." Murmurs of assent wafted through the crowd. A dagger appeared in Queen Trottal's hand. She held it out toward the crowd. "Then kill me," she said, her words crackling down the hall. "It is I who brought Elena here against her will. If anyone is to blame for this night, it is your own queen. It is my pride that has brought ruin down upon us all." Elena was close enough to see the tears in Trottal's eyes. The dagger trembled in the queen's fingers, not from fear, but agony and sorrow. "Take this knife and plunge it into my own breast." The hall grew deathly silent. "No!" those nearest answered. The sorrow of their queen quickly spread outward. People fell to their knees, into each other's arms, sobbing. Like ice flows in spring, the crowd began to break up around them, falling away. Trottal lowered the blade with a look of regret, almost as if she wished someone had taken up her challenge. Her eyes met Elena's, and the fire died in them. "Come," she said. "We've not much time." Elena pushed past the guards and stepped around those weeping on the slanted floor. Once at the queen's side, Elena touched Trottal's bare arm, a silent gesture of sympathy. Queen Trottal placed her hand gently atop Elena's. "I'm sorry. Is there nothing I can do to help save your city?" Trottal shook her head. "We'll take flight on our ships, save as many as we can." The queen led Elena into her audience chamber. The room was deep and long. Its walls were draped in tapestries, and a throne of polished mahogany stood at one end. While normally serving as a hall for the queen to settle disputes and oversee her city, now it was a rallying point for the royal household. Elven of all ages and dress scurried about the room, preparing to evacuate the palace. Elena stared at the organized confusion, frowning at a row of elven elders bent over strange devices along the far wall. "What of my friends?" she asked. Trottal nodded across the chamber. Elena finally noticed Mama Frida bandaging up Eril's arm. The plainsmen sat atop a crate of their gear. Even from across the room, Elena recognized the blood diary in his lap. He guarded it even now. Trottal led her toward them. I've also sent for your companions on the Sunchaser. They should arrive at any moment with one of the smaller skiffs. In the confusion, you should be able to slip away as the city is pursued. Eril spotted Elena and stood, trailing a length of ripped linen from his left arm. Elena, are you all right? I'm fine, she answered, waving him back down. Let Mama Frida finish her work. The old healer yanked on her length of bandage. He's been pulling at these reins since the first fireball, wanting to gallop to your side. Eril opened his mouth to protest, but Elena silenced him with an upraised hand. She directed her next question back to Queen Trottal. These fireballs, do you know where they came from? Or who attacks? Queen Trottal nodded to the 4 elven elders and their bronze devices. Come. We've not much time. But you should see yourself. Elena and Wenner were led quickly across the room to the 4 stations just behind the throne. The men sat upon high stools before wooden columns sprouting bronze contraptions. They had their faces pressed to oval cutouts in the columns while their fingers manipulated bronze mechanisms. As the queen approached with Elena, one of the elven straightened, pulling his face away from his station. My queen, he said with a bob of his head. I'm afraid we've discovered no safe path for the city. Queen Trottal placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Germaine. You and the other farcers should attend to your own families. But first, could you show Elena what you've seen? He bobbed his head again. Certainly, my queen. He hopped off his seat and patted the stool. Sit, child. Elena, her brow wrinkled with curiosity, climbed the seat. Wenner was offered another station. Once settled, the old elven coaxed the two to peer into the cutout in the column. The oval shape was a perfect fit for her face, the wooden edges worn smooth from ages of use. Within the column, Elena found only darkness, but sensed the column was hollow. Let me open a farcer channel, the elder said. Elena heard the elven swivel the bronze controls. Queen Trottal spoke as he worked. We've crystallized set on the city's underside to pierce the belly of the storm. Ancient architects of the city devised a complex of mirrors and prisms to allow us to spy upon the world below us. There we go, the elder mumbled. An echoing click sounded. The interior of the dark column lit up, drawing a shocked gasp from Elena. A fiery view of a blasted landscape was reflected in a mirror tilted in front of her face. Elena instantly knew at what she was staring. Wenner named it aloud, his voice strained. Golgotha. Below Stormhaven, a mountainous terrain spread in all directions. Even in the pre-dawn darkness, the landscape was easy to discern. Sprinkled amidst the dark peaks glowed hundreds of volcanic cones. Crimson magma churned in their craters, some brighter than the midday sun. It was an infernal land of smoke, fire, and ash. As she watched, one of the cones exploded forth with a fountain of lava. From the volcano's fiery throat, a large, flaming boulder coughed skyward. It was no random event. With her face pressed to the far-seeing device, Elena saw other peaks cast out fireballs, all aiming in fiery arcs toward the city. Elena pulled away, shocked, the blood draining from her face. The land itself is attacking the city. So it would seem, the queen said. Scout ships and my farcers had deemed the volcanoes dormant. But once the city passed over it, the peaks began to erupt. Whether a foul hand directs the assault or whether it is some unnatural defense triggered by our presence, no one is able to say. All we know with certainty is that we've flown into this trap with no safe passage to escape it. Our only hope is for evacuation aboard our smaller, swifter ships. Elena and Wenner climbed down from their stools. Are there enough ships? She asked. Queen Trottal turned away, her pained expression answer enough. Across the hall, near one of the narrow windows, an elven sentry with a spyglass called out to the queen, drawing all their attentions. "I've spotted Jarek's skiff." The young sentry turned, and Elena realized it was Prince Typhon, his nose bandaged. "But it's taken flame. It burns." Queen Trottal glanced down to Elena with concern. "What is it?" Elena asked. "It's your friend's boat," the queen said in a rush, hurrying toward Typhon. She yelled to her guards as she strode his way. "Open the storm gate." Elven scurried to obey, exposing long chains hidden behind narrow tapestries at the back corners of the room. As the chains were worked, old gears groaned overhead. The entire wall behind the throne began to rise, opening an expansive view across the city of Stormhaven. As the monstrous gate winched open, smoke billowed into the hall. By now half of the city was aflame. Standing by the throne with the queen, Elena coughed and blinked against the fumes. Below, ships of all sizes drifted above the carnage. Rope ladders dangled down from the open hulls, crowded with fleeing townsfolk. Elena glanced to Trottal. It was more than stinging smoke that drew tears from the queen's eyes. "What have I done?" Trottal moaned. Prince Typhon stepped to their side. "There," he said, pointing out into the maelstrom of smoke and fire. Off to the left, a tiny boat swept in a steep dive toward the palace. Its keel trailed smoke and flames. Its mast was a torch in the darkness. "They'll burn to cinders before they can reach here." "No," Queen Trottal said firmly. "I may not be able to save my city, but I can rescue this one ship." She lifted her arms, eyes closing. The young prince stepped away, drawing Elena with him. He stared back upon the queen with a mix of awe, love, and concern. The queen weakens rapidly. All this horrible night, she has fought to bolster sections of the city, to keep the broken sections aloft long enough for ships to rescue as many as possible. But even here in the heart of the storm, her power is not limitless. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Elena asked. He shook his head. "She is mistress of the storm. This is her domain." Erril, his arm bandaged from wrist to elbow, joined them. Mama Frida shadowed the plainsman with Tikal on her shoulder. "I smell lightning in the air," Mama Frida whispered. "It starts," Typhon said. Elena glanced to him. "What?" "The queen seeks the storm's heart." Near the storm gate, Queen Tradle's arms crackled anew with blue energies. She gave a strangled gasp, and her hair blew into a nimbus around her. Rivulets of sweat trailed down her face as her skin grew translucent, but beneath her glassy skin was not bone. Instead, storm clouds churned amid flashes of lightning. She was becoming the storm itself. As the queen stood, her limbs started to tremble. Prince Typhon rushed to her side, catching her as her legs gave out, holding her up. Suddenly Tradle's neck arched backward, and a scream ripped from her throat. Singed and blistered, Tolchuk continued to bat at the flames as the conflagration ate the last of the skiff's sails. It was hopeless. Flames raced along the rails. The deck burned underfoot. Tolchuk bellowed his frustration. Then, as if the skies themselves had heard his protests, an answering cry pierced the storm's thunder. Tolchuk searched the skies. Far off to port, a stream of clouds broke over the city wall and raced toward their ship. Tendrils broke from its foremost edge, spreading outward. Tolchuk's eyes grew wide. Lit by the fires below, the race of clouds looked like a giant's arm reaching out toward them, fingers spreading above. The dwarves aboard the skiff stopped their attempts to stanch the many fires. "What new horror is this?" Magnam asked. With a scream of winds, a spat of lightning danced among the giant's fingers. Thunder blasted, throwing them all to the deck. Only Jarek maintained his position, standing at his tiller, eyes filling with tears, face exposed to the winds. "My queen!" Overhead, the clouds split open, and a downpour flooded over the burning ship, drenching, pelting, swirling. Near Tolchuk, the burning mast hissed angrily as it was doused by rain. Tolchuk rolled to his feet. "Thank the sweet mother." "Look," Magnam said, pointing toward the city wall. Tolchuk turned from the mast. Out beyond the towering wall, the storm clouds swirled, afire with lightning. At first, Tolchuk failed to see what had caught the small dwarf's attention, but as his vision broadened, he began to discern a form hidden among the clouds. No, not hidden in the clouds, but made of the storm itself. He saw a woman crouching in the storm, with lightning for eyes, her arm reaching out over them, drenching their boat with life-saving rain. From this distance, Tolchuk recognized the pain and sorrow in her face. Even the thunder seemed to moan with the grief in her heart. "Who is that?" Magnam asked. Jarek answered softly, sobbing, as he fell to his knees by the tiller. "My queen." Erril watched Tradle fall limp in Prince Typhon's arms. He hurried forward with Elena at his side. "Let me help you," Erril said, bending down. He handed the blood diary to Elena, who clutched the book to her chest, her gaze fixed on the queen. "Let's get Her Highness away from this open gate." Typhon nodded gratefully, his eyes wide with concern. Between the two of them, they were able to carry Queen Trottel to her throne. But Erril could have carried her on his own, even with his injured arm. Her body was as light as spun cotton. Once the queen was settled in her cushion chair, Mama Frida joined them and ran her hands over Tradle's body. "She's cold as the grave." Typhon glanced between the queen's prone form and back to the open gate. Smoke continued to billow into the hall. Overhead, a fireball sailed past the top of the palace spires, smashing the highest levels to burning splinters, showering flaming debris across the gateway. The prince took a step toward the opening, but his gaze shifted back to the queen. His fists clenched in frustration. "I should help oversee the landing of Jarek's skiff, but..." "Go! I've enough help here. See to the boat." He nodded, relieved to have the decision taken from him, and raced to join the other Elven at the gate. "I should go help him," Wenner said. "It is my dwarves who are aboard the boat." Elena nodded, giving him permission. Once he stepped away, she moved near the queen and Mama Frida. "What can I do to help?" The healer fingered Tradle's throat. "The beat of her heart is faint. She is fading." Elena held up one of her ruby hands. "What if I lent her some of my magic?" Erril stepped closer to protest, but one look from Elena kept him quiet. Though he may now be her husband by elven law, she warned him that this was not a matter up for discussion. Erril bit his lip. Elena had lent her magic to others in the past to help bolster their spirits, once with her Uncle Bol as the old man's heart had failed, and once even with Erril when he had been poisoned by a goblin's dagger. But it was not without risk to Elena herself. Mama Frida patted Elena's hand. "I don't believe your magic will help here, child. It is not her body that is fading, so much as her spirit. It is not sickness that casts the queen out, but her own will." "But if I strengthen her body, Mama Frida shrugged. "I am no witsy h. I cannot say." Erril sighed and spoke. "If the queen is doomed, what harm could it do to try?" Elena glanced to Erril with surprise. He maintained a fixed stare at Mama Frida. Though he might not like Elena's choice to risk herself for a queen who had betrayed them, he was still her liegeman. He would offer whatever advice and counsel that he possessed. The old healer shrugged again. "As I said, I am no witsy h." Erril reached to his belt and pulled free a rose-handled dagger. "My witsy h's blade." Erril held out the dagger to Elena. "The queen had them return all our gear taken from the Sunchaser." He nodded to the stacked crates. Elena passed the diary to him in exchange for the dagger, but Erril kept his grip on the knife. He stared hard into Elena's eyes. Be careful, he warned under his breath. She nodded grimly at him as he relinquished the blade. Next, Elena knelt beside the throne. She took Queen Treadle's hand and bloodied a finger with the tip of the dagger. A drop of blood welled up on the queen's skin. Elena glanced nervously to Errol. He touched her shoulder, striving to instill his own strength into her. Taking a deep breath, Elena pierced one of her own ruby fingers. Against the dark crimson stain, it was hard to say if blood had been drawn, but Errol saw Elena stiffen slightly, not with pain, but with the release of her pent magic. Her eyes closed narrowly, lips parting. A breath escaped her throat. She leaned closer to the queen, but before she could mix their blood, a loud crash echoed through the hall. The floorboards jarred. Elena grabbed the throne to keep from tumbling. Behind the throne, Errol saw the cause of the interruption. A large boat had slammed broadside into the edge of the storm gate. Elvin scurried at the opening, tossing ropes, shouting orders. Smoke and steam billowed from the beaten craft, but Errol spotted the large bulk of Tolchuk near the stern. Prince Typhon called out to them, hauling on a rope as the winds tore at the rocking boat. The skiff is docked. We must load up your gear. Errol spotted Winter already hurrying toward the crates. The dwarf could not handle the stack by himself. He stepped in the dwarf's direction, but stopped, hesitating. Go! Elena said. Get everything aboard. I will attempt this, then we must be off. We don't have much time. Then don't argue. Go! Errol paused a moment, locking eyes with Elena. She met his gaze. Her stony demeanor softened as she understood his consternation. Go, she said softly but firmly. I'll be fine. Errol turned away. He had won her hand in marriage, but Elena was forever her own woman, and if truth be told, he would wish it no other way. Tucking the blood diary inside his shirt, he hurried to join the others by the boat. Alone now with Queen Trottal and Mama Frida, Elena returned to her duty. She lifted the queen's hand and positioned their two bloody fingers near one another. The dagger's slices still bled freshly from both wounds. Mama Frida hovered at her shoulder. Careful, child. Elena barely heard the healer's words, turning her ear instead to the song of her own magic. After practicing her arts, Elena understood the flows of her own power, but in this matter, sending a part of her magic into another, control was critical. Too much energy and she could burn Queen Trottal into a smoking cinder. Taking a steadying breath, Elena lowered her finger to the queen's. Instantly Elena's mind snapped away, flowing down the blood link into the queen's prone form. Elena had done this before, with Uncle Bull, with Flint, with Errol, but nothing had prepared her for what she discovered inside Queen Trottal. Storm winds tore at Elena's mind, threatening to tear her away from her own body. Elena struggled to hold her place, drawing more of her own energy to define herself in the maelstrom. Around her, dark clouds swirled, lightning flashed and silver streaks of fire. In that moment, Elena realized she was not inside Trottal, at least not in her body of flesh and blood. Instead, she had entered the storm beyond the city. The queen and the storm had become one, and Elena had joined them. She wrapped her magic around herself like a cloak, struggling to hold herself in place. She could not stay long. It was hard even now to discern the tenuous connection back to her body in the throne room. It was a mere thread in the whirlwind. As she floated, anchoring herself in the storm, she sensed even fainter threads spreading in an infinite web around her, stretching out in all directions. The overall effect was one of interconnectivity. She knew what she was sensing out here in the middle of the storm. It was life, every living thing connected together in an endless web of energy and power. Elena longed to follow it outward. It called to her from countless throats. But even she did not have that much power. She would be lost in that infinite maze, a mote in the vastness of life. So instead she concentrated on the one single thread near her, that which connected the storm to the queen's body. As she did so, Elena felt eyes turning in her direction, a familiar icy stare. Queen Trottal. She must have sensed Elena's presence. Words formed in the howl of winds around her. Go, child. This is my battle. Elena recognized the figure of a woman, formed of clouds and energy, swirling around her. You're dying, she yelled into the howling winds. So be it. Death is not an end, and by using my spirit to fuel the storm, giving myself fully to it, I can save more of my people. Images formed in Elena's mind. A woman of clouds wrapped around the ravaged city, holding it to her breast, speeding it faster over the volcanic peaks, making the city a harder target. Elena understood. Queen Trottal intended to give her own life so more of her people might escape. I can help, Elena argued. You do not have to spend all your life's energy. Use my magic. A tired smile formed in the clouds. You are truly King Balerian's child. The thin thread back to the queen's body in the throne room blazed brighter. But the path here is too fragile. Enough energy to make any difference would burn away this conduit, trapping you forever in this storm with me. I will not allow you to risk yourself. Elena sensed the truth of her words. Even the bits of energy she used to define herself here threatened the weak connection. But what of you? Away, child. This is my battle. Winds buffeted Elena, shoving her back along the thread. For a moment, she fought, refusing to give up. But the energy to resist frazzled the connection, thinning it to the faintest strand. Realizing the futility of her actions, she yielded to the storm, surrendering herself to the winds. Elena felt herself pass through Queen Trottal's body. As she did so, she sensed the thin thread connecting the queen here to the storm snap away. Elena heard the last beat of Trottal's heart as she fell back into her own body. Elena sagged, slumping backward, suddenly weak. Mama Frida caught her. You're safe, child, safe. The queen? She asked faintly. Gone. Elena grabbed the throne's arm to pull herself up. In the seat, she found Queen Trottal's shift crumpled on the cushions, but nothing more. Her body had vanished. Typhon suddenly stumbled up to the other side of the throne, falling to his knees. He stared at the empty seat, tears running down his cheeks. He moaned. She's given herself fully to the storm. Elena nodded. She means to use her energy to speed the city over the lands of Golgotha, to buy more time for her people to escape. Winter appeared behind Typhon. Then we must hurry. We've already flown past the home mines of my people. Mama Frida helped Elena to her feet. All the gear has been stowed, the dwarf captain added, stepping away. We must be gone. Typhon stood, wiping tears from his eyes. I will captain the skiff myself. I know the queen's will in this matter, to get you safely to your destination. From behind the prince, a tall elven man strode forward and rested a hand on the prince's shoulder. Erril was with him. Elena recognized the stern newcomer from the Sunchaser. It was Captain Jarek. His face was smeared with soot, his hair and clothes soaked with rain. No. I'll not allow it, Prince Typhon. Your place is here. But the queen's command. The queen is no longer. And with her sons gone to the far corners of the world, you are the next in line to the throne. You must serve as regent until such a time as one of them returns. Prince Typhon's eyes grew huge with horror. Jarek gripped his shoulder tighter. You must lead our people from Stormhaven. I can't. You will. Elena understood his pain and shock, the sudden thrust of power, the burden of responsibility. Take your lady Mela, Jarek continued, and lead as many away as you can. They are seeds cast to the wind. You must find them all a safe place to land. But what of Elena and her companions? I will take them myself. That is my duty as ship's captain. Your duty is here. Elena saw the young prince bow under the heavy mantle of leadership. For a moment, she thought he would break, but slowly he stood straighter. Pain and sorrow shadowed his eyes, but he nodded. Take them to the skiff. I will see to our people. Captain Jarek nodded once, then lifted an arm to direct them to the ship. We must hurry, he said. Erril stepped beside Elena, putting a protective arm around her shoulders. Are you all right? She leaned into him. I'm fine. She glanced behind her to see Prince Typhon standing stiffly beside the empty mahogany throne. He'll make a better leader than I, she thought, and wished him strength for the hardships ahead. At the gate, the winds had grown harsher. The small skiff bounced and rattled against its moorings. Elena saw that a burned hole in the sail had been hastily patched with a bit of tapestry ripped from the throne room's walls. A sailor with a long needle was repairing the last rent as their group reached the gangplank. Captain Jarek yelled into the storm's winds. Clear off. Be ready to loose the moorings on my command. Elvin scurried to obey, leaping from the rail or swinging on mooring ropes. Soon the deck was clear of all but Elena's party. The Witch crossed to join Tolchuk, nodding to the gathered dwarves, who looked like a gaggle of drowned geese in their drenched clothes. Elena moved to a spot near the stacked crates, seeking shelter against the wind. She was still dressed only in her nightclothes, but Erril joined her with a fur-lined cloak under each arm. This could keep you warm until we can get to your packed clothes. Teeth chattering, Elena accepted the cloak and wrapped its thickness around her. Warm gear was passed to the others. Soon they were all huddled under cloaks and blankets. Captain Jarek took his place near the skiff's tiller. Ready to cast off. He yelled to the Elven manning the gate. Knots were tugged loose, and the skiff lurched forward. Elena bumped into a neighboring crate. Keep low. Jarek ordered, his words directed at the skiff this time. The mast's boom swept by overhead, and the craft turned smartly in the wind. It's going to get rough from here. Elena sighed. Doesn't it always? The skiff circled out from the palace. By now, 4 of the building's 20 spires had fallen away, and another 3 burned, casting flames high into the air. Below, the city fared worse. Fully 3/4 of it was lost to the fires or destroyed by the rain of fireballs. But for the moment, there seemed a respite from the attacks. The night sky was empty of flaming juggernauts. It seemed Treadle's efforts had not been in vain. The Elven Queen must have succeeded in accelerating the city's flight, but for how long? Overhead, other Elven ships, crowded with peering faces, trundled past, many heading toward the walls of the ravaged city. A handful of others patrolled the lower city, searching out those still living, offering one last lifeline. What of those still in the palace? Elena asked, glancing back to Jarek. Stormhaven takes care of its own, he answered cryptically. Elena turned to stare back at the retreating castle as the skiff drifted downward. Where are you heading? Erril asked. Jarek pointed to the deck. Straight down through the heart of the storm. Is that safe? Erril said. Jarek wiped soot from his eyes. Is anywhere safe? He mumbled. But after Erril's expression darkened further, he added, I'll get us through. Don't you worry. I've plied the storms since I was a boy. Elena watched the Elven citadel fade behind them, then gasped as all the remaining towers fell away like toppling sticks. Oh, no! Prince Typhon, the others. But she need not have worried. A wondrous sight appeared. The walls of the central keep shed away, revealing the hidden heart of the castle. A gigantic ship rose from the wreckage of the palace, lifting atop an iron keel that glowed with the light of a rising sun. Slowly sails unfurled and caught the tempest's winds, billowing out. The ship hove gracefully away, leading the myriad scores of other ships, both large and small, away from the burning city. Then the sight vanished as the skiff swept into the storm's edge. Hold tight. Jarek called out. The bow end of the craft dipped steeply as the captain dove the skiff into the storm's depths under the city. Instantly winds tore at the craft. The sails whipped and snapped. Rain sluiced across the deck, soaking them to the bone. But Jarek seemed little fazed by the bucking skiff. He manipulated his tiller, and energy danced along his hands as he touched his own magic. As they fled through the clouds, lightning chased them. Thunder roared and pummeled the skiff. But the captain rode the storm's lines, coursing swiftly along downdrafts, banking steeply through eddies and rapids. Elena held white-knuckled to the rail, while Errol did his best to shelter her. Overhead, the sail's patch began to tatter, its rent edge snapping in the winds. Jarek's lips drew tighter, bloodlessly thin, but he continued to work his tiller. Elena turned forward just as the skiff suddenly bucked, coming close to spilling end over end. Errol clutched hard to her as her knees lifted from the planks. Then the skiff slammed back to an even keel. She and Errol fell with a hard bump back to the deck. "We're through," Jarek said simply, as if they had been merely gliding along a calm stream. Elena pushed up and was immediately struck by the heat. After the endless chill, the air was stifling, reeking of sulfur and molten rock. She stared past the rail and saw the spread of dark peaks under them, aglow with the infernal light of volcanic cones. It was a sight to burn away her resolve. How could they hope to survive down there? A loathsome place indeed, Mama Frida mumbled. It wasn't always this way, Wenner said. The land grew sick with volcanoes and quakes only after the nameless one corrupted our people. It was once a green and hale place. Searching below, Elena could never imagine that to be true. She turned her face away. Overhead, swirling dark clouds swept past. Distantly, Elena saw bits of the hidden city fall through the storm's belly to litter the landscape below. Off to the side, a section of a building tumbled from the clouds, hit the peak of a mountain, and disintegrated into an explosion of broken planks. Elena stretched her neck and searched for escaping ships. There was no sign. "Stormhaven slows," Jarek said, noticing the direction of Elena's stare. Elena realized he was correct. At the edges, the storm was fraying. Clouds drifted away. The Queen's energy must be fading. "Golgotha will again sense Stormhaven's passage," Jarek said darkly. Punctuating his statement, a volcanic peak exploded a league away, belching out another fireball. The flaming shot of magma arced brilliantly, disappearing into the storm front with an immense hiss. "The attack renews," Errol said. The captain's face became lined with worry as he returned his attention to the skiff. "My people's ships and boats will not have enough time to escape safely." As the skiff spun in a slow spiral toward the cursed landscape, Elena stood and tossed off her wet cloak. "I'll not let that happen." She slipped free her Witzch's dagger. "Elena," Errol warned. "If it's energy the storm needs, then it's energy I'll give it." She sliced the meat of both thumbs, releasing cold fire from her left hand and witchfire from her right. Inside the swirling clouds, Trottel had warned her that passing magic into the Queen's body would only burn away the tenuous tie between the woman and the storm, but Elena saw no such risk now. Trottel was gone from this world. Elena studied the swirl of clouds. She did not know how much of Trottel still rode the storm, but there was one energy that the storm should be able to feed upon. Lifting her right hand, Elena formed a fist and called for the power of the sun, touching its heat and fire. Energy built to a feverish blaze inside her clenched palm. Her hand grew to a bright ruby blaze. Elena next raised her left fist and summoned the magic of moonlight, cold and ice. Her fist grew to match the other, the only difference was a slight azure hue to the ruby glow. Power sang in her blood and heart, rejoicing, crying for release. Elena was well used to the song of the Witzch and ignored the chorus of chaos and wild magics. Instead she brought her two fists together, knuckles to knuckles. The trapped energy shook her very frame. Finally, when she could hold it no longer, she shoved her arms toward the sky, unfolding her fingers like an opening rose. A rage of energy blew skyward, a mix of witchfire and coldfire, the two becoming one in a blaze of stormfire. Magic shrieked skyward, a tumble of ice and fire. Elena gasped, her back arching as energy spasmed out of her. Her stream of stormfire struck the storm and disappeared into it. Lightning radiated from the point of impact, like spokes on a wheel. But as she fed more and more of her power into the dark clouds, the lightning forked and forked again, becoming a blazing net of energy spreading through the entire bank of clouds. "Elena!" Errol screamed into her ear, but she hardly heard him. Magic sang through her blood. "Elena! Look to the left!" His words sank through the chorus of her power. Her gaze slowly turned, and she saw a fireball arcing directly at them. From the corner of her eye, she watched Jarek fight his tiller. The captain must have been so fixed on her display that he had failed to notice the threat until it was too late. The boat could not move out of the path of the flaming boulder in time. Though Elena should have felt terror, magic was too ripe in her. She rang with invincibility. Swinging her arms down from the skies, she separated her hands and flung a spray of pure coldfire at the magma ball, snuffing its flames and freezing it solid. With hardly a thought, she followed next with a blinding lance of witchfire, striking the boulder when it was less than a dozen spans from the boat. The frozen ball of magma exploded with its touch, shattering into dust that plumed harmlessly over the skiff, coating them all. Once done, Elena sagged to her knees, her magic spent. Errol was there, tossing her cloak back over her shoulders and hugging her tight. "Get us down into the valleys," Errol yelled. "We can't risk being shot at again." Jarek dubbed the skiff at a steep angle. Elena sank into her knight's arms. Her bones felt like butter. Errol squeezed and rubbed her arms. "The wards here must be attuned to magic, whether from the elemental energies or your own power." "I was foolish," she mumbled. "I should have thought before acting." "You were following your heart," Errol whispered. Tolchuk pointed behind the stern. "The woman in the clouds. She returns." Elena glanced skyward, staying in Errol's arms. Above and behind them, the storm churned and roiled with lightning. But there was no mistaking the gigantic figure formed of clouds and framed by lightning. "Queen Trotala," Jarek said, his voice cracking. The elven woman floated along the tempest's belly. As they watched, the storm grew thicker, its edges more substantial. The wide bank of clouds rolled more swiftly away from them, propelled upon unseen winds. The figure in the clouds stared back down, a sad smile on her lips. Words swept toward them upon a gust of wind. "You've saved us." The words echoed and faded away. "Saved us all." "Queen Trotal," Elena murmured. "Godspeed, Elena Morinstall." The woman dissolved back into the storm, but one final message whispered back to her, words only meant for Elena. "Remember your promise." Elena stared as the storm streamed toward the dark horizon. "I will," she said firmly. And in her heart, she knew she spoke truly. In some distant time, some other place, the elven houses would be reunited again. But not here, not now. That was another's story, not hers. Elena leaned to the rail and stared below. The skiff glided toward the blasted landscape of Golgotha, a maze of craggy red mountains, deep clefted valleys, stunted trees, and blighted streams that glowed a sickly green. This was her future. Book 5. Broken Crowns. 15. Mycelle kept a wary watch on the dark forest around them, her breath billowing white before her. Nearby, Kral built a fire of deadfall wood to prepare their midday meal. Even the large mountain man's fingers shivered as he struck steel on flint. The days since leaving Castle Mryl and the north wall had grown more frigid with every step. The skies, what could be seen of them, were now a blank slate of gray, and last night, a gentle snow had sifted through the monstrous twisted branches. In the morning, the entire wood was dusted in white. Mycel stared around her. Normally a snow-cloaked forest held a certain calm beauty. But here in the dire fell, the sight was disheartening, like a frosted corpse, contorted by the ice. The only warmth came from their own camp. Nayland sat on a knobbed root of a tree and played her lute softly. The strings thrummed with hummingbirds and green leaves, ringing of soft-petaled flowers and long summer nights. It was no surprise that the grim wraiths held back. It was the song of their true glen, of the lost Lake Ihera. How it must pain them to be reminded of their past, here among the twisted boles and tortured branches of their ancient trees. Even Mycel felt a twinge of the loss as she listened to the knife-eye's gentle playing. Merrick stepped up to Mycel. He rubbed his hands together, blowing on his bare fingers for warmth, but his eyes were on the sky. "It'll snow again tonight." She nodded. The elven lord had a keen weather sense. "We cannot keep going like this," he continued, moving nearer and lowering his voice. "If and when we pass this sick forest, the cold and winds will only grow worse. We need to find warmer gear for the road ahead." "I know." I saw Mogwyd eyeing Fardale earlier. He had a look in his eye like he wanted to skin his brother for his warm pelt. Mycel frowned. They each had thick cloaks and leather boots to keep the worst of the chill away, but they would need furs and warmer bedrolls to reach Toromon and the citadel of the mountain folk. If only the Stormwing could have crossed the wall, Merrick mumbled. Mycel sighed. It was a constant wish by them all. But shortly after escaping Castle Mryl, they had contacted Merrick's ship through the use of Lord Tyra's silver coin. Xin had reported that not only was the north wall too tall to pass over, but even the breach in the wall was blocked by the monstrous trees. Any attempts they made to pass had triggered the forest to attack the ship with whipping, clawing branches, guided by wraiths perched in the tree's limbs. The Stormwing could not fly high enough to escape their assault. "We'll manage," Mycel said. "I hope so," Merrick said, and wandered back to the camp as Krell finally managed to coax the smoldering pile of dead leaves to take his flint spark. Tiny flames sizzled up, drawing all their eyes. The tiny snap of a twig sounded behind Mycel. She whipped around, swords in both fists. A dark shape slinked from the scrubby brush. It was Fardale, returning from scouting the forest. The broken branch had been his way of warning her of his approach. His amber eyes glowed toward her. The image of an empty path appeared in her mind's eye, indicating the immediate region was clear of any wraiths. "I'll tell Nayland," she said. "Go warm yourself by the fire." Tongue lolling, Fardale padded past her. Mycel watched the huge tree wolf with a worried narrowing of her eyes. Since entering the forest, his sendings had grown rougher, his responses now curt and often unintelligible. It would not be long until Fardale was lost completely to his wolfish nature. According to Mogwyd, the twins were little more than a moon away from settling into their current forms. Time was running out for them both, as well as it was for them all. Working around the camp's periphery, Mycel approached Nayland. The small knife-eye glanced up at her. Nayland's eyes were haunted, shadowed with dark circles. Day and night, she had been forced to play her lute to keep the wraiths at bay. Only when the woods seemed clear could the woman take short naps. The burden was taking its toll. Mycel laid a hand on her shoulder. "Rest. Fardale says the woods around us are safe for the moment." Nayland nodded and eased her lute to her lap. She stretched her fingers, working free the knots and kinks from her cramped playing. Mycel noticed her worn nails and the raw tips of her fingers. Nayland searched through her pockets for the numbweed balm. "How are you faring?" Mycel asked. "Will your fingers hold out until we reach the end of the forest?" Nayland stared dully at the forest around her. "It is not the playing that wears at me." Mycel understood. As much as her lute song pained the grim, so the dark would drain Nayland's own spirit. This had once been her home. Mycel offered what consolation she could. "It won't be much longer. From my calculations, we should reach the far edge of the fell in another 2 days." Nayland did not react. She only stared toward the north. Come. Let's get you some food. Mycel helped her stand and guided her toward the growing fire. By now, Kral had managed to work up a solid blaze. Once Nayland was settled beside Mogwid at the fire, Mycel returned to her sentry duty. With the lute's magic ended, the wood had to be closely watched against the encroachment of the Grimm. During the first couple of days, any halt in the music had almost immediately resulted in their wailing assault. But now, several days deeper into the wood, the Grimm were slower to respond. Either their numbers were not as great here or the music had by now succeeded in chasing the wraiths far from their path. Still, caution had to be taken. Eyes had to watch for shifting shadows, and ears had to remain pricked to the smallest sounds of the forest. Mycel nodded to Lord Tyrus on the camp's far side. The two would watch the forest during this break in the day's trek, circling around and around the camp until they were on the move again. Mogwid came over with a tin plate of boiled roots mixed with roasted snails. Mycel ate on her feet, picking through the thin fare with her fingers. Hunting was poor in the fell. Few creatures still lived among its twisted roots and haunted bowers: bony rabbits, burrowing moles, a few rangy birds. But at least the waters were fresh. Streams and brooks were frequent. Mogwid kept pace with her for a few steps while she ate. The thin man eyed the forest with clear trepidation. "I heard you tell Nayland that we should be out of this cursed woods in a couple of days. Is that so?" "If my maps are accurate, dot." Mogwid chewed his lower lip, eyes narrowed. "And what then?" He lowered his voice. "Are we really going to try and sneak into Kral's old home up in the northern mountains? I heard him say that the snows up there never thaw, not even in the summer. And if the weather doesn't kill us, the D-wards surely will. It's not like we can surprise them. The encampment in Castle Mryl will surely send a bird reporting our escape." Mycel let the man drone on, then finally shrugged. "Who knows what we'll face up in the mountains? But I suspect D-wards and snow will be the least of our worries." She could tell that her words did little to ease Mogwid's mind. His eyes grew wider as he obviously imagined the horrors ahead. Mycel sighed. "Don't fret so much about the future, Mogwid. It'll come whether you're ready or not. We'll deal with the cold as best we can. As for the D-wards, I imagine they think the wraiths have consumed the lot of us." He nodded, appearing slightly relieved by this small bit of reassurance as he stumbled back to the fire. Mycel shook her head. Despite her words, Mogwid's concern had set a seed of misgiving in her own breast. What were they going to do? Finally, with the hole in their bellies somewhat filled, the party broke camp and moved out once again. Nayland took up her lute, while Fardale patrolled the near woods. The remainder of the group trudged after them. Slowly more leagues passed under their boots. Few words were spoken. Kral hung back, watching their back trail. But as the afternoon wore on, his post seemed unnecessary. No sign of the Grimm threatened. Not even a distant wail was heard. Kral moved forward to join Mycel. "I don't like this quiet," he mumbled. Mycel nodded, then frowned as the small snake that roosted around her upper arm squirmed and tightened its grip. After traveling for so long with the large man, she had come to notice his presence often aggravated the tiny beast. She had always attributed this response to the man's strong elemental energies. The magic of deep caves and rock ran strong in Kral's blood. But then why didn't the snake respond to Merrick or Lord Tyrus? Both were just as endowed in the land's gifts. With no satisfactory answer, she pushed her misgivings aside and concentrated on the more immediate threat. "The Grimm have been growing less bold for the past few days," Mycel said, staring out into the oddly silent forest. "Maybe at last Nayland's music has succeeded in driving them fully away." "What music?" Kral grumbled. Mycel opened her mouth to answer, then realized the mountain man was correct. The Nephi's lute had gone silent. Mycel glanced forward and saw the small woman standing far ahead, frozen atop a slight rise in the land. "Something's wrong," Mycel said, and hurried forward. Crowl followed. Mycel closed the distance, collecting Merrick and Tyrus en route. Neither of them had noticed Nayland's lapse either. All afternoon, her music had been slowing and drifting lower. When it had finally stopped, no one but Crowl seemed to have been aware. As a group, they jogged forward. Nayland continued to stare forward, the lute hanging limp in her fingers. "What's wrong with her?" Tyrus whispered breathlessly as they reached the top of the hill. A light snow began to drift down from the gray skies. The sun was close to setting. Mycel glanced to the girl, then followed the line of her vision. In the hollow below, a small lake filled the lower lands, but what caught her eye was a huge tree on the lake's far side. Its bole, as thick around as a small cottage, stood straight as a sword, cutting up from the tangle of twisted trees around it. Its branches, though bare of leaves, splayed out in gentle terraces, like a hand offered to a tired traveler. It seemed so out of place among its tortured brethren. "Nayland?" Mycel asked gently. The Knifeye's mouth moved, but no words came out. She licked her lips and tried again. "It's my tree." She turned finally toward Mycel. Tears ran down her cheeks, streaming freely. Her voice became a sob. It's my home." And Elahn fell to her knees. The pain in her heart was too much. She stared at her love, so tall, so stately. Though naked of its lush greenery and heavy violet flowers, Nayland could never mistake its form. She had not thought to find her mate so untouched. It was as if it were only sleeping, not dead and lifeless. On her knees, her eyes drank in the sight of her spirit tree. She had not even meant to cross near its resting place, knowing the pain it would cause, but her tired feet must have led her here, drawn to the only home she had ever known. Mogweed stepped to her side. "It's so normal looking." Nayland wiped at her eyes. "I know. I don't understand the blight." She waved an arm to encompass the rest of the forest. "Come," Mycel said gently, and helped her back to her feet. "Do you want to go closer?" Nayland covered her face with a hand. She wanted to run as light as a deer, but she did not know which way, toward her tree or away. It tore at her heart to see her love again. But she knew that as much as it pained her, she had to go on. Clutching the lute to her breast, she nodded forward. I must go. Before a single step could be taken, Fardale came loping up the slope from the lake's edge, tongue lolling. His amber eyes glowed. Mycel matched his gaze. After a moment, she turned to the others. "Fardale senses someone hiding ahead." "One of the wraiths?" Tyrus asked. "No, if I understand right, it's a man." Mycel turned to Mogweed, clearly seeking to see if he understood his brother any better. The small man shrugged. "He grows too close to the wolf," he mumbled under his breath. "I can barely understand him any longer." "What's someone doing way out here?" Crowl grumbled. He unhitched his axe and slowly pulled the snow leopard pelt off its iron blade. "Anyone who can survive among the grim is surely tainted by the Dark Lord." "Crowl is right," Merrick said, his eyes narrowed. "We must proceed with caution." "Why proceed at all?" Mogweed said, stepping back. "Why not leave here, circle far around? Why invite danger?" "Perhaps we should heed the shapeshifter," Tyrus said. "And put an unknown enemy at our back?" Crowl said. "I say we flush him out." Nayland swallowed hard. "Either way, I must go. Even if it's alone." Gazes swung in her direction. Before anyone else could speak, her lute began to play softly. Gentle notes wafted out and upward. Nayland lifted the instrument in amazement. Her fingers were not touching the strings, yet the music began to grow fuller. A chorus flowed forth, bright as a summer moon, while around them the snow began to fall thicker. As soft as the falling flakes, the music floated over the lake. Kral growled. Quiet the cursed thing before it gives us away. Nayland pulled the lute away from him as he snatched at it. No! Kral's warning proved too late anyway. As the music reached the far side, warm yellow light appeared, glowing forth from several small square openings in the tree's wide trunk. Mogweed gasped and hid behind Kral. Windows, Merrick said with amazement. Someone's made a home inside your tree. Fardale's lurker, Tyrus commented, his family's fine sword in his grip. He must have heard the music, Mycel said. He's inviting us forward. Kral squinted his eyes. More likely inviting us into a trap. No, it's no trap. Nayland stepped forward. How can you know that? The mountain man gruffed. The music. Nayland lifted her lute. The wood rejoices. There can be no danger. And in her heart, she knew this to be true. She moved down into the hollow, meaning to follow the lake's edge. She heard the elven whisper behind her. I trust Nayland. As corrupt as these woods may be now, they were once her home. Come. Let's see what mystery lies here. As Nayland reached the lake's edge, a bit of melancholy infused the lute's song. She understood why. Once this small lake had teemed with fish and tadpoles. Fireflies had lit the boughs that overhung the still waters, reflecting their beauty, while around its banks, flowers had always been in bloom. But now the lake was black and featureless, edged by dank algae and clinging weeds. So much beauty lost. Nayland turned her eyes to the overhanging limbs of her love. Only its branches still spread over the lake, shooting strong and straight from a trunk so thick around that 30 men couldn't join hands around it. New tears flowed on her cheeks. Oh, my bonded, how proudly you still stand while all around you has fallen to grief and madness. As she led the others, she studied the lights that glowed forth from the trunk of her handsome tree. Though she should have felt anger at the violation of her beloved, the warm yellow glow cheered her heavy heart. A spark of life inside the dead. She found her feet hurrying. The others followed. Once they had reached the far side of the lake, a doorway swung open in the base of the tree, framed by the large roots, kneeing up from the soil. A figure stood bathed in the light. No threat was offered. We've been waiting so long for you, the figure at the door said in a gravelly voice. Nayland slowed as the lute song faded away. Who are you? The figure stepped clear of the door's brightness. It was a large man, dressed in simple rough-spun cotton. He was wide-shouldered, and though once clearly strong of limb, he was now gray-haired and leaned on a wooden crutch for support. Have you forgotten me already, Nayland? She shook her head. Sir, I have no. He waved away her words with his crutch. Ach, it is of no matter. My eyes may have gone bad, but not my ears. All that matters is that I've not forgotten the voice of your lute. But then how could I? He lifted a frail hand. It's a voice I helped forge with mine own fingers. Understanding struck Nayland. Rodrigo. Ah, the girl does remember the simple woodcutter. She hurried forward, pausing a moment to recognize the man's sharp eyes and beaked nose that shadowed over a thick gray mustache. When last she had laid eyes on him, the mustache had been black as oil. The last 15 winters had worn the man. Satisfied that it was indeed her old friend, she hugged him tight, holding her lute to the side. Once done with their greeting, Nayland pulled back. Have you remained here, in the fell, the entire time? He fingered his mustache, and the brightness in his eyes grew dark. He glanced from her lute to the twisted forest beyond. Aye, lass. But why? How? Nayland tried to comprehend what had happened since she had left with her lute. Mycel stepped forward. She still had her swords bared. Nayland realized Tyrus and Kral were armed as well. Indeed. How have you managed to survive out here among the grim without being consumed? Rodrigo eyed their weapons. Be at peace here, travelers. Sheath your blades and come inside. If it's stories you ask, then it's tales I'll tell, but not before we get out of this snow and in front of a warm fire. Nayland cautiously reached and pushed Mysel's blade down. Rodrigo can be trusted. It is he who carved my lute. He and his family have been friends of the Nephi for untold generations. They are as near to Nephi as any human can be. Mysel hesitated, then nodded. She swung her blades back into the crossed scabbards on her back. She waved the others to follow suit. Lord Tyrus slipped his Mrillian steel sword away, and Kral slowly hitched his axe to his belt. Merrick remained weaponless, arms across his chest. Mogweed hid in his shadow. Come inside, he urged them, holding the door open. Just follow the stairs here to the room above. Nayland led the way, stepping reverently back inside her home tree. A mix of feelings swept through her as she mounted the winding stairs that led upward. The smell of wood oil and sweet camphors triggered a response that strummed through her as if she were a lute string herself. Old memories stirred. Joy and sorrow rang in chorus. The dust of the last 15 winters' roads washed off her. Her hand rose and touched the bare wood, seeking the heartsong of the great tree. But she felt nothing there. It was empty. Her legs trembled, but the fingers of her other hand squeezed reassuringly around the neck of her lute. Here was where her tree's spirit now resided. As she moved up the stairs, trailed by the group, Nayland suddenly realized the path they were taking. The Nephi never made their homes inside their own trees. Instead, they built shelters and bridges among the branches. Only the bonded to a tree could enter inside the gentle giants, and it was a mingling of spirits, not a physical intrusion, like now. She glanced behind her. Only once before had she entered her tree like this. Her eyes caught upon Rodrigo's. He nodded and urged her onward. Where she reached the head of the stairs, a large room opened up, encompassing the full diameter of the tree. A single thick pillar stood in the center of the floor, while around it the space was crammed with cabinets, chairs, and tables, all formed of the deeply whorled, rich wood. The woodwright had kept himself busy over the past 15 years, making himself a cozy home here. But Nayland ignored all this. Instead, her eyes were drawn back to the central column, the true heart of her tree. She slowly circled it, searching until she found the spot in the column where a hollow had been carved from it. She held her lute up to it. The two shapes matched. Rodrigo stepped to her side. Its true home. She turned to him, glancing briefly around the room. And I see you've made your own home here, inside my tree. A slightly accusatory tone crept into her voice. Like some burrowing worm, he said with a sad sigh. Drilling and coring through a dead apple. Nayland touched his hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply. No, lass. It ain't natural. I've been among the Nephi too long not to feel the same way. He looked to his boots. But after you left, the tree called to me. What? He shook his head. Though its spirit had retreated into the lute, there was still magic in its root, enough to fuel a trace of its spirit. On the day you set off on your journey, I came here to gather my tools, and the tree spoke to me, well, not rightly spoke, more a feeling inside my heart and head. It was not done with me yet. I don't understand. He sighed. Come by the fire, and I'll explain all. He leaned on his crutch and led the way toward the tall stone-lined hearth dug into one wall of the chamber. Her friends were already gathered around it. Fardale lay sprawled before the hearth, almost laying in the flames, content, tail thumping slowly. The others stood, wary, ignoring the many wide chairs. Sit, Rodrigo said. Someone's got to use these chairs I've been whittling away these many long winters. Relax. I've warmed elderberry wine beside the fire. And afterward there are rooms and beds above. Slowly the group settled to the chairs, and wine was passed from hand to hand, warming the chill from their bones. Rodrigo returned from a small pantry with cheeses and a platter of chestnuts for roasting on the hearth. "I promised you all my story," he said, shaking the pan of chestnuts as they popped and sizzled. Mycel nodded. "How did you survive out here when nothing else can?" Rodrigo groaned a bit as he stood, then settled to his own seat. "It's not a short tale I must speak, so let me start where all stories should start, at the beginning, with Cecilia." "Cecilia?" Naylan asked, shocked to hear the name of the ancient elder of the grove. Mycel set her mug of warm wine down. "Who is that?" "Cecilia is the keeper of the true glen," Rodrigo said. "The eldest sister of the Nephi. She was bonded to the oldest tree of the grove, and when her tree began to twist and bend to the blight, she herself was also tortured. Fevered dreams, delirium. It went on for 3 moons. But at last, when I was certain the end was near, she had a vision of Lakeihara sprouting to life in a lake of red fire. A fire born of magic. She bade me carve the heart from Naylan's tree so that Naylan might be free to search the lands of Alasi for this magical cure to their doomed forest." Naylan stared into the fire. "It was Cecilia's prophecy that set me on my path." She raised her face to Rodrigo. "But what of you? Why did you not leave? Your duty here was done." "So I thought, but as I mentioned, the tree called to me, entreating me to one last task." "But what of the Grimm?" Kral asked. "They do not bother coming near here. Naylan's tree reminds them too much of what they lost. It stands straight and tall while all the rest lay twisted and tainted. The sight is too much for the wraiths to bear. So they stay away." Mogwai knelt by the fire and checked the chestnuts. "But all this?" He nodded to the surroundings. "You have to have traveled to bring all this here. The chestnuts, the wine." Rodrigo nodded. "Twice each passing winter, I've journeyed to mountain hamlets for supplies. That is, until just recently." Mogwai sat on his heels, eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Yet even on the woodland trails, the wraiths did not attack you?" "I was still under the protection of the tree." "How?" Mogwai squeaked. Rodrigo lifted the wooden crutch from where it rested between his legs and thumped it on the floor. "As Naylan's lute was carved from its heart, I hewed a branch of this great tree as my walking stick." He pulled his hands away from the crutch's grip to reveal a single sprout of green near its apex. Naylan leaned closer. "Leaves." A sprouted patch of tiny green leaves grew from the dead wood. Though each leaf was no longer than a fingernail, they were clearly coacona. "How?" "A bit of magic and a bit of spirit keep it fresh." Naylan bent nearer, too, then she stared into the woodsman's eyes. "It draws off your own spirit. Magic alone was not enough." He lowered his cane back down. No wonder the man had seemed to age so much since last she had seen him. "But why?" she asked. "What was so important?" He met her gaze. "Hope." "Hope for what?" Rodrigo leaned back and closed his eyes. "My family has served the true glen for as far back as we can remember. It is our home, too. If there is a way to bring the grove back, I would do anything, give up my own blood if necessary. But I still don't understand. What did my tree ask of you?" He opened his eyes. "It's easier to show you." Rodrigo struggled to his feet. "Come. The answer to all lies above." Naylan stood, biting back a twinge of misgiving. The old woodwright crossed to a narrow, curved staircase. It led up to a landing above the hearth room. Without another word, he climbed the stairs with the rest trailing behind. Naylan heard Mogwai mumble, "I don't like this." On the landing above, small rooms branched off. But Rodrigo led the way to the innermost doorway. He rested a hand on the iron latch and glanced to Naylan. His eyes were full of pain and something else. Her worries flared brighter. "I'm sorry," he said, and pulled the door open. You had better go in first. Inside was another circular room, similar to the hearth chamber, only smaller. In this room, a central pillar also ran from floor to ceiling. And like the column below, this one had been carved. It contained a cubbyhole no larger than a pumpkin. A soft gentle light wafted out from the opening. Nayland knew that faint purple light. It was the same glowing hue as given off by a blooming coacona. Alone, she moved nearer. Something rested inside the cubby. Rodrigo spoke behind her. For almost a full winter, the tree had enough magic stored in its taproot and enough traces of residual spirit to keep its branches full of leaves, even flowers, but... Nayland glanced back to the doorway, where the woodwright leaned on his crutch. She recalled the day she had left her bonded, remembering it as clearly as if it were a moon ago instead of 15 winters. Her tree had looked untouched. With a feeling bordering on dread, she turned back to the carved cubby and what rested inside. The tree somehow knew it bloomed its last flowers, Rodrigo said with a low voice. It called out with its dying breath. One last time. Nayland barely heard his words, or the question asked by Mycel. What do you mean? The swordswoman asked. When a coacona is ready for its flowers to go to seed, it calls for another spirit, a kindred sister, to leave her own tree briefly and mingle her spirit with its own, like a bee passing pollen from one flower to another. So Nayland's tree called for someone to join with it. But there were no Nephi left, Mycel said. Rodrigo lowered his voice. Not true. Though the Grimm are twisted, they are still Nephi. One came to the tree's call. It pushed past its own pain to respond to the tree's summons. Are you saying one of the Grimm joined with Nayland's tree? Rodrigo's voice cracked. It was Cecilia, the keeper. She was still fresh to the blight and new to her madness. She came and shared her spirit so the tree's last flower could go to seed. Sweet mother, Lord Tyrus said. What happened? By now, Nayland stared into the cubby. The answer lay within. A small babe lay cradled in the cubby. The source of the glow was easy to spot. It came from a plum-sized purple seed protruding from its lower belly, where a human baby's navel would be. She reached but was afraid to touch the seed or babe. It germinated, she realized with shock. Rodrigo continued. A new Nephi was born from the fertile seed. Normally, the tree and its bonded would nurture the young sister until it was strong enough to plant her seed and grow another coacona tree, spreading the grove. But something went wrong here. Nayland saw that clearly enough. The germination from the seed looked to have proceeded naturally enough. All Nephi grew slowly from their seeds, like the trees themselves. And this young one, though appearing only an infant, was growing well for only 14 winters. But Rodrigo was most correct, something was dreadfully wrong here. Rodrigo continued. I don't know what happened, or what it all means. Maybe it was due to the union with a Grimm, a tainted and twisted spirit. I just don't know. What's wrong? Mycel asked. Nayland turned from the pillar, her legs swooning under her. The new Nephi, it's a boy. The next morning, Kral climbed down the stairs to the main hearthroom. The scent of warm bread and the sizzle of pork fesh had drawn him from his goosefeather bed and quiet chamber. After almost half a winter on the road with only the hard forest floor as his bed and his rucksack as a pillow, he had slept soundly throughout the night and well into the late morning. He stretched the kinks from his arms and entered the room. He was clearly the last to rise. The others were already seated around a wide table spread with breads, fruits, boiled eggs, and meats. He also noticed a stack of gear piled on the room's far side, fox fur gloves, hooded cold-weather cloaks trimmed in ermine, even slabs of dried and smoked beef and hard cheeses. Mycel noticed his approach. The banded viper on her arm hissed at him, then settled back to its curled perch. Kral, sit. Eat. We've much to discuss and plan. He nodded, his nose filled with the sense of the table. His stomach grumbled appreciatively. He settled into his seat as Rodrigo filled a stone mug with hot coffee. "I've done my best to put together warmer clothes and additional fodder for your trek from here," Rodrigo explained. "But I don't know what good it will do. The snows are beginning to fall, and the upper passes of the ice trail will be impassable before much longer." "We'll leave today," Mycel said, "and set a hard pace. With your generous supplies, we can move faster and stretch each day's march a bit longer." Mogwai groaned from across the table, but he remained otherwise silent. Kral could understand the man's consternation. A few more days here at this warm, well-stocked place would suit him, too. But he also understood the necessity not to delay. Mountain storms were unpredictable, especially this time of year. Blizzards, ice storms, and cold fogs were more likely with each day's delay. "But how are we to travel the remainder of the fell?" Merrick asked, his thin fingers wrapped around his stone mug. "If Naylan remains here with the child." "But she must," Rodrigo interrupted. "The tree's seed has sustained the child until now but will not for much longer." Naylan glanced up from beside Mogwai. Her eyes were shadowed and tired. Clearly she had not found her sleep as restful as Kral. She faced them. "The boy nears the age when he will separate from his birth seed. Afterward, he will need the tree's song and spirit to sustain him." "So you must stay?" Tyrus asked. "I have no choice. Boy or not, the foundling is the offspring of my beloved. I cannot abandon it. The song of the lute will help sustain the strange child while I care for him and protect him. I don't understand the significance of a male knife-eye, or why this has come to be, but I must see it through." She stared around the table. "I'm sorry. I can take you through the woods," Rodrigo said. He nudged his wooden crutch with its little sprout of leaves. "The fresh, untainted branch will be as much a bane to the Grim as Naylan's lute. We should be safe." Kral read doubt in the man's eyes. The short length of wood had protected the woodwright, but there was no guarantee its meager protection would extend to their party. The others must have sensed the man's worry. A heavy silence grew around the table. Distantly, a wailing echoed through the wood walls. A lonely sound that was soon joined by another and another. As they sat stone still, the horrid chorus grew and swelled. Kral smelled the sudden fear in their host. Rodrigo's voice tremored as he settled his pitcher to the table. "They've never come so near." Mycel stood. "They must know we're here." The others quickly gained their feet, and weapons were gathered. "What are we to do?" Mogwai asked. "Will they attack?" Rodrigo crossed to a broad window that faced south. Kral and the others followed the woodwright. Beyond the window, the woods were bathed in early morning sunlight, but due to the perpetual cloud cover, it was wan and lifeless. Snow frosted the twisted branches of the surrounding trees, creating a stark landscape. Even the small lake was a black mirror. As they watched, the shadows of the deeper woods stretched toward them, swallowing up the trees and snow, descending and sweeping into the hollow. It was as if a black fog were consuming the world. What is happening?" Mogwai asked, backing away, his fingers reaching for his brother. Naylan stood still. "The Grim gather. I've never seen its like." Kral knew what she meant. The wraiths were generally solitary creatures, hunting the forest trails on their own. It was one of the reasons that the North Wall had withstood their numbers until now. But as Kral stared out at the force gathering around the hollow, he understood how the Great Wall had fallen. The Grim were now a unified force, a dark army. Kral remembered the Ilgard wraith who had possessed King Rhee's dead body, animating it. Was this Demonis the reason for the change in the Grim as a whole? If so, what control did she bear on these other wild, mindless creatures? How had she joined their madness to her own foul cause? Outside, the wail of the wraiths grew to a fevered pitch. The beast inside Kral stirred. How it wanted to howl along with the mad screams and cries, add its voice to the wild chorus. But Krell fought this urge. Now was not the time for legion, not yet. He closed his eyes and sent his beastly senses soaring. Touched by the Dark Lord, he felt a familiar thrill running through the gathered dark army. She's out there, he realized. The Demoness herself led this force to their doorstep. She hid amid the wraiths, but she could not hide from another Ilgard. Krell understood who led this assault, but could not alert his companions without exposing himself. Nayland spoke up, drawing his attention back to the room. She lifted her lute. I will go out to meet them. Mycel placed a hand on her shoulder. I don't know if even your lute song will be strong enough against such numbers. You will be a single note against a storm, Merrick said. Their chorus of wails will swamp the song of a single tree. I must try. We have no other means to drive them away. I will help, Rodrigo said, lifting his crutch. The bit of living spirit along with the lute song may prevail. But we must all be ready, Nayland said. If I can drive a wedge through their forces, then you must be as fleet of foot as possible. What do you propose? Lord Tyrus asked. Pack and stow the gear. She nodded to the stacks of warm clothes and food. If Rodrigo and I succeed in opening a breach, you all must take advantage and flee immediately. And you? Mycel asked. Nayland's eyes were haunted but determined. I must stay and protect the child. Mogweed shifted his feet, eyes darting everywhere, searching vainly for a means of escape. Why not take the cursed child with you? If this tree is dead anyway, why do you need to stay here? We don't stand a chance in the woods on our own. Nayland opened her mouth to dismiss this thought, but Mycel interrupted. Mogweed's right. The child will always be in danger here. It is only 2 days' march out of the forest. If you could whisk him away. Rodrigo agreed. Perhaps you should heed their counsel, Nayland. But I can't just. This place is an empty tomb. As long as the child is at your side and you have the lute, he should remain safe. The woodwright stared out at the gathering darkness. Besides, the boy is close to ripening and dropping his seed. Perhaps it is best if that were not done here, in this blighted soil. Maybe that's the reason you were all drawn here, to take the boy away. I don't know, Nayland mumbled. Well, someone had better make a decision, Mogweed said, pointing to the windows. Or it will be made for us. Beyond the lake, no trees could be seen. A solid wall of darkness spread all around them. Nayland bit her lip, then turned to Mycel. Gather up the boy. Wrap him well against the cold. At his tender age, he's still susceptible to frost. You others grab as much gear as possible. They all moved quickly, goaded by the rising howl of the wraiths. In moments, they were dressed in warm gear with packs of food and supplies on their backs. Mycel had the additional burden of a child strapped to her chest. Encumbered as she was, she would be useless in a sword fight, but Krell knew it was not the point of a blade that would win freedom here. He studied Nayland as she held her lute in her arms, staring into the darkness. All their hopes were weighed upon this lone woman. Krell smelled the fear in her, but also her resolve and determination. She must have sensed his gaze. She turned. Let's get this done. Krell nodded, turning away, but not before glancing one more time at the gathered horde. Again, he scented the Dark Lord's touch out there. The Ilgard Demoness hid in that cloak of blackness, one wraith among many. But to what purpose, what end? Nelahn was the first through the door. After the warmth inside, the sudden cold struck her like a fist. She gasped. It was an unnatural cold. As the wraiths drew the life from a victim, they now drew the warmth from the air. She stepped away from the threshold and clear of the large tree roots. The lake lay ahead, rimmed in frost. Its edges had frozen overnight. Nayland moved to its shore, facing the wall of blackness that circled the hollow, surrounding them. Closer, she saw that the wall whirled and churned as the massed wraiths writhed at the valley's edge. "Sisters," she mumbled, praying, "hear me and depart in peace." As she lifted her lute, the group gathered behind her. Rodrigo stood amongst them, his bit of living wood held out before him like a sword. Taking a deep breath, Nayland strummed her strings, and sweet notes spread into the gale of cries and screams. The music, though soft and sweet, fought through the cacophony. "Hear me, sisters," she repeated, now singing forth with the lute's melody. The notes swept across the cold water to strike the wall of darkness like 1,000 arrows. Holes were rent through the solidness as individual wraiths wailed and fled. Glimpses of the snow-crowned forest peeked through the throng, but the tears did not last long. The holes quickly disappeared as the remaining grim closed ranks. Nayland's eyes narrowed, suspicious of this action. What was driving the wraiths forward? What was making them fight their natural urge to flee the touch of the Trueblen? A sharp scream split the air. Nayland swung around and saw a wraith rip forth from the others and fly at her companions. It was a dark mist against the white snow. Rodrigo stepped forward, guarding the party with his crutch. Nayland's fingers hesitated on her strings, fearful for her friends. "Keep playing," Mycel urged, wincing against the railing screams. "Don't stop, Dot." Rodrigo swept his bit of wood between him and the scrap of darkness. "Be gone!" he yelled in the face of his enemy. The bold wraith hesitated, then stabbed a stream of darkness toward the woodsman's chest. Rodrigo danced back, surprisingly spry on his feeble legs. His stick sliced through the deadly shadow. Where it struck, light flared, the violet of blossoming coacona flowers. The wraith blew apart into ragged fragments. Its bits of shredded spirit fled back into the mass of wraiths. Kral bellowed in triumph. But Mycel's eyes swung to Nayland. "Play. Play if you want to live." Nayland returned to her lute, strumming with renewed energy. The wall of wraiths squirmed in clear agony, screams chasing screams. Nayland turned in a slow circle, casting her music in all directions. "Hear the song of the Trueblen," she sang softly as the music carried her words far, echoing out over the hollow. "Remember the spring shoots rising with the new sun. Remember the hills of a summer's night, aglow with blossoms. Remember autumn's display of brilliance and the endless rain of leaves, a warm blanket against the winter to come. Remember the winter's crisp breath when the sap runs slow and the stars shine like silver in the night sky. Remember it all. Remember the glen. Remember life." Her words cast a spell on the wraiths. They began to flow and ebb to her music. The wail became less sharp, more mournful. Breaks in the wall grew all around them. Bits of darkness shot high in the air and away, crying in pain and sorrow. "It's working," Merrick said. Nayland continued to sing, now in the old tongue. She sang of flowers, and sunshine, and drops of morning dew, while the lute rang with woodsong and a call for communion. It was all too much, even for the strength of the gathered horde. More wraiths fled. A pair tried again to attack the group, more in an attempt to stop the pain of her song than in true malice. But Rodrigo quickly dispatched them. Nayland kept singing. Sensing victory, she let her voice grow in strength, but eventually she realized she did not sing alone. Another voice had crept in on hers, blending into her song so smoothly that Nayland was not aware of it until it was too late. It came from the fraying wall of darkness. The new voice twisted Nayland's song, subtly and skillfully, changing the bright to the dark. "Dream of the sun's warm touch," Nayland sang. "And the burn of an endless drought," the unseen singer chorused. "Sing of petals soft with the first bloom," Nayland fought back. "And worms that eat out the flower's tender heart." Frowning, Nayland struggled to chase the other off, singing more fiercely, ringing with the voice of the Trueblen. But the parasitic voice would not let go, wrapping its song around her own, strangling it with whispers of dead wood and rotting roots. Slowly Nayland realized she was outmatched. The singer was older, more experienced. The voice sang with the echoes of centuries. Naylan could not resist it. Her voice began to warp, her lute's music shook with disease and crumbling bark. All around the hollow, the wraiths regrouped, fortifying the dark wall. "What's wrong?" Mycel asked, moving nearer, clutching the small child to her chest. "I don't know," Naylan said, slowing her fingers on the lute strings, struggling to think of a means to attack. Something's out there. Something stronger than I." Kral moved to her other side. He growled. "It comes." Mycel glanced to him, then out to the gathered wraiths. A black cloud bloomed from the wall, a swirling formless fog. It drifted across the lake, slowly, laconically, as if it cared little for the small band of people or the music of the lute. Naylan and the others retreated from it. Upon reaching the near shore, the cloud roiled inward on itself, fog becoming substance. The vague figure of a slender woman took shape on the frozen lake's edge. Silver energy traced her form. Her eyes opened. Naylan sensed here stood the singer who had so skillfully corrupted her song. Fardale growled, baring his teeth, and Rodrigo stepped forward, the branch held before him. The dark woman smiled at the man's response. "A brave knight carved of wood," she said disdainfully. "The last protector of the true Glen." Yet despite her words, she held back. "I know you," Naylan said, recognizing the screechy voice and where she had heard it last. "You're the wraith who possessed King Ree." The wraith's smile broadened, while growing colder at the same time. "Ah, yes, it was good to wear flesh again." She glanced to Lord Tyrus. "Even a moldy form as distasteful as that old man." The Myrilian prince lunged forward, but he was blocked by Kral. "You've no weapon that can harm an Ilgard," the mountain man warned, holding fast to the prince's elbow. The wraith ignored the men and swung her gaze back to Naylan. "As you know me, so I know you, Naylan." A laugh, empty of mirth, escaped the shadowy lips. "You caught me by surprise back at the castle. I had not been expecting you to pop out of the granite like that. But now I've had time to adjust to your presence. The black root has strengthened me against your pretty little song." "You'll not have us," Naylan warned. "I will fight with every spark of life in me." This earned another laugh. "You've grown full of yourself, little one. But it is not you I want." The figure's gaze swung to the child held by Mycel, then back to Naylan. "I want the boy. My boy." Naylan jerked a step back. "Why your boy?" Again the laugh. "I thought you said you knew me, Naylan." The smoky figure coalesced tighter, firming the vague form into someone familiar. "Cecilia." Naylan gasped, stunned. Rodrigo stepped forward. "The keeper of the grove." Naylan moaned. No wonder her song had been thwarted. Before Cecilia's corruption, the elder's age had numbered in centuries. She was the wisest of the Niphi, full of knowledge and guile. The wraith glanced down at the woodwright. "Are you still here?" She glided closer. Rodrigo swung his stave. "No!" Naylan called out. The branch swept into the shadowed woman. Violet light again flared, but this time no harm was done to the wraith. Cecilia smiled, staring down at the wooden crutch embedded in her chest. "Your tree spirit cannot harm me. Our two spirits have mingled. We are one." A tendril of darkness swept out of the woman's chest to wrap lovingly around the branch. "Get back, Rodrigo," Naylan urged. I can't move." The wraith smiled. "I smell your spirit in the wood, brave knight. Has it been feeding on you?" Such a cruel act, dragging out the inevitable so slowly. "Let me show you the benevolence of the Dark One." The tendril spasmed on the branch, and Rodrigo fell to his knees. In less than a heartbeat, the woodwright's life was sucked through the branch and into the dread wraith. He shriveled with a scream on his lips, then tumbled dead to the snowy ground, a twisted, empty shell. The tree branch fell to cinders in his hand. A shame. So little life was left in him, the demoness whined, kicking aside the branch. It did nothing but whet my appetite. Nayland felt her legs weaken. Rodrigo's family served you for generations. What have you become? Krell appeared at her side, holding her up. Do not look for answers here. She is lost to the black heart, twisted to his will. Twisted? The forest rang with her laughter and bitterness. Look around you, man of the mountains. It was the land itself that twisted my forest. The grief, the loss, it is unimaginable. And when Nayland's dying tree summoned me, the pain grew 100-fold. I could not stand it, touching the pure spirit with my taint. A mournful wail blew up into the sky. Around Nayland, her companions fell to their knees at the despairing cry. Only Nayland remained standing. Cecilia's keening moan slowly died away. She continued in a quieter voice. In my weak and defenseless state, the Black Root found me. I let him do what he wished. What did it matter any longer? Afterward I was glad that I'd not fought. The Black Root's touch unwove what was tangled by the land's curse. His fire returned my mind and revealed my true enemy. And what enemy is that? Nayland asked. The wraith stared hard at her. The land, my dear. The cruel, harsh, unforgiving land. The Black Root promised vengeance. I used my skills to gather the Grimm to our mutual cause, to bring down the North Wall, to guard the paths up into the mountains. Nothing must interfere with his design. Nayland stood stunned. Mycelle spoke up, still on her knees in the snow. What does he plan to do? Cecilia's eyes shone with madness. He'll make the land wail as my sisters do. Twist it the same as my handsome forest. After a stunned moment, Mycelle slowly stood. And what of this child? What role does he play? This question seemed to shake the demoness. Her gaze fixed on the swaddled child held in the shapeshifter's arms. He's mine. Mycelle remained quiet, then whispered. The Dark Lord doesn't know about your child, does he? You've kept a secret from your master. The figure trembled. He's mine, she repeated. Your last bit of purity, Mycelle pressed. The edges of the shadow began to fray. Nayland stepped forward, sensing a weakness to probe. She tenderly stroked the lute's strings. The music wafted so gently that no human ear could hear it. She wove an ancient song of birth and death, the cycle of life. Distracted, the wraith seemed unaware of it. Let us take the child from here, Mycelle urged. Take him where the blight can never touch him. The wraith hesitated, becoming more cloud than woman. There is no such place. Not until the Black Root destroys the land. Only then will the boy be able to grow hale and straight. Mycelle nodded her understanding. Let us keep him safe until that day. He is safest with me. No harm will come to him. But how can you be so sure? Did you escape the blight? Did your sisters? The dire fell poses the most risk to the boy. His only safety lies in escaping here, as Nayland did. The black clouds swirled in indecision. Nayland continued to weave her song around the wraith, gently drawing out the motherly instincts of this tainted creature, holding tight to that seed of sanity buried deep inside. I can't part with him, the wraith moaned. Mycelle persisted. Would you rather the boy was raised on the wails of the Grimm or the pure wood song of Nayland's lute? Which is more likely to leave the child hale? You've produced something new, something wondrous, something pure. Let us help you protect it. Nayland complimented Mycelle's words with her music. She wove the image of autumn leaves falling, crumbling back to soil and loam, feeding the next generation, preparing the forest floor for new sprouts. The cycle of life's sacrifice. The dead giving back to the living. The selfless act of love and birth. Something finally broke inside the wraith. The dark cloud blew into the air, coursing over the lake. "Take the child," the wraith wailed. "Take my boy from here." Her cry spread across the sky, shattering the wall of wraiths. As the Ilgard Demonis flew through the forest, her sisters followed, only too glad to flee. Nalan crossed and knelt by Rodrigo's body. She touched his cheek gently, wishing him a safe journey to the next world, and silently thanked him for all he had done. His sacrifice, as much as any, had brought this new life out of a dead forest. Mycel stepped near Nalan, watching the darkness shred apart around them. "Cecilia is mad and not to be trusted. It took your music to sway her to her own nobler instincts." Nalan raised her eyebrows as she stood, surprised Mycel had heard her lute. "I have the ears of a shapeshifter," she explained. "I heard your song plying Cecilia's will. But we can't trust your enchantment holding for long, especially when she realizes where we're headed. She could turn back on us in a heartbeat." "Then let us be gone far from here before that happens," Nalan said, and slipped the lute over her shoulder. Her arms free, she took the child from Mycel. Nalan stared down into the tiny face, then back up at her tree, dead but still stately. Tears welled. "Do you wish a moment to say goodbye to your home?" Nalan turned her back and stepped away, holding the child close. "This wood is no longer my home. Lake Ihara is dead. All that I love, I carry with me now." 16. Mogweed's legs ached, and his lungs burned both from the cold and the air's thinness. He stared ahead at the narrow mountain trail. It wound up and up, higher and higher. For the 6 days since leaving the dire fell, the group had been continually climbing upward. There were only brief respites when the trail wound down into a short valley. Otherwise, for league after league, they climbed the granite peaks of Alasia's northernmost mountains. But at least they had left the grim behind in their twisted homeland. Here a forest of pine and redwood towered around them, boles as straight as arrows, limbs hanging heavy with snow. It had been such a cheerful sight once they had climbed from the woods, but within a day's travel, they had come upon their first mountain hamlet. It had been torched. Singed chimneys stood amid burned and cracked timber, and heads had been staked in the town's central square, clear work of marauding dwarf raiders. Any hope of replenishing their supplies died as they tromped through the sacked hamlet. The only boon gleaned from the township was a scraggly, bone-thin pony found in the near woods. After discovering the ruined hamlet, Kral had guided the group from the wide ice trail, deeming it unsafe. After bringing down the wall, Kral had said, "I'd wager the dwarves have cleared all the townships along the road here, fortifying the main approach to the citadel. There'll be lookouts and guard posts all along the main pass. We'll be less likely to be spotted on the smaller, steeper back trails." So the group had left the gentler, wider trails for the winding, cliff-hugging tracks. Near the head of the group, Nalan rode the thin pony, nestled over the small child. She was the only one light enough for the small horse to carry. Mogweed scowled at the Naifi. He was not that much heavier than she was. Besides, the pony would have served them all better if it had been slaughtered and sun-cured. With the hamlets sacked, their supplies had dwindled rapidly. At last, as the sun fell behind a ridge of snow-tipped peaks, Mycel lifted an arm, signaling the end of the day's trek. "We'll set up camp near the stream," she called out, and pointed to where a creek chattered along a series of short falls off to the right. "Thank the sweet mother," Mogweed mumbled. His thighs and calves were cramped knots. He stumbled away from the thin deer trail and followed the others to the flat shelf. The camp was quickly assembled. After so long on the road, everyone knew their duties. Kral dug out a fire pit and cleared the dead pine needles from around the knight's hearth. Bedrolls were laid out around it. Merrick and Tyrus gathered wood and kindling, while Nalan fetched water. Mogweed fished through the packs for their cooking gear and their dwindling fodder. He snatched a bit of hard cheese and popped it into his mouth, then pulled out some strips of dried mutton. Mycel stepped to Mogweed's side. He had to swallow his stolen tidbit quickly, but the woman's eyes were on the forest. Have you seen any sign of your brother? Mogweed frowned. No, not since last night. Fardale must be hunting wide off our trail. But I'd be happier knowing he was safe. Mogweed straightened with a pan in hand. He's safer in the wood than with us. Out there, he is just another lone forest creature. It's not the dangers of the forest that worry me. Mycel glanced back to him. It's his own will. The wolf inside draws close to claiming him completely. We've another moon at least before we settle. Mycel craned her neck toward the twilight skies. The moon hung full above. I hope you're right. She stalked away. A chill crept through Mogweed as he searched the surrounding forest. Where was Fardale? His brother had never disappeared for a full day before. And last night, before slinking off to hunt the dark forest, Fardale had turned to him, sending fuzzy images. They had made no sense. Even his eyes had not glowed as bright. Mycel was right. The wolf was near to claiming him completely. Mogweed, at least, wore a human form and was less prone to such urges. It was known that the wilder the beast, the quicker someone settled. Still, Mogweed could not dismiss that he had grown more and more comfortable in his current body. He recalled how at first his sallow and thin-limbed form had grated, how even wearing boots had chafed him with each step. But now, after so long, Mogweed wore his body with ease. In fact, he had grown to be possessive of it, and the fervency of his longings to melt from this flesh into another shape had dimmed. And even when he did crave to shape stronger legs or sprout a warmer pelt, it was always with the knowledge that he'd return to this same body. Mogweed shivered. As much as he wanted to ignore these changes in perspective, he knew in his heart what it meant. He, too, was close to settling. The human in him threatened his true heritage. Even Mycel understood Fardale better than he did. Not only were Fardale's sendings coarser, Mogweed's ability to receive was fading. Mogweed stared up at the moon, full and bright in the darkening sky. One more moon, then all is lost. Quit stargazing, Krall grumbled, off to the side. Get the cooking gear over here. Mogweed turned and saw the mountain man had already managed to raise a small fire. With pots and pans in hand, Mogweed moved to Krall's side. The large man fed sticks into the flames, his black beard dripping as the ice melted from its dark curls. Where's that elven with some real wood? Krall said. I can't hold this flame without something more substantial to feed its hunger. The mountain man's eyes shone with a matching smolder. Mogweed set his pots and pans down and stepped away, not turning his back. He had lived all his life in the deep forest, and even though he was close to settling, his woodland instincts were deeply instilled. He sensed something wild and savage in the tall man. And like Fardale, each day the beastly nature seemed to grow stronger, less hidden. Mogweed had assumed it was because they neared Toromon, the mountain folk's ancient homelands, perhaps that had Krall's old animosities burning brighter. But when near the man, as now, Mogweed was less sure of this explanation. I'll go look for Merrick and Tyrus. Help them gather more wood. Make sure they each bring an armload, Krall growled, his eyes on the skies now. We'll see snow tonight, and the cold will grow savage. Mogweed nodded and moved away. He had no intention of looking for the others. That was not his chore. Besides, the woods had grown dark, and there was no way he was going to search for the others in those deep shadows. Instead, once out of direct sight of Krall, Mogweed slinked toward the river. He heard the voices of Nayland and Mycel. Moving on his toes, he crept close enough to overhear. How's little Rodrigo doing? Mycel asked, referring to the Nephi male child. Nayland had named the child after the old deadwood rite. Mycel scooped a pail into the stream and hauled it out. Nayland took the pail from her with a shy smile. The babe fares well and draws strength from my tree's spirit. With her free hand, Naylan hitched the babe's sling higher, then touched her chest. But he's not the only one. My own breasts have begun their swelling. They'll be ready to suckle by the time he drops his birth seed. And how much longer will that be? Mycel asked, picking up a second pail slopping with fresh water. It's hard to say. But no longer than a couple moons. So soon? Naylan nodded. The two women moved in the direction of Mogweed's hiding spot. He scrambled behind a granite outcropping so as not to be seen, then followed them back to camp. From his new vantage under the boughs of a redwood, Mogweed spied upon the entire campsite. Merrick and Tyrus had returned with ample wood, and Krell fed his fires. Naylan placed her pail of water down nearby, then settled to a stone seat and gently rocked the babe in her arms. Mycel moved away from the flames and brought her pail to the tethered pony. It ignored the water and continued to tug on the scraggly patches of green grasses. Mycel wiped her hands and stared up at the full moon. Even from his roost, Mogweed saw her sigh heavily, eye the camp, then slip off to the side. Mogweed's lips thinned. He knew what she was about to do. He moved silently around, keeping Mycel in sight. When he wanted, Mogweed could slip as silently through the woods as his wolfish brother. Mycel crossed back to the stream's edge, then tossed her cloak across a slab of flat granite. Next she worked off her sword's belts and unbuttoned her leathers. Shortly she stood only in her linen underclothes, then, oblivious to the cold, she shed even these, adding them to the pile of her garments. Once naked, she settled cross-legged atop her cloak. Mogweed squirmed at the sight of her. He felt stirrings in his loins, a rush of heat, and licked his dry lips. His eyes wandered over her curves and her long, muscled legs. He hunkered down for a better look. As she sat, it was easy to see that Mycel was not completely naked. Twisted around her upper arm, she still wore the rainbow-banded snake, the Pakagolo. Mycel glanced to the moon again, staring at it for a long moment. As Mogweed had hoped, it was time once more for Mycel to renew herself with the snake's poison. Carefully, Mycel teased the tiny Pakagolo from its perch and onto her hand. It squirmed with clear agitation. It, too, sensed the moment had drawn near once again. Mogweed swallowed in anticipation, his eyes fixed on what was to come. Mycel lifted the snake and brought it to her throat, craning her neck to bare the tender flesh at its crook. The Pakagolo writhed in her fingers, its tiny tongue flickering. It drew back to strike, jaws opening, fangs unhinging to expose their lengths. Mogweed did not see the serpent lash out. One moment it stood poised, then the next its jaws were fastened to Mycel's throat. Mogweed watched the snake spasm as it pumped its poison into her. Slowly the woman toppled backward limply, arms falling loosely to the side. Where the snake had struck, Mycel's flesh melted as the poison spread. First her neck and shoulder dissolved into an amorphous shape, an amber-hued gel that flowed and churned. Then, as the poison spread outward, so did the transformation. Her naked form melted like a wax doll placed too near the flames. Mogweed's fists clenched with both frustration and desire. Here was the true form of the Esilura. How he longed to melt himself and share with Mycel. The man in him had responded to her naked form, now his Esiluran half rang out with desire. Mogweed could barely contain himself. Sweat pebbled over his skin. His blood rushed, his heartbeat thudding heavy in his chest. But he was not the one to share this moment. The Pakagolo, floating atop the gelatinous amber mass of Mycel, now sank into her depths, swimming through her, inside her. Through the translucency, Mogweed watched the snake sweep and contort in S-shaped waves. Mycel's flesh seemed to ripple in response. Where the snake passed, the amber hues brightened. Soon her entire form glowed. Once this was accomplished, the snake surfaced again, rising like a diver and floating atop Mycel's body. Slowly the rippling and churning calmed, and a form began to reshape itself out of chaos. In a matter of moments, limbs were sculpted again, and a body of smooth curves reformed. Mycel was reborn again. Her lips parted, and she gasped her first breath. With her chest heaving, she remained upon her cloak, eyes still closed as the transformation wound to completion. The Pakagolo again perched upon her upper arm, coiling into place. Mogweed trembled at the sight of her. Then something cold touched the flushed skin of his cheek. Mogweed yelled and tumbled backward, his arm raised in protection. A large dark shape loomed over him. It took him a shuddering heartbeat to recognize his brother. Fardale settled to his haunches, tongue hanging loosely in wolfish amusement. Mogweed sat up and cuffed his brother, but his blow was shaky. "Who's out there?" a rasped voice called. It was Mycel. Mogweed cringed a moment, then scrambled to his feet. It's just me. I've found Fardale." He moved forward as if he had just arrived. "I thought you'd like to know." Pushing aside a branch, he found Mycel already dressed in her linen underclothes. She nodded to him, eyes exhausted, then turned to her piled garments. "It's good to see you again, Fardale." The tree wolf growled in acknowledgement, then crossed to the stream and drank heartily. Mycel and Mogweed shared a glance. Both had noted Fardale's lack of mental greetings. He did not even try to communicate in the Esiluran way any longer. Muzzle still dripping, Fardale crossed to a bush and raised his leg. His hot stream steamed in the evening's cold. Again Mycel glanced to Mogweed, an eyebrow raised. Mogweed stared in shock at his brother's casual action. Once done, Fardale lifted his nose, sniffed the air, then loped toward camp, clearly drawn by the scent of the night's stewpot. Mycel tugged on her leggings. "Fardale is close to full wolf. Are you sure you still have another moon's time before you both settle?" Mogweed remembered his own response to Mycel's naked form. He had wanted so desperately to take her like a man. Even now, he was glad his own cloak hid how much he still felt that way. I don't know. No one's been cursed like us before." Mycel touched his shoulder, and Mogweed had to fight down a shudder of desire. "If there is a way to stop this, we'll find it." Mogweed nodded and stepped away. He glanced at her snake as she retrieved her jerkin. His eyes narrowed as a sudden flare of frustrated anger burned through his desires. It was not fair that Mycel had been given back her shape-shifting gifts by the serpent. She had voluntarily settled into her human form but was still given this second chance. The snake seemed to sense his gaze and lifted its tiny head. Their eyes met. A tongue flickered out at him, tasting the air between them. Mogweed's eyes narrowed, remembering the flow of Mycel's flesh. For the 1000th time, he wondered if some clue to his own problem was not hidden under his own nose. The old healer, Mama Frida, had claimed that the snake was tied to Mycel since her resurrection, and its magic was linked solely to her spirit. But what if that link were somehow broken? What if a new link could be forged? Mycel straightened and pulled into her jerkin. "We should get back to camp." Mogweed nodded. He waited until she was fully dressed, then followed her down, watching her back. As he strode, a new desire took hold of his heart, not the lusts of a man, but something darker. What if the link could be broken? Perched in the limbs of a massive redwood, Merrick counted the dwarves passing below. 10. It was the second patrol the party had come upon as they neared Toraman. And like the other, this group had its guard down. The patrol's guttural laughter and loud voices had carried down the mountain pass, giving plenty of warning to Merrick's group. Up here, the dwarves had grown lax. Then again, why shouldn't they? Between the Grim of the Fell and their own entrenched armies at Castle Mryl, what did they need to fear out here? Who could threaten them? Merrick lifted a hand and cupped his lips. He let out a piercing cry of an ice eagle. In response, Fardale burst from behind a holly bush and rushed the last dwarf in the party. He slashed the warrior's hamstring and was gone in a blur of shadowed fur. The wounded dwarf yelled and tumbled to his face. His fellow soldiers swung around. With their attention diverted, Merrick leaped from his perch and touched just enough of his wind magic to slow his fall to a graceful swoop. In his hands, a pair of crossbows hummed as their bolts shot free. One struck the eye of a dwarf, the other ripped through another's throat. Merrick landed lightly in a pile of pine needles, tossing aside his bows and sweeping out his thin sword. He stabbed the closest dwarf, moving faster than an eye could follow. Behind the party, Kral and Tyrus suddenly appeared, one dark as the forest's gloom, the other bright as a morning sun. The men rushed the unprotected rearguard with axe and sword. As they struck, Mycelle stepped from the trail's side to slice into the patrol's flank with her twin swords. Caught by surprise, most fell with their weapons still sheathed. The slaughter was quick and savage. Kral cleaved through with his dire axe, blood and gore fontaining around him as he waded through the shattered patrol. Mycelle and Tyrus danced behind him, finishing off what the mountain man left in his wake. Merrick saw a dwarf break from the pack. This one was slimmer and longer-legged than his companions. A runner, no more than a youngster. Eyes wild with terror, he raced back up the trail, clearly hoping to raise the alarm, hoping to live. Merrick lowered his blade and shook his head. As the dwarf fled up the deer trail, roots rose to tangle his feet. He crashed to his face, but to his credit, he rolled quickly back to his feet. But it was already too late. Fardale leaped silently out of the brush and tore out the young dwarf's throat. Merrick turned away as the wolf dispatched the runner. Around him, the dwarf patrol lay torn upon the woodland trail, blood steaming in the cold morning air. A dwarf slowly tried to crawl away, moaning, his right arm cleaved off at the elbow. Tyrus stepped behind him and removed his head with a double-fisted blow of his sword. The Myrlian prince remained expressionless. Nayland stepped from the cover of a hawthorn bush, the babe in her arms. Mogwai came with her. Nayland lifted an arm, and the roots that had tripped the dwarf runner sank back into the loamy soil. She stared at the slaughter with numb eyes. Finally, she turned away. "It's not right," she mumbled. Kral searched through the dead, recovering satchels of foodstuffs, checking weapons. He straightened. His beard was soaked with blood, dripping. Merrick winced. Nayland had spoken truthfully, this was not right. He remembered the dwarf party accompanying Elena to Golgotha, the prisoners who had been freed of the Dark Lord's reign by the sight of the Trisil hammer. This same party was no less tainted, bent to the will of the black beast of Golgotha. Was it right to kill them? He stared at the light in Kral's eyes, and to take so much pleasure from it? Merrick sighed and sheathed his weapon. What choice did they have? The weir gate hidden at the citadel had to be destroyed. After hiding the bodies, the group gathered and continued up the trail. Fardale, tail in the air, swept ahead to scent out any further dangers. The day stretched forever in the endless climb upward, but as the sun sank toward the shadowed western peaks, the party finally reached the height of the pass. Merrick was one of the first to reach the vantage point. A huge open valley stretched ahead, so wide the far peaks were barely discernible. Heavy mists hung in tattered shreds, bits of white against the dark pines. But all this was just a frame for the true wonder of the Highland Basin. Below, all but filling the valley's bowl, was a gigantic mountain lake, midnight blue and as glassy as a mirror, Toromon. Mogwai gasped as he stepped forward. Sweet mother! Merrick understood his surprise. Spanning the great lake of Toromon was a massive arch of granite. It crested over the waters, its legs rising from the waters themselves, its surfaces wind-scoured smooth. But its uppermost heights, its pinnacle, had been carved into a great castle of turrets, balustrades, and sweeping walls. Throughout the structure, torches glowed from windows and walls. The ancient home of the mountain folk, Kral said, his voice cracking, his eyes fixed on the high castle. The citadel of the Ice Throne. It's wondrous, Nayland said, climbing off her scrawny pony. The arch and castle not only climbed the skies, but were also reflected in the still waters of the lake below, creating the illusion of a continuous circle. It was indeed a wondrous sight, but not without a certain starkness. Below the arch, under the castle's battlements, hung massive icicles, formed from centuries of mist stripping from the stone and freezing in the thin, frigid air. They stretched toward the waters far below, their surfaces glinting in the last rays of sun like the icy fangs of some mountain beast. Merrick shivered, sensing the dark hunger flowing out from the place. And he was not the only one. Tyrus scowled at the high castle. "It's out there. I can smell it." "What?" Mycel asked at his side. "The griffin," the prince answered. "The Weir Gate. Can't you feel it?" A throbbing sickness, like a festering, feverish wound. Merrick nodded. "I sense it, too. A black hunger drawing off all life here. A hole in the fabric of the universe. "I don't feel anything but the cold," Mogwait said, his teeth chattering. "Neither do I," Mycel said. "Are you sure?" A small muffled wail startled them all. They swung around. The babe in Nalan's arms cried, and its tiny limbs fought and kicked at its buntings. "The seed child feels it, too. As do I." She slipped back and sought to quiet the child. Mycel turned questioning eyes to Kral. He nodded. "An evil worse than any dwarf has possessed the castle." Mycel glanced around the group. "But only the elementals feel it." "What do you mean?" Merrick asked. "Mogwait and I sense nothing out of sorts. But all of you do." Her eyes narrowed as she returned to her study of the valley. Merrick pondered her words, then spoke. "Elena did mention that the Weir Gates were tuned to magic and those who bore it. It has the capability of not only sucking magical energies into its dark heart, but even people, if they are strongly enough imbued with magic. Like those with elemental gifts." He nodded. Eäril was taken. Tyrus, too, briefly. And if we are to believe what was learned back at Aloa Glen, even the spirit of Chi himself is trapped inside. "Then you're all the most at risk," Mycel said. "If we are to destroy this gate, then only Mogwait, Fardale, and I can approach the griffin safely." "But how will any of us destroy it?" Merrick said, voicing a concern that had been nagging at him since the journey had begun. "If it can simply absorb our magic, how can we hope to fight it?" Kral stepped forward as the sun finally sank away, a dark figure against the gloom. He hefted his axe in his hand. "All this chattering is not getting us a step closer. No matter what happens, I will find a way to carve this evil from the citadel's heart. The Ice Throne will belong to the mountain folk again." Mycel sighed. "Kral is right. Nothing can be accomplished from here. We have no choice but to go on." With the matter settled, the party headed down the trail leading into the valley. With the way downhill from here, Nalan freed her pony, fearing it might be more a burden than an asset, and continued on foot. Merrick helped her, taking her lute wrapped in its protective furs over his own shoulder. After a bit, Mogwait slipped up to the head of the line, holding his cloak tight around his thin figure. He nodded ahead. "And has anyone considered how we're going to reach the castle?" "If it's guarded by dwarves and atop a peak of arched stone." "There is a way inside," Kral answered. "What way?" Mogwait asked. "The path by which my people fled the castle, 5 centuries ago." Snow again came with the night, blowing and gusting in swirls around the party as they huddled in their cloaks and moved silently along the rocky beach. They hid in the shadows of the overhanging trees. Kral led the way, his eyes narrowed, his beastly senses stretching outward. Full night had descended, and the lake waters were as black as oil. Kral stared at the white snow sweeping across the dark face of Toraman. Pausing, he sniffed the breeze. A storm was coming, a true blizzard. "We must increase our pace," he hissed to Mycel behind him. She grimaced. "It's more important to be cautious." Kral stared out into the deeper forest that covered the valley floor. On the way to Toraman, they had come upon several dwarf encampments, but with their campfires, they were easy to spot and avoid. Even the occasional patrol was easily sidestepped, due to the dwarves' continued laxguard. Presently, the woods remained dark and silent. "I suspect all our hens are nested for the night," he answered. "Dwarves don't like the cold. They'll have their heads tucked tight tonight." "Still, it pays to be cautious," Merrick said, overhearing them. "We don't want to wake the whole henhouse." "A storm is coming," Crowl growled, angry. "A mountain killer." Merrick glanced across the lake to the north. "I sense it, too, but the blizzard might cover our approach." Crowl shook his head, icicles clinking in his frozen beard. "You might know the skies, Elvin. But you know nothing of the mountains. What comes this night will freeze you where you stand. We must be off the lake before it strikes." "How much longer?" Crowl cocked his head. Already the winds were beginning to howl. "Not long." Mycel nodded forward. "Set the pace. We'll keep up." As they continued, Mycel drifted back to alert the others. Merrick kept pace with Crowl. After another league had passed under their feet, the snow began to fall thicker, now sticking in heavy flakes to the shoreline and tree limbs, accumulating quickly. Merrick spoke up, shaking snow from his cloak like a bird ruffling its feathers. "How much farther to the secret path into your mountain citadel?" "We near it now," Crowl grumbled, not wishing to talk. With nightfall, the beast inside him grew in strength. It was difficult to ignore and harder to keep in check, especially with the dark magic swirling throughout the valley. "Where?" Merrick persisted. Crowl pointed out into the water, to where the nearest leg of the arch swept out of the lake and climbed high into the sky. The base was as thick around as most castles. From here, a stout wooden bridge could be seen linking the shore to the arch's leg. Torches lit an iron door in a sheltered alcove. Crowl knew it led to a long stair that wound up inside the stone arch to the distant castle above. "The bridge is unguarded," Merrick noted with surprise. "The citadel protects itself. It takes a strong man a half-day to climb to the castle heights. None can sneak upon it unawares." Crowl pointed to the tiny lights that dotted the sweeping leg of the arch. Lookouts and guard posts lined the stairs all the way to the top. "What is the need to watch a single door?" Merrick nodded, but his eyes remained narrowed with worry. As they continued, Crowl stared out at the giant granite arch. Now so close, Crowl could sense both powers here, not only the dark power that thrilled through him, but also a deeper, more sonorous beat. Crowl knew this voice. It was the call of the mountain roots, the deep vastness of stone. It vibrated up from below, chiming through the arch. It was this same call that had first summoned the nomadic clans of the northern mountains, gathering the myriad flames, the clans, to this place. It had taken his people a full century to mine out the tunnel that led to the arch's heights. The upper arch had originally been used as an ancient lookout for guarding the entire valley, a mutual means of defense when the lands were wild and wars frequent. But eventually the lookout's roost grew into a full castle and the many clans became one, united under the Centiflame, Crowl's own family clan. But that was no more. Crowl gripped his axe in an iron hold. 5 centuries ago, the dwarves had come, armed with dark magics and accompanied by monsters of the foulest ilk. The clans had no defenses against such forces. His people were shattered into individual families and scattered throughout the mountains, nomads again. Crowl listened again to the deep call of the citadel. The pain was almost too much to bear. Even the beast inside him cowered from it, retreating deep into his heart. "How are we going to get up to the top without being seen?" Merrick asked. "By not going up," Crowl answered, and turned to the dark waters of Toromon. The group gathered behind him. He tossed aside his winter cloak. "From here, I must go alone to see if the old path remains open." "Go where?" Mycel asked, joining them again. Crowl stripped out of his outerwear until he stood only in his linen underclothes. He ignored the cold breezes across his naked flesh. He held his axe for a moment, then reluctantly added it to his pile of discarded clothes. Someone gather up my gear. Take it with you. Where? Mycel asked again, growing angry now. Enough of these half answers. Speak straight. Kral turned to her. You and the others go ahead. Cross the wood bridge to the arch's iron entry. Hide in the door's shadows until I come for you. And where are you going? Mogwait asked, shivering. Kral turned again to the lake and pointed to the arch's reflection in the dark waters, lit by moonglow through the thickening clouds and the torchlight of the castle's heights. I go to claim my birthright. He glanced back to Lord Tyrus. As the land gave your family the gift to melt stone into water and swim through it, so the land had given my family the mirror to your magic, to turn water back to stone. I don't understand what. Kral ignored their confused expressions. It was simpler to show them, that is, if the land still remembered his clan and the oaths spoken long ago. Before anyone else could speak, he dove into the frigid waters, diving for the reflection of the arch in the midnight waters, praying the land had a long memory. The water's cold struck him like a hammer to the chest. As his head crested back out of the water, he bit back a gasp and fought his muscles, which cramped from the water's icy grip. He kicked and swept his arms, swimming for the shimmering reflection of the archway. He paused to glance behind him. The group stood stunned on the shoreline. He waved an arm angrily at them, and Mycel quickly guided the others to gather his things and move toward the bridge farther down the shore. Kral returned his attention back to his own responsibility. Kicking smoothly, he drove hard for the distant reflection, a fiery glinting on the waters from the citadel's torches far overhead. As the cold sank through to his bones and his limbs grew leaden, Kral worried that he was on a fool's errand. This was surely madness. But as he finally struggled into the fiery reflection of the castle, the waters grew warmer around him. At first, Kral thought it was merely his own exertion warming his muscles, but soon the waters grew much too warm to ignore. Tears choked his throat. The land remembered. Fearing the miracle might disappear, Kral took a deep breath and dove into the depths. Under him, a glow spread deep into the water. Far below, he saw the fiery image of the citadel reflected in the dark depths. He stared in wonder at the mirror image of his ancient homeland. Even a shimmering arch could be seen reflected in the watery depths, reaching up like welcoming stone arms. He remembered his first view of the valley, the archway spanning the lake, while at the same time, reflected in it, forming a complete circle. Half stone, half illusion. Invigorated by the sight, Kral kicked and drove for the closest leg of the ghostly arch. As he neared it, a twinge of doubt again flared. What was this folly? What was he doing? Surely it was just old family stories, old clan tales. He reached a hand toward the shimmering reflection and his fingers touched stone. Mycel led her party cautiously around a granite outcropping. The bridge lay ahead. It appeared unwatched, but she held up a hand for silence as she listened, then waved Fardale forward to check the fringe forest for spies. They all huddled in the lee of the boulder, out of the worst of the fierce wind. Mycel glanced around her. The others were all shivering, cloaks dusted with clinging snow. Kral had been most correct in his assessment of the weather. They needed shelter from this storm as soon as possible. She stepped back around the boulder into the teeth of the snowstorm and searched for Kral. There was no sign of him. The waters had grown still again. Where was he? What was he up to? Her earlier misgivings flared. Since entering the valley, the tiny snake on her arm would hiss and squeeze with his approach, clearly agitated, offering some strange warning. Could Kral be fully trusted? For the 1000th time, she wished she still retained the gift of seeking, the ability to sense the elemental energy in another, but it was gone with her rebirth. In such matters, she was as blind as any other. Still, gift or not, something had changed in him, of this she was certain. But had they not all changed on this long journey? Lord Tyrus touched her shoulder. Fardale's back from his search. Putting aside her suspicions, she nodded and followed the man back to the others. Naylan huddled over her baby, while Mogweed leaned near Fardale. "I can't understand you," Mogweed hissed at his brother. Mycel placed a hand on the thin man's shoulder. "Let me try." Both Fardale and Mogweed glanced up at her. The amber glow in their eyes, once so bright, was now the barest glimmer. They were both close to settling. Mycel knelt before Fardale, placing a hand on his shoulder. "What did you find, Dot?" A kaleidoscope of images swept across her mind's eye. "Concentrate, Fardale." A deep whine flowed from his throat, but the images slowed their spin. Two dwarvish guards hidden in a smoky alcove and a tumble of rocks, crouched around a small brazier of glowing coals. Mycel straightened. Spies watched the bridge from Forest's edge. She turned back to the wolf. "Can you take us there?" Fardale didn't bother to answer, just spun on a paw, ready to lead the way. Mycel quickly nodded to Tyrus. "You come with me. Merrick, you knock up a crossbow and watch over the others." The elven nodded. Tyrus stepped to her side, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. With a wave, Mycel sent Fardale off, then she and Tyrus followed. They were all skilled at moving unseen, unheard. In a short time, Mycel made out the weak glow of the makeshift camp shining from a tumble of boulders. It was a good vantage point, high enough to watch the bridge, but sheltered to keep the lookouts hidden. With silent hand gestures, Mycel passed instructions. Fardale flashed across the cave's entrance, making sure he was spotted, then dashed off again. A startled grumble erupted from the cave. One of the pair of dwarves bumbled to the entrance, weaving a bit on his feet, a wine flask gripped by its leather neck in his hand. It seemed the glowing coals were not enough to keep this bored pair warm. The dwarf stumbled another step out to make sure the wolf was gone. Fardale had vanished, but not Tyrus. The tall prince stepped before the dwarf and drove his sword through the startled guard's neck. Blood sprayed across the white snow, matching the sloshing wine that flowed from the flask he dropped. Tyrus snatched the dwarf's cloak and tumbled him away from the alcove's opening. His crash was not silent. "Did ye get the furry beast?" His companion called out, slurring in his dwarvish tongue. "I could use me some hot, bloody meat." Mycel kept her post on the opposite side of the shelter's opening. When the second dwarf stepped free, she drove both her swords through his chest, piercing his twin hearts. He fell back into the alcove, landing on his brazier and scattering coals around the rank space. Tyrus stepped to her side, wiping his sword clean on a cloak stolen from the dead dwarf. He offered an edge to Mycel so she could clean her own weapons. Once she was done, he handed the cloak to her. "Mayhap it would be best if you resumed your disguise as a dwarf. We may run into others." Mycel hesitated. She was more comfortable wearing her own form. Still, it was a wise precaution if they were entering a dwarf stronghold. As she slipped out of her own clothes, she likewise slipped out of her familiar form. She changed again into the dwarf huntress that she had imitated at Castle Mryl. Her body remembered the previous transformation and flowed easily into it. Legs bowed out and grew thick. Hair became ratted, and her face flattened and widened into the thick-browed visage of a dwarf. Once complete, she stole the outerwear of the dwarves and wrapped herself in the black cloak of the Gulgothal soldiers. Tyrus eyed her up and down, an amused expression on his face. It had been a long time since she had seen the man smile. She had forgotten how handsome he looked with that spark in his eye. "What?" she asked. He sheathed his sword and turned away. "You look better as a woman. Still, I was just wondering what it would be like to bed you, that flowing flesh and all. I'm sure it would be an interesting time." Mycel's eyes widened, a blush crept over the wide cheeks. Prince or not, it seemed there was still a bit of the pirate in him. She trudged after him in her new body, shocked at his words, yet oddly pleased at the same time. When they reached the camp, Merrick came close to peppering her with his crossbows until Tyrus waved him away. It's Mycel, he said. We figured a bit of subterfuge may come in handy. Merrick lowered his bows. If nothing else, it's certainly convincing. Mycel shoved forward in her bulky form and led the others around the boulder. It should be safe to reach the arch now. She lumbered out to the bare stretch of rocky beach and leaned into the storm. The winds blowing off the lake had grown fiercer, howling now. The drifting snow sped almost horizontal to the ground. The party fought the storm and hurried to the bridge. Across the wooden span, a single torch still glowed in the doorway alcove. The other had sputtered out, stanched by the wet winds. As a group, they hurried across and gathered in the cramped alcove. The single torch did little to warm the small space. Whirlwinds of snow continually swept into the tiny cubby. Mycel tested the iron door. It was locked and latched. What are we going to do? Mogwait asked, eyes wide with fear. Merrick leaned against a wall. Krell said to wait here for him, so we wait. Mycel had none of the elvin's stoic patience. She drew out her sword and pounded its hilt on the door. Iron rang like a struck bell. Stand back, she ordered. If there's a dwarf guard, let him only see a dwarf at his door. Ah! The door crashed open. Mycel fell backward. A dark form filled the threshold, and a harsh voice barked out at them. What are you all gawking at? Get your arses in here. The figure stepped forward into the torchlight. It was Krell, soaking wet and dripping. His sodden beard hung to the middle of his chest. What took you so long? They all hurried inside. Krell, his teeth chattering from the cold, eyed Mycel's new form as he dressed back into his own warmer clothes. Tyrus explained about the hidden spies in the rocks. A good precaution, Krell said, nodding approvingly. Mycel searched around the entrance to the arch. A wide stairway carved from the stone itself wound upward. On its lowest step, a dead dwarf lay sprawled face down upon the stair. Blood still flowed and dripped down the steps. Krell noticed her attention. It seems you were not the only ones to come upon a hidden watcher. She nodded and turned away. But the tiny hairs at the back of her neck quivered with warning. She tried to keep her stance and manner calm and disinterested. Something did not add up. Before Tyrus had spoken, Krell had recognized Mycel in her dwarvish form. She had recognized the knowledge in his eyes and noticed the way he had sniffed at her like some woodland animal. And now the dead dwarf. How had Krell killed him? The guard's throat had been ripped out, sliced from ear to ear. But Krell had no weapon. She studied him from the corner of her eye as he finished dressing and hitched his axe back to his belt. What unspoken game was being played here? At her side, Mogwait craned his neck and searched the space. He asked the other concern in Mycel's mind. How did you get inside? The mountain man straightened, shoving his foot into his boot. Let me show you. He pointed an arm. Everyone on the stone stairs. They obeyed, careful of the slick blood and dead body. Krell joined them on the lowest step. Mycel watched him. His eyelids lowered, and his lips moved silently. After a moment, he leaned closer, studying the stone floor. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. He turned to the group. Link hands, flesh to flesh. No one let go, no matter what happens. Mycel took Krell's hand herself, then reached to Tyrus. Naylan bared her breast and tucked the child inside, skin to skin, then offered her free hand. The rest linked up. At the line's end, Mogwait grabbed his brother's tail. Ready, he squeaked out. Then let us go. The first step is dizzying, so hold tight. Krell made the last step, but never reached the floor. He seemed to fall, head over heel, tumbling, tugging Mycel after him. Mycel's first instinct was to let go, but she held firm, committed to this venture. She fell after him, feeling her stomach lurch sickeningly. Then she found the floor back under her feet. She turned and saw the others gathered behind her. They were simply in the anteroom again. Nothing had changed. "You can let go now," Krell said. "We've passed the threshold." Merrick touched his forehead, his face somewhat green. "What just happened?" "We're right where we started from," Mogwait said. "No," the mountain man pointed back to the staircase. "We're in the nether arch." Krell remounted the stairs. "We should hurry before a patrol finds the dead body of the guard." Mycel looked to the stair. The dwarf's body was gone. The stairs were clean of any blood. "What is going on?" she asked. "Where are we?" Krell sighed. "I will explain as we climb." He started up the stairs. Once underway, Krell spoke. "We now walk in the reflection of the true arch, the mirror image that is cast upon the waters of Toraman. When walked by one of the royal family, illusion becomes substance. Water becomes stone," Tyrus muttered, repeating the mountain man's earlier words. Krell nodded. "Lord Tyrus, the land has granted my family a secret means of moving unseen through our arched home. We now walk behind the mirror of what is real, but..." Mycel glanced out a passing arrow slit. The white snowstorm was gone. Only darkness lay beyond. Pausing, she reached a hand through the window and touched water. "The lake," Krell explained, staring back at her. "As we climb these stairs, we are actually climbing into the depths of Toraman, following the reflection down into the waters." He pointed to a wider window up ahead, a lookout post. The windowsill and wall were wet, as were the steps. "I climbed from the lake through there, then came and fetched you." "But why climb down, or up, or whatever to this watery castle?" "To what end?" Mycel asked, wiping her damp hand. "None will see us on this path. It is a way known only to the clans, a way that can only be opened by one of the scent of flame. We are safe, and once we reach the castle, we can pass through the mirror and back into the true world, back into the castle, with no one the wiser." Mycel pondered his plan. If he spoke truthfully, it would certainly give them an advantage. "Can you move easily between the two planes, real and reflection?" Krell growled his assent. Mycel nodded and waved him onward. Suspicion still rang in her bones, but what choice did they have? The Griffin Weirgate had to be challenged. She followed after the mountain man leading their party. The climb grew into an endless trek. The stairs seemed to flow forever. Several times along the way, they came upon old bones tumbled in a landing's corner or sprawled across the steps. Krell's voice was a hoarse rasp. The bones of the wounded. Many were too weak and died on the steps as the last survivors of the bloody war fled down this secret path, led by my ancestor. Here they remain forever, the last guardians of the citadel. In silence, as if walking a graveyard, the group continued up and up. Finally, exhausted and bone-tired, they reached the top of the stairs. A set of stone gates lay open. A wide echoing hall lay beyond, lit by netherlights, shimmering fiery glows. Reflections of the hall's torches in the true world, Krell explained, and led them through the wide gates. Mycel stepped forward. The hall was strangely empty, hollow, their steps echoing off the phantom walls. But at the same time, Mycel seemed to sense the presence of others nearby. And she was not the only one to feel this way. The others darted glances around, as if spotting movement from the corner of an eye or hearing a whisper near an ear. Holding back a shudder, Mycel followed after Krell. "Where are we going?" she said in a hushed voice, afraid of being overheard by the ghosts in the hall. "To the throne room," Krell said. "If we are to start our search anywhere, it should be there." Mycel nodded. The mountain man increased his pace in his excitement. They left the entrance hall, climbed more stairs, and passed through a maze of tunneled corridors. Mycel concentrated on remembering the way lest they get separated. At last, they reached a wide hallway that ended at a towering, carved granite door. It stretched to the height of 6 mountain men and stood slightly ajar. Kral hurried forward. "Wait!" Mycel called, nerves jangling with warning. But the mountain man was deaf to her. He slipped through the door and into the room beyond. Mycel raced after him. "Keep up! He's our only way out of this stony reflection." Mycel dashed through the door and into the cavernous chamber beyond. Here, two strange fiery netherlights lit the expansive floor of polished granite and vaulted ceilings. But in the room's center, an oily darkness stood, eating any light that reached it, a black whirlpool tipped on end. "It's hungry," I stared back at them. Screams wailed up from its pit. "Kral!" Tyrus yelled. The mountain man knelt before the darkness, not in allegiance, but in terror. His hands and feet scrabbled for purchase, but it was clear he was being drawn, sucked toward the darkness. "I can't stop it," he yelled. "It's drawing me out of the reflection and back to the real world." The group rushed forward, grabbing Kral's arms. But it was like trying to stop a ship from sinking. Kral's body dragged forward, hauling them all along like fishes on a line. "We're not strong enough," Tyrus said. "But we can't lose him either." Mycel spat back. "He's the only one that can get us safely through the threshold and back to the real world." Kral's feet vanished into the oily whirlpool. "It's too late," he cried. Mycel glanced to the others. "There is only one way to go from here. We stick together. Where Kral goes, we go." She reached a free hand to Naylan. "The knife, I took it." The others joined the link. Mogwyd hesitated, glancing around the ghostly hall, then took Tyrus' hand. Naylan grabbed Fardale's tail. "Be ready!" Mycel yelled. As a group, they were tugged forward, tumbling into the dark void. Again there was the queer lurch. The world spun toe over heel, and then they were through. Mycel stared around her. The hall was the same as the one they had been in a moment before. But now, instead of a whirling pool of darkness, she found them all collapsed before a monstrous stone statue of a winged black lion, its talons dug deep into the polished floor of the chamber, its fanged mouth open in a silent roar. It was the Griffin Weir Gate. Beside it stood a tall, plain throne of silver granite, the Ice Throne. Seated upon the chair was a massive dwarf, white-haired and so wrinkled with age that it was difficult to make out his features. The Ancient One's hoary eyes stared down at Kral. "Ah, brother," the ancient figure croaked, his dry lips cracking into a wide smile. "Be welcomed home. The Dark Master has missed you." 17. Kral gained his feet, trembling with rage. To either side, a mass of armored dwarves closed in on his stunned companions as they lay sprawled on the granite floor. From galleries high on the walls, archers bristled with arrows. It was an ambush, and he had led their group into it. But guilt had no grip on his heart. Fury and rage burned out all other emotions. To see a dwarf seated on his family throne was too much for Kral's blood. He loosed the beast inside him, oblivious to all who witnessed it. He was past caring about secrets and allegiances. He had only one goal now, to destroy this dwarf king. A roar burst from his throat as claws sprouted bloody from his fingertips. A snowy pelt shivered from his skin, and a muzzle of razored fangs grew forth from his face. Legion burst forth from the mountain man's clothes, shredding through the leathers, wearing the muscled and deadly form of the snow leopard. With the heightened senses of the beast, he heard Mogwyd gasp and scramble away. "He's an Ilgard," Mycel called out, tugging everyone back. Deep inside, Kral registered the lack of surprise from the shapeshifter, but he ignored it for now. Instead, he turned his red eyes upon his true prey. The ancient dwarf king also showed little surprise at Kral's transformation. A thin smile cracked his features. "So the kitten wants to play?" Dwarves closed ranks before the throne and attacked from all sides, cleaving down with axes and swords. But Kral moved with the speed and grace of the leopard, vanishing before any blade could touch him. He was a white blur against the black granite. From the corner of his eye, he saw his companions pinned against the wall. Tyrus and Mycel kept a wall of steel between the attacking dwarves and the others, while Fardale shored up any weak spots in their defense. Behind them, Merrick's form danced with blue energies, calling forth a flurry of winds to confound the aim of any arrows. Kral growled, acknowledging their fierce hearts. But he knew they were doomed. The number of dwarves was too great. Dismissing them, he ripped out the throat of a dwarf in front of him, and with a kick of a hind paw, he tore open the stomach of another. Imbued with dark magics and armed with the natural instincts of a forest cat, he was an unstoppable force. Slowly, he worked toward the dwarf king seated on the ice throne. He maintained a wary distance from the weir gate. Kral knew it had been the ebonstone statue that had sucked him out of the reflection, knew to fear its powers. Still, Kral would not accept defeat, not until the last dwarf was slain in the citadel. With a wail, he dove into the line of dwarves before the throne, shredding through them with teeth and claw. At last, the way lay open to the king. Leopard muscles bunched under him, ready to leap and claim his family's throne. Still, the king did not move. He simply continued to smile, meeting Kral's feral gaze with amused disinterest. Kral's feline instincts thrilled with warning, suspicious. Why was his prey not running? "I know your secrets, Legion," the king said. "The Nameless One has warned me of your special gifts you used to betray him now." The ancient dwarf rubbed his crooked fingers along the chair's granite arms. "Gifts to win back a throne." A howl of red fury flowed from Kral's throat. He leaped with all the muscles in his limbs, and still the dwarf king did not flinch, but merely motioned with one hand. Kral instantly knew his error. His body contorted in midair, claws sank away, fur vanished in a breath, sharp teeth blunted. Thrown off balance by the transformation, Kral's leap fell short of his true target. He struck the steps that led to the ice throne, shattering his collarbone as his shoulder hit. Gasping, Kral rolled to his feet naked, a man again. The leopard was gone. He tried to touch the beast within, but nothing was there. He swung around as swords encircled him. A dwarf warrior stood in the center of the chamber. In one hand, he held Kral's discarded axe, and in his other, the pelt of the snow leopard that had wrapped its iron head. He lifted the exposed weapon toward his king. "You need a pelt to transform, don't you?" the dwarf king said behind him. "Without an animal skin around your axe, you're nothing but a man." The warrior tossed the leopard skin atop a torch borne by another dwarf. The fur caught flame. Clenching his fists, Kral watched any hope of winning here burn away. He fell to his knees on the granite floor, defeated, hopeless. The dwarf king cackled on the throne. "Do not despair, brother. You've brought a bevy of elementals to my doorstep, additional kindling for the Dark Master's flame. Where you have failed, these will be made into unbending instruments." Kral turned to see the ancient king creak up from his seat and step over to the monstrous winged statue. A wrinkled hand ran along the black stone, tracing one of the silvery veins in the rock with a fingertip. "You're also in time to see the Master's ultimate victory. As you've lost hope, so will all." Aes dwarves ringed the group with axe and sword. Merrick watched the game play out by the throne. He leaned closer to Lord Tyrus and Mycel, who stood with their own weapons drawn. Both sustained bloody wounds from the recent skirmish. "We must not be captured," he said. "I've withstood one assault by the Dark Lord's twisting flame. I doubt I could withstand it again." Naylan agreed, clutching the babe tighter to her breast. "I'll not become like Cecilia. Neither will I allow the child to be taken." "What are you saying?" Mycel asked. Tyrus answered. "The Elven is right. All the elementals, myself included, must be slain. We cannot risk becoming tools of the Dark Lord." That Mycel hissed back at them. "In my lifetime, I've poisoned scores of elementals to keep them from the Dark Lord and called it a kindness. I understand your sentiment, but... Merrick recognized the pain and guilt in her eyes. We can't lose hope. Not yet, she insisted. Turning, she muttered pained words only meant for herself, but Merrick's sharp ears heard her. Sweet mother, don't ask me to do this. My hands are stained with enough blood. Merrick stepped back to Naylan. If she can't do this, we must. Naylan nodded. Merrick stared across the room crowded with dwarves. Overshadowed by the monstrous weirgate, Kral was being trussed in iron shackles. What hope was there? Naylan touched his arm. Hand me my lute, Dot. Merrick still had her instruments slung over his shoulder. He shrugged it off and peeled back its wrappings. What are you planning? The only thing I can to protect the baby. She pulled aside a bit of blanket from her seed child and exposed his small arm. In her other hand, a dagger appeared. Before Merrick could stop her, she sliced the little one's palm. The babe's scream echoed off the walls, drawing all eyes in their direction. Naylan smeared her fingertips in the child's blood, then took the lute from Merrick's stunned arms. Without pausing, as the child continued to wail, she strummed the lute strings with her bloody fingers. Music and wailing wafted throughout the room, sailing out high windows and through open doorways. What are you doing? Mycel hissed back at her. Calling for those who would protect the child, calling to the one who would recognize his cries. Naylan met Merrick's gaze. I'm calling for his mother. Merrick's eyes flew wide. She was summoning the Grim. Nalhn played her lute with all the energy in her body, weaving the babe's sobs with chords of woodsong, striving to open a path to her sisters of the forest. Come to me. She sang in the ancient tongue. Protect the child. Tied to her music, she felt the song swell out and beyond. As she plied her strings, the lines of force in the room became apparent, scintillating in the air. Near the Griffin Weirgate, strains of magical energy swirled in a tight vortex around the statue, unable to escape, eddying down into the black well. Naylan sensed its sucking hunger, and for a moment, she sensed the malevolence at the heart of the griffin. Reeling back in horror, she glided her music away from the Weirgate, but found she was unable. Hooked like a fish, she was trapped. Her music jarred to a stop, but it was too late. Lines of force now connected her to the Weirgate. She sensed that all that was elemental in her heart was being drawn into the statue. Naylan, Merrick said at her shoulder. What's wrong? The Weirgate, she gasped, weakening on her feet. The lute fell from her trembling fingers, but Merrick caught it. I touched it with my magic. I can't break free. Merrick caught her under the arms. What can I do? She shook her head. The room began to grow dark. I'm lost. Save the child. A darker shadow swept across her vision. Naylan thought she was fading away until a sibilant voice pierced through to her. Is this how you protect my baby? Merrick yanked her away. The dark mist coalesced into the figure of Cecilia, the Wraith Ilgard. I will not let them harm my child, not even to avenge the land's cruelty. Her words balanced between madness and grief. Sisters, join me. From the chamber's shadowed corners, wraiths unfolded into the room, drawn forth upon the strands of Naylan's music. The bits of darkness sailed free, flitting and flapping on unseen winds. Where they passed, screams arose. Dwarves fell dead to the floor. Bodies tumbled from the galleries, crushing others. And still the darkness continued to flow into the chamber. More and more of the grim fell upon their prey. Dwarves twisted and writhed on the floor. Across the hall, guards circled the throne, protecting their king. Mycel and Tyrus pulled closer to the others, backing from the wraith Cecilia. Naylan suddenly swooned to her knees, dragging Merrick down with her. What's wrong? Mycel asked. She's dying, Merrick answered, then faced Cecilia. Can you stop this? Cecilia swung on Merrick. Why should I? Merrick stood up and pointed to the griffin. The statue is drawing Nayland's power from her body, from her lute, from her spirit. Not only will she die, so will the last spirit of your trees. And with both gone, the babe will surely perish. If you love your child, if you love the future of your people, then stop what is happening to her. But Cecilia's darkness swelled out like a foul cloak. Her voice rose to a tortured scream. I don't know if I can. Just try. Nayland reached a hand and touched the baby's head, which peeked from his blankets. Please. Cecilia stared down at her. A dark arm reached out. Nayland was too weak to move away. An icy coldness brushed across her cheek. You're so beautiful, the wraith whispered. I ache to look upon you. Nayland had no words left. She pleaded with her eyes. Cecilia turned away. No matter the cost, I would rather my child grow as bright as you, than as dark as his mother. The wraith swirled back into a dark cloud and shot up toward the vaulted ceiling, wailing the cry of the grim. Around the chamber, the myriad shadows froze for a breath, ignoring their sprawled and twisted prey. As a group, they swept up to join their leader. The billowing darkness grew to fill the arched ceiling. Throughout the room, dwarves cowered near the floor. From the darkness, words sailed forth. Sisters, it is time to end our suffering. We are not meant for this world. Nayland, tied to her sisters by bonds as old as her tree, understood what was about to happen. No! She struggled to yell, but her voice was a weak whisper. Her dry lips cracked, and blood dribbled down her chin. She was almost spent. Ride with me into the flames, sisters. Allow us this one act of penance for all we've become, for all the sins of our past. A howl rose from the gathered grim. Around Nayland, her companions fell to their knees, palms pressed to their ears against the crushing noise. Even the dwarf king collapsed by his throne. Despite the cries, Nayland heard Cecilia's voice. For the sake of Lake-Ihara, for the sake of the last seed child, follow me. A bit of shadow broke from the flock and shot toward the statue. It hovered a moment. Nayland sensed a gaze falling upon her from the dank mist. Words whispered in her ear. Protect my child, little one. Then the shred of shadow shot at the statue, diving through the open jaws of the griffin with a scream. Follow me. This final command of the last keeper of Lake-Ihara could not be ignored by the grim. A flow of shadows swept down from above in a continuous black waterfall. No! The king of the dwarves yelled, gaining his feet. Stop them! But who could stop a shadow? The grim swept down the black maw of the beast. Its hungry throat swallowed them all, feeding, slaking upon their elemental energies, consuming them entirely. Stop! The king yelled again. Nayland sensed the thin cord of power that linked her to the statue begin to burn away as the surge of energy swept through the weird gate. As more grim fled, wailing, into the griffin's maw, their flow of power sliced her free, tossing her back against the wall as the tether snapped. Gasping, she rolled to her knees. They're sacrificing themselves. She yelled as the last of the wraiths were swallowed away. They're burning themselves away so I might live. All my sisters, gone. Merrick touched her shoulder and whispered, I think it's what they ultimately wanted, an end to their pain and a chance to secure a hope for the future. Nayland stood up, determined to honor their sacrifice. Across the hall, the dwarf king glowered at the gathered party. An unearthly fire shone in his eyes. You thought to destroy the griffin. But your efforts have only made the weir stronger. I will burn you all upon the master's altar and see the land destroyed. Nayland's eyes narrowed. The dwarf king had no understanding of the battle that had been won here. Beware the gate, she warned her companions. Do not let your magic touch it. One of the king's guards blew a horn, and the scattered dwarf forces slowly edged back into the throne room, wary of the dead bodies scattered across the floor. Mycel stepped forward, still in her dwarf form. We'll only have this one chance. We attack now or be overwhelmed. Tyrus stepped to her side. What's your plan? You all lead the attack against the dwarves. Leave the gate to me. What are you going to do? Mogwait asked. Mycel's gaze fixed on the chained and defeated mountain man. I have a plan. She turned to Lord Tyrus and spoke rapidly. But I'll need Kral's axe. She pointed to where the weapon lay, clutched in the hands of a dead dwarf. He nodded. I'll fetch it. He set off across the floor, running low, sword at ready. But so far the dwarves were slow to regroup and offered little challenge. As Merrick stepped to Mycel's side, a flash of movement caught Nayland's eye. Merrick! She yelled in warning. The elven swung around, lifting an arm crackling with energy. But he was too slow to stop the arrow's flight. The barb flew true, ripping through Mycel's throat. Blood gouged from the wound as the swordswoman fell backward. She hit the floor, sliding, her blades clattering away. Nayland duffed to her side, while Fardale joined Merrick in raising a defense. Fierce winds blew a warding around them as the elven danced within the gale, sword in hand. At his side, Fardale ripped into any who drew too near. Even Mogwait recovered one of Mycel's swords and knelt on the other side of the wounded woman. How is she? Mogwait asked. Mycel struggled to sit up, but Nayland held her down. Don't move. Mycel opened her mouth to speak, but only blood flowed out. Mycel clutched Nayland's arm frantically, tugging her closer. Nayland leaned down. Mycel coughed to clear her throat, spraying Nayland with gore, and managed to choke out a few hoarse words, waving toward the statue. A sacrifice, like your sister's. Blood again filled her throat, but she coughed. The axe. Nayland turned and saw Tyrus had recovered the mountain man's weapon. He was returning with it in hand. It comes, Nayland said. But I don't understand what good it will do us. Mycel scrabbled with her other hand and slipped out a dagger. She pressed its hilt into Nayland's hand and squeezed, struggling to get her to understand. Nayland stared into the woman's pained and sorrowful eyes. Mycel's lips moved, but no sound came out. Still, Nayland recognized the word she struggled to speak. Shapeshifter. Nayland's brow crinkled for a heartbeat. She stared at the dagger in her hand. Then her eyes widened with understanding and horror. Oh, sweet mother-in-law. Merrick heard any Eland's outburst. How fares Mycel? He called back as he lashed out with a gale of winds, blowing away any who neared. Her wounds are mortal, Nayland answered. She dies. Merrick held his sword out in front of him. It was his fault. He had let his guard down, let the deadly arrow through. What can we do to help her? Nayland did not answer. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The knife eye held a dagger in her hand. He recognized it as Mycel's. Nayland leaned over the shapeshifter. A growl drew his attention back around. Fardale pointed. Lord Tyrus returned, hacking through any who stood in his path. The man's eyes were lit with wildfire, the pirate shining through the prince. Merrick did what he could to help, blowing away any arrows aimed in the Myrilian Lord's direction while maintaining the whirlwind around the others. Tyrus fought through the last of the dwarves, then dove forward. Merrick lowered his winds to allow the man inside, then cast them back up. How are you all doing? Tyrus asked. Merrick opened his mouth to answer, then Tyrus saw Mycel and dashed to her side, dropping Kral's axe. Mycel. He took her hand. Backing a step, Merrick closed his winds tighter. His magic was not infinite. Eventually it would ebb away, and the winds with it. The dwarves must have sensed his already weakening state and held back, waiting like wolves upon a wounded deer. Mother above! Tyrus yelled. What have you done? Merrick turned as Tyrus elbowed Naylan aside. Merrick now saw what the knife eye had been doing with Mycel's dagger. Shocked, his winds whirled wildly. Mycel lay on her back, her belly and chest bare. Her chest still moved, and blood bubbled from her lips and nose. But from her rib cage down to her navel, her skin had been flayed loose by the dagger wielded by Naylan. To Merrick's horror, he realized the knife eye had been skinning the shapeshifter as he had guarded over them. Knocked away, Naylan still held the bloody dagger. "It's what she wanted," the knife eye mumbled. Only now did Merrick see the tears running down Naylan's face. "We can't win here on our own." Mycel reached out to the knife eye and nodded, her face a mask of agony. She was too weak to speak. "I don't understand," Tyrus said. "What is going on?" Naylan pointed to the mountain man's axe. "She wants us to free Kral with her own skin." With dawning horror, Merrick now understood. He had heard the dwarf king's revelation of Kral's ill-guard nature. The mountain man's form was bent with a black magic that allowed him to assume the form of whatever beast's pelt wrapped his axe. Mycel wanted to use her own skin to grant the mountain man the full gifts of the Esilura, the shapeshifters. "But he's an Ilgard," Tyrus argued. "And one who hates the dwarf's purpose here as much as we do," Merrick said, gleaning Mycel's goal. "Free him and he'll destroy all in his way." "Including us," Tyrus said. Mycel motioned the Marillion closer. He leaned his ear to her lips, then straightened, paler than a moment before. "What did she say?" Mogwait asked on the far side, clutching one of Mycel's swords. "Prophecy," Tyrus said. "She who would give her blood to save the western reaches." "What does that mean?" Merrick asked. "It is what I told her back in Port Roll. I was sent there by my father's prophecies, to bring you all here, 3 shapeshifters and the woman who was both DRO and not DRO." "Mycel," Merrick mumbled. Tyrus took the shapeshifter's hand. "My father said her blood would be the key to saving the lands from corruption. She means to see this foretelling come true." Everyone grew silent. Tyrus held out his hand to Naylan. She knew what he was asking for and placed the dagger's hilt in his palm. He bent over Mycel. "It was my father's prophecy." Mycel sighed. She was finally understood. As blood choked her throat, she closed her eyes, readying herself for the pain to come. It would only be a short time more. She prayed for forgiveness in these final moments. She had slain so many in the name of preserving Alasea. The faces of the hundreds of elementals murdered with her poison, some willingly, some without their knowledge, passed before her mind's eye, children, women, elders. So many. Tears flowed down her cheek, not from pain of her wounds, but from the hollowness of her heart. Mycel, her name was whispered in her ear. She was too tired to open her eyes. She knew the voice. It was Lord Tyrus. "Are you ready?" She nodded, beyond worry of the dagger's bite. "Mycel." "Be done with it already," she thought, flickering open her eyes. Tyrus' face hovered over hers. He stared into her eyes. She was surprised to see the tears in his eyes. He was a hard man, a pirate who had slain thousands. His tears fell upon her face. "I release you from your duty. You've served our family well and long." She felt a small bit of comfort from his words and smiled, closing her eyes again. A flare of pain burned up from her belly as he worked the blade. She bit back a gasp, but found the prince's lips suddenly upon hers, pressing hard, holding back the pain with his touch. Time stopped for just that brief moment, stretched beyond the pain and blood. She found herself sobbing. "I love you," he whispered between their lips. And in that final moment, she knew he spoke truly. The hollowness in her heart filled with warmth and love. Then, with the sweetest pang, the world let her free. Nelahn watched Tyrus rise from his embrace of Mycel. Her form had transformed while they had kissed, changing from the dwarfish figure back to the familiar long-limbed DRO. He pushed up, crying, and silently turned with a large swath of flayed skin in his hand. Tyrus half crawled to Kral's discarded axe and cradled it in his lap. With his head hung, he wrapped the skin around the iron head of the weapon. "I'm sorry," he muttered to no one. Nayland stood, giving him a moment of privacy. "I think it's working," Merrick said, staring across the throne hall. Nayland stared past the whirling wind and prayed Mysel's sacrifice had not been in vain. Kral slouched naked in his chains, blind to all around him, deaf to the yelled orders. Some part of him knew the dwarves were grouping for a final assault on his old companions. But he found no part of him that cared. Any hope for freeing his ancestral home from the corruption here had died. Then slowly, through the fog of his despair, he sensed a surge of energy, like a spark on dry tinder. Kral recognized this feeling. He rose with a growl to his feet while reaching outward to his axe. Yes! He felt the font of power, a new skin upon which to define the beast inside him. He touched the dark magic and instantly recognized the skin that fueled the fire. Siluran, shapeshifter. He glanced across the hall and saw his companions grouped together. Tyrus held his axe and stared back at him. The prince's eyes were bright with tears. "Mycel," he muttered to himself, understanding. He stared down at the shackles that bound his wrists and ankles. With a flow of flesh, he stepped free. Iron chains clattered to the ground. The noise drew the eyes of the dwarf king, standing before the white granite throne. The squat creature's eyes grew wide as Kral stepped away from the chains. "I'll have my throne now," Kral said coldly. He willed his body back to the shape of a snow leopard, for spreading in a tingling wave, claws sprouting, injuries healing, muscles bunching into the lean and powerful form of a forest cat. He chose this form in honor of Mycel. She had been Dro, and the leopard was their heraldic symbol. It was only fitting that the mountain cat of the deep north ripped the evil from this place. Before the king's guards could react, he leaped upon the old dwarf, tearing away an arm that was lifted in defense. The dwarf bellowed in pain and shock, tumbling back into the seat of the ice throne. "No! We serve the same master." Kral's lips pulled back in a feral grin, displaying long fangs. "No!" the king cried. Kral leaped again with a scream that roared throughout the hall and landed atop the dwarf, digging in his claws. The king cowered. Kral could smell his fear, hear the fluttering beat of his prey's twin hearts. "Please." Snarling his victory, Kral ripped out the throat of the dwarf king. Hot blood sprayed the white granite. He tasted it on his tongue. His prey's mouth opened and closed as if drowning, then the light of life faded from his eyes. Satisfied at last, Kral kicked aside the dead body and mounted his throne, crouched, muzzle bloodied. He stared around the hall, roaring again, claiming the ice throne for himself. The remaining dwarves froze, then in a rush many fled, heartless with the loss of their king. Others, mostly the royal bodyguards, rushed forward with bloody vengeance in their eyes. Kral met their charge, leaping and flying into their ranks. He used the full magic of the shapeshifter, flowing from one shape to another as he rolled through the axes and swords. He left a trail of broken and twitching bodies in his wake. He raced from one end of the hall to the other, no longer just satisfied with attacking those who threatened. He chased down fleeing dwarves, ripped out their hamstrings, then circled back to feed on their hearts. Soon the granite floors were slick with blood. Nothing moved except the beast who stalked among the dead around the lone island of the living. A raging whirlwind protected these few. He lifted his muzzle and sniffed. The winds even kept their smells from him. He edged toward these others, low to the ground, a growl flowing from his throat. Once he neared, the winds died down. He found himself facing Tyrus. The Marillion Lord was flanked by Merrick on one side and Nayland on the other. Fardale and Mogweed hung back, near the sprawled body of Mycel. But Kral's eyes ignored them all. His eyes were focused on the axe. Tyrus ignored his challenging growl and tore the shapeshifter skin from his axe. Once again, Kral felt the magic ripped from his control. Flesh flowed back to that of a man again. Kral pushed up and stood naked before them. He held out his arm. My axe. Tyrus lifted his sword between them. First a promise, mountain man. Kral lowered his arm. He knew he could not defeat Tyrus barehanded against steel. What? Tyrus swung his sword to encompass the room. We've helped you win back your ancient throne and lands. Kral stared to Mycel's body. I recognize your role. Ilgard or not, I know the price in blood paid here. You're all free to leave. I'll not harm any of you. It is not our lives that we bargained for. Mogwait squeaked behind him. Not all we bargained for, that is. Tyrus ignored the thin man. I'll return the axe only if you swear to use it first on the griffin. Kral glanced behind him. The monstrous black weirgate still stood beside the ice throne. Its wings were spread wide, its jaw stretched in a silent howl of rage, revealing the black fangs. Kral stared at its red eyes. He could almost sense the Dark Lord staring back at him, raging at his betrayal, but he could not back down now. The Citadel would never be truly free, never be open to his people's clans until this monstrous statue was destroyed. I'll do as you ask, he said, turning back. Nayland stepped forward. Be warned, Kral. Do not touch the statue yourself. It can tap into your elemental energy, draw the energy from your body. I understand. Again he held out his hand. Tyrus still hesitated. Swear it. Kral sighed. I swear on the ice throne and on my blood as a member of the Centiflame, but... Grudgingly satisfied, Tyrus dropped the axe and slid it across the bloody granite to Kral's feet. Relieved, Kral bent and retrieved his weapon. He gripped the hickory handle. What makes you believe I can succeed? Tyrus glanced to Mycel, then back to Kral. Prophecy. Kral's eyes narrowed. He remembered the prophetic words of the prince's dead father. Mycel was to give her blood, and he was to win back the crown of his people. Together, they held the key to true victory. He nodded and turned toward the waiting griffin. Let this end now. Mogwait watched the naked man stalk across the hall, holding the axe in his arms. All eyes were on what was to happen next. But Mogwait had his own concerns. He cared not about weirgates and old thrones. He had started on this long road to find a cure to the curse that bound him and Fardale. Prophecy. It seemed that old King Rhee's auguries were focused on this single night. Mycel had died. Kral had won back his throne. But what of the prophecies surrounding the twin shapeshifters? 2 will come frozen, 1 will leave whole. As the group watched Kral cross the throne hall, Mogwait turned his attention to Mycel's body. He touched the edge of her cloak, pulling it back. Clearly Mycel's prophecies had twined into Kral's future. So it made sense that the same might be true for the predictions about Mogwait and Fardale. The 3 predictions twining together like a twisting snake. Mogwait tugged the cloak from the dead woman's shoulders, revealing the tiny striped viper. The Pakagolo still lay snugged around her upper arm. Here was the source of Mycel's shapeshifting, and she had no further use for it. Why not make it his own? Cautiously, he reached for the small viper. A tiny tongue flickered in his direction. He let the snake taste the tip of a finger with its tiny fork, then slowly drew back his hand. The Pakagolo followed, uncoiling from its perch, stretching toward Mogwait's heat and scent. It must know its prior master was dead. The snake unwound and slid forward. Mogwait lowered his hand and shifted slightly forward, offering his palm. The viper's belly touched his skin, sending a shiver over Mogwait's flesh. But he kept his arm still. The Pakagolo slid up his palm, tongue flickering at the strange landscape. At last, its tail dropped from Mycel's cooling flesh. With a tickling slither, it moved farther up Mogwait's arm. The tail wrapped itself around his fingers. Mogwai allowed himself a thrill of excitement. It was accepting him. He glanced up and found Fardale staring at him. The wolf's eyes glowed with the barest flicker of amber. "Sorry, brother," Mogwai thought. Then a sting like no other jerked Mogwai back. It was as if his hand had been thrust into the hottest flame. He opened his mouth but had no breath to scream. His chest was locked in pain. He stared down at his arm. The open jaws of the Pakagolo were locked onto his wrist. He watched its body spasm as it pumped its toxin into his veins. Mogwai fell backward, shaking his arm. But the snake was latched by fangs and coiled around his wrist. The fiery burn spread up his arm. Fardale leaped over Mycel's body, coming to his aid. Begging with his eyes, Mogwai held out his arm toward Fardale. Then the flesh of his limb began to melt. The pain was still there, but Mogwai stared in shock as the frozen flesh began to flow again like a true Ailuron. He remembered spying upon Mycel in the grove. Sweet mother, it's working! Then Fardale was there, lunging and snapping at the snake with a flash of teeth. He managed to grab it by its tail. No! Mogwai gasped out past the pain. The snake's fangs released. It coiled around and struck Fardale on the tender flesh of his nose. The wolf howled. Mogwai tried to grab up the Pakagolo, but his flowing flesh would not obey. He struck Fardale in the nose as the wolf's muzzle melted with the magical poison. Their two fleshes mixed. Frightened, Mogwai tugged, but he found himself unable to free himself. The transforming poison continued to spread through both their bodies, both figures melding together. Mogwai suddenly heard his brother's voice in his head, not in the wolfish images but plain words. "Brother, what have you done?" He had no idea. He found himself dissolving away. The world grew dark around him, fading. He sensed he was not alone as he sank into the burning darkness. He had no mouth with which to speak. "Fardale, can you hear me?" There was no answer. The darkness grew complete. Mogwai cried out with his mind, pleading for salvation. Then he heard voices in the distance, sounding as if they arose from down a hole. "What's happened to them?" "I don't know. It looks like they melted." "Isn't that Mycel's snake?" "It's dead." "What about Mogwai and Fardale?" During this discourse, Mogwai tried to yell, struggling to let someone know he was alive. But was he? This last thought terrified him. He stretched toward the voices as they continued to speak, using them like a hook with which to draw himself out of the darkness. "We have more important concerns," a stern voice said. Mogwai recognized Tyrus. With each word, the voices grew louder and the darkness lighter. Mogwai continued to focus. Kral's almost reached the griffin, Tyrus continued. "But we can't just leave them like this," Nayland said. "Wait," Merrick interrupted. "Something's happening." The darkness fell back away. Light flared again. Torchlight. Mogwai opened his eyes. He had eyes. Hands rose to feel his face. He sat up and stared down at himself. He was back in his same body. He patted his form to make sure. Though he was naked and seated atop the clothes he had been wearing a moment ago, he was whole. Conscious of the other's attention, Mogwai stood up, covering himself with his hands. "What happened to your brother?" Nayland asked. Mogwai stared around him. Fardale was nowhere in sight. "I watched you two melt together," Nayland said. "One mass of flowing flesh. Two will become one," Mogwai whispered. He turned to the others. "The prophecy." He lifted an arm and concentrated. He felt the bone inside turn to warmed butter. He willed brownish fur to sprout along its length. "I can shapeshift again. I'm free of the curse." "And Fardale?" Merrick asked. Mogwai glanced around one more time. His brother was surely gone. He bit back a smile of triumph. At last. He was free of his brother. Tyrus spoke from a few steps away. His eyes were on the far side of the hall. Kral is ready. Merrick and Nayland swung around. Alone, Mogwai studied the small twisted snake lying on the floor. 2 will come frozen, 1 will leave whole. Mogwai smiled. He was that one. Kral stood before the griffin. The towering rear gate loomed over him, wings spread wide. The lion's muzzle curled back from its curved fangs. Attuned to the dark magic, he felt the monstrous chunk of ebonstone pulse with energy. He found his own heartbeat struggling to match. And deeper than his own heart, he felt the Dark Lord's brand upon him burn brighter, a black rune charred into the rock of his elemental spirit. Kral hesitated, arms trembling. He tore his eyes from the griffin's ruby gaze and glanced to the white granite throne of his people. The blood of the dwarf king stained its pristine surface. Kral tightened his hold on the axe handle. He could not let this chance pass by. The citadel, the ancestral home of his people, the throne of his own clan, it must be cleansed. Stepping back, Kral raised the axe above him in a double-fisted grip. He knew his actions defied the very master who had granted him the power to win here, but he could not stop. He had crossed the line already, and there was no turning back. He made a silent prayer to himself. Once he was done here, he would do the bidding of the Dark Master. He would hunt down the Witch and burn her heart upon the Golgothal altar. He would pay back his debts in blood. Kral turned once again to the griffin. He had been taught by his clan's elders, look a victim in the eye. If you are strong enough to take his life, then do not shirk from seeing him. Kral did this now. He stared into the fiery gaze of the griffin and slammed his axe down between those ruby eyes with all the force and energy in his body. His arms jarred with the impact, shattering a small bone in his right hand. The crystal ring of iron on stone echoed throughout the hall. Kral cried out, falling back, not from the pain of his injured hand, but as something vital was ripped from the marrow of his bones. He lifted the axe, but all that lay in his grip was its hickory handle. The iron blade had split into shards upon impact with the weir gate, while the ebonstone statue remained unharmed. Behind him, he heard Tyrus. He failed. The mountain man failed. Gasping, Kral stumbled another step back. The broken pieces of his axe head lay on the dark granite. He felt as shattered inside, but at the same time strangely free, as if rusted chains had fallen from his heart. He stared at the remains of his axe. The hidden fist of ebonstone was nowhere to be seen. What had happened? Kral searched inside him. The black rune that had been forged upon his spirit was gone. He fell to his knees. I'm free, truly free. Where normally these words should have been shouted with joy, tears flowed down his face. The black rune was gone because the stone upon which it had been branded had vanished, too. He was empty. The rock of his spirit had been sucked away, its elemental energy drawn fully into the weir. Kral knew from his battles with other Ilgard that without the fuel of an elemental fire, the dark magics could not sustain. He touched his chest, both his elemental magic and the Dark Lord's taint were gone, leaving only this hollow husk behind. He covered his face and began to weep, unashamed of who might see. He had won his freedom but lost his heritage. And to what end? He stared back up at the statue. It was unharmed. A shout rose behind him. Kral! Beware the statue! Through the tears of despair, Kral watched the griffin lean toward him, wings spreading wider, black lips pulling back to further bare its fangs. He knew now what his efforts had succeeded in doing. He had awoken the black beast of Golgotha. Book 6. Ruins of Tular. 18. Joch walked to where the sands ended and the desert lake began. He stared across the strange landscape. Though small boats sailed across its smooth surface, it was like no lake he'd ever seen before. Instead of blue waters, an endless sea of black glass spread to all horizons. Joch tapped his toe on the hard surface to make sure it was real. The lake was named Aishan by the tribes of the southern waste, the desert's tears in the common tongue. It stood between them and Tuller. It's like a frozen sea, Siwan said behind him. Cast stood at her side. The pair wore desert robes and cloaks, hiding their outlander features. Nearby, a small skiff loaded with bales and crates glided past with its sails full of the afternoon's breezes. It ran across the glass sea on a pair of sharpened steel runners, whisking past them with the slithery sound of its blades. In the distance, other ships could be seen plying the lake, crossing from village to village. Kessler stepped up to Joch at the lake's edge. We should continue on, if we are to reach Dalanskri by nightfall. The tithing caravan will leave at sunset. He nodded, rubbing the stump of his right wrist against his hip. Phantom pains still plagued him. Though his hand had been bitten off by the foul creature of Gresham, Joch still felt an itching and burning in his lost fingers. Behind them, Hunt stood beside one of the giant desert Malaks. His ward, the child Shishan, sat perched on the shaggy beast's neck, one hand tugging on her mount's ear. Clup, clup. She called out, trying to imitate the drover's nickering call to get a stubborn Malak to move. The beast simply ignored her, huffing out its blubbery lips in an expression of exasperation. Hunt patted her leg. Leave the poor creature be, Shishan. It's tired, Dot. As were they all, Joch thought. They had traveled the entire night to reach Aishan by morning and were still running short of time. The assembled children for this moon's blood tithing were due to depart from the town of Dalanskri that night, and they still had to cross the lake. Atop the Malak, Shishan gave her mount's tufted ear a final tug, then settled back to her seat. On the beast's other side, Rickald hobbled forward, leaning on a wooden crutch. The Elvin's leg had healed rapidly. The recuperative powers of the Elvin, along with the medicinal magic of the desert healers, had mended the broken femur in less than half a moon. Still, Joch had tried convincing Rickald to stay behind at the oasis of Ushal to attend his fellow Elvin, injured during the attack at Alcazar. But the prince had insisted on joining Joch on the journey to the south wall. I gave my word to see this through, he had said. I will not dishonor it. Whatever strength or magic I possess, I will use to aid you in the battle to come. Joch crossed to meet the Elven now. Rickald wore a slightly pained expression. Insu returns, he said, and pointed an arm to the west. In the distance, a small plume of sandy dust marked the approach of a Malak running at full speed. It was followed by another. He's not alone, Rickald added needlessly. The group gathered around, waiting to discover what Insu had learned in the small lakeside village of Cassis. They had been traveling overland for the past half-moon and had had little contact with any but a few nomadic tribesmen. They were anxious for news. Joch stared at the stretch of dunes and endless sand. Kessler moved beside him. He heard her breathing, the rustle of her cloak. Again he found it hard to believe the old shaman's revelation that Kessler was no more than the land's dream-given shape and life, brought into being to draw him to the desert sands. From the corner of his eye, Joch studied Kessler, her hair shining like beaten gold in the bright sunlight, the deep bronze of her smooth skin, the twilight blue of her eyes. Even she did not know her true self. She thought herself as human as any other, and most times, he had the same problem himself. Dream or not, he could not ignore or dismiss how his heart ached with the sight of her. Even now, he remembered the brief brush of her lips on his cheek as they fled Alcazar's keep. How he longed to explore that unspoken promise to its end. But he clenched his fist against such foolishness. She was not real. At last, the clopping tread of the approaching Malaks drew his attention forward. Insu and the stranger drew their lumbering mounts up the low dune. Both beasts frothed and were damp with sweat. Insu slid off his perch and landed lightly on his feet. The journeyman assassin shoved aside his cloak's cowl, his face tight with concern. Kessler stepped up to him. What's wrong? Disaster, Insu said, running a hand over his shaved head. Word in Callus is that winged demons arrived this past night, pale, vicious creatures who scoured Dalanscree for every child. Any who resisted were slain. And the children? They were taken, along with the tithing already gathered from the neighboring tribes. But why? Kesla asked, her eyes wide with shock. The pact. Insu shook his head. I don't know the full story. Only that every child was taken this morning, emptying the city. A caravan set out upon the point of a whip, healed by demons. Joch cleared his throat with a scowl. For them to take so many young ones, something new must be afoot in Tuller. But what? Kesla asked. If only Shaman Parthas were here, Joch mumbled. The elder of the desert tribes had remained at the oasis of Ushal, insisting that his presence was needed to help heal Alcazar and Guildmaster Belgon from the taint of the Dark Mage's occupation. But on the evening the group had set off into the desert, Parthas had pulled Joch aside. I will watch for you in the dreaming sands. I will do what I can to help. And he had proved as good as his word. Every other night, the shaman had met Joch in the dream desert, instructing him in the art of sculpting dreams into reality. Joch wished he could share the shaman's wisdom now. They had left the oasis so many days ago with a single plan in mind, to infiltrate this moon's tithing by posing Shishan as one of the sacrifices. Under cover of the tithing caravan, the group could have snuck to the very steps of Tuller without raising suspicion. But with the children already underway. What are we to do now? Cast asked. Siwan hung on his arm. Insu waved to the stranger, still seated on his Malluck. This is Fesse Kaler, pilot of a skateboat in Cassis. He's willing to take us to the far side of Ai Ishan. We might be able to intercept the caravan, overtake them as they travel the sands around the lake. For a price, the man said from his saddle, his voice dark. Insu nodded. What's this price? Joch asked with suspicion. The man shook back his hood. His black hair was cropped close to his head except for 2 locks hanging in front of his ears. His eyes were as black and hard as the lake at his back. I will take you all to the far side of Ai Ishan, but you must swear to bring back my young daughter. Insu explained. His child was tithed this past moon. The pilot turned away, but not before Joch saw the pain in his eyes. Joch spoke up. We'll do our best to free all the children. No, Fesse Kaler said, turning back, his eyes sparking. Insu has already explained your plan to me, to hide under the cloaks of the children so you might sneak upon the ghouls unseen. I will not have my little Misha be a shield for your foolish attack. We will not risk the children, Joch said. Their safety will be our foremost priority. This I swear. Besides, Insu added, the children are already doomed. Our presence will not add to their danger, but offer a chance of salvation. Once we reach the south wall, we will send them fleeing under the protection of Hunt and the desert warriors. The skateboat pilot appeared little swayed. Kesla stepped forward. Already a full legion of desert warriors is en route along Ai Ishan's other shore. Once we've entered Tuller, they'll lead a feinting attack on the ruins. The ghouls will be too distracted to be concerned with the fleeing children. Fess pulled his hood back up. Misha is all that is left of my wife. She died 3 winters ago. I cannot lose Misha, too. He swung his Malluck around. I cannot. Insu turned to Joch and Kesla. He was the only pilot willing to travel to Ai Ishan's far side. It lies in the shadow of the south wall. None will sail their boats so close to Tuller. Joch sighed and stepped forward to block the pilot's beast. What would you have of us then? He called up to the mounted rider. The man's eyes almost glowed from inside his hood. I would travel with you to meet the caravan. Once you've commandeered it, I want Misha freed before you continue on. With so many taken from Dalanscree, they will not miss one small child. Joch considered the man's request. He glanced to Kesla. She gave him a barely perceptible nod. Joach returned his attention to Fesse Kaler. Joach hated to be coerced in this matter when so much was at stake, but at the same time, he saw no harm in granting this man his demands. It was his child. It was his boat. Joach answered the silent plea in the desert man's eyes. So be it. We will free your daughter. Fess bowed his head. Words, a prayer of thanks, flowed from the man's hood. Relikai Doan. Joach turned to the lake of black glass. The sun had climbed the sky to turn the lake's surface into a blinding glare. It was as if the world ended here. But Joach knew it did not. Beyond its far shore, the basilisk-ware gate awaited them all. Standing on this shore, Joach could almost sense its baleful gaze. Even in the sweltering heat, Joach shivered under his cloak. So be it, he mumbled to himself. As the sun sank toward the horizon, Gresham crouched within the shadow of the south wall. He stared into the small pool of quicksilver and waved his hand over its mirrored surface, erasing the image of Joach and his allies. He used his staff to pull himself up. So, boy, you still intend to put your head into the beast's jaws, do you? For the past few days, Gresham had been monitoring Joach's progress, plotting and planning. It was a simple thing to spy on the boy since the bonds between them went deeper than any suspected. The blood spell to open a window on Joach's doings was a simple thing, no more effort than reaching out and shaking a hand. Which is just as well. Gresham glanced up to the south wall towering behind him. He cared not to draw the attention of what lurked inside Tuller. He had made sure his hiding place was many leagues from the crumbled ruins and that any spells he cast were minor ones. With the final pieces satisfactorily falling into place, Gresham allowed a small smile to crack his dry lips. Though he had been thwarted in Alcazar, the information he had gained was worth the loss. The boy is a sculptor. The shock of that revelation, more than any magical assault, had sent him fleeing. Gresham was well familiar with the magic of the dream. Long ago, he himself had been a member of the High Fai sect, a group devoted to studying prophecy and gleaning glimpses of the future through the art of dreaming. But since Ragnar K, the stone dragon, had awoken and taken flesh, joining the Witsich's fight, Gresham had considered the boy's elemental gift to be no threat. Now all that had changed. Gresham turned his back on the black sea of glass and stumbled toward the wall of sandstone nearby. The revelation of Joach's true ability made a certain sense. Without a doubt, there was balance and symmetry in this. But more than that, it was also a chance like no other. Gresham approached the wall and heard telltale scrabbling and scraping coming from a narrow hole in the sandstone surface. He tapped his staff against the lip of the cave. The sound stopped and a bulky shape backed out of the cubby. Its curled tail and hoofed hind feet came first, followed by its squat body and porcine head. Peaked ears swiveled in agitation and fear. Mammaster. Out of the way, Rook. Gresham leaned down to peer into the hollow the animal had been digging. He frowned. It ended just a short way in. The stump gnome must have smelled his displeasure. A stream of urine sprinkled into the desert as the creature groveled. Stone hard, it pleaded and held up its gnarled hands. Its claws had been ground to nubs from digging at the sandstone. Blood dripped from the fingertips. Gresham sighed and straightened. Why was he always plagued by beasts of such ill use? Gresham waved Rook away. Night comes. I'll be hungry with the moon's rise. Fetch something to eat. Yes, Mammaster. Rook scurried out of his way. Gresham bent to the hole, then turned and called back to the gnome. And no more desert rats. Something with a bit of meat and blood. Yes, Mammaster. Gresham ducked and pushed into the sandstone cave. As soon as his head passed the threshold, Gresham could feel the power flowing through the south wall. He had chosen this spot since it was upriver from Tuller. Here, the land's vein of power ran clean and untainted. Below Toller, the feeble, corrupted current would do him little good, not if he was to succeed in this first step. Gresham reached the end of the excavated hole and slowly sat down, crossing his crooked legs in front of him and resting his staff on his knees. So near the heart of the true desert, the air almost glowed with energy, but Gresham knew it was just the sun setting, painting the desert in countless hues. Settled, Gresham closed his eyes, waiting, patient. He touched the elemental gifts in his own body. They were long unused, almost forgotten, but still there. For any member of the High Fai sect, the dreaming was always just a breath away. Gresham sank into his trance, exhaling out the real world and willing himself into the dream desert. Time drifted forward. From a distance away, he sensed as stars began to shine and the moon's full glow climbed the skies. And still he waited. Finally, Gresham felt a familiar tug and allowed himself to be drawn away from stars and moon. Night had come to the wastes. The path to the dream desert opened, and Gresham flowed into it, ripe with power. He had tested entering the dream desert over the past several nights. From a long distance, he had spied upon Joch in the glowing sand, watching the boy practice his new talent. But this night was different. He had no intention of merely spying from a distance. This night he would take his first step on the path to ridding himself of this decrepit husk of a body, returning youth to his bent bones and ravaged flesh. And to take this step, he needed power. Gresham opened his eyes. The cave had vanished around him. He now sat in the sands beside a bright silver river. He climbed slowly to his feet. The skies overhead were as blank as an empty slate, while around him the desert shone with a soft light. Gresham glanced back to the flat river. In its bright surface, he saw the south wall reflected. He could even see the small cubby bored into its surface, so close he could reach out and touch it. Smiling, Gresham leaned a hand over the great expanse of silver. The power here flowed like a raging river, but its surface was as still as a quiet pond. He passed his arm over the south wall's reflection, resting his hand over the entrance to the tiny cave. "Come to me," he whispered in the old desert tongue. As a member of the High Fai, Gresham had long ago studied the dreaming arts of the desert shamans. He knew their ancient tongue. He knew secrets lost to the ages. Return to your master. Slowly, a long thin object rose from the silver river. Once it was within reach, Gresham closed his fingers around his familiar staff. As flesh met petrified wood, the silver river turned momentarily black. As if sickened by its foul touch, the river shot the staff out with a blast. Gresham was knocked back by the force of the expulsion, landing hard in the soft sand, but he managed to maintain his grip on his prize. Relieved, Gresham hugged his staff to his chest for a few breaths before moving. Finally, he rolled around and shoved to his legs. He still had one more chore to complete this night. Turning his back on the river, Gresham set out into the desert. He moved swiftly, casting out his elemental senses, honing in on a single target in this vast desert. So far, there was no sign. But after spying here these many nights, Gresham knew where to go. With the boy taking sail this evening across the Dead Glass Sea, Joch would be unable to enter the dream desert. Gresham could not pass up this chance. Leagues of sand vanished under him. In the distance, vague shapes arose from the sand as sleepers throughout the wastes accidentally slipped into this plane. Gresham ignored them all. He knew it would only sap his energy to give them attention. So he continued on toward the rendezvous. As he neared the location, he sensed a ripple in the ever-present pressure of the desert's power, like a pebble dropped into a still pond. He hurried forward. Ahead, a figure took shape in the sand, cross-legged, his head bowed. Gresham pounced upon the unsuspecting arrival. He swung his staff just as the man darted a glance in his direction. Instincts made the newcomer attempt to block the blow, grabbing at Gresham's staff. With a feral grin, Gresham allowed him to hold tight. "Well met, Shaman Parthas." The elder's eyes shone with the glow of the dream desert. "Who are you?" Gresham reached to the staff's power and felt his own dream image flow to match the shaman's, mirror images grasping the same length of petrified stone. "I'm you, of course." Parthas attempted to shove aside the staff, but his eyes flew wide as he failed. The staff had hold of him. His eyes shone brighter. "You've brought something physical into the dream desert," the shaman said with horror. "So it would seem. And if I remember correctly from the blasted texts of the Ghul Ashmara, on the dream plane, real objects can kill." Gresham touched his dark magics and ignited the end of his staff. Balefire blew forth to consume the shaman. Parthas attempted to flail backward, but he was anchored to the staff, unable to escape. His limbs caught fire and blazed brightly in the dimly glowing sands. The shaman's eyes turned beseechingly in his direction. "Why?" they pleaded. Gresham only smiled. To forget one's past, foul or not, risked ruin. But Gresham had no interest in instructing this youngster any further. He fed a final burst of magic into the staff, and the man burst aflame. Around the pair, the sands blackened and melted, forming a molten pool. Gresham ignored it, floating atop its surface. Once the shaman was nothing but a scorched skeleton clinging to the end of his staff, Gresham shook the bones off with disgust and stepped away. The smoldering remains sank into the molten sands of the dream desert. Gresham watched a moment, then turned away with a sigh. Behind him, the blackened bit of sand faded away, erased by the endless desert sands. But he knew that in the middle of the oasis of Ushal, someone would soon discover the burned remains of Shaman Parthas, melted into a patch of black glass, what the tribesmen of the desert called night glass, a miniature version of that great barren lake of Aishan. As Gresham headed back over the sands to return to the Silver River, he wondered if Joch was already sailing atop Aishan's midnight surface. He smiled and glanced down at the form he had stolen from Shaman Parthas and laughed. No matter where Joch traveled now, when it was most important, he and Joch would meet again. Kesla walked up to Joch as he sat on a crate and stared out at the black lake of Aishan. She stepped to the rail. The night sky was clear, and stars shone both overhead and in the glassy surface of the surrounding sea. The wind remained swift over the smooth, hard surface, filling the sails of the skateboat and speeding them toward the rising full moon. "How much longer?" Joch asked, not turning. "The pilot says we'll reach the far side before the moon reaches its zenith." She glanced behind her. Fesekaler stood by the tiller, face bare to the winds, his eyes on the stars and his sails. Up and down the boat, his four-man crew worked lines and cranked winches at his command. Joch nodded. "Is everything prepared? Cast and Siwan are ready to take flight as soon as we dock. Insu and the tribesmen have their weapons sharpened, arrows fletched, and they are dressed in sand gear. Hunt and Rickle oversee Shishan, who rests below decks." Kesla could not help but smile, even with the tension. Hunt truly has a sweet voice when he sings her to sleep. Joch glanced at her, a shadow of a smile on his face. She settled beside him, sharing his crate. He made a motion to stand and move away, but she gripped his arm. "Stay, please." After a pause, he sank back to his seat with a sigh. Kesla remained silent, just appreciating this quiet moment. Finally, she felt Joch relax beside her, leaning ever so slightly against her. She slid an arm smoothly around his back. Neither spoke, neither acknowledged the simple gesture. As the boat glided across the lake, the whisper of its steel runners on the glass surface created a continual haunted music, echoing eerily across the night. Finally Joch spoke. "Tell me about Aishan. What do you want to know? Earlier you mentioned that the lake was formed during the ancient battle that first drove the ghouls from Tuller, some magical cataclysm that melted the sands to this black glass." "Night glass," she whispered, like the dagger. "Tell me more about this legend." "It's not legend, but history. I've read books in Master Belgan's library, texts and scrolls stretching into the distant past of the southern wastes." Joch glanced at her, their faces only a handspan apart. "You read, Do you want to be pushed off this scow? She smiled at him and stared into his eyes a moment. It was good to hear him tease. But there was a sadness in his gaze that she could not touch. It had been there since they had escaped Alcazar. He turned away. So tell me about this place. She sighed. This region was once just desert, except for Kalu at the foot of the south wall, a sprawling trading port beside the desert's largest oasis. Silk merchants, spice traders, and dealers in wares would come from all over. Their tents would stretch for leagues into the sands around Kalu. So what happened? As the ghouls grew in power and perversity, fewer and fewer would make the trek, fearing for their lives. Tales began to spread of children disappearing, of strange cries echoing over the sands from Tuller, of beasts that would come with the night to attack and pillage. So the flow of riches trickled away. This did not please the ghouls. They had grown to enjoy the varieties of wines, spices, and outlander wares at their doorstep. An order was sent out, demanding a certain tithe of goods be delivered to their representatives in Kalu. The beginning of the tithing? Kesla nodded. And as the ghouls grew ever more bold, so did their demands. Soon a tithing of blood was being demanded, cattle, malaks, goats, and eventually, children, Joch finished. Upon reaching manhood or with the first bleed of womanhood, the firstborn of every family was required to serve 2 winters in Tuller. Most never returned. Those that did were crippled in the mind, unable to speak. Many had turned savage, more beast than man. Why did the tribes submit to them? If a village or tribe refused, the basilisk was sent to them in the night and all were killed. Nothing could slay the beast. So as winters passed, slowly the tithing grew to be a custom of the wastes, another harshness of the unforgiving desert. How horrible! Kesla stared out at the glass sea. Such was life under the ghouls. So what happened? Occasionally there were assaults upon Tuller, uprisings, but they were all beaten down and swallowed by the sands. None could resist the ghouls. Then one winter, a child was born whose eyes glowed with the shine of the dream desert. Kesla glanced to Joch to see if he understood. He nodded. He was named Chiron, after the first star to rise each night. His family lived alone in the desert and immediately knew him to be special. It was said that hundreds of stars fell from the skies on the night he was born. Since the parents were isolated nomads and called no place home, they decided to risk defying the ghouls and keep their child hidden. It was only their own lives at risk. But soon, other tribes heard of the child and took up the family's cause. The family was spirited from tribe to tribe, from village to village. The child grew up to know the entire breadth and spread of the desert. All who laid eyes upon him knew he was the one to free them from the tyranny of the ghouls. Rumors spread of his ability to call water from the sands, to tame a sandstorm with the wave of his hand. All declared Chiron to be the chosen one, the child of the desert itself. Some questioned whether he had even been born of man and woman, but born out of the desert itself. Joch suddenly stiffened beside her. She glanced to him, but he waved for her to continue, his expression slightly pained. So when he grew to manhood at the age of 13, no one in the desert wanted him tied to Tuller. Everyone whispered his name. But little happened in the desert of the wastes that did not reach the ears of the ghouls. On the night of his passage from boy to man, the basilisk itself appeared in the sands outside the village where he was staying. It did not attack, but simply took up silent watch, warning all that the child must be taken to Tuller. That night plans were made to whisk Chiron away, but the boy refused. Instead, after the celebrations of his passage to manhood, Chiron left the village and walked to where the basilisk was rooted. It is said that Chiron spoke to the ghouls through the beast and swore to bring himself to the south wall. Why? That's what the villagers asked him. They tried to convince him to flee, but Chiron left with the morning's light and made the long trek to the wall. Each night of the journey, the basilisk would come to make sure he kept his promise, its baleful eye watching over the boy. But he did not try to run. He reached Kalu in less than a quarter moon. There, with the moon shining as bright as it does this night, he found a ghoul named Ashmara waiting for him. Ashmara? Every desert child's nightmare. It was said his skin was as pale as milk and his eyes glowed with red fires. He was the most corrupt of the ghouls, sick in his depravity and wild in his bloodlusts. Some said his wickedness came with his birth. Born with skin that could not tolerate the sun's touch, eyes that could not withstand its brightness, he grew to hate the desert, only coming out at night to wreak his terror upon those that could walk the day. And this Shiren, did Ashmara take him to Tuller? No, in the center square of Kalu, beside the pool of the oasis, Shiren finally refused and spat at the toes of the leader of Tuller. He told Ashmara that from this day forward the reign of the ghouls would end, that his own blood would slay them all. What happened? Kesla turned from her study of the lake back to Joch. Here is where texts vary on what happened. Some say Ashmara drew a dagger and attacked Shiren, while others say Shiren pulled a magical sword from the sand and drove it through the ghoul but failed to kill him. But no matter the story, a great battle was fought between them. Dire magics lit the night skies. Those in Kala fled into the desert with only the cloaks on their backs. The battle raged between Shiren and Ashmara throughout the entire night, and by sunrise, those that had returned found only a lake of steaming and running glass. Aishan, it was named the Desert's Tears. It took a full moon's time for the lake to cool. And what of Shiren and Ashmara? Kesla shook her head. Both were gone, consumed by their own magics. Joch stared at the smooth, dark lake. And Tuller? Once word spread of Shiren, the tribes rose up once again. Not just a handful, as in the past, but the entire desert. Tuller, though leaderless now, was not defenseless. The basilisk still lived, as did hordes of other wicked beasts. But Ashmara had been the strongest of Southwall's ghouls. With his loss, the others barely resisted the attack of the desert's tribes. A siege began that stretched for 2 winters. Kesla faced Joch. Until one day, a woman came and instructed the artisans of the desert to sculpt a dagger from the glass of the lake. Sisakofa? She nodded. The Witch of spirit and stone. She spilled her own blood upon the blade, and on the night of the full moon, she walked naked into Tuller and slew the basilisk. With the death of the ghoul's monster, the tide was turned. In less than a moon, Tuller fell, the walls were pulled down, and the place was scoured of all living things. It became a cursed place avoided by all. Joch sighed. Until it all started over again. Behind them, Fesse Kaler called from the tiller. We near the south wall. Ready yourselves. Joch and Kesla both stood. Squinting her eyes, Kesla spotted where the gleam of the glass lake ended and the sands began once again. Beyond the sand, the far horizon lost its gentle curve as the stars of the night sky were sliced away by a straight, unyielding line. Though it was unseen, Kesla recognized the silhouette of the south wall, dark and imposing. Around her, the crew of the skateboat began to scurry in preparation of beaching on the sands. Despite the activity, Kesla found her eyes fixed on the wall. For a moment, 2 images lay atop each other. Ghostly in the moonlight, glimpses of pavilions and trees and a pool of midnight blue appeared around her. Kalu, she mumbled. What was that? Joch asked. As the images faded away, she shook her head and touched the nightglass dagger hidden under her cloak, seeking reassurance. It was just her imagination, the old stories come to life in her mind's eye. She turned her back on the lake, but she could not escape the feeling that for that brief moment she had been staring through Shiren's eyes, seeing ancient Kalu as the boy must have seen it. Joch touched her arm. Is something wrong? She reached to his fingers and simply clutched them, fighting the sense of doom. Let's get everyone ready. We've much to do before the dawn comes. Joch waited for the signal. He and Rickald leaned their backs against the outcropping of sandstone. Both of them were covered in cloaks that matched the sand and stone. Neither of them breathed. Across the shallow valley, Insu hid with his 10 warriors among the scrabble of rock. Between them, in the valley's center, Hunt and Kessler sat around a fire, with Shishin sleeping in a bedroll near the flames. Bait for those that approached. After disembarking from the skateboat, it had been difficult in the flat sands to find an adequate place to ambush the children's caravan without being seen. Even at night, the stars and setting moon were enough to cast the landscape in silver. But as much as it made their task difficult, it also made the approaching caravan easy to spot. Even before the skateboat had beached, Cast had found the caravan with a spyglass. The long train trundled with wagons and mooling Malaks, winding along the shores of Aishan as it headed toward Tuller. Lamps swung from poles on both beast and wagon, a glowing snake splayed across the dark desert landscape. Cast had lowered his spyglass with a worried look. "I count 6 Skeltum stalking around the edges of the caravan." With this dire news, they needed as much time as possible to ready the trap. Fesse Kaler had proven his skill as a pilot, gliding his ship well ahead of the caravan and finding a shelter in which to keep his boat hidden. Once landed, they had quickly set out and chosen this point along the shore road in which to set up their ambush. Framed by sandstone boulders, it offered plenty of shelter and deep shadows. "Here comes the scout," Rickles said, ducking down. The heavy tread of an approaching Maluk grew closer, coming from just over the next dune. Joch lay unmoving as the great beast shambled by. The musky scent of its passage swept over him. Once it was past, he shifted enough to watch the Maluk crest the dune and head down the far side. The rider called to those gathered around the fire. "Ho!" Kessler acted surprised by the appearance of the scout. She stood quickly and spoke in the desert tongue. Joch did not understand it. The man was clearly questioning her, and she pointed an arm at Shishin bundled in her blankets. Joch knew what she was explaining to the man. She and her uncle were heading to Dalanskri with her niece, a tribute for this moon's tithing. The scout stared around the small camp, clearly suspicious. Shishin awoke from all the noise and rubbed her eyes. Sleepy, she leaned closer to Hunt. He comforted her while motioning her to stay silent. It would ruin the ruse if Shishin should speak. Her Drerendi accent would certainly mark her as an outlander. From his perch, the scout eyed the child. Joch prayed for him to rise to the bait. He seemed to sniff the air. The campsite had been ringed with Maluk urine, a common warding against the sandsharks and other burrowing predators. Its strong musk also helped mask the presence of the hidden men. Fesse Kaler had warned them that the guards for the caravan were desert outlaws who had been bought with gold for this foul duty. They were as cunning as they were savage. Finally, the scout lifted a horn from his saddle and blew a long slow note, a signal that it was safe for the caravan to come forward. The signal given, Hunt whipped back his cloak and swung his hidden club. The man turned in time to take the brunt of the blow to the side of his face. He tumbled from his perch and struck the sand hard. Kessler flew to the Malak's side to keep it calm. Silently, Insa slid from his hiding spot and raced to the mount and up into the high saddle. Without a word, Insu ambled the Maluk to the crest of the hill, back in direct sight of the caravan. He lifted an arm and waved for the wagons to continue forward along the shore road. In the meantime, Kessler quickly bound and gagged the limp guard, then she and Hunt dragged him to where the desert warriors still lay hidden. The plan was to allow the caravan to swing into the valley before beginning their attack. With the caravan's attention on the small roadside camp, Joch and his group would attack the flanks. In the shallow valley, Kessler and Hunt returned to their positions around the campfire. Joch bit his lip against the tension. What occurred next depended on perfect timing and expert execution. In short order, the forefront of the caravan wound over the rise and down into the valley. Malaks with solitary riders led the way, behind them came open wagons hauled by pairs of Malaks. The wagon beds were loaded with baled hay and crates of goods sacked from Dalanskri. Behind them came cart after cart of barred cages. Inside, lit by torches, the scared, pale faces of children stared out at the surrounding sands. Their cries and sobbing echoed over the dunes. Flanking the children's wagons were outriders, scouts on leaner Malaks. But as Joach watched, the worst was yet to come. He saw the first skeleton climb over the rise. Framed in firelight, it stood as tall as any Malluck, and the folded wings on its back twitched as its black eyes stared across the valley. Joach prayed that the musk would continue to mask the hidden party. As the creature descended into the valley, its white flesh stood out starkly against the shadowed sands, like a corpse floating on a dark sea. Joach held his breath as another of the beasts appeared, this time closer. It crawled along the sands on his side of the caravan, low, claws scrabbling on the rocks. It paused, perched like some winged carrion hunter atop a large boulder, no more than a stone's throw from Joach's position. It lifted its head and drank in the night scents. Joach watched pale lips curl back, exposing its sharp fangs. Eyes, so dark that they appeared holes in a skull, gazed at the tiny camp below. A long, forked tongue slithered from its throat and tasted the air. Muscles tensing, Joach studied the dark rocks on the valley's far side. The noises of the trundling caravan grew deafening to those who had been hiding in silence for so long. What was Insu waiting for? More of the caravan rode into the valley. Another two skeleton appeared, one riding atop a cage of children who whimpered in mindless terror. Below, a pair of outriders swept over to Kesla's campsite and slid from their saddles. The glint of ankle irons flashed in their hands. Sweet mother, what is taking them so long? Joach's fingers wrapped around the sword hilt in his hand. Finally, a flicker of silver flashed from the dark rocks. At last, the signal. Joach tossed aside his cloak and burst into the open with Rickald. The skeleton perched on the rock swung toward them and hissed, clearly surprised. Joach lifted his sword, and Rickald raised his arms, shining bright with elemental power. High-pitched laughter flowed from the skeleton's throat. So the desert hides some rats. It wheezed, snapping its skeletal wings open. Clawed legs tensed as it prepared to leap. What did the monster have to fear? At night, the skeleton were protected by dark magics that made them impervious to swords and blades. In a burst, it hurled itself at them. Joach rolled backward, and Rickald scrambled to the side. As it flew at them, a larger, darker shape flashed overhead, snatching the skeleton in midair, like an eagle upon a sparrow. Then it was gone, leaving behind it a roar that deafened the entire valley. Ragnar K had drawn first blood this night. The broken body of the skeleton tumbled from the skies to crash atop a wagon, shattering its wheels with the impact. The dragon's roar could strip the dark protections from the skeleton, making them vulnerable. With the way clear, Joach hurried down the hill. Below, a battle raged. Insu and the desert warriors attacked the riders and drovers of the caravan with arrows and long, curved swords. Some outlaws, though caught by surprise, were quick to regroup, while others raced past Joach and offered no challenge. It seemed gold did not buy the most stalwart hearts. Unimpeded, Joach ran down the slope to the campfire. Kesla and Hunt had already dispatched the two scouts and now guarded Shishin. What took you so long? Hunt asked as Joach skidded to a stop. Rickald answered. We were blocked by one of the Dark Lord's monsters. Ragnar K killed it, Joach added, then scooped Shishin up under his free arm. He was no skilled swordsman, especially with his left arm. He had one duty this night, to whisk Shishin away from the fighting with Kesla. Hunt and Rickald would join the battle. Kesla led the way toward the rocks, while Rickald and Hunt headed into the fighting. Joach glanced behind him. Across the way, he saw an outlaw lay a torch to one of the children's cages, clearly trying to divert the ambushers into rescuing the children. But before the wood could take the flame, the man collapsed, his back feathered with arrows. His torch fell to the sand and went dark. Closer, a skeleton fell from the sky to land, broken and bleeding, among the rocks. Joach glanced up. Ragnar K continued to pick off the monsters while ensuring none escaped by wing to alert Tuller. Kesla suddenly tugged on his elbow. Run! Joach swung around. A pair of wild-eyed Malaks thundered toward them, dragging a smashed wagon behind. Joch ran with Shishin in his arms and managed by a single step to escape being trampled. They reached the rocks and climbed into their safe embrace to sit out the bloody storm. In a shallow cave, they found Fesse Kaler waiting. He sprang to his feet. "Did you find Misha?" he asked hopefully, looking to the bundled form in Joch's arms. "Not yet," Kesla said. "We must first rid the caravan of outlaws and monsters, then we'll search for your daughter." The skateboat pilot's face was pale with worry. "I saw those monsters." He hid his face in his hands. "My little Misha." Joch settled Shishin down. She sucked her thumb and stared wide-eyed at all around her. Joch placed a hand on the pilot's shoulder. "We'll get your daughter safely back into your arms, but..." Fess turned his face to hide his tears, then moved away. "I cannot sit idle and wait. I must offer what help I can." Fess stumbled away, a dagger in his hands. "Don't!" Joch stepped after him. "You don't have to fight." The man stared at Joch, an incredulous look on his face. "It is my daughter out there." Joch opened his mouth to argue, but found no words. He watched Fess disappear into the shadows. Joch turned away with a shake of his head. "Fess is no warrior." Kesla nodded. "But he is a father." She pulled Shishin into her lap and gently cradled her, rocking ever so slightly. Joch took up watch with his sword. Among the rocks, the sounds of battle were muted, but he could still hear the screams of terrified children. It was an awful sound. He could only imagine how much worse it must sound to the father of one of these children. Kesla sighed behind him. "We might rescue the children from what awaits them in Tuller, but we can't ever rescue them from this night." Joch understood and remained silent. The horrors here would last a lifetime. Even Shishin stared wide-eyed into the night, cringing whenever the sounds of battle grew closer. Kesla met his gaze over her head. Joch sought some way to distract the child. He ran a finger over his sword, slicing a tiny cut. He leaned over the floor of their little cave and squeezed a thick drop from his finger into the sand. "What are you doing?" Kesla asked. Joch sat back and sighed out his breath, extending his senses. On the long trek to Aishan, Shaman Parthas had taught Joch how to pierce through the veil between the real and the dream desert by focusing on the magic in his blood. Joch stared at the red drop resting atop the sand. As he watched, it slowly sank between the grains. Joch allowed his thoughts and a bit of his spirit to follow the blood down into the sand. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the rocks vanish and the dream desert open up around him, glowing softly into the distance. As he stared, the drop of blood grew brighter, becoming more real. Shaman Parthas had told him how one's attention could give substance to what was figment. Joch did that now, feeding a small bit of himself into the drop of blood and willing it to change. Distantly he heard a small gasp from Kesla. Joch continued to work in silence, concentrating. Once done, Joch pulled himself back to the world of rocks and wind. At the entrance of the cave, a rows of sculpted sandstone stood mute watch. Joch waved a hand over it, touching the threads of power that still linked him to the dream desert. The rose's petals slowly bloomed open in the moonlight. Joch heard Shishin giggle. He turned and saw her eyes bright upon his creation. "Pretty," she whispered, and reached out to it. "Careful, honey," Kesla warned. Joch waved to Shishin. "It's all right." Shishin reached and plucked the rose from the sand. As the stem broke, the rose fell back to sand, falling away. She stared wide-eyed at the trick, then looked up at Joch with a twinge of guilt. He patted her hand, dusting the silt from her fingers, then kissed their tips. "Don't worry, Shishin. Dreams aren't supposed to last forever." She grinned at him, then snuggled against Kesla, who wrapped her arms around the girl. Joch met Kesla's soft smile of appreciation. "Maybe dreams aren't supposed to last forever," he thought as he stared at her, "but while they're here, maybe you should appreciate and cherish them." Slowly he sank back and joined Kesla. Together they watched over Shishin. And sometime during that long night, Joch found his fingers wrapped in Kesla's, the child guarded between them. Finally, the scrape of heel on rock sounded. Joch jerked up, sword in hand. Hunt pushed forward. His cloak was stained in blood. He leaned on a rock. Shishin. She sleeps, Kesla said. Have we won? Joch asked. Hunt nodded. The caravan is ours. Joch and Kesla walked back out of the rocks, while Hunt picked up Shishin. She woke sleepily, smiled at Hunt, and hugged him tight around the neck. Joch noticed the hard man soften, saw the pain in his eyes mute. As a group, they continued back to the sand. Joch stared at the carnage below. Both men and beasts lay bleeding in the sand. Across the valley, Ragnar K landed and perched on the ridge. The moans and sobs filled the valley. The children are free, Hunt said. Joch shook his head. These children would never be truly free after this night. He stared at a group of them cowering beside a broken wagon, bleeding, crying, and terrified. What about Misha, the pilot's daughter? Kesla asked. Was she found safe? Yes, Hunt said. Joch recognized the pang of sorrow in the Drerendi's voice and turned to face him. Hunt hung his head. Her father was killed. Fess attacked one of the Skeltum as it tore into a cartload of children. He died before Ragnar K could come to his aid, but his death was not in vain. His attack managed to delay the monster long enough for the dragon to save the children. Kesla turned away, a hand over her mouth. Hunt continued. One of the skateboat's crew has promised to take the child to her aunt and uncle. Joch closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He pictured the man's haunted face as he strode into the darkness. Insu strode up to them. The outlaws have been either slain or driven into the sands. Once we regroup the caravan, we should be underway for Tuller by daybreak. Joch sheathed his sword. No. Eyes swung in his direction. He faced them with a deep frown. These children have suffered enough. He turned to Hunt. I want you and the warriors to take all the children away from here. Now. Keep them safe. Insu protested. But we'll need the caravan to hide our approach. No. I won't hide behind these children. Fesse Kaler spoke truly. We have no right to do this. But we saved them, Insu continued to argue. Joch laughed, but it was a pained sound even to his own ears. We saved no one here. He moved away. Hunt, gather the men and head out as soon as the sun rises. It will be done, Hunt said. Then what are we going to do when we reach Tuller? Insu asked angrily. Kesla answered. We'll find a way inside without being seen. We're assassins, are we not? Her words shamed Insu into silence. Kesla strode to Joch's side. He turned and stared into her twilight eyes and knew his decision was the right one, not because she represented the dream of the desert, but because her eyes glowed with the simple compassion and concern of a woman. Joch bent down and kissed her deeply. He felt her flinch in surprise for a moment, then wilt into his embrace. They clung to each other, a simple acknowledgement of life and maybe even of love. 19. As twilight spread over the desert, Simon rode atop her dragon, sweeping along the deep shadows of the south wall. The immense sandstone structure stretched higher than Ragnar K could fly, but its surface was far from smooth. Sections lay crumbled into a rocky scarp at the base, while countless sandstorms had pitted its face. In addition, old scars from ancient wars had burned the red rock black for large swaths. These signs of old battle grew in number as they swept toward the ruins of Tuller. We come to city, my bonded, Ragnar K sent to her. The dragon's vision was keener than hers. But she closed her eyes and shared his sight. Ahead, it looked as if some giant had taken a hammer and struck the south wall a great blow. Boulders and huge chunks of sandstone lay jumbled at the base of the wall. The pile climbed halfway up the immense wall. Only as they swept closer did it become clear that the tumbled boulders were in fact once a great city. The remains of a half-circle curtain wall enclosed the debris. One watchtower still stood near the front, but its crenellated top had been worn by winds into a rough nub, and its base had been burned as black as the Aishan Sea. Within the walls, the remains of immense buildings and spires could be seen poking from the sandy dunes that had blown into the ruined city. It was as if the desert were trying to erase these scoured ruins. "Keep to shadows," Ragnar K. Cywin whispered into the wind, but she knew the dragon heard her thoughts. "We don't want to stir this nest." Cywin studied the ruins of Tuller. She saw no sign of movement, no sign that anything still occupied the city. But she also spotted the worn wagon trails that led through the broken gates and wound through the city. The trail of the old caravans crossed the city and disappeared into the yawning maw of a tunnel in the wall itself. From this height, Cywin could make out the carved figures of a man and a woman, done in relief at the tunnel's entrance, arms linked over the entrance in a clear gesture of welcome. Cywin imagined it was one of the last gentle images the children of the deserts ever saw before being swallowed away into the darkness. She leaned closer to Ragnar K to share the heat of the dragon, but still could not suppress a shudder. "The desert squirms," Ragnar K said. He directed their shared sight below. At first, Cywin did not understand what he meant, then she saw it, too. Around the base of the outer wall and stretching a good quarter league into the surrounding desert, the sands churned and roiled like living flesh. She silently urged the dragon to circle lower. Tilting on a wing, Ragnar K angled in a steep glide that swept them lower, almost to the heights of the tumbled ruins. As they coursed by, the source of the strange phenomenon became clear. The sands around Tuller churned with the thrashing bodies of hundreds, no, thousands, of desert sharks. Cywin remembered the small school that had attacked them near the crash site of the Eagle's Fury and felt her limbs go cold. There were so many. How could anyone hope to cross this treacherous moat? She guided Ragnar K up into the sky. No wonder there were no eyes on the walls. The sands themselves would shear the flesh from your bones if you dared approach without permission. "Hurry! We must complete our duty and return." Ragnar K grunted his understanding and climbed higher and away. The two had been sent forth with the sun setting to spy upon the ruins, to gain as much insight as possible into its defenses. Meanwhile, the others rested amid a crumbled section of the wall about 3 leagues from Tuller. But the reconnaissance of Tuller was not her only duty. After sending Hunt off with the children at dawn, the group had set a hard pace around the shores of Aishan, reaching the south wall as the sun set. The plan was to enter Tuller at midnight, but once inside, a distraction would be needed to buy them time to find the Basilisk Gate and destroy it. The original plan had been to coordinate a simultaneous attack on Tuller. Desert warriors, numbering over 1,000, marched around the far side of Aishan, approaching Tuller from the opposite direction. Their forces would attack when the moon reached the highest point in the sky. It was Cywin's duty to play pigeon this night and deliver the detailed plan to the commander of the desert warriors. Fires in the desert, Ragnar K sent to her. She turned her attention back outward. Far ahead, in the shadow of the south wall, 100 fires could be seen, spreading out as far as the shore of Aishan. It had to be the encamped desert forces. Ragnar K sensed her urgency and swept more swiftly toward the gathered men. But as they neared the site, what had appeared to be campfires were in fact massive bonfires. With Ragnar K's keen vision, she could make out men stake within the flames, bodies contorted by the searing heat. By the glow of the bonfires, she spotted pale, winged creatures, skeleton and other strange beasts crawling among the dead. Desert scorpions the size of small dogs skittered atop the corpses. From the sands, snakes as thick around as her waist writhed up, bellies bulging with their swallowed prey. And here, too, sand sharks dove and gnashed in the blood-soaked sands. Throughout the carnage, rats and carrion birds feasted on all that was left, covering bodies from head to foot, fighting for a bite of flesh. Without being told, Ragnar K swung away and swept far out over Aishan on the way back to join their party. There would be no other attack on Tuller. They were on their own this night. Wordlessly, Ragnar K glided back in a wide circle as tears clouded Siwon's eyes. The image of the slaughter would live long in her heart, but she allowed it to steal her, too. The horror that roosted in Tuller had to be destroyed. In silence, they flew the final leagues and dove to land in the sands near where the group was hidden. Insu rose from his hiding place, bow in hand. He whistled to the others. From the rocks, Joch, Kesla, and Rickald appeared. Siwon stared at their numbers. 6. How could so few win where 1,000 warriors had failed? Sometimes the smallest fish escapes between the teeth of the shark. Siwon patted the neck of her large companion, hoping he was right. Kesla must have sensed her despondency. What's wrong? You're back much earlier than we expected you. Siwon climbed from the dragon's neck. She sent her love to the great heart inside, then lifted her hand away. The magic reversed itself amid a flurry of scale and cloud, and Cass stood beside her once again. He stepped and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her tight. I'm sorry, he whispered in her ear. She sank against him, needing his warmth and touch. Cass faced the group. The Desert Legion has been destroyed. Carrion eaters and worse feed upon the remains. Insu moved nearer with a cloak for Cass. How could that be? They were 1,000 of our fiercest warriors. Siwon answered. The evil here has grown stronger, fed on the blood of your own children. She explained in detail what she had seen, including the sharks encircling Tuller. It was as if the desert had turned against them. Kesla's face paled in the rising moonlight. Then how can we hope to succeed? If the desert is already corrupted, we've lost before we've even begun. Siwon pushed out of Cast's arms. No, if we lose heart, we give the evil power over us. We must not give up hope. Joch stepped forward and touched Kesla's arm. Siwon is right. We'll find a way. Kesla knelt in the sand, unmoving. The ruins of Tuller lay a half-league away, but it seemed much closer. The tumbled pile of sandstone filled the world ahead of her. With the moon full overhead, it was nearly as bright as day. Kesla squinted and made out the line where the sharks roiled in the sand. She had spent half the night searching for some break in the ring of death, circling the entire curtain wall. It seemed impossible. They had considered having Ragnar K ferry them over to the city, but judged this option only as a last choice, since the presence of a dragon flapping back and forth over the walls might draw more attention than they wanted. Then, a short time ago, from out of the desert, a possible answer had appeared. Insu had spied a single rider, racing atop a frothing Malluck. From the black sash across his red desert robes, it was clearly an outlaw, most likely one of the cowards who had fled the caravan. Insu had strung an arrow on his bow, meaning to take him out before he alerted Tuller, but Joch had pushed his arm down. If he's heading to Tuller, Joch had argued, perhaps he can show us a way through the sharks. They had all agreed it was worth the risk and had sent Kesla to spy upon him. She had sped after the rider on her lithe legs, sliding from shadow to shadow with her assassin-trained stealth. She now knelt beside a boulder, no more than the length of 5 Mallucks from the rider. He had slowed his mount at the edge of the roiling sands. The road to the open gates ahead was blocked. As Kesla spied, the outlaw tossed back his hood. His dark hair was unkempt, and a pale scar shaped like a spider blazed on his left cheek. From his cloak, he tugged out a small object. It hung from a braided cord around his neck. He slipped it over his head and held it at arm's length ahead of him. Kesla squinted but could not make out what swayed at the end of the cord. But whatever it was, it cast off a poisonous greenish light. The rider lifted his object higher. Was it some signal to unseen eyes? But Kesla noticed his attention was not on the crumbled watchtowers flanking the city gates, but upon the sands ahead. She heard him mumble a prayer of protection under his breath. But it was no spell, only a simple desert supplication taught all children. The outlaw urged his mount another step forward, but it balked at the churning sands, its nostrils scenting the danger there. The rider took a whip to his mount and got it to take a small step forward. He again lifted his glowing talisman. As the sick light spread over the deadly sands, the sharks fled from it, diving away with a frantic flip of their leathery tails. A path opened. Encouraged and clearly relieved, the rider whipped the Malluck again and slowly drove the beast forward. Ahead, the sharks fled from the glow of his talisman and extended a safe passage toward the waiting gates. The gait of the Malluck increased as it sensed the sharks to either side. The lumbering beast shuffled forward while the sand sharks swept up behind it, closing in once again after the green light had passed. Kesla squinted at the phenomenon. The outlaw's pendant must act as some protective ward, aglow with black magics. In his small island of safety, the outlaw continued to work his way toward Tuller. Kesla rose from her hiding spot and hurried forward. She knew she would have only this single chance. With a flick of her wrist, she loosed her climbing line and spun the trio of tricling hooks at the end of the braided silk rope. She took careful aim, adding her own silent prayer, then cast out her line. The hooks flew as swift as any arrow, flying past the rump of the Malluck. Once they reached her target, Kesla snapped her wrist. The hooks latched onto the cord from which the glowing talisman hung and snatched it from the outlaw's surprised fingers. With her catch hooked, Kesla flung her arm backward and cartwheeled away, dragging the line back over her in a smooth arch rolling to her feet. She lifted a hand and caught the flying talisman in her palm. She shook free the tricling hooks and clutched the prize in her fingers. Across the way, she saw the outlaw swing around in his saddle, a curse on his lips. Outlaw and assassin stared across at each other. Then the realization of the danger struck the rider as his mount suddenly reared, its neck stretched in a silent bellow of agony. With the glowing protection gone, the sharks swamped back over the little island of security. The Malluck's hind legs began to sink into the sand, devoured from below. The outlaw pulled his feet higher up in the saddle and scrambled away from the bloody sands. He crouched atop his mount's shoulder, his eyes wide with terror, his face pale. At the last moment, he leaped from the beast's shoulder, aiming back for the road. But the Malluck spasmed in death, throwing his balance. The man tumbled into the sands. Without a pause, he shot back to his feet, trying to spring away once again in a mad leap. But as he sailed upward, a monstrous bull shark shot out from the sand and caught him in midair, clamping his midsection and snapping him in half. Blood fountained as his severed torso flew. Other sharks burst up, snatching, biting, ripping. By the time his carcass landed, it was unrecognizable as a man. Behind him, his mount fared no better. Kesla turned away, remembering the caravan of terrified children. She felt sorrow for the death of the poor, mindless Malluck behind her, but for the outlaw, she felt nothing. Kesla glanced down and stared at her glowing prize. From the cord hung a large, serrated tooth of a sand shark. Joch followed Kesla through the gates of Tuller, crouching in a watchtower's shadow. Joch studied the arrow slits and parapets for any sign of movement. Nothing. It was as if the city were as empty as it appeared. He squinted beyond the gates. The moon shone directly overhead, full and bright. The ruins of the ancient castle ahead were a mix of silver and shadow. Behind him, the others hurried past the threshold, panting. Rickald was last, leaning on his crutch. He glanced with a scowl as the sharks ate away the path behind them. Joch followed his gaze. The way back was again a sea of churning sand. "What now?" the Elven asked. "We forge on," Kesla said. She lowered her arm from which the stolen talisman hung and hid it back under her cloak. Though the night was cool, everyone's faces shone with nervous sweat. The path through the sharks had frayed at their nerves, especially with the stripped bones of the Malluck poking up from the sand. Insa took the lead from here, running lightly on his toes as he guided them to the deeper shadows. Weapons appeared in everyone's hands. Last night, the blades and arrowheads had been dipped in the blood of the skeleton killed by Ragnar K. By fouling their weapons, they had given the edges the ability to slice through the dark protections of the skeleton, offering some defense against the monstrous beasts. As they worked through the ruins, Kesla kept to Joch's side, while Cast and Siwan flanked Rickald behind them. They all moved silently, watching for hand signals from Insa to move from shelter to shelter. Joch stared at the toppled spires and scorched walls. He could only imagine the old war that had wrested Tuller from the ghouls. In his head, the boom of catapults and the strident wail of battle horns echoed. He pictured the flaming arcs of dire magics, the screams of the dying. For a moment, he could almost smell the balefire in the air. Joch's fingers tightened on his sword's grip, remembering the thrill of magic coursing out from him, tied to his spirit and focused through a poiwood staff. The stump of his wrist suddenly itched with the phantom memory of gripping Gresham's staff. He rubbed the smooth wrist on his hip with a pained expression, trying to erase the flare of desire. Kesla glanced at his movement, her eyes asking if he was all right. He waved his sword tip forward. With a worried nod, Kesla crept around the broken bust of a huge statue, lying on its side in the sand, half buried. Joch hurried under the gaze of its sand-scoured eye, unable to escape the feeling of being watched, studied like a scurrying bug. But as much as he searched, nothing threatened. Slowly, as the moon crossed above them, they worked through the ruins without incident, aiming in a zigzagging pattern toward the opening in the south wall that led into the inner chambers and tunnels. At last they found Insa crouched on his ankles beside a low wall, his back against the stone. He waited until they were all lined up beside him, then motioned around the corner of the wall. His voice was the whisper of sand over rock. The way lies unguarded. They all readied themselves, steeling their resolves. An open yard lies between us and the opening. We must move swiftly. I spy several openings in the wall's face. Watchers? Kesla asked. Insa shrugged. Rickald half crawled toward them. I can help. Sand lies thick all around. A slight breeze should cough up a bit of dusty cover. Could the magic alert those within? Joch asked. Not if I ply the winds with care. The night winds are already sharp and gusty. It would not take much to guide its flow here for a brief moment. Insa shrugged again. It's worth trying. Joch nodded. Rickald leaned back against the sandstone wall, his eyelids lowering as he touched his power. A bit of elemental fire danced along his fingertips, but it was a weak trickle. Be ready, Rickald said. On my word. Kesla leaned a moment against Joch, a silent gesture of support. She raised her desert scarf across her mouth and nose. The others followed suit, waiting, tense. Now! Rickald whispered. As a group, they rushed around the corner as a sudden gust raced through the ruins, coughing up a small sandstorm before it. Joch and the others disappeared within it. They ran toward the black tunnel entrance, sand stinging their eyes and winds whipping their cloaks. Cast half carried the limping Rickald with him. Joch glanced up at the south wall. Lost in the sandstorm, its heights were barely discernible. Ahead, a slightly darker shadow and the blank wall of swirling sand marked their goal. Insu was first through, followed closely by Kesla. At the entrance, Kesla spun around to urge the party forward, waving an arm. Joch urged his legs to move faster, his vision blurred by stinging tears. But he was not too blind to miss a pale shadow burst from deeper in the tunnel. Insa suddenly flew backward into the sandy yard, his curved sword sailing away. As the man landed on his back, Joch saw the bloody claw marks strafed across his chest. Kesla dove out of the tunnel after him, moving with an assassin's speed. Behind her, on her heels, Skeltum boiled out of the tunnel. The lead beast snatched at her but only caught her cloak. Kesla fought to shed her garment. In the yard, Insu rolled to his feet in the face of the onslaught. Daggers appeared in both hands, but he was too late to save himself. His body spasmed as the poison in the claw wounds struck his heart. His arms jerked as he fell. The daggers flew from the dead man's hands and buried themselves in the eyes of the skeleton that clutched Kessler. The beast fell backward with a wail. Kessler rolled free and raced to join Joach and the others gathered in the yard. "Insue," she sobbed. But now was not the time for mourning. From the tunnel, more skeleton poured into the yard, while underfoot, monstrous scorpions shook free of their subterranean nests and danced toward the group, poison tails raised in threat. "Behind!" Cast yelled. Joach glanced over a shoulder and saw the Sand's Royal and Churn, driving toward them. It was the sand sharks again, closing off any retreat, driven to a thrashing fury. "A trap!" Sywin moved closer to Cast. "We can flee with Ragnar K. Carry everyone away." Joach backed away. What choice did they have? He began to nod when Rickle threw down his crutch. "No," he said coldly, and shoved back the sleeves of the robe. "Flee now, and all is lost. I won't allow it." He jammed both arms toward the rushing monsters. Back arching, he drew upon all the energy in his body. Energy cascaded brightly along his bared forearms, and a fierce gale slammed into the yard. Sand blew up with a scream of winds and struck the skeleton with the force of a hammer. Beasts tumbled against the wall. Scorpions flew in the grip of whirlwinds and cracked against the unyielding stone. "Run!" Rickle said, driving his arms apart and blowing away clear to the tunnel. "I can't hold this wind for long." Rickle de Joach began to argue, but he knew the Elven was right. If any chance to destroy the Weir Gate existed, it had to be now. Whatever evil had rooted here was already close to consuming the desert. He remembered his journey to the Silver Stream and the Dream Desert and the sight of the black whirl of disease consuming and spreading. Rickle met his eyes. The Elven prince's face was hard and proud, but behind the sharp features, Joach saw the trembling strain as he reined the winds, and also a twinge of fear, a brave man who knew his death had come. "Go," Rickle said between tight lips. "As long as we live, there's always hope." Joach recognized his own words, spoken to Rickle as the Elven fought to hold his burning ship together. He understood the unspoken acknowledgement behind the prince's words. Rickle would not lose heart this time. "Thank you, Rickle." The prince nodded, then turned his full attention forward, shoulders hunching as he fed all his power into a final gale of sandy winds. "Hurry!" Joach led the way, bent against the winds that tugged at his cloak like a maddened dog. He rushed down the narrow path as scorpions and winged monsters fought the full assault of the wind. The tunnel ahead lay empty. He dove into it and was followed quickly by the others. He stopped at the entrance and turned to face Rickle. The Elven's arms trembled. He stumbled backward. Kessler grabbed Joach's sleeve and tugged out the shark tooth pendant to light the dark tunnel behind him. "We must be off, lose ourselves in these tunnels before they break free." Joach frowned. Her plan was short-sighted. As soon as Rickle was overwhelmed, the skeleton would hunt them, scour the tunnels for their blood. Another plan was needed. Joach shook free of Kessler and bared his forearm. He drew his sword across the flesh of his arm. "What are you doing?" Cast asked, sheltering Sywin behind him. Wincing at the sharp pain, Joach held out his arm and dribbled a solid trail of blood across the entrance. He intoned words to draw himself away, slipping into the dream desert, drawn easily by the amount of spilled blood. As he concentrated on the red line in the sand, focusing his attention, a scorpion pounced to the tunnel's entrance. He barely saw it, lost between the dreaming and the real. The poisoned creature raced toward his leg, but before it could strike, a dagger impaled it between its stalked eyes, pinning it to the sand. Kessler retrieved her weapon from its twitching body, then kicked it aside. "Hurry, Joach. Rickle weakens." Ahead, Joach saw a skeleton scrabble out of the sandy gale, crouching. But its prey was not Joach. "It's going for Rickle," Cast said. Joch fought to keep his attention focused. A moment more. Then new movement caught his eye, not out in the courtyard of Tuller, but in the dream desert itself. Someone rose from the sands off to his left. The visitor had been sitting near where the bright silver river wound through the empty sands. Even from the distance, Joch recognized the familiar figure. It was Shaman Parthas. "Let me help you," Parthas said. The shaman stepped forward with the unnatural speed of this landscape, closing in swiftly, but Joch knew he had no more time. Even as Parthas reached his side, Kesla cried out, "Rickled!" Beyond the tunnel's entrance, the screaming winds died. Joch snatched at the lines of power between the two worlds and fed his spirit into the dream sands. "Do my will," he urged, and flung his arm high. At his command, a wave of sand swept up to fill the tunnel's entrance, closing off the yard. Though he had willed it, Joch still stumbled backward, stunned as he snapped back into the real world. Cast caught him, but Joch struggled back up. "We must hurry," he said, eyeing the sculpted structure. "I don't know how long this pile of sand will hold them back, but..." Cass touched the wall as Kesla held her glowing talisman higher. "It's not sand," the large man said. "It's rock." Simon ran her fingers along its surface. "Sandstone." Joch felt the wall himself. It was solid. "Must be the flow of power here," he mumbled, remembering how the energy of Gresham's staff had transformed his first dream sculpture into rock, but he was not entirely convinced. He recalled the figure that had shared the dream desert and frowned. Or maybe it was something Shaman Parthas did? He said he could help. Shaman Parthas? Kesla glanced at him. Joch shook his head. "It's not important. Let's find where they hid this cursed basilisk and end this horror." Kesla nodded and turned with her talisman toward the dark tunnel, her face cast in a sickly green glow. "But where do we begin to search?" Gresham kicked Rook out of his way as he stalked from his little cave out into the moonlight desert. "Curse that boy's rashness." He thumped his staff into the sand. "He's going to get himself turned into fodder for those bloody beasts before he's served his purpose." Leaning on his staff, Gresham sighed and shook his head. Deep inside, though, he was impressed with Joch's abilities. The boy grew quickly in skill. It had taken only a little of Gresham's dark magic to fortify Joch's sandstone wall. He would make a great sculptor one day, that is, if he lived long enough. "Mammaster," Rook grumbled, nose close to the ground. "I kill meat." Turning, Gresham eyed the gutted trio of burrow dogs. "Rodents. I'm burning away my energies waiting for that boy only to have him slip out of my grasp, and the gnome brings me burrow dogs." Rolling his eyes, Gresham held out his palm. Rook, ever obedient, rushed to fill his hand with one of the carcasses. Gresham sniffed at the bloody and raw meat, then glanced back to his tunneled cave. "It seems we are what we eat." He used the few teeth still rooted in his gums to tear the flesh from the tiny bones, chewing thoughtfully. "But at least the boy's here, so close," Gresham said, wiping his lips on his sleeve. "And we know where he's heading." Filling his stomach with more meat, Gresham felt fueled enough for the final battle. The time of waiting and planning was over. Tossing aside the bones, he swung back to the cave. "This time I'll be ready, Dot." Kesla crept down the corridor, ears pricked for any noises. With her assassin training, she could identify a mouse's pittering footfalls and tell you if it was a male or a female. But with the furtive whispers and sudden scrape of a boot heel on rock echoing from the others behind her, it was hard to concentrate. She cringed at their noises, sure it would attract whatever other monsters lurked in the darkness. She held her shark-toothed talisman higher, but it shed little light to guide their way from here. 3 paths branched out from this hall. But which to take? Since entering the tunnels, the way had been a straight shot into the heart of the south wall, but now a decision had to be made. Kesla turned with her pendant in hand. "I don't know," she whispered. "I could explore each on my own and try to determine the best path." "And how would you know?" Cast asked. I doubt you'll come upon a sign with an arrow, saying basilisk lies this way. Kesla opened her mouth to argue, but Joach gripped her wrist and turned her to face him. We stay together, he insisted. His eyes seemed to grow brighter in the gloom. Wait. Siwan pointed to the shark's tooth. Kesla glanced at it, not understanding. Siwan took it from her, then quickly marched to each tunnel and held up the talisman. Upon reaching the third tunnel, it flared brighter. I noticed it, Siwan explained, when Joach turned Kesla around. For some reason, its light shines more boldly when pointed this way. This must be the correct path. Cast frowned. But the path to what? More sharks? If it's somehow attuned to the monsters here, Kesla said, Cast may be right. No, Joach said, it grows in power as it nears the source of its energy, the Weir Gate. How can you be so sure? Cast asked. I can't, but what other choice do we have? We have 1 out of 3 odds of choosing the correct tunnel. I say we follow the magic. Cast shrugged. So let's follow the magic. Kesla retrieved the pendant and set out down the side tunnel. The path from here was as convoluted as a fire ant's nest, tunnels twisting and turning, crossing and undercutting, passing through chambers both small and large. At one point, they were even forced to crawl. By now they were thoroughly lost. Kesla insisted she could find the way back, but when Cast kept asking, her answers became less and less assured. Follow the magic, Cast grumbled. We might as well follow a blind rat. There's a light ahead, Siwan whispered, drawing them all to a halt. Kesla closed her fist around the talisman. With the glow so close to her own eyes, she had missed it. She lowered the shark tooth into her cloak's pocket. Far ahead, past a turn in the tunnel, a fiery light flickered, casting a bloody tinge on the sandstone walls. As she stared, Kesla realized the glow was not flickering, but rather pulsing, like the beat of some massive heart. The 4 glanced at each other. Then Joach moved forward, taking the lead. They proceeded slowly, stopping often to listen. Not a sound whispered. It was as if they had the entire south wall to themselves. Joach crept along the wall, sword pointed forward, until they reached the curve. He paused in motion for the group to hang back while he went ahead to investigate. Once they had gathered, Joach took a deep breath, redripped his sword, and slipped around the corner. Kesla leaned against the sandstone wall, biting her lip against the tension, imagining the horrors ahead. Joach reappeared almost instantly. The tunnel dead ends into a chamber. It's empty. Relief was thick in his voice. The Weir Gate? Cast asked. It's there. The basilisk gate stands in the room's center. Joach swung around. Let's go. As a group, they hurried around the tunnel's turn, and indeed a room lay at the passage's end. It was circular in shape, with 4 torches hanging on the wall. The flames seemed to ebb and flow, causing the pulsing glow. Joach noticed her attention as they approached the room. It must have something to do with the Weir Gate. Kesla nodded. His answer did not calm the tiny hairs on her arm from quivering. She had the oddest sensation of having walked this path before. It was as if an old memory were trying to surface with each step she took. She had a sudden urge to flee. Something waited for them in there, and it wasn't just the Weir Gate. Kesla reached the room's threshold and held back. She could not bear to move inside. She studied the chamber from her vantage. In the room's center, a monstrous black sculpture rested atop the sandy floor. Its surface, rather than reflecting the firelight, seemed to eat the torch's glow. Even the room held a chill so unlike the desert, as if the black stone had sucked all the warmth from the space. Kesla stared at the beast that had plagued their people both now and in ages past. It had the front parts of some foul carrion bird, sharp black beak, a ruffle of ebony feathers, and talons dug deep into the sand. But the rest of its body was that of a serpent, scaled and coiled behind it. It appeared bunched, as if it were poised and about to strike. Its ruby eyes glowed with a baleful light, seeming to stare only at her. Joach turned from where he stood. "The night-glass dagger," he hissed. "Let us be done with this, dot." She swallowed hard, dreading to enter the room, but she knew she had no choice. It was a path she was born to walk. And as she stepped into the room, an old memory buried deep inside her swelled. She stumbled as images spun across her vision, swaying trees in the evening's breeze, the reflection of the moon on still water, a tumble of sandstone homes stacked like a child's toy blocks, and something else, something wrapped in a dark cloak moving toward her. She closed her eyes, gasping, suddenly dizzy. She never felt herself swoon, but found her knees striking the sand. Joach was already at her side. "Kasla!" She stared around her. Only a few spans from her knees, below the hooked beak of the basilisk, she spotted something she had missed. A pool of black glass, as if the monstrous beast had drooled blood into the sand at its feet. It was night glass like her dagger, like the lake of Aishan. She felt herself grow weak at the sight of it. The small pool seemed more terrible than the beast that towered over it. "The night-glass dagger," Joach urged. She nodded, too weak to stand, and slipped the shard of glass from its sheath. She held it out to Joach. "Do it." "I cannot." Something, she shook her head and could not make eye contact with Joach. "It's all right," Joach said, taking the dagger. "Hurry," Cast said somewhere behind her. "We don't know how long we'll be alone here." Kesla knew the Drerendi warrior was mistaken. They were not alone now. She knew eyes spied on them, laughing eyes, the same eyes that had glowed from the dark-cloaked figure from her dream. But Joach was not deterred by her misgivings. He rushed the statue with the dagger, aiming for its heart with the blade. With the weapon raised high, the vein of Witzich blood glowed brightly through the dark glass. "Hurry, Joach," she silently prayed. "End this horror." Joach drew back with all the strength in his shoulder, then plunged the dagger into the beast with a shout of triumph. Kesla heard a bright shattering sound, followed by a gasp from Joach. He stepped away, glancing to her, then back to the basilisk. It was unharmed. The night-glass dagger lay in 1,000 brilliant shards in the sand, half its length shattered. Joach held the jagged hilt in his hand, stunned. Shock drove Kesla to her feet. It failed. Joach stumbled away. "I don't understand." As they all stared in silence, a tinkle of dark laughter rose from the basilisk. The torches dimmed, then blew brighter, flickering toward the ceiling. "We must flee," Kesla yelled, sensing the approach of the lurker. They all raced for the door, but the sand would not let them escape. Sandstone claws grew out of the floor and grabbed their ankles, holding them tight. Cast hacked at the stone with his sword, but the cleaved wounds healed as fast as they formed. Finally, another clawed hand rose from the sand and slapped the blade from his hand. Still, Cast was not to be beaten. He swung to his mate. "Siwon, the dragon." She reached for him, fingers spreading to touch his seahawk tattoo. "I have need." Before she could make contact, her legs were yanked out from under her by the claws. She struck the sand hard and was dragged away by her ankles to the far side of the room. Once well out of reach, she was allowed to stand again. Cast yelled to her. "Siwon." "I'm all right," she called back. All the while, the laughter grew in volume, as if that which opposed them was amused by their efforts. Their attentions returned to focus on the basilisk. Kesla, closer than any of the others, realized the true source of the sick laughter. It was not the basilisk. The laughter rose from the small pool of night glass at its feet. Again a swirl of images rushed around her, dizzying her. Words now rose from the black pool. "It struggles to remember." Her vision blurred. It seemed as if a dark cloud were rising from the pool, mists on the water. But gasps behind her helped her focus. It was not an illusory figment. Something was rising from the pool in a haze of smoky mists, something cloaked, something dark. Kessler remembered the brief image from a moment ago. Moonlight on water, trees, and a black, cloaked figure coming toward her. Before her now, the cloaked figure grew more solid as it pulled fully into this world. She knew it was the same as in the dream. He spoke from beneath his cowl, bending toward her, his deep voice full of mischief. A girl, this time. How amusing. No wonder you hid from me for so long. Kessler found herself answering. I don't know what you're talking about. The cloaked figure straightened. Of course you don't. That is the way of the desert. It likes its little secrets. Who are you? The stranger shook back his dark hood to reveal a surprisingly handsome face. It was as if white ice had been carved by the most skilled artisan, framed by hair as white as newly fallen snow. Only his eyes burned with the fiercest red fire, and Kessler knew it was a fire more likely to burn with frost than with the heat of a true flame. Have you forgotten your old friend? He offered gently. Do you not know me? Kessler did indeed recognize the face, both from ancient texts and old stories. But it could not be. He was long dead. Come. Enough with these games. Name me as I name you. Ashmara, she whispered with a numb tongue. The ghoul. His bloodless lips smiled. Now, Chiron, was that so hard? 20. Joch recognized the two names from Kessler's tale of Aishan, Chiron and Ashmara, the two combatants whose magical battle had melted the sands below the south wall into black glass. Kessler stared in horror at the pale figure wrapped in a dark cloak of mists. How? The figure waved a hand. After our battle so long ago, my bones rested deep under the lake you've named Aishan, frozen in black glass. But when Tuller was taken by the burning master, my shade was drawn back here, to guard over the new basilisk. He brushed his white fingers across the dark feathers of the monstrous statue, then turned to Kessler. But it appears the desert sensed I had escaped its glass prison. It birthed another dream, breathing life again into another of its creations, another scion to bring its battle to Tuller. I don't know what you're talking about. Ashmara beckoned with a hand, and the sands under Kessler flowed, drawing her closer to him. Joch tried to grab her, reaching out instinctively with his right hand, but only a stump touched her cloak. Unable to escape, Kessler was dragged before the small black pool upon which Ashmara stood. The shade bent and stared at her face. You really don't know what you are, do you? He straightened, laughing deep and long. Kessler stared boldly at Ashmara, but Joch saw her shoulders tremble. Was she more scared of the ghoul or of what the monster was about to reveal? He longed to protect her, but how? She had a right to know. His only regret was not telling her earlier. Maybe he could have spared her this pain, a pain Ashmara was clearly enjoying. The shade smiled. You are the desert's child, my dear. This age is Chiron, born again from the sands. Nothing more than a dream given substance. A clever desert mirage. He pointed to the sandy hands that gripped her ankles. In truth, you have no more life than one of my creations. Kessler shook her head. It cannot be. Come now. In your heart, you know I speak truly. I can hear it in your voice. Kessler swung away. No, she stared back at Joch for help. He glanced down to the sand. What he says is true, Kess. Shaman Parthus knew the truth from reading his bones. He glanced back up and saw the hurt and fear in her eyes. Why? Joch knew there were so many questions behind that single choked word. Why had he not told her? Why had he kept this secret? Why had he made motions as if he loved her, a woman who was not real? Joch had no answers. She covered her face and turned away. A cruel laugh flowed from the shade of Ashmara. It seems the desert never changes. Sending a child to do its battle. A sand-sculpted hand rose from the sand, picking up a shard of the shattered dagger in its fingers. And it seems the desert never learns any new tricks. This stone basilisk is stronger than my old sand-sculpted original. Nightglass has no power over it. Kesla lowered her hands, half sobbing. If you are truly Ashmara, why are you doing this? How can you help poison the desert? As wicked as you were, these are still your lands. Ashmara cocked his head. There must be an echo in this room. You spoke the same words when we met last, attempting to appeal to my heart. He laughed again, a darkly cruel sound. My bones are forever frozen in glass, put there by the desert itself when last we battled. Why should I care if it's destroyed? Because it's still your home. Kesla lunged out with a hidden dagger, moving as swift as a desert snake, stretching out from where she was held, but the blade merely passed harmlessly through the misty shade. Ashmara simply smiled. You don't seem to be having much luck with daggers this night. A spear of sand jutted out and knocked the blade from her hands. The dagger flew and buried itself in the sands. Now let's end this once and for all. If you are so in love with your desert, then let me help you return to it. Ashmara waved a hand. The sandy fists that held Kesla sank down into the floor, dragging her down with them. You buried me once, Ashmara said. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Kesla struggled to free herself, but to no avail. Her legs disappeared into the sand. We have to help her, Kast hissed, fighting to pry his own bonds with his sword. But Joch did not move. He knew another course was necessary. He remembered the words of Shaman Parthas, that Kesla's mission to Aloa Glen may not have been solely to wet the nightglass dagger in his sister's blood, but also to draw him, another sculptor, to the desert. And now Joch knew why. He was brought here to fight Ashmara. One sculptor against another. But how could he hope to win here, a novice against a master? It was futile. Still, Joch watched Kesla sink slowly into the sand and brought the jagged edge of the broken nightglass dagger to the stump of his right arm. He dug its tip deep, and blood flowed heavily into the sand at his feet. Joch winced, eyes closing, and sank with his blood into the dream desert. The chamber walls around him grew misty. The glowing sands of the dream desert shone through them now. The two worlds merged, one atop the other. His blood flowed into both, bright as spilled wine. Joch stared around at the dream landscape. Though the dunes in the distance glowed brightly, the sands under his feet were stained dark. He turned, and with his vision split between the real and the dream, he saw the basilisk statue perched atop the silver river, its talons dug deep into its substance. In the dream desert, he watched the land's energy slowly churn, sucked away into the whirling pit known as the Weir, the darkness feeding on this vein of power like some monstrous black leech. But that was not all he saw. He watched as the dark stain spread out from here into the desert, corrupting all it touched. Joch suddenly understood the Dark Lord's goal here. The Gul'dafil monster must have grown tired of twisting the little bits of elemental power found in the landspeople. In the past, the Black Heart had used shards of ebonstone as a focus in which to twist an elemental's energy, forging each one into an Ilgard. Now he plied the same dark magic on a much larger scale. Using the giant statues, he sought to corrupt the world's energy directly, to forge the very land into an Ilgard creation, and he was close to succeeding. A cry drew Joch's attention back to the real world. Kesla was waist-deep in the sand, fighting to hold herself up with her hands. But new pincers had risen from the sand, clamping on her wrists. Kesla writhed in their grip. Again, with the two worlds merged, Joch was able to see the dark strands of power that linked Ashmara's sculpted creations to the dream desert, a tangled black web. Instead of a link by blood, Joch realized the power came from the Weir itself, arising from the black stain. Joch cringed from the power here but knew their only chance to fight it lay in his own elemental blood. He concentrated on the spilled pool at his feet, touching the dreaming magic there. He lashed out with his own energy, slashing at the threads of power, severing them instantly. In the real world, Joch watched with satisfaction as the sandy fists created by Ashmara fell away to plain sand. Kesla broke free and pushed from the sands. Ashmara grabbed for her, but his fingers had no substance. She rolled away from him. Cast also broke free, rushing up to Siwan, who immediately placed her palm on his cheek. "I have need of you." Ashmara, initially startled by Joch's assault, was quick to realize the source of the new magic. His red eyes flared with anger as he swung to face Joch. A sculptor! The ghoul's arm shot up, and new sandy creations grew into existence, not only clawed hands, but also monstrous beasts, climbing right out of the sands. Joch gasped at the play of power in the dream desert. Black threads twined and raced, feeding the new creations. Joch slashed at these, too, but he no longer had the advantage of surprise. Threads reformed as quickly as he hacked at them. Still, Joch continued his assault. He had no choice. In the chamber, Kesla dodged the sculpted creatures, moving across the sandy floor with the skill of an assassin. Behind the basilisk, Ragnar K had appeared with Siwan perched on his shoulder. The dragon ripped into the sandy beasts and hopped about the sand, making a difficult target. Ashmara, his eyes glowing like two coals, crouched atop his black pool and cast out his attacks. He pointed to Joch. "Kill him." He directed his new creations. A beast, a muscled cross of a lion and a bear, scrabbled across the sands toward him. Joch stepped back, but he had no way to defend himself, not while concentrating on fighting in the dream plane. He attempted to raise his own sculpted creature to battle the beast, but Ashmara's beast tore through his creation with no more effort than Shishan had used on his tiny rose. He was too untrained, his efforts too divided. Kesla appeared at his side. "Give me the dagger," she said breathlessly. "What?" he managed to squeak out. She took the broken nightglass dagger from his fingers and swung around just as the lion creature leaped with a silent snarl. Kesla sliced through its throat as it lunged past. Its form dissolved back to sand, washing harmlessly over Joch. Half crouched, Kesla lifted the nightglass dagger. It might not work against the basilisk, but as in the past, it can slay dream beasts. Understanding dawned in Joch. The basilisk of old had been a dream-sculpted creature, slain by the same dagger. So the dagger must, of course, work against any dream creation. It did not matter its shape. Kesla slashed through a hand that tried to grab her. The sandy fingers crumbled away as she straightened. In the dream desert, Joch watched the dark connection that linked the sculpture explode away with a flash of bright light. Joch remembered a similar sight, long ago, when Elena had tried to grab his poiwood staff aboard Flint's ship. She had been thrown back with a similar blinding flash of light. The two magics were deadly to each other, dark and light. Kesla spun and planted the dagger into the eye of a monstrous snake. It fell away to sand. "Your sister's blood has proven as potent as Sisikofa's." She glanced over her shoulder. "I'll protect you. Do what you can to fight Ashmara." He nodded. Before she turned away, her eyes met his. "You should have told me." He swallowed, knowing what she meant. I couldn't." "Why?" She stared hard at him, not allowing him to turn away from this question a second time. He faced her and spoke rapidly lest he lose heart. "We're all just dust and ashes. What difference does it make if you come from sand? To me, you'll always be a woman." He turned away. "A woman I love." Joch looked back to her, his heart in his throat. Tears welled in Kesla's eyes. Without a word, she whirled away and slashed the head off some twisted beast. Joch returned to his own battle, leaving her to defend him. What had finally been admitted between them could never be acted upon unless they first won here. From the dream plane, Joch slashed the ghoul's cords of power. But even aided by Kesla's attacks, no real gains were made. Ragnar K tried to attack Ashmara, but the dragon had no more luck than Kesla's dagger. How could you kill a ghost? As Joch continued his attack, he knew that this stalemate would end in their defeat. Even now, he felt himself weakening. His spirit was not endless. The Nightglass dagger would also eventually exhaust its small supply of Witch blood. So while Ashmara tapped the bottomless well of the weir, their energies were limited. Unless some change tilted the balance, they would be defeated. A voice spoke at Joch's shoulder, not in the real world but in the dream. "Maybe I can help." Joch glanced behind him in surprise. The figure seemed to float within the stone of the south wall, as the real world overlapped the dreamscape. His features were vague as Joch stood twixt the two planes, but he would know the thin man anywhere. "Shaman Parthas." Leaning on his old crutch, the elder smiled at Joch. "It seems you could use an extra hand." Gresham allowed a true smile to shine. Joch showed no sign of suspecting the dark mage hidden behind the sun-bronzed face of the old shaman. He had hurried here once he'd felt the boy pierce the veil between the two planes. Timing was critical. He could not risk the ghoul killing the boy, at least not until he was done with Joch. While crossing here, Gresham had used his dark arts to spy upon the first skirmishes of the two sculptors. Joch had some innate skill, but he was no match for a fiend with Ashmara's cunning. He now wished Shorkin had not been so skilled at drawing the shade here. Ashmara was a deadly warden, and one who might vanquish Gresham's one chance at regaining his youth. "How can you help me?" the boy asked. "I thought you had no skill at sculpting." Joch's form was misty and insubstantial, like the shimmers of heat seen floating above the desert at a distance. "You are most correct," Gresham said, speaking with the voice of the shaman. "You hover between the dream desert and the world of substance and life. Only a true sculptor can travel that path." "Then how can you help, Dot?" "I can lend you my strength. Two are stronger than one." Joch hesitated. "I'm not sure strength is the problem when fighting the shade of a dead man." Gresham shook his head. "Ashmara can be defeated," he coaxed. "There are secrets I can teach you, from the old texts. Ways to defeat the ghoul." Joch's form became more substantial as his interest grew, drawing nearer to Gresham in the dream desert. "What old ways?" Gresham took a step back. For his spell to work, he needed the boy's spirit to enter the dream plane fully. Being no sculptor himself, even he could not reach Joch where he was now. Gresham beckoned with a wave. "It is not something that can be spoken in words. I must teach you, show you." Joch's form grew crisper. "Then show me, Dot. I need you to pull yourself fully into the dream plane, where I can share with you." Gresham took another step back, invitingly. Joch began to step toward him, then paused, almost taunting. "What are you waiting for? Come to me, boy." "You'd like that, wouldn't you, Gresham?" Joch's mask of naive openness fell away. Under it was a face hard with suspicion. Gresham frowned in surprise. He opened his mouth to argue, but the boy's eyes shone slyly. Joch would not be so easily tricked. "Show yourself," Joch said. "Enough with these false faces. You tricked me once with Elena's form and now think to do so again?" With an exasperated sigh, Gresham cast away the illusion of Shaman Parthas, returning to his own age-worn body. The small brown cane transformed into his gray stone staff. "Is this better?" Joch scowled. "What did you do to Shaman Parthas?" "I needed a new cloak to wear." "So you killed him?" Gresham shrugged. "But how did you know it was me?" "You mentioned Ashmara." Shaman Parthas knew nothing of the ghoul's shade. He could not even see into the dream sculpting plane. "Your knowledge gave you away." Joch began to grow more insubstantial. "Now that you've been caught, be gone with your tricks." "Wait." Joch turned away. "We have nothing else to discuss." Gresham knew he was about to lose the boy completely. If Joch returned to his battle, he was surely doomed. Ashmara would eventually wear the boy down and slay him. That must not happen. I can tell you how to defeat him. Joach glanced back, eyes narrowed. And trust you. It is not my trust that will matter, but yours. Joach turned around. How is that? I offer you a trade. I'll give you the secret to defeating Ashmara, in exchange for your promise to return here to the Dream Desert. Why do you want me there? Gresham smiled slyly. I'm only selling one secret here. But I promise you this, if you honor your word, I will not kill you, trap you, or darken your spirit in any manner. This I swear. As if your word has any value, Joach mumbled, but he did not turn away. Take my offer or leave it. Gresham gripped his staff tighter. Save your friends, or die here. It's no matter to me. Joach hesitated. His one hand formed a fist. Tell me, he said with a tight voice. First swear on your sister's life that you'll return here to me. Joach bit his lip, then reluctantly nodded. I so swear. But only if your secret truly helps us in defeating Ashmara. Gresham grinned, relaxing. Oh, don't worry. If I'm wrong, Ashmara will kill you all. Tell me, Joach snapped. What's the ghoul's secret? Shrugging, Gresham used his staff to draw a circle in the dark sand around his feet. Have you not noticed how Ashmara never steps from his little black glass island? Joach's eyes glinted. What of it? It is his physical link to this plane. Gresham smudged out the scrawled line with the staff's butt end. Shatter it, and the shade will again be imprisoned with his bones under Aishan. Joach's surprise dissolved the veil between them. He almost snapped fully into the dreamscape, but at the last moment, he drew away again. It is that simple? Most magic is, Gresham said with a disappointed sneer. You'd better not be lying. Joach turned and grew misty again. Gresham leaned heavily on his staff and called out to Joach. Be careful, boy. Don't get yourself killed. Spinning, Kesla jabbed the jagged end of the nightglass dagger into the back of a sand-sculpted scorpion, then whirled on her heel to slice the throat of a clawed salamander. Forms blew away into puffs of sand around her. She leaped and rolled as a spike of sandstone shot upward under her. Gasping, she crouched. She had been trained to run for leagues through a midday desert, but this constant assault wore on her. She had to protect both herself and Joach. Her only allies were Siwan and her dragon. Ragnar K roared through the chamber, keeping Ashmara busy. Its wings shattered creatures on all sides, while silver-clawed talons ripped through the sand. But still, the pale ghoul stood on his little pool of nightglass, wrapped in his cloak of dark mists. He seemed little worn by the battle here. In fact, his amusement had grown and he laughed often as he forced Kesla through her paces. He's playing with us, Kesla realized, like a cat with a mouse. She was sure the ghoul could call all manner of real beasts to harry them, the Skaltum, the burrowing black scorpions, sand sharks. But he didn't. He continued to chase them with his dream-sculpted creations, enjoying the challenge, amused by their efforts, immune to any direct assault himself. Kesla, Joach said behind her. She spun and raked a sand serpent's belly. What? He spoke rapidly, while motioning her closer. I know a way to destroy Ashmara. How? The pool of glass under his feet. Destroy it, and his shade will be drawn back to Aishan. Are you sure? He hesitated, then spoke. No, but it's worth attempting. How do we destroy it? I don't know. Joach frowned. Try using the nightglass dagger. She nodded. It made a certain sense. The ghoul had remained atop the circle of dark glass. He seemed unable to leave it. I'll try. But you'll have to defend yourself from here. Don't worry about me. I've sent a message to Ragnar K. He and Siwan will keep guard. Just shatter the pool. Kessler glanced to his face. Their eyes met briefly. So much was still unspoken between them. She spun away before anything else could be said. She slashed and hacked her way through the sand beasts, dropping, rolling, whirling on hand or foot. She noted Ashmara's attention turned toward her. His red eyes glowed in his pale face. The attacks on her grew fiercer. Her momentum forward slowed. She was fought to a standstill. Did the ghoul sense her new knowledge? You move well, Ashmara said from a few paces away. Much better than that sallow-limbed thing that met me in Kalu. Kessler kicked out, bouncing off one sand-sculpted creature and impaling another. The creatures attacked from all sides, a blur of claws and teeth. It was Chiron that killed you last time, ghoul. Kessler called back at him. No, he answered, his voice bitter. It was my own foolishness and desire that doomed me. Chiron claimed his blood could cleanse Tuller, and I believed him. I could not let the boy escape. I cast out my magic recklessly, drawing off the shared energy of the other sculptors in Tuller. But the desert protected the boy. Instead of harming Chiron, our magics washed over and through him, burning the desert around us, melting it to glass. Only when it was too late did I realize my mistake. I had cast my magic so far and wide that I could not escape the molten desert. My physical form sank into the glass, while my spirit was held tight by Chiron in the dream desert. I could not escape. Kessler continued to slash and jab with her broken dagger. All amusement had seeped out of the ghoul with the telling of his tale. But I will have my victory, my revenge. He glanced over his shoulder at the looming basilisk. I will see the entire southern wastes destroyed. With the attention of the ghoul momentarily distracted, Kessler leaped atop the back of a scorpion, dodged its sandstone tail, and dove at Ashmara. He swung around, instinctively lifting an arm in warning, but Kessler flew through his form as if it were air and crashed to the hard nightglass surface. Ashmara laughed, lowering his arm with a shake of his head. Still trying to slay the dead? Reaching out, Kessler lifted her arm and slammed her dagger into the center of the black pool. Glass fractured in a loud tinkling shatter. Pain flared in her hand. She stared down. The nightglass dagger had shattered completely away. The black pool beneath remained unharmed, not even scratched. A sinking feeling of despair welled in her chest. No, she moaned. Not only had she failed, but she had destroyed their only means of slaying the ghoul's dream beasts. Laughter wafted down from atop her. Kessler lifted her hand. A chunk of broken nightglass was pierced through her right palm. She yanked it out, and blood flowed freely from the wound. Though hopeless, she pushed off the hard glass surface, ready to fight with the last breath in her body. The ghoul's taunting voice seemed to whisper at her ear. I've enough of this game playing. It is time to end this. Triumphant laughter flowed. Kessler shoved up, ready to spring away, but her balance was thrown off as her left hand sank into the loose sand. The ghoul's laughter cut off abruptly with a sharp cry. Staring down, Kessler saw that her left hand had melted through the black glass to the soft sand beneath. She lifted and studied her wounded palm. Blood flowed thickly down her wrist. She remembered Ashmara's story. Chiron claimed his blood could cleanse Tuller. Understanding dawned in her. Again whispery images of swaying palms and blue waters grew around her. She glanced up and saw the look of horror in Ashmara's red eyes. Please, don't. Kessler leaned back to the nightglass pool and swept her bloody hand over its surface. Where her blood touched, the hard glass slowly dissolved back to plain sand. A howl of agony and terror rose from Ashmara. No, don't send me back, Dot. Kessler ignored his screams as surely as he had ignored the terrified cries of all the children bloodied at his feet. She scrubbed her blood across the entire surface. Once the entire pool was covered, she rolled away. Her blood bubbled on the hard surface, transforming glass back to sand. Standing, Kessler stepped away. Like the glass, the pale face of Ashmara was eaten away. He had no mouth with which to scream, but his eyes shone with agony and despair. Then those, too, were consumed by the magic in Kesla's blood. Soon only empty sand lay before her. Kesla clenched her bloody fist. Magic of the desert. She could no longer hide from the truth spoken from the lips of the ghoul. She was not a woman, only some construct of the desert, a magical tool used to stab at the evil in Tuller. Though victorious, tears rose in her eyes. Joch hurried to Kesla's side. He did not need the tears to recognize the grief in her eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked. She shook her head and stepped away from him. Before he could question her further, Siwan called to them. She hopped from her dragon's neck, and Ragnar K roiled back down into the naked figure of Cast. "What happened?" Siwan asked. "How were you able to drive off the ghoul's shade?" Cast pulled the shreds of his cloak from the sand and joined them. Joch explained about his visit with Gresham in the Dream Desert and about the Dark Mage's revelation. "Why was the fiend so helpful?" Cast asked with clear suspicion. "I made a pact with him," Joch said. "I promised I'd return to the Dream Desert. It's surely a trap," Siwan said. Joch nodded. "No doubt." "And what of your promise?" Cast asked. "I'll honor my word," Joch said. "I'll return to the Dream Desert, but I never promised when I'd return. Certainly not today, certainly not tomorrow, maybe not for many, many winters." Cast grinned. "The Dark Mage will be waiting a long time." Joch shrugged. "He's lived 5 centuries. What's a few more decades?" Siwan glanced over to Kesla, who still stood near where the black glass pool had been. "But what of her trick? Did Gresham reveal that, too?" No. Joch stepped toward Kesla and touched her shoulder gently. "What happened here?" She finally turned, wiping at her eyes. Her voice was as shattered as the night glass dagger. The ghoul and Shaman Parthas were right. "I'm not real." She shrugged away from his hand. "Like Chiron, my blood contains the magic of the desert, potent enough to heal what's corrupted." "But you are real," Joch said, reaching out and clutching her arm. He squeezed her wrist. "You're flesh and blood. What does it matter if you weren't born of a man and a woman?" She stared up at him, fresh tears in her eyes. "It matters to me." She reached down and peeled away his fingers. "And it will to you, eventually." "Never," he said. He sought some way to ease the despair in her voice. But she had already moved away, stepping toward the basilisk. "I now know how to destroy the Weir Gate. My blood will rid the sands of its evil." She stood before the large carved stone, staring up at its baleful red eyes. "I know my role here. Joch hurried toward her. "Kesla, don't. The Weir Gates." She lifted her bloody hand and placed it against the feathered stone breast of the basilisk. Her hand sank into its form as if it were only shadow, not solid rock. "Kesla." She glanced over her shoulder, her face a mix of shock and horror. "Joch." He leaped at her, grabbing for her cloak. His fingers twisted in the heavy cloth. But Kesla fell forward anyway, as if yanked by the arm. She tumbled into the Weir Gate and was gone. Her scream trailed back out, fading farther and farther away, as if sailing down some bottomless well. Joch still held her cloak in his grip. The rest of her clothes lay in a crumpled pile at the bottom of the statue. He threw aside her cloak and reached to the stone, ready to go after her. But his palm found only cold stone. He ran his fingers over it, searching for a way inside. The basilisk just stared down at him, cold and menacing. She was gone. Joch sank to his knees in the sand. "Kesla." A slithering sound of shifting sands drew his attention back up. Siwan gasped. Joch watched the ebonstone serpent slowly begin to uncoil, stretching and curling in the sand. Ruby eyes fueled by dark fire turned in Jocha's direction. The Basilisk of Tuller lived again. Book 7. Gul Gotha. 21. With the sun setting at his back, Eril stood at an outcropping overlooking the gorge. Deep below, molten rock flowed like a river. Even from this height, Eril's face grew hot as he glanced north and south. The gorge extended leagues in both directions. The dwarf kingdom lay only a short distance ahead, but there was no way forward from here. Scouts had been sent in both directions, searching for some way across. While waiting for their return, the group had set up a night camp. Eril frowned and headed down the short slope, fleeing from the heat of the gorge. Since beaching the elven skiff in these lands 6 days ago, the overland trek had been arduous and fraught with pitfalls, poisonous rivers, winds tainted by deadly smokes, barren stretches without a single blade of grass. And now this impassable molten valley. Eril stared around him. Mountains spread in all directions, jagged peaks, and clefted gorges. It was as if they camped inside the fanged mouth of some monstrous beast. As Eril approached the camp, he saw Elena kneeling with Tolchuk and Mama Frida. The elder was busy changing the dressings on the elven captain's leg, while Tolchuk held the feverish man in place. Elena hovered over them both, worried. 2 days ago, Jarek had stumbled too near a tiger's fawn bush. It had lashed out at him with its spines, lancing his leg with its finger-length thorns. Wenner had axed the trapped man free, but his wounds had continued to fester. "How's Jarek?" Eril asked as he stepped into camp. Mama Frida wiped her forehead. "The willow bark tea is not strong enough to break through the poison's hold." She placed her fingers on the elven's wrist and shook her head. "I don't think he'll last till morning." Her voice quavered at this last pronouncement, and her fingers lingered on the captain's hand. Mama Frida and Jarek, both gray-haired elders, had grown closer on the long march here. Eril frowned. So much death. If Jarek died this night, he would be the third member of the party to fall on the 6-day trek to reach this point. They had lost a dwarf scout to a fireworm and another who had stepped on a horned toad buried in the red dirt. The first had died immediately, but the other had screamed for half a day before succumbing to the poisons in the toad. And now Jarek. "Maybe my magic can help?" Elena asked for the 100th time, hands wringing together. "No," Eril said sternly, joining them. "We know this land is attuned to magic. It's dangerous enough without awakening it further." "But," Mama Frida interrupted, "Eril is right. Your magic couldn't save him anyway. It would only prolong his suffering." Finished with his raps, she sat back on her heels, frustrated and worried. Jarek's writhing slowed. Tolchuk mopped the elven's brow with a damp cloth. The old healer sighed. Tikal, perched on her shoulder, pressed against her cheek. The pet only left her side to relieve itself. Otherwise, it seemed unwilling even to touch this poisoned land. "If only I knew these lands better," Mama Frida said quietly, "I might be able to find a local cure. But I've never seen such a variety of sick creatures and plants." Wenner spoke as he approached out of the twilight gloom. "None of these ill creatures existed until the Nameless One stepped out of our ancient minds." He glanced around him. These very mountains were once covered in pine and redwoods, their bowers were full of deer, rabbits, foxes, and badgers. Eril stared at the surrounding landscape as night descended. It was hard to believe Wenner. How could this land have grown so corrupted? Elena sat atop a smooth stone by the campfire. "If we don't stop these weird gates, the entire world could become like this. But how do we continue from here?" Eril glanced over his shoulder. The eastern skies glowed from the fires of the nearby molten gorge. "We'll have to hope my scouts find some answer," Wenner said. Pairs had been sent out, 2 in each direction, armed with spyglasses. They were to climb the neighboring peaks to look for some end to the gorge, some way around it. Eril glanced around the campfire. With the scouts gone, there were just Wenner and another 6 dwarves, too few to thwart any real danger. He did not like the odds here. Besides their dwindling numbers, the entire party had grown bone-tired. Many had developed illnesses from the sick air and tainted waters, coughs, fevers, and stomach cramps. But the dwarves seemed to fare the worst, not just from illness, but also from their despairing hearts. They spoke little, just staring numbly at their ravaged homelands. Elena cleared her throat and pointed up. A full moon rises this night. Errol turned his attention back to her. He saw the light in her eyes and could guess the intent behind her comment. You want to risk opening the blood diary? If we're to succeed, she said softly, we'll need every resource available to us. But your magic? Errol started. I need cast no magic to bring the spirit of Cho out of the book. The power is inherent in the book, wrapped in the ancient spell your brother cast. It should do nothing to alert whatever wards lie here. We don't know that. Perhaps it would be best if we wait until the scouts return. As if hearing him, a scuffle of rocks sounded. Everyone was immediately on their feet. One of the camp's sentries called out into the darkness and was answered in the dwarvish tongue. Soon a pair of ragged dwarves stumbled into camp. But they were not alone. Trussed up in ropes and slung between them was a strange purple-skinned creature with bright yellow eyes. It looked somewhat like a frog, especially with its splayed fingers and toes, each digit ending in a little muscular sucker. What is that? Elena asked, bending closer. Errol pushed her slightly back, wary of this creature. One of the scouts shook his head. We climbed a ridge and were searching the gorge to the north. It stretches and curves all the way to the horizon. There is no way across in that direction. Errol suppressed a groan. But what be this creature? Tolchuk asked, pushing up into the firelight. Can we eat it? The purple creature spotted the large ojiri and began to tremble all over, its yellow eyes wild. It tried to squirm away. No, it suddenly squeaked from its wide, blubbery lips. Please, no eat poor Grigrel. It talks. Elena said. One of its captors shook it. Quiet down, you stinkin' pile of horse dung. The creature cowered and whined, its trembling grew more violent. Elena frowned and moved forward, pushing aside Errol's hand. She knelt by the trussed-up creature and placed a palm on its arm. Shoo, it's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We caught him trying to steal our spyglass. I set it down on a rock for a moment, but when I turned around, this little bugger was hopping away with it in his grubby little paws. It nice thing, shiny, the creature whined. We only caught it by a well-aimed throw of a stone, the scout finished. Errol rolled his eyes. What is it, Dot? Wenner answered. It's a vorg. I've heard of their foul ilk. They have a crude intelligence, a half-notch above goblins. The creatures used to plague miners, stealing tools, defiling shafts with their droppings, even bringing down rockfalls to trap dwarves. Behind them, Jarek groaned, thrashing again. Mama Frida backed to his side. I'll heat up some more willow bark tea. The vorg stretched its neck high, attempting to peer over Elena's head. Large yellow eyes blinked at the elven. Its slitted nostrils twitched. Bad pointy poke, he said, following with a slight roaring sound deep in his throat, mimicking the sound of a striking tiger's fang bush. Elena met Errol's startled gaze. Errol lowered himself next to the beast. How do you know what happened to him? He asked sternly, pointing to Jarek. The vorg cringed back from his tone. Mama Frida spoke up. If this creature knows about the tiger's fang, maybe he knows a cure. Elena edged Errol back, then faced the creature. Grigrel, she said softly and patted the vorg's hand, do you know how to help this man? She nodded back to the elven captain. The vorg relaxed, leaning slightly nearer to Elena. Grigrel knows. You'll show me? The toadish creature nodded. Elena waved for the two scouts to free the Vorg's rope. Wenner stepped forward and kept the scouts from obeying. My lady, do not trust a Vorg. They're full of mischief. Sighing, Elena stood up. If we don't try, we're certain to lose Jarek. Keep a lead on the Vorg if you like, but let's see what it knows. Wenner nodded and secured a loop of rope around the Vorg's scrawny neck, then allowed its limbs to be untied. Show us, Wenner said, motioning as if he was going to kick the creature. Elena frowned at him. Let me take him. Before she could reach the lead, Erril took the rope. You mind the Vorg. I'll mind the tether. She nodded and touched Grigrel's shoulder. Go on, little one. Show us what can help him. The Vorg whined and hopped forward on its muscular hind legs. Its small forelimbs never touched the ground. Come, 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 it mumbled with each leap. It headed away from the camp and out into the cooling night. The Vorg would leap, sniff with his nose up in the air, then move farther. Elena kept to its side, while Erril followed, flanked by Wenner and followed by Tolchuk and Mama Frida. The creature worked his way down a short, scrubby slope, slipping from rock to rock, stopping at last by a pool of brackish water, thick with a greenish glowing algae. Grigrel bent down, leaning on one splayed hand. Will this help? Elena asked. Mama Frida hobbled up and peered at the pool. Different algae do have remarkable healing properties. Elena glanced to the Vorg, who still leaned beside the pool. Can this cure? Suddenly the Vorg twisted, and the rock under its hand shot out and cracked Erril in the knuckles. The rope dropped from his jarred fingers, and the Vorg was off. It bounced into Elena, then away, leaping and careening from rock to rock and up a cliff face. Its suckered feet gave it amazing agility. Caught by surprise, none were able to snag the rope or the Vorg. It clambered to the top of the cliff, then turned back to them. Its dark form was limned against the rising full moon. Sorry. Grigrel sorry, it called back to them. Green good. Green good for bad poke. It waved its arm, something glinting in its grip, and vanished. Elena patted her waist, then swore loudly. What? Erril asked. It stole my dagger. She turned to him, cheeks reddening both from anger and embarrassment. My witsy dagger. Curse the little thief, Wenner grumbled. No, Mama Frida straightened by the pool straining a fistful of the brackish algae. It was a trade. His secret in exchange for Elena's dagger. Elena shook her head. I guess if the algae can truly cure Jarek, then it was a cheap price. Mama Frida smiled gratefully. They all stood for a moment more, feeling foolish, outwitted by the purple-skinned Vorg, then headed back to camp. There they found the second pair of scouts talking around the fire. What did you find? Wenner asked them. Their report was just as grim as the first team's. The gorge spread with no end and with no way to bridge it. Erril turned to Elena. Maybe you had better consult the blood diary. Elena sat alone on a rock, the blood diary open on her lap. The full moon floated high in the hazy night sky, while around her spread the red, craggy mountains of central Golgotha. A short distance behind her, the others were gathered at the campfire, but Elena could feel the plainsman's eye on her, ever watchful, but keeping a respectful distance. She tugged her jacket, lined warmly with rabbit fur, tighter around her body and scowled as the apparition of Aunt Fila floated before her. They had been conversing for some time, Elena detailing the story of their journey here while Fila interrupted with questions. The course of the conversation was not going as Elena had hoped. So you're married? Aunt Fila asked with a laugh. To Erril? Blushing, Elena stared down into the book, now an open window into the starry void. I'm married in the eyes of the Elven only, she explained again. It wasn't exactly a mutual exchange of vows. Well, with that royal blood in your veins, you're certainly part Elven. So I guess that makes you at least half married. Aunt Fela smiled warmly, taking the sting from her teasing. The subject was a tender one. While traveling here, Errol had been overly formal with her, unusually awkward. Whenever she had tried to glancingly broach the subject or make some light remark about it, he would find some other task to occupy his time, building a fire, hunting for grouse, or checking with the dwarf scouts who watched the trails ahead. Enough about my marital status, Elena said, exasperated by the focus of her aunt's attention. I need your counsel on more important concerns. Aunt Fela smiled. Fine, my dear. What is it? Elena sighed. We've almost reached the valley of the dwarves, but we can't find a way past a deep gorge. A molten river flows through it with no way across. Aunt Fela's shimmering face grew more sober. What about the elven skiff? Elena glanced down to the camp. We considered going back for it. But we came close to crashing the boat to get as close to here as we did. Besides, the captain is gravely ill, poisoned by one of the foul plants here. We need some other answer. So you want to know if Cho has some magic to carry you all over to the other side? Elena nodded. I'll allow her through, but I suspect she'll not be much help. We'll take whatever help she can supply. Aunt Fela smiled, then closed her eyes. When next she opened them, Elena knew she was gone. Though the face was the same, the warmth had vanished from the figure, and in her aunt's eyes now shone the void of the book, cold, distant, dispassionate. Cho, we seek your guidance, Elena said softly. The figure seemed not to hear her, glancing over a shoulder. I sense Chi is near. The voice was as icy as her eyes. Elena followed Cho's gaze. It aimed toward the dwarf kingdoms beyond the gorge. We believe in that direction lies one of the weird gates, one of the black shackles that holds your brother trapped. It must be destroyed if... The pain, Cho interrupted. I can sense his agony. The figure turned back, and Elena recognized a bit of human warmth in her sorrowful expression. We will find a way to help him, to free him, Elena said. This I swear, but first we must find a way across the flaming gorge. She explained quickly about what blocked their path. Fire can be fought with ice, Cho said. Thus it has always been. Stars burn and the void freezes. Elena frowned. She needed clearer answers. Surely there is a bit of magic you can teach me to bring us past this gorge. Come to me, Cho said, and waved a moonstone hand in her direction. Elena hesitated, then stood, carrying the book. You have known me, touched me, shared my spirit. I am the ice of the void, the flame of the star, and the storm that rages between. Cho stared hard at Elena as she approached. But I am also the spirit that walks unseen. Elena knew she was referring to the various aspects of her magic, cold fire, witch fire, storm fire, and ghost fire. I understand. Cho held out her arms. Understand more. Elena's hands, bright with ruby magic, rose toward the figure, unbidden, uncontrolled. It was as if some unseen force had gripped her wrists. The blood diary slipped from her hands. Gasping, she tried to resist the pull, but failed. Her hands drew into and through the ghostly figure of Cho, passing as far as her upper arms. Elena gasped as she felt the familiar surge of renewing. But she was already ripe with power. Frightened by the strangeness, Elena dug her heels into the rock and leaned against the tidal pull coming from Cho. What was happening? Elena fell back as the control of her limbs returned to her. She fell hard on her backside, wisps of smoke trailing around her. She coughed and lifted her arms. The sleeves of her jacket had been burned away, the edges still glowed and smoked in the cooling evening. But it wasn't the state of her jacket that made Elena cry out. Both arms, from her shoulders on down, whirled with blood magics. Elena scrambled to her feet. What have you done? She heard footsteps behind her. What's wrong? It was Errol. Instinctively, Elena tried to hide her transformation, lowering her arms out of sight. But her smoking jacket drew Aril's eyes. He came around and saw her arms, his eyes wide with shock. "Elena!" "I don't know what just happened," she mumbled, eyes turning accusingly toward the apparition of Cho. "The bridge is open," Cho said, as if this were explanation enough. Aril moved to Elena's side. "Why have you done this?" he asked. "Fire can be fought with ice." Cho glanced over again to the glowing eastern skies. Elena's shock had faded enough for her to sense the magic in her arms. "It's cold fire," she mumbled. "It's all cold fire." "Both arms." Eril glanced up to her as he retrieved the blood diary from the dusty ground. "What do you mean?" "My right fist was renewed by the sun." "Ripe with witch fire." "Not only has the amount of magic more than trebled, but Cho has transformed my fistful of sun magic back to the moon." Elena stared at Cho. "I don't understand." "Maybe we should talk to your aunt," Eril said. "She may be able to translate the spirit's meaning for us." Elena nodded. "Cho, I'd like to speak to Aunt Fila again." The figure turned back and nodded. "The one called Fila waits." The transformation was immediate, as if a flame had swept into the moonstone sculpture. "Elena, I'm sorry. I didn't know Cho would do that." Elena lifted her arms. "What did she do?" "The bridge is open," Fila said, repeating Cho's earlier words. "In the past, Sisikofa could only link a small part of her body, her hands, through the meager connection of refracted light, but now the blood diary exists. It's a portal to Cho, a direct well to the source of its nearly infinite power. When Cho chose you, a descendant of Sisikofa, she attuned herself to your spirit as surely as she is tuned to mine now. As she shares with me, so she can with you." Elena rubbed her wrists, remembering the lack of control. It was as if something had taken control of her. This thought frightened her more than the well of power coursing through her veins. Aunt Fila must have sensed her distress. "I know this is disconcerting. It was the same for me when I first merged with Cho in the spirit plane, opening the bridge to the book. But it is not without its advantages. When the moon is full and the diary open, all Cho's magics are available, all forms, all depths. During these times, there are almost no restrictions to your magic. You become, in fact, Cho." Elena's eyes grew wide. She knew that her aunt was trying to comfort her, but this revelation terrified her. She began to shiver uncontrollably, as if the cold fire in her limbs chilled her. Eril was suddenly there, putting his arm around her and pulling her tight against him. She melted into his warmth, needing his touch. "This much power," he said. "It risks burning her spirit away." "Indeed it does," Fila said. "But I trust both Elena's heart and your strength, plainsman." She stared at them with an amused glint in her eyes. "And I don't think it was just chance that the elven people joined you two in marriage. I believe there was more significance in that gesture than either of you understand or are willing to admit." Eril stiffened beside Elena. He gave her a final squeeze, then awkwardly extracted himself, clearing his throat. About this cold fire business," he said, changing the subject. "How can this help us cross the river of molten rock?" Aunt Fila frowned. "I'm not entirely sure. Cho sees things on a larger scale than you or I. She moves between worlds. It's hard for her, I think, to fully understand details. To her, it is fire that blocks you, so she grants Elena ice." Elena rubbed her arms, sensing the cold fire beneath the ruby flesh. "Lots of ice." Aunt Fila shrugged. "If there is an answer to crossing this gorge, I'd say to attempt it this very night. You only have another 2 evenings when the moon will be full enough to open the blood diary. Don't waste them sitting here." Elena nodded. "I'll try. Then Cho and I should return to the book." We must ration this moon's magic so it lasts all 3 nights. Elena bit her lip. She did not want Aunt Fela to leave. The apparition drew nearer to her. Her words were whispered for Elena only. You'll be fine, my dear. But remember what I said. Share your burden. You've a figure of standish iron at your back. Lean on his support. With these final words, Aunt Fela swirled away, returning to the open book held by Eril. With the glowing apparition gone and the book closed, the night seemed darker, more empty. Just Eril and Elena. What did Aunt Fela say at the end? Eril asked, holding out the diary. Elena accepted the book, her fingers brushing his. Just to keep warm. On watch, Tolchuk crouched at the edge of the gorge, staring across the molten valley. The heat from below wafted like the breath of a fiery beast, but Tolchuk did not seek the shelter of the cooler shadows. Beyond the lava river was the dwarf kingdom, and though he did not have the heart of his people to guide him, Tolchuk knew his goal lay out there. After hearing the tale of Mimbliwad Treadle and the mines of Gyholmanti, Tolchuk knew he had to reach those ancient tunnels. He had to honor the final plea from his father, to return the heart to where it had been first mined. But why? What was so important? How could any of this help rid the Bane's curse from his people? And what did any of this have to do with his ancestor, the Oathbreaker, the great betrayer of the land? A rattle of rock alerted Tolchuk to someone approaching. He glanced to the moon. It was too soon to be relieved. Maybe Elena had finished speaking to the spirits in the book. He prayed she had learned some way to cross this gorge. All his hopes depended on it. Out of the darkness, a small shape hobbled forward, breathing hard. A voice called out to him. Lord Boulder, I see you found a warm spot to while away the night. Who needs a campfire when we have this impassable hearth to keep the chill from our bones? Tolchuk sighed. It was Magnam, the smallest of the dwarf party. What be wrong? Magnam shuffled up to join him, scowling at the gorge. For once in this cursed land, nothing. As a matter of fact, that little frog-faced Vorg was as good as his trade. The old healer says the captain rests well after applying that smelly poultice, and his fever seems to have broken, too. She's drying the remainder of that green pond scum by the hearth. It'd be good to hear Jarek fares better. Yes, I can tell from that grumbled tone that inside, you're cartwheeling with delight. Tolchuk turned his back on the dwarf. What do you want? Magnam passed over a satchel. A bit of warm meat and scrawny turnips. Tolchuk grunted. You're welcome, Magnam said, settling beside him uninvited. Tolchuk ignored the food and his guest and continued his study of the gorge. So do you want to talk about it? Magnam asked. About what? Tolchuk grumbled. Ever since we've set up camp, you've been as antsy as a pig in a field of nettles, he said. I came out here to make sure you weren't trying to swim across the river by yourself. Tolchuk scowled at the annoying little dwarf. Magnam shrugged and leaned back on his hands. I've been studying the maps. It's just over yonder, if you want to know. What? Gyholmanti. Old Mad Mimbliwad's mountain. Tolchuk sat up straighter. Where? Do you promise not to go leaping off this cliff and wading through that fiery river? Where? He asked again. Magnam sighed and lifted an arm. Just beyond that jagged point. Do you see that mountain shaped like a crooked phone? Tolchuk peered past the glare of the gorge. It was hard to miss. It was one of the tallest peaks, stretching high into the sky. The moon seemed to teeter atop its pointed summit. At last, there stood Gyholmanti, the peak of the sorrowed heart, the birthplace of both Heartstone and Ebonstone, and the cradle from which the Dark Lord first walked these lands. Tolchuk stepped toward the cliff's edge. Magnam frowned. Remember your promise. No leaping to a fiery death. Before Tolchuk could respond, voices arose behind them, many voices, excited and talking rapidly. He turned and saw most of their party hiking up the slope toward them. In the lead were Elena and Eril. "I think you should consider this more fully," Eril said. "The moon is near setting for the night," Elena answered. "We've argued long enough. I say we attempt this now. But it's untested magic. You've never tried to harness this much energy. Maybe you should start a little slower." The pair climbed up to Tolchuk's watchpost, followed by Winner and 4 other dwarves. Tolchuk imagined Mama Frida was still overseeing Jarek. As Elena stepped fully into view, Tolchuk immediately saw the change. Magnum did, too. The dwarf gasped. "Sweet mother, the lass is red all the way up to her pretty little chin." "What happened?" Tolchuk asked as the party drew abreast. "Coalfire," Eril said with a scowl. "Enough," Elena believes, "to freeze a path across the river." "Why else would Cho grant me such a font of power," Elena said, "unless it was to use the coalfire against the molten rock?" "You heard what Cho said, ice against fire." Tolchuk sensed this argument had been going on for quite some time. Magnum grumbled under his breath and shook his head. "That's why I never got married." Elena stepped to the cliff's edge. "Power is power. I'll unleash enough as a test. If it appears to be working, I'll freeze as much of the river as I can until the magic ebbs, then renew while the moon is still up." Eril shook his head, clearly accepting her judgment under protest. Elena nodded, as if satisfied, and turned back to the gorge. She reached to her belt and found her scabbard empty, clearly forgetting the Vorg's theft. Sighing, she turned to Eril. "Slice my palms." The plainsman's eyes grew round. He backed a step. Magnum stepped forward, offering his own dagger, hilt first. "My lady." She accepted the weapon. "Thank you." As the others looked on, Elena closed her eyes and took a deep breath, obviously centering herself. Her hands began to glow, rising quickly to a blinding hue. "Careful," Eril said. Elena took another breath. Sharing the cliff's edge, Tolchuk saw her lips tighten as she forced the brightness back to a deep, rich glow. Once ready, she took the blade's edge to her palms, slicing one, then the other. Wincing, she reached both hands over the yawning gorge. Slowly, the red glow of her hands developed an azure hue. Blood dribbled from her palms and fell down into the gorge. Tolchuk's sharp eyes followed the rain of drops until they disappeared into the fiery abyss. The reaction was almost immediate. The molten river exploded upward in a crown of fire, as if a boulder had crashed down from the cliffs. Near the edge, Tolchuk suddenly remembered the attack on Stormhaven, how this corrupt land reacted to the touch of magics. "Stop!" he yelled, and moved toward Elena. But it was already too late. From the molten river, a mighty bird shot forth, formed of molten rock and trailing flames. As it flew upward, its wings snapped wide, stretching from one side of the river to the other. Bits of molten rock were thrown from its fiery pinions, raining all around them. One of the dwarves screamed as he was struck in the face by a gob of lava. He fell backward, his hair on fire, and was dead before he hit the ground. Mayhem ensued as everyone sought cover. Both Tolchuk and Eril dove for Elena, who still stood at the cliff's edge. But neither reached her side. Elena's arm shot upward, and both defenders were blown backward on icy gusts. Tolchuk rolled to his feet, his skin half frozen. Nearby, Eril screamed, "Elena!" The firebird climbed above the canyon's rim. Tolchuk watched as a fiery talon snatched Elena from the cliff's edge and flew into the air. Elena's form rang with power. The heat of the firebird's talons could not penetrate her cocoon of coalfire. The ice spell had snapped around her spontaneously, the witch power instinctively protecting its host. Not even Elena's clothes were singed by the molten talon's grip. A trace of fear edged through Elena's heart, but her wild magic thrummed in her veins, singing with immense energy. She stared up as the bird arced into the night sky. It was a dread sight, a molten statue flowing with the fire of the world's core. The creature's head cocked backward to study its captured prey. Flaming eyes stared down at her, clearly wondering why she had not been burned to a cinder in its grip. Its beak opened, and a gale of fire erupted. Elena's arms sprang up and cast a shield of pure ice magic before her, blocking the fire from ever reaching her. Again it was an instinctive response, the witch reacting without forethought. With so much magic flowing inside her, Elena had little control. She was but the tiller of a boat in a raging sea. This, more than anything, scared her. She had never felt so helpless. She fought against this chorus of the wild magic, this call of the witch. But it was too strong. She was losing herself inside the magic. She began to fall away. Erril, she moaned, knowing how much she would lose if she succumbed. Memories filled her, their single dance atop the tower at midnight, his strong arms holding her safe, the scent of his neck as she leaned against him. The woman inside her grew in strength with these thoughts and helped define her as a creature of flesh, blood, and human desire. She was not just a vessel of wild magics and otherworldly senses, but a woman with a heart and a will. Elena fought for her spirit, shoving back the witch in her. As she did so, a realization struck her. She suddenly knew the true name of the witch inside her. With this font of power instilled in her, Elena saw more clearly what had been sharing her body. Aunt Fila had all but told her. You become Cho. Elena now understood. It wasn't just wild magic and her own baser desires that had sought to overwhelm her, but also a sliver of Cho's spirit, the spirit of a creature from the void who had never walked a world, never worn flesh, never shared her heart with another. Knowing this, Elena found it easier to draw herself out of the void. She concentrated on her own body, her own flesh, her own blood, the beat of her heart, the ache in her legs, the hunger in her belly. But she reached even deeper. She remembered how this same body, a form aged by magic into the fullness of womanhood, reacted to Erril. She used this power now, a magic all its own, remembering how her skin flushed when Erril glanced at her, the surge of heat through her core when he was near, and the longing ache deep inside whenever he brushed against her. She wrapped all these sensations around her. As the ice shell protected her from the firebird's talons, so too did these sensual feelings insulate her from the witch. She found a way back into her own body, back to the fight. And as she did so, the world shattered with a scream. Elena glanced up. The firebird had abandoned its attempt to burn through her shield and now roared in frustration. It swooped over the river now, wings spread from one side to the other. Elena felt the talons loosening, meaning to drop her into the river below. Elena tensed and reached out. She was done reacting with just a witch's instinct. She took both hands, flaming with cold fire, and grabbed the claw that was holding her, refusing to be dropped into the river. She fed ice into the talon, and molten rock froze into solid stone. The firebird screeched and attempted to shake Elena free, but she was now locked in stone, and though jarred and tossed, she remained secure in its rocky grip. Screaming again, the gigantic creature turned on a wing and swept back toward the gorge, gliding lower. The river swelled below them as the firebird aimed for it. The desire of the creature was obvious, it intended to dive back into its molten den. Elena studied the landscape below as a plan came to mind. She had to time this perfectly. She raised her arms and surged all the energy in her body up into her clenched fists, stanching the flow from escaping, building it to a raging force. Her hands grew as bright as cold suns. Her arms trembled with the pent energy, and the witch in her screamed for release, but Elena held back, waiting until the right moment. The firebird swept lower, almost to the rim of the gorge. Elena tensed. She felt, more than saw, the beast begin to tuck its wings for the final dive into the river below. Now! With a gasp, she opened her fists and released the twin fonts of pure cold fire. Her body arched backward in the bird's stone grip as the magic ripped from her spirit. The backlash of hoarfrost blinded her, but she did not pause. She cast every bit of energy out of her body and thrust it at the firebird. Long ago, in the mountains of the Teeth, she had frozen an entire forest with only a fistful of coal fire. Now a greater miracle was needed. A twinge of doubt grew as the last bit of magic escaped her body, then Elena was slammed forward. Her head struck the stone edge of the firebird's claw. Her arms fell limp, and darkness swept over her. Yarl ran along the gorge's edge. A moment ago, the firebird had disappeared into a cloud of ice. Its piercing scream had shattered the night. When next he had seen it, the firebird had plunged out of the cloud, its flames doused and no longer molten. The bird was a plummeting sculpture of frozen rock. With stone wings spread wide, it crashed at a gliding angle into the gorge. But rather than plunging into the molten river, it was stopped by its own monstrous wingspan. The stone bird had jammed itself into the gorge only a few spans down from the rim of the molten canyon, embedding itself in place, becoming a stone bridge across the gorge. Errol stumbled to a stop at the cliff's edge, staring down at the crashed bird. Elena! He fell to his knees, searching. Then he spotted movement from under the bird, a pale arm moving weakly. Elena hung limply in one of the stone talons, but she was alive. Tolchuk appeared behind him, as did Wenner. Errol turned. Get the climbing ropes. In short order, dwarves were scrambling down the slope and atop the stone wing of the bird. Errol was lowered to the talon in a rope sling. The heat rising from below made it hard to breathe, searing his lungs. He swung to where Elena slouched in the claw's grip. Once there, he anchored his legs against a stone claw and waved a pinch of herbs supplied by Mama Frida under Elena's nose. Her head jerked back from the smell, and her eyes blinked open. She startled for a moment and struggled away from him. He grabbed her arm. Elena's eyes widened as full consciousness returned. Errol? He smiled at her. Next time, let's practice that maneuver first. She stared up at the stone bird, then back at him. Suddenly she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thinking her frightened, he tried to console her. Don't fear, Elena. I'll get you out of here safely, Idat. She tightened her grip and whispered in his ear. You've already saved me. 22. Carrying the dwarf hammer on his shoulder, Tolchuk trudged up the face of the high ridge with Magnam at his side. The mountains on this side of the gorge were even more desolate, covered in scrub bushes and twisted trees, red rocks and yellow lichen. Around them, hundreds of steaming vents cast noxious gases into the midday sky. Overhead, the sun was a pale shadow in the greenish haze. But at least they were past the gorge. In the early morning light, scouts had cautiously traversed the stone bird, reaching the far side safely. The others had quickly followed, not trusting the bridge's stability. As they crossed, little rocks had fallen from the cliff faces to rattle across the stone surface, making them all cringe and sweat. But they had made it safely and had rested briefly before setting out into the mountains again. Even Jarek fared better today. His fever had broken overnight, and he had refused to ride the makeshift sling this morning. He hobbled ahead of Tolchuk with the use of a staff hewn from one of the stunted trees. The party was spread out up the slope of the steep ridge, moving slowly along a thin, zigzagging trail. Tolchuk and Magnam were the last in line. Dragonback, Magnam mumbled. Tolchuk glanced questioningly at him. The small dwarf swept an arm before him. It's named Dragonback Ridge. Beyond here lies the dwarf kingdom. It is said the ridge circles all our lands, a jagged crown of rock. Tolchuk glanced up. The ridge's heights were indeed jagged, but rather than a crown or a dragon's back, they reminded the Ojiri of the fangs of some beast. As he craned his neck up, Tolchuk's nose caught a familiar scent. In the dark caves of his homelands, the sense of smell was sharp in all Ojires. He sniffed, then spun around, catching a brief glimpse of something darting behind a boulder. Show yourself! Tolchuk bellowed, lifting his hammer. Magnum stopped, as did Jarek. Farther up the slope, faces turned in his direction. What is it? Magnum asked. Tolchuk held up a clawed hand for silence. Slowly, from behind the boulder, a small face peered out, bulbous yellow eyes, flat-splayed nose, and wide, blubbery lips. The purple creature edged from its hiding place, hands held up, offering the stolen silver dagger. Shiny. Grigrel give shiny back. Magnum scowled. The Vorg again. Great. As if our ancient homelands weren't foul enough. It edged up the slope, head low to the ground, bent in a clear posture of someone waiting to be beaten. Give shiny back, it mumbled, sinking lower and lower as it crept forward. Don't trust that purple-skinned imp, Magnum said. Jarek slipped beside them, leaning heavily on his staff. Is this the creature that saved my life? Yes, Tolchuk said, not moving his eyes from the quivering Vorg. Jarek bowed deeply before the creature. Thank you for your help. I am in your debt. Grigrel did not seem to understand. Its trembling grew worse. It set down the dagger and scrambled back a few steps. Do not fear, Jarek said, moving nearer and retrieving the knife. He slipped it into his belt, then offered his open palm to the Vorg. What do you ask of us? I will see if it can be granted. The Vorg's yellow eyes shifted from Jarek to Tolchuk, then higher up the slope. From the scuff of boots on rock, the group was hurrying down here. The purple Vorg scooted back. Grigrel no mean bad. I give shiny back. It pointed behind him. You make good rock over. It made a sound like the sizzle and pop of the molten river. Grigrel now go home. By now, the others were gathered at Tolchuk's back. Mama Frida spoke. He's trading back the knife for the use of the bridge we built. Elena moved forward. But what does it mean about going home? The Vorg must have heard her. It patted the ground with its hand. Grigrel home. But how could that be? Eril asked. Elena moved slowly toward the beast, bent low. Grigrel, how could this be your home? You were on the far side of the Fire River. The Vorg edged into her shadow, still cowering. I go hunt. Leave caves. Go far for snip leaves. It shifted and revealed a flat pouch on its belly, exposing a handful of leaves edged with red. Make better bad belly. Many sick. He was hunting for medicinal herbs, Mama Frida said with shock in her voice. He must be his tribe's healer. Elena frowned back at them, then knelt on the rock. What happened? The Vorg shook his head, cringing lower. Then bad, booming bad. It made sounds of whistling explosions. Sky angry. Boom. Trees fall from sky, burn. The attack on Stormhaven, Jarek mumbled. Grigrel hide. It covered its head with its hands. Bad booming stop and Grigrel go look. It mimicked peeking from under its arms. Grigrel run home, fast. Then find it glanced to Elena. Fire River. Bad burning bad. No go home. Elena straightened. So the gorge formed when the land attacked Stormhaven, and it kept him from returning home. A second level of defense, Eril said. It means to protect what is hidden here. The Weir Gate, Elena mumbled, and turned back. Maybe the Vorg knows something about the Manticore. Ask it. Eril leaned nearer. Elena nodded. Grigrel, do you know of a great black stone? It has a body like, she pointed to Tolchuk. Like an ojiri but with the tail of a scorpion. The Vorg scrunched up its face, clearly not understanding. Elena sat back on her heels and sighed. Winner spoke behind them. Vorgs only have a small intelligence, just enough for mischief. Tolchuk turned to the dwarf leader. Scorpions, be they native to these lands? Now it was Winter's turn to squint his eyes. No, now that you mention it. I don't believe so. Then how can this creature know what Elena asks? Tolchuk stepped forward, reaching to his thigh pouch. He pulled out his chunk of heartstone. It glinted dully in the weak light. The Vorg's eyes grew huge at the sight of the jewel. Leaning on the dwarf hammer, Tolchuk bent down beside the Vorg. He held the jewel up to the sun and pointed at it. Grigrel, have you seen something that looks like the black creature inside the stone? Grigrel did not seem to hear him. Splayed hands drifted up toward the bright jewel. Pretty, shiny, pretty. Tolchuk shifted the stone higher, beyond the reach of the Vorg's sucker-tipped fingers. No. Look inside the crystal. Reluctantly, the Vorg lowered its hands and stretched its long neck, cocking its toadish head and peering at the heartstone. Shiny, pretty, it continued to whine. Then the Vorg froze, and a choking sound strangled out. Its eyes twitched between Tolchuk and the stone. A flash of recognition flared. Then it cringed, scuttling backward. Its eyes were wide with terror. It made a warding gesture with both hands. Bad, bad, nasty bad. Elena turned to Tolchuk. It knows. He nodded and stared hard at the cowering Vorg. Where, Grigrel? Where is nasty bad place? The Vorg covered its head with both arms and pressed its face against the rocky ground. No, no, no. Bad no go. Nasty black darkness bad. Elena slid closer and gently touched its trembling skin. Please, Grigrel, tell us. The Vorg pointed a purple arm. Tolchuk turned to see where he pointed. It was the same peak Magnam had mentioned in his stories. Gyhalmanti, Tolchuk mumbled. The Vorg jerked with the mention of the name and ducked farther down. Magnam frowned at Tolchuk's side. It recognizes the ancient name of our mine. Tolchuk gripped his heartstone harder. Great evil has a way of surviving through the ages. Erril turned to stare at the dread peak. At least it confirms that the Manticore Gate is here. Can you take us there? Elena asked the Vorg. It squeaked. No go. Bad nasty. Please, Elena whispered. Grigrel just quaked and quivered. Mama Frida hobbled next to Tolchuk. Maybe a trade, she suggested. The Vorg seems to like to barter. Elena turned to Jarek. My dagger. The elven nodded and handed back the blade. Elena held the knife toward the creature. She turned it back and forth so it reflected the sunlight. Grigrel. Dot. The Vorg glanced up, drawn by the flashing blade. It sat up straighter. Shiny good. A finger raised toward the dagger. Yes. It can be yours if you take us to the bad nasty place. Show us where the night stone lies. Grigrel's hand snapped away. No go. The dagger's not tempting enough, Erril said. He palmed the hilt of his sheathed sword. But I've a span of steel that might goad him to cooperate. We'll not force him, Elena said. We have no right. She sighed and wrinkled her brow. Tolchuk had an idea. He joined Elena and held out the heart of his people. The stone glowed ruby in the light, refracting the sun's brilliance. Grigrel. Show us to the bad dark place. You don't have to go there yourself. Show us and I'll give you this stone. The Vorg raised its head. Yellow eyes fixed on the chunk of heartstone. A tongue came out to lick its thick lips. Shiny bright. Fetch many mates. Ah, Magnam said, no wonder he wants our shiny things. Grigrel stared at the heartstone, then squinted at Tolchuk. Show? No go. You need only take us to where it lies. The Vorg leaned toward the heartstone, sniffing at it. One eye narrowed. It seemed unable to decide. Tolchuk started to shove the heartstone back in its pouch, but Grigrel's arm sprang out. The suckered tips of its fingers clung to the stone surface. It seems the Vorg's not done bargaining yet, Magnam scoffed. Grigrel looked up at Tolchuk. I take you. Quick, fast, fast, fast. Tolchuk extracted his stone back from the Vorg. Only once you take us, dot. The Vorg sagged, but bobbed its head. With the matter decided, the party took off once again, climbing the switchbacks toward the heights of Dragonback Ridge. Grigrel led the way, scampering and hopping up the slope, impatient with their pace. The Vorg also proved skilled at ferreting out hidden dangers along their paths. Even Wenner stopped complaining after Grigrel blocked the dwarf from stepping into the subterranean burrow of a spider wasp. Still, even with the Vorg's help, it took until the sun was low in the sky to reach the top of the ridge. The party stared at the wasteland ahead. Magnam wiped at his eyes. Spreading to the horizon were barren peaks and valleys. A few small hollows showed signs of green life, but the remainder of the landscape was pitted red rock and wind-blasted stone. The ancient mines could be seen from here, countless black holes riddling the bare mountains, making their slopes appear pocked with disease. Dry streambeds crisscrossed the region like old battle scars, and the peaks themselves, bare of any vegetation, had been eroded by storms and scoured by winds into twisted shapes. It was as if the entire kingdom had been reduced to its bones and left to the elements. Tolchuk had never seen a more desolate place. I can smell the disease here, Mama Frida said, her pet Tamrin cowering on her shoulder. It's as if all the living energy of this place has been drained away, but... Welcome to our home, Wenner said sourly, turning away. Elena moved to his side and placed a hand on his shoulder. This is the Dark Lord's doing. His touch has poisoned your land, but it can be brought back to life. As long as there is blood in your veins, you can heal your kingdom. Wenner nodded, but his eyes appeared hopeless. After a short rest, the party moved on, led by the Vorg. It hurried them down a steep slope of loose stone. Jarek took a tumble on the sliding shale. Eril caught him and helped the captain down the remainder of the slope. The Elven was weakening from the long day of hiking, but he refused to return to his sling and slow them down. Mama Frida hovered alongside him. Luckily, once into the valley, their way became mostly flat, the going easier for all. They followed a dry streambed past steep cliffs and broken scree. Around them, nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. Their footsteps sounded loud to Tolchuk's ears. He sniffed. Even the air was dead here. By now, the deep gloom of twilight had set in. Maybe we should stop for the night, Elena said. The moon will rise soon. Grigrel heard her. No, not far. The Vorg pointed its arm frantically forward. He's been saying that, Jarek complained, for the past 2 leagues. Tolchuk grumbled deep in his throat. Perhaps we should heed the Vorg. We be not alone out here. He nodded to where a few distant mines glowed with firelight. The sooner we be done here the better. No one argued, the pace even increased. The night slowly wore on, and the moon crept up from the horizon. This was the second night of its fullness, when the moon was most bright. Elena pulled out the blood diary, and the gilt rose on its cover glowed with a brilliant light. Pretty, shiny, Grigrel said, mesmerized by the book. How much farther? Eril asked, redirecting the Vorg's attention. Grigrel pointed forward as the streambed rounded a short peak. Ahead, no more than a league, the mountain climbed into the sky. It towered higher than any of the nearby peaks, a black shadow against the stars. Even its silhouette stirred dread in Tolchuk's heart. Here was where the heart of his people had been mined, and from whose dark throat the black heart had entered this world. Gy Halmanti, Magnam mumbled. The Vorg urged them along. Quick, fast, fast, dot. Erril kept to Elena's side, while Wenner maintained her flank. The party continued onward, following the riverbed as it wound through an ever-narrowing defile. Soon sheer cliff faces rose on both sides. Tolchuk began to grow uneasy. His eyes studied the ridges for movement. His skin began to itch with warning, but nothing moved. The party closed ranks and proceeded more cautiously. Ahead, the dark shape of Gyhalmanti filled the sky, a monstrous black hole. The moon climbed toward its highest point, but still failed to shine upon the peak's dark slopes. Tolchuk understood how the mountain had gained its reputation. It was all shadow, no substance. Tolchuk tore his eyes from the sight. It seemed to sap his will. At last, after another tense quarter league, the cliffs fell away to either side. The routes to the great mountain lay before them, spread to either side, as if a dark-cloaked figure were kneeling before them. Tolchuk could almost feel the eyes of this black stranger staring down at him. He feared looking up, afraid of what he might see. The dry stream bed led between the roots of the mountain to a hole in its side. Long ago, a deep spring must have once fed this waterway, but now it was all dust and dry rock, as dead as the peak itself. "Does the Manticore gate lie within?" Elena asked with clear dread. The Vorg pointed not toward the opening from which the old river flowed, but up toward the face of the mountain. "Maybe he means one of the old mine shafts," Magnam said. "The ancient peak is hollowed with old tunnels and pits." "If so," Erril said, "we could spend an entire winter searching for where the Manticore is hidden." But the Vorg pointed its arm more vigorously. "Bad nasty dark." "Show us," Tolchuk said. "Where?" Grigrel sighed and pointed both arms, spreading them wide. Erril scowled. "He must not know, or doesn't understand." Then the plainsman's voice cut out. "Sweet mother above." In the sky, the moon moved a fraction higher, now poised above the very tip of the jagged peak. Moonshine flowed down the face of the mountain like a rush of silver water, washing away the shadows to reveal the peak at last, or what had become of it. This entire face of Gyhalmanti had been worked and carved, hollowed out and chipped, to form a towering granite figure. The detail must have been the work of countless masters slaving for decades, the strain in the figure's face, the muscles bunching with both triumph and pain, the lines of anger around the eyes. It seemed as if the subject were climbing out of the bulk of the mountain, one arm stretched toward the sky, one leg still sunk in the rock. Behind its massive shoulders, its scorpion tail arched over its back, poised to strike. "The Manticore," Elena gasped. No one spoke for several heartbeats, too stunned by the sight. "But it's carved of granite," Erril said. "Not ebonstone." "No, you're wrong," Elena said, and pointed toward the outstretched arm of the figure. In its clawed grip lay a boulder as big as a small cottage. Its oily surfaces shunned even the moon's brightness. It was as if the figure clutched living shadow, waiting to be molded into something sinister. Even looking at it chilled one's blood. There lies the true heart of this statue, Ebonstone. The first of the 4 weir gates. As the others stared in awe, Tolchuk dropped the dwarf hammer into the dirt. He fumbled to his thigh pouch and removed the heart of his people. His fingers ran over its surfaces, dreading what he would find, but already knowing the truth. He had carried the heart across all the lands of Alassi. He knew every facet, every chink as if it were his own face. Tolchuk stared up, unable now to turn away. He now knew the source of the dread that had clamped around his heart. Deep inside, a part of him must have known it all along. Magnam spoke, pointing toward the sculpture. The depiction of the Manticore climbing forth from Gyhalmanti. It must represent the Nameless One's rise from the heart of the mountain. We may be the first in centuries to peer upon the face of the Nameless One. Tolchuk's legs weakened, and he fell to one knee. He held up the heart of his people toward the ebonstone boulder, praying the two were not the same. His prayer was shattered as he lifted it high. They were an exact match. But that was not the worst, not by far. Nearby, the Vorg was the first to realize the horrible truth. The toady creature stared at Tolchuk, then back up at the manticore statue. Its eyes flicked back and forth, then grew huge. It squeaked and backed away from him, trembling with terror, then it fled back down the narrow defile. The others turned to see Grigrel scramble away. Lowering his arm, Tolchuk slumped in despair. There had been so many hints, the Triad choosing him for this mission. The shape of the bane in the stone. And deep in the cellars below Shadowbrook, the dwarf lord who had tortured Merrick and Kral had fled from Tolchuk in terror, just as the Vorg did now. But it wasn't only fear in their eyes, but also something worse, recognition. Tolchuk opened his eyes. Slowly, one at a time, their faces paled with dawning realization. Heads turned to the manticore, then back to Tolchuk. Elena was the first to state it aloud. The carving. The face and body of the creature, it's Tolchuk. Magnam backed a step. The nameless one. Dropping his heartstone, Tolchuk covered his face with his hands. Our people call him by a different name. Not Dark Lord, not Black Heart, not Black Beast. What name then? Magnam asked. Tolchuk dropped his hands, hot tears flowing down his face. Oathbreaker. He sagged to the ground, crushed under the realization of his true heritage. He betrayed the trust of the land and cursed my people. His blood runs in my veins. Elena moved up to him. But he is not you. It does not matter. Tolchuk glanced up to the statue. The stone does not lie. I am the last-born of the Dark Lord. Elena pushed aside her shock. She recognized the grief, guilt, and despair in Tolchuk's face. She had felt similar emotions when confronted with her own heritage. She went to Tolchuk and gently touched the crown of his head. A heart is stronger than one's blood, and you've proven your heart in countless battles. You're no monster. Tolchuk would not look up, only mumble. He reached and squeezed the chunk of heartstone. I've failed my people. The heart died in my care. I be no better than the Oathbreaker. Magnam moved closer and shrugged. Better or worse, what does it matter? At least you scared the Vorg off. He placed his fists on his hips and searched around. So we're here. Now what? Elena knelt beside Tolchuk. We go on. We destroy the gate as planned. Eril stood behind her. We all go on. You were sent by your Triad, guided by the heart of your people. Both elders and spirits judged you the best one to right the wrong of your ancestor. Whether you name him Oathbreaker or Dark Lord, you don't have to accept his name as your own. You can forge your own future. Tolchuk finally lifted his head. Elena stared him in the eye, urging him up. We'll stand by your side. Or at least behind your back, Magnam added with a snort. Tolchuk pushed up, wiping his nose on his forearm. Wenner moved forward and lifted the trysil from the dirt. He offered Tolchuk the rune-carved handle. Tolchuk shook his head. I be not worthy. Wenner thrust the hammer farther forward. Long ago, the hammer was used to shape Ebonstone and doomed our lands at the hands of the Nameless One. Use it now to free us. Destroy what has been wrought in his cursed name. Tolchuk lifted his arm and gripped the handle. I will try. Wenner nodded and stepped away. Jarek hobbled up to them. His face shone with a returning fever. The day's exertion had worn the captain's health. If we mean to continue this night, we should move on. With the matter decided, Eril led the way with Wenner. Elena kept beside Tolchuk, sensing the Ojiri needed support. It seemed their two lives were intertwined by more than just a chance meeting long ago in the highland forests of Winter's Eyrie. Their twin stories stretched back generations, hers to the Witziach Sisakofa, and his to the Dark Lord himself. We're not our pasts, she said softly to the night. Tolchuk nodded. I know this in my head, but it'd be hard to convince my heart. Then trust those around you, she said. Trust me. The Ojiri turned in her direction. She met his gaze. I know in my heart that you are a spirit of goodness and honor. I will never doubt otherwise. He swallowed hard and turned away, his voice a whisper. Thank you. The group continued in silence. 4 dwarf scouts fanned out to survey the empty stretch of bare rock that led to the mountain. The party seemed small as it fell under the shadow of the manticore. Elena craned her neck. The statue towered above them. Jarek spoke at her shoulder. We'll need to find a way up onto that arm. I almost wish that sticky-fingered Vord were still here. No need, Mama Frida said. Tikal is just as agile and has sharper eyes. He may be able to hunt a way to the top. But as they neared the mountain's base, they discovered neither of the creature's skills would be needed. Carved into the granite, a steep stair led up the mountain's face toward the statue. An old work trail, Wenner guessed. Crude, narrow, meant for the sculptors as they labored here. A dwarf scout stood a few steps away, a spyglass fixed to his eye. It's too dark to say with good certainty, but the stairs do seem to climb all the way up. Then let's go, Elena said. Wenner led the way. The stairs were only wide enough for a single dwarf, but 2 people could walk abreast. Elena now marched with Erril, Tolchuk on the step behind them. Jarek had attempted to keep up, but it was soon evident the elven captain was too weak and worn from his recent fevers to continue. His pale face glistened with fever sweat, and his breath had grown ragged. A short way up the cliff face, they abandoned him on the steps in the care of Mama Frida. Tikal and I will watch over him. You all continue on. Elena was loath to leave the 2 elders alone and ordered 3 of the dwarves to watch over them. They can also guard our back trail, she added before Mama Frida could protest. With their numbers lighter, they set a harder pace. Elena's last view of Mama Frida and Jarek was of the old woman taking the captain's hand. The sight buoyed her spirit. Even in this cursed land, a bit of love could grow. With this thought held in her heart, she continued up the long staircase with Erril at her side. The dwarf scout had proven to have good eyes. The steps climbed to a tunnel near the base of the statue, where the leg of the Ojiri stretched out of the mountainside. Elena tugged a glove from her right hand and nicked a fingertip with the tip of her Witch dagger. They had no torches and had to risk a bit of magic to light their path. She cast free the tiniest thread of Witch fire and wove it around and around like a skein of yarn, forming a ball of fire. It floated just above her fingers. Lifting it high, she stepped to the tunnel. The fiery light revealed a spiraling staircase leading up. More steps. She glanced over his shoulder. Wenner took the lead again. His long shadow, reflected in the firelight, stretched upward. They followed again. Elena wove a spell to keep the ball of Witch fire floating above her head, attached by the thinnest thread of magic to her right hand. Erril marched beside her. Their climb slowed as side tunnels branched off periodically. The party approached each with caution, fearing attack from unknown monsters. But each passage proved empty, with only the wind moaning through the dark throats. Where are the defenders? Elena finally asked. In this desolate land, what is the need? Erril said. It seems this land protects itself with its fireballs, poisons, and ill creatures. Besides, considering the Vord's reaction to this place, I doubt any will near it. But even his own explanation did not seem to satisfy the plainsman. He kept a tight grip on his sword and studied every shadow ahead. The others, too, grew more wary with each step. The climb seemed endless. But at last they reached a cavernous side tunnel. It gaped so wide that the entire party could have walked abreast. Elena stared down the passage. Are we high enough to have reached the arm of the statue? I think so, my lady, Wenner said. I'll go see. Elena detached a thumb-sized ball of fire from her own sphere and sent it sailing down the tunnel. To light your way. Winner nodded, then departed with one of the dwarf scouts, disappearing into the darkness. The remainder of the party rested on the stair, the globe of fire floating above them all. Elena leaned against Eril. He put his arm around her. "How are you holding up?" he asked, and nodded to the fireball. "Is it sapping much of your strength?" She shook her head. "It's but a drop." After the events at the gorge, Elena had renewed both fists, one in sunlight, one in moonlight. She rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, sharing his warmth and breath. For a moment, as they waited, exhausted and worn, Elena dozed off in his arms, but it was a short respite. A horrible scream shattered out from the cavernous tunnel. They all jerked to their feet, but the cry was sliced from the air. Distantly, the strike of iron on stone reached them. "It seems we aren't the only ones here," Magnum said. Elena stepped toward the tunnel, but Eril had a hand clamped on her shoulder. She turned to him. "We have no choice but to go on. The fate of Alassi lies in destroying the Weirgate here." She fed more energy into the small fireball, no longer worrying about keeping her magic hidden. It swelled out and shone deep into the tunnel. She cast the fireball ahead and followed it. "We cannot turn back now." A bellow of rage echoed down the hall toward them. "It's Wenner," Tolchuk said. "He's still alive." "But for how long?" Elena asked. They ran at a fast trot, the ball of fire rolling across the roof of the tunnel ahead of them. It lit the passage for some distance. "Up ahead," Eril warned. Elena saw it, too. Moonlight flowed from around the curve ahead, signaling the end of the tunnel. Their pace slowed to a more cautious approach. Eril led the way, flanked by a pair of dwarves on each side. Tolchuk kept near Elena's shoulder, the dwarf hammer ready for battle. They rounded the corner and saw a sight born of nightmares. The tunnel did indeed end ahead, but it was not open. Something blocked the passage. At first Elena thought it was a huge spider crouched in a web across the opening, but as her ball of witch fire rolled forward, the true horror revealed itself. It wasn't a monstrous spider, but something much worse. Lodged in the opening and held in place by 10 articulated legs was a single creature. Its main body hung in the opening, gray and glistening, like an otherworld slug, striped in slashes of black and red. But mostly it was all mouth, a black maw that writhed with poison tentacles. A tangle of stalked eyes as black as polished obsidian waved above the razor-line mouth. Elena knew this creature. She had battled one in the highland forests of her home after it had killed her uncle Bull. It was a Mulgotra, one of the birth queens of the Skaltum. Elena watched its thick gray body convulse in a violent spasm, and something green and steaming squeezed from its lower belly and fell with a wet plop to the tunnel's floor. The queen was in the middle of birthing. The object roiled on the stone, steaming a noxious green cloud, then damp wings unfolded and claws sprouted as it scrabbled to stand on its own. A new Skaltum was born into the world. Above its newborn, the creature hissed, belching out a flurry of suckered tentacles at the lone combatant before it. "Winner!" But the dwarf ignored the looming creature. He was out of reach of its tentacles and had more immediate concerns as he danced with an axe in one hand and a sword in the other. A pack of newborn Skaltums surrounded him. Dripping with fetid slime, the bony beasts raked at him with claws and hissed like a pit of snakes. His blades bounced off them harmlessly as dark magics protected their flesh. All he could do was keep them at bay. Newborn Skaltum were impervious to most harm until they had their first kill. Behind Winter, the Mulgotra continued to push more of its abominable children into the world, its belly churning and spasming. "Free him," Elena said, waving an arm to Eril and the dwarves. "Get him out of harm's way." She pulled her dagger from its sheath. Eril hesitated for a moment, met her eyes, then nodded. He and the remaining dwarves ran to Winter's rescue. Tolchuk kept to Elena's side, protecting her back. Elena drew a line of fire across each palm with the sharp tip of her silver blade and rallied the magic in both fists. Across the way, the sudden appearance of new foes startled the immature Skeltum. Most scurried away toward their mother, while the few that remained were beaten back by the larger force. Free, Winter sagged toward the ground, but he was caught by two of his fellow dwarves. He was dragged away as Eril and the others guarded their retreat. Winter gasped as they returned to Elena's side. I didn't see it until it was too late. Lost to her magics, Elena barely heard him. Energy surged through her. She stepped forward and raised her arms. Lacing her fingers together, she merged fire and ice, building up the storm between her palms. Across the way, the Skeltum regrouped, gaining courage from their numbers. They hissed and clambered. Tiny wings snapped and beat at the air, but they were still too young to fly. Elena stepped toward them. Stay back, she warned her companions. Moving slowly, building her storm to a trembling that raged between her palms, Elena edged closer. Beyond the pregnant Mulgotra, limned in moonlight, Elena saw the outstretched arm of the manticore statue and the shadowy chunk of ebonstone. She almost looked away, but a flash of movement caught her eye. Out on the granite arm, she spotted three other Skeltum, newborns like those huddled under their mother, scrabbling toward the ebonstone boulder. Curious and concerned, she hesitated, watching. The first newborn reached the stone. It appeared frightened, cowering back, but it seemed unable to stop its legs. It reached the stone and with a screech fell into it, as if diving down a black well, and was gone. She heard its small cry of terror fade away. The others followed. Elena's attention swung back to the Mulgotra. She suddenly understood what the creature was doing here, what they had interrupted. The Mulgotra, when ripe with offspring, must be drawn to this place like a moth to a black flame. They then used this high perch to hatch their foul offspring, feeding them through the weir to be bent and enslaved to the Dark Lord. Here was the source of the Black Heart's endless winged armies, the Manticore Gate. More than ever, Elena knew it had to be destroyed. What are you waiting for? Eril said behind her, stepping in her direction. Stand back, she repeated, and pointed her arms at the gathered Skeltum. She bloomed open her fingers and cast out a raging torrent of ice and fire. Lightning crackled, and winds screamed in fury. Elena swept her stormfire across the floor of the tunnel, keeping its focus tight to rip through the extra protections of these newborn demons. Deep inside her, she felt her magic strike the gathered Skeltum. She sensed their sharp flames of life snuff out, one after the other, buffeted and blown away by the rage of her magic. The Witch in her sang with each death, much louder than usual, harder to resist, as if the veil had thinned between Witch and woman. Elena fought to keep her focus, to maintain her control. But something had changed inside her, something following her intimate sharing with Cho last night. The Witch in her had grown stronger, wailing its wild lusts, buffeting against her inner shields. Standing in the eye of her raging magics, Elena again sensed the tenuous connection of all life, especially the ties among those in the room. She felt the flickers of energy from her companions and tasted the raging fire of the Mulgotra. Across the tunnel, the Witch continued to consume the tiny flames of the newborns, but Elena knew, if left unchecked, the Witch would never be satisfied with such a small feast. It wanted to burn all away, not just the Mulgotra, but also her companions. It did not discriminate. It wanted everything, even Elena herself. Cringing against such lusts, Elena reined in her magic. Slowly the fire died in her hands. The mad chorus of the Witch faded, replaced by the mewling cry of the Mulgotra. Elena's eyes refocused here. She saw the smoldering and burned bodies of the Skeltum. Only a single newborn remained, cowering under the belly of its mother. Its sibilant hiss had turned to a plaintive wail. The Mulgotra lowered itself over its last offspring, continuing a piping mewl of pain and sorrow. It drew its tentacles gently around the newborn and pulled it closer, protecting its child. Eril stepped to Elena's side. Why did you stop? Finish it off. Elena bit her lip, then spoke. I can't. She had seen the tiny flames of the slain beasts. Life was life, and this mother only wanted to protect its offspring. The Molgotra here was as much a slave as any other. It did not want to feed its offspring to the weir gate, but it had no other choice. Dark magic had bent its instincts to this unnatural purpose. Stepping toward the monster, Elena waved her hand. Go! Take your child and leave. The Molgotra hissed at her motions, cringing down over her child, but when Elena did not attack, it mewed again, frightened and confused. Elena waved her arm. Be gone! Thousands of orc eyes watched her, studying her, then in a flurry of movement, its legs jerked, and the Molgotra shot out of the tunnel and into the air, carrying the child in its tentacles. Huge wings snapped open to catch the late night's breezes. It swung once in a tight circle, then shot out over the jagged mountains and was gone. Why did you let it go? Erril asked. Elena shook her head. I needed to. She moved ahead. Let's finish this. As a group, they climbed through the burned remains of the skeleton and out into the night. Elena took a deep breath, clearing her lungs of the reek of charred flesh. The granite arm of the statue stretched ahead, a wide bridge that led to the massive chunk of ebonstone resting in its palm. Tolchuk took the lead this time, the trisil hammer in hand. Elena followed with Erril. She stared down. The arm's upper surface was flat and easy to cross. She could only imagine the long litany of horrors that had transpired here. Ahead, Tolchuk reached the arm's wrist and paused. Before him lay the stone hand. Clawed fingers circled the ebonstone like beastly pillars. Elena stepped to Tolchuk's side. You can do this. He nodded. I can. Then he turned and climbed atop the stone palm, lifting the hammer high. This is for my father's spirit. Tolchuk slammed the hammer down with all the strength in his ojiri shoulders. But the blow never struck. The iron head fell into the stone as if the boulder were merely cloud. Tolchuk, thrown off balance, fell forward and struck the side of the stone. On his knees, he twisted around and lifted his arm. He gripped only the rune-carved handle. The hammer itself was gone. Behind her, Winter fell to the stone and wailed. The trisil. Elena stared at the unharmed stone. What had just happened? The hammer had been used to sculpt the cursed stone. It had been destined to be returned here and free the dwarves from the Dark Lord's yoke. Why had it failed? For just a moment, Elena felt a twinge of suspicion of Tolchuk. But she forced such thoughts away. It was impossible. The Ojiri had saved her life many times, had served the land with all his heart. But Wenner did not know Tolchuk as well. The dwarf burst to his feet, pointing an arm. You did this. You've doomed our people just like your cursed ancestor. Tolchuk covered his face. Elena raised an arm between them as Winter made a lunge toward Tolchuk. No. It's not his fault. Then whose? Winter asked, his face almost purple. Erril answered, moving to Tolchuk's side. We're all at fault. Winter blustered, but Magnon placed a restraining hand on his leader's arm. Listen to him. Erril turned to face them. We failed because we're all victims of prophecy. We assumed we knew their import, but we were all obviously blinded by our own hopes. He glanced over his shoulder to the chunk of black rock. I've traveled through the weir before. It's a lodestone for elemental magic. Anything objects or people ripe enough in power will be drawn into its black heart. The trisil, Winter moaned. It was rich with the wind magic of the Elven. We should have never let it near the gate, but we were blinded by our faith in prophecy. And if there is one thing I've learned from my brother, placing one's full faith in prophecy can be damning. Tolchuk climbed to his feet. Then what can we do? How do we destroy it? Elena spoke up, her voice full of dread. She glanced to the moon. It was low in the sky, close to setting. I must consult the blood diary. It was Chi who fell into the weir gates long ago and fused the four into this well of dire magics. Cho, his sister spirit, may have some answers. Ariel nodded. But back well away. I don't want you or that book near this stone. Without arguing, Elena stepped farther down the wide arm. Ariel positioned a wall of dwarves between her and the ebon stone boulder. He then joined her as she pulled the book free. Glancing up, she found his eyes on hers. Ariel reached and clasped his hands over hers as they held the book between them. You're trembling, he whispered. Just the cold. Elena turned away and tried to pull her hands free. But she could not free her hand. The plainsman could turn to stubborn Standish iron when he wanted. I don't know what is troubling you, what happened back in that tunnel to frighten you, but know this, Elena. I'm your liegeman. I'll always be at your side. My strength is yours to call upon. She felt that strength now. The warmth of his palms calmed her trembling. She leaned toward him, and he drew her in, hugging her. I may not have faith in prophecy, he whispered into her hair. But I have faith in you. She fought back tears and huddled in his embrace. After a moment more, she took a deep, centering breath and stood straighter. He let her go, but she still felt his warmth wrapped around her. It was enough. She turned away and opened the blood diary. Yarrael watched Elena turn away and clenched a fist, worried for her. Though he did not see her open the book, he knew when its cover had been cracked. A blast of light exploded forth, and Elena flew backward into his arms. He held her. Over her shoulder, he watched the flare of light empty out of the pages of the book and shoot skyward. He caught a peek into the void, stars, and ribbons of glowing gases, and the edge of a blinding sun. Then a cry arose from the swirl of light overhead. It took on the form of a woman sailing high into the air. Shie. The name was yelled like a striking bell, piercing the night and echoing off the surrounding peaks. Holding the book, Elena stepped forward. Show. Calm yourself. I hear him. Her voice became a wail. He cries and screams for me, Dot. The apparition swept down and along the arm, passing through the line of dwarves. It aimed for the ebonstone boulder. Tolchuk stood, raising to his full height, arms up, blocking Cho's way. But like the dwarves, she swept through his body and into the stone. No! Elena gasped. But the stone had no more effect on Cho than Tolchuk's body had. The shining apparition shot out the other side, arced back around, then dove through again and again. He screams and screams. I must go to him. Cho continued to dart back and forth through the stone, like a glowing will-o'-the-wisp. I can hear him. He is so close. Elena glanced at the sky. Ariel knew what held her attention. The moon. It was near to setting. They were about to lose this night. Cho. Elena called again. You cannot reach Chi, you have no substance here. Listen to me. The sailing figure sobbed and slowed, hovering above the black stone. He needs me. Elena passed the blood diary to Ariel. I must calm her, she whispered to Ariel. Guard the book. Next, she raised her arms. I know, Cho. I once lost my brother. I understand the pain. But I need your guidance. I am your vessel in this world, your physical connection to this plane. Cho drifted from the rock and settled to the stone palm. One hand reached back and touched the rock, passing through its substance. She was obviously loath to leave her brother's side. It is only together that we can free my brother. Elena relaxed. Exactly. Together. Cho turned in her direction. Eyes full of the void stared back, cold and with an intelligence unlike any on this world. Then, for the briefest moment, Errol saw the flash of something human behind those eyes. It was Fila. The apparition's lips moved. "No. Elena, no. You must not." Fila vanished, swept back into the void. Only Cho was there. Elena tensed, moving back into Erril's shadow. She glanced at him, confused. What had Fila been warning? She seemed to ask. Together, Cho echoed. Erril saw some seed of understanding and terror dawn in Elena's eyes. She swung back around as Cho dove forward, sweeping through Tolchuk, through the dwarves, too fast to follow, like a reflection of moonshine off water. "Break the bridge!" Elena yelled. "Close the book." Erril attempted to obey, but he was too slow. The spirit struck Elena, folding in, around, and through her. Erril was blasted back in a searing explosion of magic. Flying, he landed on his back and slid along the arm, keeping his fingers locked on the blood diary. He sat up, his eyebrows smoldering from the brush of witchfire. Down the granite arm, he stared at what remained of Elena. She still stood where she had a moment ago, but all her clothes had been burned from her body. Even her hair had been singed away. She stood naked to the night. From toes to scalp, her skin whirled with crimson magic, a ruby statue sculpted in the shape of woman. Slowly, she began to step forward, toward the ebonstone. In her wake, a glowing mist formed, swirling down into the familiar form of the book's spirit, but it was less distinct, blurring at the edges. Elena, from the pain in the voice, Erril knew it was Fila rather than Cho. Erril hurried forward. The apparition lifted an arm. "No, Erril, stay back." She raised her voice. "All of you. Stand aside. Do not try and stop her. She can kill with a touch." Though Erril could easily have walked through Fila's ghostly image, he held back. What has happened to her? Cho will not be stopped. She has heard her brother's tortured screams and must go to him. And Elena? The girl was right. The only way Cho can effect any change in this plane is through Elena. Cho has merged almost all her spirit into the girl, but then she's taken over Elena's body? No, Cho is in the void. Elena still exists somewhere inside there, but the sudden surge of immense energies has unmoored her. She is lost to the desires of Cho, unable to break free, and her body responds. The only question is if Elena's strong enough to fight back to her own self. Erril made a move forward, determined to help. No, Erril. Any interference could doom her. Ahead, Erril watched Elena pass Tolchuk and step up to the ebonstone boulder. She stopped before it, ruby against black stone. Her neck craned, studying the ebonstone as if she had never seen it before. Elena, he prayed, move back. Cocking her head, she reached forward. No! Erril yelled. Elena, stop, dot. Without a look back, she stepped through the weird gate and vanished. 23. Still dazed by Cho's assault, Elena found herself without any bearing. A part of her, as distant as an echo, felt her body carried forward and through the weird gate. But it felt unnatural, like a dream after waking, hard to grasp and easily forgotten. Energy of unfathomable depths surged through her. The witch thrummed in every fiber of her body, singing, wailing, crying out. It was a chorus of wild power and passions. Her own spirit was but a mote in this frenzied storm. Elena resisted the raging current. I must not lose myself. She forced her mind to stop its panicked attempts to fight against the tidal forces inside her. Instead, she pulled herself inward, using the swirl of these foreign energies to draw herself down to a single flickering flame of intense brilliance, a beacon in the dark storm. From this island of security, she fortified herself. Once steady, she slowly extended her perceptions outward, riding the currents of power this time, rather than fighting. She first became aware of her own heartbeat, slow and steady. This helped reassure her. She was still alive. Reaching farther, she followed her blood as it fanned throughout her body. As she did so, the sense of her limbs returned: bone, muscle, sinew. It was as if she were rebuilding herself from the inside out, incorporating Cho's power in each bit, redefining herself in this new context. With care, she stretched farther and steadily rediscovered her senses. The Witch's mad song dimmed as Elena now listened through her own ears. A great silence blanketed her. It was not so much an absence of sound as an unsettling pressure, like diving into a lake. Just the pressure and the quiet. But Elena knew this was no mountain lake. This was the weir. Floating in this strange otherworld, Elena kept her eyes closed, fearing what she might see. "Cho, what have you done?" Tentatively, Elena reached out with her other senses. She smelled no scent, tasted nothing in the air. The only sensation she did discover was a tingling burn that seemed to paint her entire body. She willed her arms to move and was surprised to discover control had returned to her limbs. As she swept her arms, struggling for anything solid, the burning grew worse from hands to shoulder, almost painful. Swallowing back her fear, Elena risked opening her eyes, staring for the first time into the strange landscape of the weir. Around her was a swirling dense darkness, like a midnight sea, only this had the feel of something living. It caressed against her, but where it touched, her ruby skin flared brighter. As a matter of fact, her entire form burned like a tiny crimson flame in the darkness. She steadied herself and moved her arms through the substance of the weir. Her skin flashed brighter. Elena understood. Cho's magic is protecting me, suiting me in ruby armor against the touch of the weir. With this realization, Elena stared around her. She turned and caught a flicker of movement. With a kick of her legs, she moved nearer, cautiously. The darkness seemed to clear, and she saw a surprising tableau. Eril and the others stood a short distance away, staring back at her. It was as if she were staring at them through a dark glass. She swam closer, her hands reaching forward. But her fingers ran into a solid barrier. She pressed against it. The group did not seem to see her. Muffled words reached her. "How do we know she still lives?" Eril asked. The ghostly form of Aunt Fila stood behind his shoulder. "Because I'm still here. If Elena dies, so does the magic of the book. I would not be here if the bridge were severed." Eril glanced to the sky. "But the moon is setting." "What then?" Fila only shook her head. Elena tried to beat against the barrier, but it did no good. She was locked into the ebonstone weir gate. Eril. No one heard her. She tried louder. Eril. Tolchuk jerked in her direction. He was closest to the stone. "Tolchuk. Can you hear me?" He leaned closer, placing a hand on the rock. "Elena?" "Yes." She almost wept with relief. The Ojiri glanced over his shoulder and bellowed, "It's her." "Elena!" Eril hurried forward and pressed his hands against the rock, trying to find a way through, risking the weir to come to her aid. But he no longer had magic in his blood. The gate would not open for him. "Eril, I'm safe. Cho's magic is protecting me." "Then leave while you still can." She beat a ruby fist against the barrier. "I can't, Dot." Eril shoved harder, shoulders bunching. But it did no good. Elena reached up and placed her hand over his, their palms separated by the magic of the weir gate. "There must be another way out," she called. "Or a clue to destroying the gates. I must go look." "Elena!" "No. We'll find a way to get you out." Elena lifted her palm from his and drifted back. "I'm sorry. I must try. Too much depends on it." And she knew this was true. Whether it was her own intuition or something gifted from Cho, Elena sensed an urgency to move on. She pushed from the glass wall. The dark sea of the weir swept back over the glass and swallowed the view of the others. Elena twisted around and delved deeper into the heart of the weir. The living darkness again surrounded her, featureless and forever. As she swam, Elena worried she would not even be able to find her way back. What if she never escaped here? How long would the ruby magic protect her? Her heart began to grow louder in her ears. A twinge of panic set in, but as she continued forward, she realized the pounding in her ears was not her own heart, but something beyond herself. She paused, hanging in the dark sea, and concentrated on the source. She did not know what lay ahead, but it was better than the endless blank expanse. It was something. She slowly swam forward again, aiming for the source of the deep, sonorous beat. After what seemed an endless time, she noticed the darkness grew lighter ahead, almost as if she were coming to another window to the real world. She kicked her legs more vigorously, creating a burn along her skin as the ruby magic flared brighter. Ignoring the pain, Elena sped faster. The darkness continued to part until a white flame appeared ahead, floating in the black ether. It flared and dimmed in step to the thunderous beat. Elena swept to a stop before it. She knew what she was looking at. Chi, she said aloud. But speaking the name caused no change. The light continued to ebb and flow like a living heart of white flame. Elena's face, chest, and legs burned brighter with each beat, the two opposing magics igniting against one another, like a match set to oil. Elena finally understood. She swung around. The living sea through which she had swum and continued to float now, it was all one entity. It was all Chi. Spinning in place, Elena was overwhelmed by the immensity. If only she could speak to him, as she did to Cho. But she had no bridge to this spirit. She settled to a stop, drifting closer to the center of the weir, the heart of Chi. How could she ever hope to free him? How did you destroy the gates that bound him here, especially when the stone statues were tied to such a bottomless well of energy? It was a riddle she could not solve alone. Cho, she silently prayed, if you know some way to communicate with your brother, help me. Elena expected no answer. Cho was not truly inside her, just the spirit's energy. In some ways, Elena was like the weir herself, a vessel full of power and energy. But unlike the weir, she did not hold Cho's true heart inside her. It was still somewhere out in the void. Elena stared around her, wishing she had a better understanding of Cho and Chi, of the flows of power here. Then an idea formed. She did not know if it would help. A spell, one of the first magics she had ever learned, one born of her own blood. Raising a hand, Elena placed her forefinger between her teeth and bit into the skin at its edge. She tasted blood on her tongue, and as she pulled her finger free, a ruby radiance flamed forth from its tip. Craning her neck back, she squeezed her injured hand and dribbled a drop of fiery blood into each eye. The pain was almost too much. She gasped and clamped a hand over her eyes. It had never stung like this in the past. Slowly, the pain dulled to a scratchy burn, and Elena risked opening her eyelids. She held her breath, fearing she had blinded herself. But she was fine. The sting had just been the weir reacting to her magic. She stared around. A new landscape opened, revealed by the magical sight imbued in her blood. The sea of the weir was still dark, but now it was veined with glowing lines of silver. Elena could not help but be struck by the similarity to ebonstone, a black rock streaked with silver. But these veins were not silver ore. Elena recognized the sheen to this power. She had seen it in Mycel, Kral, and many others. It was elemental energy. Elena gaped around her. There was so much of it. The lines flowed under, around, and over her. As she stared, the silver lines grew more substantial. She began to see a pattern stretching away into the darkness of the weir. A far way off, the veins seemed to fuse and join, forming ever thicker arteries. It was as if she were deep underground, tangled in the roots of a silver tree and looking up toward where the rootlets became thicker roots, which in turn became the trunk itself. She glanced around and realized there were 4 trees, one growing in each direction of the compass. Elena knew this had to be significant. 4 weirgates, 4 ebonstone statues, 4 elemental fonts. She approached the nearest, the one heading in the direction from which she came. She reached to the nearest vein and touched the silvery sheen. But nothing happened. Her hand passed through it without harm to either. Then Elena had another idea. Her blood had opened her special sight. Could it do more? She brought her bitten finger, still blazing with blood, to the same vein. As her finger touched it, her mind was torn away. She found herself staring back at Eril and the others, as if she again hung before the dark glass window. There must be a way to free her, Eril said. Surprised, her finger broke contact. And she found herself back beside the flaming heart. It was a direct conduit to the Manticore Weirgate. Elena glanced around her. She drifted around the giant flame to the neighboring tree's roots and touched one of its rootlets. Her mind again snapped away. She found herself staring at a dark room. A brazier of red coals lay open on the floor before her, covered with a grate ornamented with twisted beasts and fantastic creatures. The iron of the grate glowed a fiery red. Beyond the coals, she sensed tears rising up the room's walls, an amphitheater of some sort. She sensed eyes back there, spectators in the shadows. Then movement drew her gaze closer. A cowled figure approached, guiding a naked, towhead child of about 4 by 1 hand. The dark figure tossed aside his cowl to reveal a blasted and ruined face. It was as if someone had melted his features, then froze them in place. Elena gasped with recognition. It was Shorkin, leader of the Black Heart's dark mages, and Eril's brother. Elena now knew she must be staring through the Wyvern Weirgate, the statue whisked away by Shorkin as he fled Aloa Glen. Shorkin moved nearer the brazier. On this black night, the Master's plan to break the land upon his forge will come to fruition. As the moon sets, so will the hope of all the world. Let us praise the Black Heart! Voices cried from the dark galleries. Praise the Black Heart! Shorkin whipped up an arm, revealing a jagged, curved dagger. A sacrifice in his honor. An innocent heart cast upon his flames. Elena's gaze swung back to the cowering little boy. No! She cried out. Ahead, Shorkin paused, his head cocking with suspicion. He seemed to lean toward her, eyes narrowed. Elena froze. Could he see her? Sense her? After a moment, Shorkin shook his head and straightened. Clearing his throat, he lifted the blade high again. Praise the Black Heart! The dagger slashed down. Elena jerked her hand away. She could not watch. She glided away from this foul tree, less sure, fearing she might have given her trespass away. As she slid around the flaming heart of the weir toward the next elemental tree, she pondered Shorkin's words, to break the land upon his forge. She stared around at the flows of elemental energy that led from the gates to here and began to understand. These were not so much trees of energy as rivers spilling through the gates and spreading into 1,000 streams. The gates were sucking vast fonts of energy into the weir. Her eyes grew wide. She now knew why the ebonstone statues had been placed so carefully. Across the lands, there were points where the land's elemental powers flowed stronger. She had learned this from Cassadar in the swamps of the Drownlands. The Dark Lord had tried to destroy such an artery long ago, a silver river of the land's energy under Castledrak. But there were many others throughout the world. Clearly the Black Heart had not given up on his desire to harm the land. He must have positioned the weir gates at 4 of the world's pulse points. But why? To tap the energy? Or was there a darker purpose? Shorkin's words echoed in her head, to break the land upon his forge. Elena gasped with sudden insight and horror. The Dark Lord broke individual elementals by using slivers of ebonstone to draw off their energy and corrupt it, twisting the bearer in turn, too. This was also the Black Heart's plan here, but not just to corrupt a single person or even a single land. He meant to corrupt the entire world. By placing his monstrous weregates at key points around the globe and tapping into the planet's energy, he was going to forge the world into one monstrous Ilgard. And if Shorkin spoke truly, this transformation was to occur this very night. Elena swam forward toward the neighboring nexus of elemental energy. Whether the gates could be broken or not, a more immediate danger faced them all. If the Dark Lord succeeded, then they were all doomed. Elena brought her flaming finger to a silver rootlet and touched it. She found herself staring into a gray granite room covered with dead bodies. Dwarves, she realized, scores of them. The view shifted slightly, as if the window through which she peered were moving. It made no sense. Then the window turned, and she found herself staring at a familiar, shaggy, black-bearded face. "Kral!" she yelled. The mountain man fled backward in shock. Behind him, Elena spotted other faces, Mogweed, Marek, and a sandy-haired man she did not know. And standing among them was a sight that made no sense, Naylan. Marek stepped up beside Kral, though a little warily. "Elena? Are you inside the griffin?" "I'm in the weir. We don't have much time. You must find a way to break the gate's connection to its elemental source. Can you do this?" Marek shook his head. "We've tried everything. The griffin gate now defends itself, coming to life, attacking any who near it." Elena thought quickly. It must be nearing the time of transformation. Don't worry about destroying the griffin. Find a way to separate the stone beast from the elemental connection upon which it's feeding. Now. This night. Before is all lost. Marek frowned. "We don't know how." Kral elbowed Marek away. "I do." Marek tried to interrupt, but Kral faced Elena. "I will do this. Trust me." Elena sighed with relief. "I must check the other gates." He nodded and lifted an arm. "I'm sorry, Elena." Her finger lifted from the silver vein as these last words were spoken. She did not understand their exact import, but she did not have time to return and ask Kral. She didn't know how many of the weir gates must be broken to thwart the Dark Lord's ambition, but she knew the surest course was to eliminate as many as possible. She kicked and paddled over to the last of the silver flows, calculating in her head. The only weir gate left was the basilisk, somewhere in the southern wastes. She slid up to the nearest shining branch and touched her finger to it. A new view opened before her mind's eye, a sandy-floored chamber in a cavernous room. She almost cried in relief. Siwan sat atop Ragnar K. At least some of the desert team had reached the basilisk weir gate. The view swung around. Clearly this gate had come to life, too. A third combatant was revealed. "Joch!" she shouted. The call of his name startled her brother. "Kesla?" He stumbled back, falling on his backside. "No, it's your sister." Siwan shifted her dragon back into view. "Elena, I don't have much time." She rapidly repeated everything she had told Kral. "Can you find a way to break the weirgate's connection to the land?" "I don't see how," Siwan answered. "Not even Ragnar K can near that monster." Elena saw the long gash on the dragon's chest, dripping with blood. She turned to the other party in the room. "Joch, do you know some way? Even a dark spell learned from the time you had Gresham's staff." Her brother's head had remained bowed during her explanation. He raised it now. His eyes held a lost, hopeless look. "I think I do." "You must try," she urged. "Or all the world is doomed." Joch nodded, turning away, his voice pained. "Go. I know my duty, Elena longed to reach through to him, to hold and comfort her brother, but instead, she pulled her hand back, and the sight vanished. Comfort must come another day. Elena floated in place. She had done all she could here. The rest was up to the others. Elena kicked and swam back to the original Silver River, then followed its course home. She had no idea how to accomplish what she had asked of the others. The Manticore gate seemed invincible. She pondered her options, but she still had no answer by the time she reached the black glass barrier. She had secretly hoped that a way would reopen for her now. But as she swam up and pressed her hands against its surface, it was as impervious as ever. With her spellcast eyesight, she now saw the flow of elemental energy piping up from the mountain and through the arm to the ebonstone boulder. It seemed hopeless. There was no way to move the ebonstone boulder or break the stone arm off. With so few here, it would take several moons to hack through this stone arm. If only she were free of the stone, she could attack with her magic. Elena called to the others. They were still gathered near the stone, and told them all she had learned. Aunt Fila drifted closer. So we must either break the gate or sever its connection? Elena nodded, then realized no one could see her. Yes. It must be done this night, or the entire world will be corrupted. Errol shook his head, looking all around. I don't see how we can succeed, but... What of your magic, my dear? Aunt Fila asked. Elena had already tried freshening her finger wound and using the magic to shatter through, but this attempt had failed, too. The weir was too large, and she was too small. It won't damage the stone, she answered in a tired voice. That's not what I was asking, Fila said. I was talking about Cho's magic that's protecting you. It's not inexhaustible. Elena stared down at her limbs, noticing for the first time how much less her skin glowed. She lifted her arms. Her magical armor was rapidly thinning. She stared out into the dark weir. She knew once her magic was gone, so was her life. Wrapped only in a cloak, Kral stared at the circle of faces. They were fewer in number than when they had entered the throne room. Fardale had vanished, and Mycel lay cold on the stone, covered in Tyrus' cloak. The family sigil of a striking snow leopard blazed on top. As Kral stared, he could read the distrust in their eyes, and he had no answer to their silent accusations, no way to ask for their trust. How do we know you're not still a pawn of the Dark Lord? Merrick finally asked. He pointed to the griffin, poised by the ice throne, its ebonstone nails dug deep into the granite of the citadel's arch. Now wakened, there was no safe way to approach the beast. Any who neared was threatened with talons and fang. Merrick continued. You attack the griffin, fail, and it comes to life. How do we know you didn't plan this? Kral hung his head, his fingers in his beard. You can't, Dot. Nayland stepped to him, staring him hard in the face. She held her baby in her arms, rocking. I don't know, she said. Mugweed hung back. I say we just leave. Strike out now while we still can. You're free to run, Tyrus said, nodding to the open door. You've regained your shape-shifting abilities. Go. Take your chances with the dwarves out there waiting to avenge their slain king. Mugweed scowled but did not take up the man's offer. Tyrus held his family's sword pointed at Kral's heart. I, for one, don't mean to leave until we do what your young Witch asked of us. We need to break this griffin's hold on the north. He glanced to Merrick. And I don't care a broken copper if this man is tainted or not. As a pirate of Portrall, I've fought beside cutthroats and brigands, and if I've learned one thing, it's that as long as a man's goal is the same as yours, then welcome him to your side, noble or not, tainted or not. Merrick seemed about to object, but Tyrus held up his free hand and continued. I know Kral wants to rid the north of this evil as much as I. We are both men of stone, two sides of the same coin. I'm the granite wall. He's the mountain's root. If he says he can rid us of this cursed beast, then I say we give him our full support. A silence descended after this speech. Then Nalan finally nodded. I think Lord Tyrus speaks wisely. Merrick sighed and shrugged. I guess we don't have much choice. Sunrise is not far off, and he's the only one with a plan. Merrick stepped forward, knocking aside Tyrus' blade, and offered his hand to the mountain man. Kral hesitated, then took it. I'll not betray anyone. Never again. What is this plan of yours? Tyrus asked, his sword still unsheathed but no longer pointed at Kral's chest. The mountain man straightened and faced them. It was King Rhee's prophecy. My father? Tyrus exclaimed. Kral turned to the hall, his eyes on the ice throne. He predicted our victory in winning back my family's throne. Yes, so? But have you forgotten the other part of the prophecy, words you told me on the docks of Port Royal? Tyrus shook his head. You said I'd win back my throne, but I'd wear a broken crown. I still don't understand. Kral held back the pain in his heart. He was free of the Ilgard curse, but not of his own guilt and shame. Losing his elemental powers was a small price, hardly enough to wash away the deaths, the betrayals, and the countless lies upon his tongue. Though the Dark Lord's taint was gone, Kral would be forever damned in his own eyes. He could still remember the rush of the chase, the taste of hot blood on his tongue, and the rip of life from a body. And free or not, a small part of him still thrilled to it. Kral closed his eyes and swallowed. There is another prophecy among my own people. I told it to Eril when first we met in Winterfell. I remember, Nalan said. You told us that the appearance of Eril, the wandering knight of legends, would mark the doom of your clans, but... Kral turned to Nalan, tears in his eyes. Even then I was a coward. I didn't tell you all. My distress at that moment was not all for my people's future, but also for myself. The prophecy predicted that whoever met the wandering knight would bring about this doom. Tyrus frowned. I still don't understand the point. Broken crowns, prophecies of doom, what does it mean? Kral glanced one last time at his family throne. By my own hand, I must break the crown of our people. What crown? Mogwait asked. Where's it hidden? Kral turned. Our kings have never worn a crown. We have only the ice throne. The true crown of our people is here. You are standing in it. It is the arch rising from the waters of Toromon and reflected back in it a circlet of granite and illusion. That is our crown. And you can break it? Tyrus asked. Bring down this arch? Kral nodded. There is only one way. Nalan spoke up. And if you succeed, then the Griffin Gate will be severed from the font of elemental energy rising here. Kral bowed his head. So I pray. May this one act help in some small way in salvaging my family's honor. Then let's do it, Tyrus said. How do we begin? Kral searched their faces. We must first return to the arch's reflection. He turned his back on the ice throne and stepped to the far wall. Here is where we came in, here is where we must leave. Can you still open the way? Nalan asked. If your elemental power is gone. It is the arch's energy that drives the transition. It is only my royal blood that is the key. And elemental energy or not, I am still Kral A. Darvin of the Centaflame. He held out his hand for them to link up. It gave him a small bit of solace when Nalan took his hand without a second glance. The rest linked flesh to flesh. Are you ready? Get on with it, Mogwait snapped. Kral nodded, then turned to the wall, closed his eyes, and took a step of faith. For a moment, he feared the arch would reject him, but ever loyal to his family, it opened the way. Kral felt the familiar, head-over-toes disorientation, then they were through. The same throne room lay before them again, but the bodies of the dead were gone. Shimmers marked the torches' positions in the real world, creating a dim glow. Across the chamber, the mirror image of the ice throne stood tall, and beside it, the black whirling vortex that marked the griffin's shadow. Only now the black well had grown larger. "What now?" Tyrus asked. "What do you want us to do?" Kral walked toward the ice throne, keeping a wary distance from the vortex even though he no longer was an elemental. "I want you all to escape." He reached the throne and sat down in it. Tyrus stepped toward him. "I don't understand." Kral pointed to the stairs. "Go down the way we came up. It should lead you back to the foot of the arch." "But we can't leave the reflection on our own," Nalan said. "Not without you." "Yes, you can. When the crown breaks, so will the magic. You may get your feet wet, but you'll be free, not." "And you?" Nalan asked. Tyrus answered instead. "He will win his throne but wear a broken crown." Kral nodded. "Go, while you still can." As they made to move away, Kral remembered one last thing. "I'll need a blade, something with a fine edge." Nalan slipped a dagger from her belt, but Tyrus stayed her hand and unsheathed his own family sword. He crossed with care and offered Kral the hilt. "I can't take your sword. Any blade will do." Tyrus held the weapon at arm's length. "It is for the honor of my people. They're all gone. My cell was the last Dro warrior, and I'm the last of my line. Take my sword and accept a promise from me. Though this act will doom your people from ever returning to their ancestral home, I promise to seek your scattered clans and offer Castle Mril as their new home. One granite castle for another." He pushed the sword closer. A pact sworn in blood. Kral did not wipe the tears that flowed down his cheek and into his beard. He simply took the length of fine Rillian steel in his palms. "Thank you, King Tyrus. May I be the first of my people to swear allegiance to you. I accept your word with honor." Tyrus bowed, then led the group toward the stairs. Kral did not watch them leave. It was too painful. Instead, he stared at the handsome sword and closed his fingers around it, the ache in his heart suddenly lighter. He had a long wait in this cold seat. He listened to the footsteps of his friends fade to echoes, then away. And still he waited. He needed to give the others as much time as possible to climb out of the depths of Toraman. Yet he did not have forever. The edges of the black vortex continued to expand, stretching toward the neighboring throne. Kral knew he would have to act before that darkness reached the white granite. He could not risk losing this chance. As he watched the shadows encroach, a frightening sight took shape in the center of the vortex. The griffin began to push out of the whirling eye of the pool, as if it were merging between the two planes. Kral knew this was a bad sign. The corruption was beginning to wear through the veil between reality and reflection. He stared, mesmerized, as the griffin grew more solid in form, wings, claws, the bulk of the lion, and jaws that seemed ready to swallow the world. Kral knew he could wait no longer. "Godspeed, my friends." He grabbed the steel sword in his bare fingers and slid his hands down the blade, slicing palms and fingers to the bone, wetting the blade with his own blood. Once done, Kral tilted his hands up and allowed his royal blood to pool in his palms. As he did so, he watched the griffin's wings begin to spread. Centuries ago, Kral's ancestor, defeated by the Dark Lord's forces, had not been brave enough to destroy the citadel. But where his ancestor had faltered, he would not. Ready, Kral slapped his bloody hands on the arms of the throne. Immediately, the ground trembled. A great quake shook upward, seeming to rise from the throne itself. Kral held tight to the arms of his throne, bearing final witness to the end of the citadel. Off to the side, he noticed the strange change in the griffin, but he was beyond such mysteries any longer and entering a greater one. He turned his gaze upward, toward the world. Tabak Nori Sulcorum. He called to his friends with all the breath in his lungs and closed his eyes at last. "Until the roads wind us back home, you'll always be in my heart." Locked within the south wall, Joch knew he had no other choice. He had to return to the dream desert. But Gresham is waiting for you down there, Siwan argued. She stood beside her dragon, one hand touching his scaled flank to keep Ragnar K from reverting back to cast. They needed the dragon's strength if any of the monsters attempted to attack from the tunnels beyond the basilisk's chamber. Joch stared at the ebonstone statue. No longer threatened, the basilisk had grown quiet again, coiled in place on the sand, content with its single meal. Joch turned away as tears threatened to rise. Kesla, what do you hope to accomplish? Siwan asked. You've already tried attacking the weir gate with your dream-sculpted creatures, but they just fell to sand with the basilisk's touch. What more can you do? Joch had indeed thrown all his raw skill and power into sculpting something with which to attack the ebonstone statue, but his forms were not strong enough. He needed to transform sand into stone, and he knew only one person with enough dark magic to accomplish this. I must go to Gresham. He may hold the key to destroying the weir gate. But he's a creature of the Dark Lord. How can you trust him? Because I have something he wants. What? Joch shook his head. Here was the crux of his own concern. What did the dark mage want with him in the desert? I don't know, he mumbled. But he's our only hope. A very dark hope. Siwan sighed. In her eyes, he saw that she grew resigned to his plan. What other choice did they have? The night wore thin, and daybreak was not far off. If they were to save the deserts, the risk had to be taken. Joch stepped into the open sand. Keep a watch on the basilisk. Be careful, Siwan said. And wary. Joch nodded and slipped a dagger from his belt. He slit his thumb, then held his wounded hand over the sand. Bright red drops fell and spattered into the sand. Joch closed his eyes, linking to the dreaming magic in his blood, and fell back away toward the dream desert. Be careful and wary. He would be both. Joch pulled up short from fully entering the glowing desert of the dream. He hovered in the shadow between the real and the dream, where only true sculptors could walk. He saw Gresham waiting in the sands, his arms crossed, leaning on his staff. I see you, boy. Have you come to honor your word? No, the bargaining is not yet finished. Gresham unfolded his arms. What bargaining? You swore an oath. I swore I'd return to the desert, but I didn't say when. Gresham's one good eye narrowed. It seems I taught you deceit too well. The dark mage leaned forward. What do you bargain for now? I've watched your little battle with the basilisk. Now you seek more answers? Must I do all your work for you? Joch clenched his single fist. All I ask is that you lend me your staff. Give me access to its dark magic so I might sculpt an arrow strong enough to shatter the basilisk. You want this? Gresham held up his length of petrified wood. Joch stared at it, sensing the flow of dark energies. Already attuned to that tempting song, Joch knew the staff was not just dream, but real. Gresham had somehow brought its physical form into the dream desert with him. If you want my staff, Gresham said, stepping away, you're going to have to come get it. Joch had expected nothing less of the dark mage. And if I do, you'll allow me to leave with it. I wouldn't have it any other way. The staff is yours. Sighing, Joch closed his eyes. He knew it was a trap, but he would have to risk it. In his mind's eye, the length of petrified wood shone as a bright beacon. He must have the staff. Ever since first laying eyes on it, Joch had been fighting his lust for its touch. Now he used that sickness to give him the courage to step through the veil and into the dream desert. Joch shifted and felt sand under his feet. He opened his eyes and stared back at Gresham. I'm here. I have met my end of the bargain. I hear such anger in your voice, boy. Don't you trust me? You swore to relinquish the staff. It is yours. Gresham held up the magical length of wood. The dark mage's hoary eyes glinted with amusement and something darker, feral, a black hunger. Joch knew this was the trap, but he could not help reaching for the staff. His arm rose, and his fingers reached. In his mind, he reconciled the decision as necessity, but in his heart, lusts and anger merged to a burning flame of desire. He had watched Kesla die, her tiny flame of magic swallowed into the bottomless well of the weir. He would see the basilisk destroyed, no matter the cost. His fingers wrapped around the petrified wood, and images flashed across his mind, Shaman Parthas grabbing the same staff, Gresham's form molding to mimic the elder. Joch felt a jolt through his body. His vision grew dark. He felt the sands swirl around him in a whirling cyclone. His senses spun. Joch fought against a strange pull and dragged his awareness to the forefront. He and Gresham spun within a sandy cyclone, linked by the length of magical wood, Gresham at one end, Joch at the other. Flames of dark fire raged along the staff's length. As the twister spun faster, the dark mage's laugh grew stronger. Drawn out by the force of sandy cyclone, Joch felt something vital pull from his body. He gasped. Across the way, the form of Gresham blurred. They spun so fast now that Joch's image seemed to overlap Gresham's, the two blending together. As he watched in horror, a savage jolt suddenly ripped through Joch's body. He screamed, and it was over. Joch stood again in the sand, holding the staff in his grip, weak and dizzy. Gresham stood across from him, but the dark mage had changed. His skin was smooth, his brown eyes were bright and clear, and his hair, a thick, rich copper, trailed to his shoulders. The dark mage straightened, unbending the crook in his spine. A laugh, full of vigor and substance, flowed from him. "Thank you, Joch." He released his grip on the petrified wood. "As promised, the staff and all the magic in it is yours." "What?" Joch lifted his prize. The wood was gripped by a hand he did not recognize, a withered and bony thing lined by purplish vessels. He looked down at himself. His legs shook, thin as reeds now. He planted the staff into the sand to keep from falling over. "What have you done?" His voice cracked. "A small price to save your world," Gresham said. "I have not slain you or corrupted you, just stolen your youth." The dark mage waved a hand, and the mirage of a mirror appeared. Joch found himself staring at a bent-backed elder leaning heavily on a staff, his white hair trailing to his waist, his face wrinkled and splotched. But Joch knew this was no stranger. Green eyes he knew, stared back at him from the mirror. "An illusion," Joch said, disbelieving. "Like Shaman Parthas." "No, I'm afraid the shaman was just an ordinary dreamer, dealing with illusion." "But you are a sculptor. Changes wrought with your magic are real. The youth I stole from you is permanent." Joch sensed the truth to Gresham's words. He pointed the staff at the dark mage. "Undo it." Gresham stepped back. He held a hand up, not to ward against Joch's threat, but to admire the beauty of his own youth. "It's simply wonderful. Youth, more than gold or power, is the truest treasure in life." Joch reached for the dark energies in the staff. Though he may have aged, he could still wield magic. He raised the weapon, but to his horror, he found the wood empty. Gresham smiled sadly at him. "I told you I'd give you the staff, Joch, and any magic it contained, but I'm afraid my little spell was quite a drain on energy. I needed all its magic to wreak this transformation. You tricked me." Gresham waved his hand dismissively. "I played to your own base desires. You didn't come here to save your world. That was just an excuse. You came because you lusted for the staff and its dark magic." Joch's legs trembled. He wanted to rail against Gresham's words, but he didn't have the strength to put up a false face. Deep in his heart, Joch knew the dark mage spoke truthfully. He hung his head. Gresham sighed. "I do feel like I've sorely used you." So let me grant you this additional boon for free, from the generosity of my youthful heart. Joach glanced up. Gresham waved an arm. The answer to your problem is here. It does not require black magic, only your own, Joach. You've always been the answer, you and that bit of a dream shaped like a girl. Joach closed his eyes. Kesla is gone, consumed by the weir. Oh, come now, since when can a dream be destroyed? Did the original Shiren die after the battle with Ashmara? As long as the desert lives, so does the dream. Joach drew himself up on his staff, hope flaring. You're a sculptor. This is the dream desert. Draw this girl back to the sands. Joach blinked. I can do that? Gresham rolled his eye. Oh, how I'd love to train you. You're so unmold. He then sighed and spoke more soberly. Of course you can resurrect her if you concentrate hard enough. Joach remembered Shaman Parthas' warning about the figments of the desert. If you stare too long, they can become real. He faced Gresham. But how can bringing Kesla back help? She failed last time. Gresham stared at him for a long time. I think I've told you enough. If you want to savor a victory here, then figure out the rest by yourself. The dark mage stepped away, lifting an arm, ready to depart. Wait. Look around you, Joach, look around you. Then he was gone. Joach felt the ember of hope burn away. What good would resurrecting Kesla accomplish? She was dream. If the desert died, so did she, and Joach could not bear to watch her die a second time. He leaned on his staff and searched the desert. Underfoot, the sands were black with the stain of the basilisk. He stared out and saw the darkness spreading farther and farther into the glowing desert. It was close to being entirely consumed. Joach turned away and stared at his toes, defeated. Then realization dawned inside him, burning away all emotions, hollowing him out, leaving only cold horror. He fell to his knees. Somewhere far away, he heard harsh laughter. Curse you, Gresham. Joach now understood the role Kesla and he were meant to play. He dropped the staff across his knees and covered his face with one hand. What was asked was too hard. Not this price. Rocking in the sand, Joach knew he had no choice, but he could not bring himself to start. He shut out everything and pictured Kesla's violet eyes, the same shade as an oasis pool at midnight, and imagined her skin, as soft as the finest sand and the color of burnt copper. He remembered her lips, so soft against his, her touch so gentle and warm, her curves so inviting to melt into. He touched the love in his own heart, still fresh, still raw from its recent loss. He knew his love had been shared. Sir? A voice spoke before him. Joach jerked back and saw a sight that quaked his being. Kesla stood before him, leaning over, an arm outstretched. Can you tell me where I am? Kesla stared around the blackened landscape. I've lost my friends. She touched her forehead. We were in the south wall. Joach used his staff to regain his feet. Kesla. Her name spoken by a stranger clearly startled her. Sir, do I know you? Joach smiled sadly at the wary glint to her eyes. No matter the circumstance, it was wonderful to see her again. He stared and willed all his love toward her. Take all my love from me, he prayed, or I won't have the strength to do what I must. Concentrating with all his heart, he felt a part of his spirit drain out of him, giving substance to what his pained imaginings had wrought. He sent everything in him toward the figment of his love. As he did so, she seemed to grow more solid, more detailed. He saw the sweat that beaded her brow, the scared tension in her stance, then he saw a glint of recognition. She stepped nearer, staring back into his eyes. Joach. He closed his eyes to hold back the tears. No, he said with a hoarse choke. He did not want her to know him. It is you. Kesla closed the space between them. He felt the warmth of her presence. He opened his eyes, and tears flowed down his face, hot and burning. Kesla. She leaned into him, reaching her arms around him, pressing her soft cheek against his. Oh, Joach, I thought I had lost you. Joach stared over her shoulder to the spreading black stain of corruption. Kesla loved the desert. Still, Joach hesitated. He pulled back and stared into her eyes one last time. I love you, Kes. I always will. She smiled and hugged him back to her, tight and forever. I love you, too. Joach closed his eyes and willed the blade to appear in his hand, a long dagger, with an edge so fine it sliced without pain. In this dreamscape, anything was possible. Joach held Kesla tight, willing a lifetime of love into her, then drove the blade through her heart. He felt a small gasp escape her, and her grip tightened on him. He held her tight. Blood poured over the blade's hilt, over his hand, and drained into the black sand at their feet. Joach. Shush, my love. It's only a dream. Joach kept his eyes closed, holding her as she slowly sagged against him. Tears flowed until he felt her last breath on his cheek, and still he did not release her. He stood for an untold length of time, then finally opened his eyes. The pool of blood at his feet had washed away the stain from the sands. Like the black pool upon which Ashmara had stood, the darkness here was vanquished by the purity of Kesla's blood. Under him, the sands glowed bright again, and as he watched, the miracle spread, cleansing the sand in all directions, driving the basilisk's touch from the elemental desert. Joach, too heavy of heart to stand any longer, sagged to the ground, cradling Kesla's limp form in his lap. He brushed back a strand of hair from her face and wept. You did it, Kesla. You saved your desert. 24. Crouched on the stone arm of the manticore, Tolchuk stared at the skies. The moon had almost set, only its edge still gleamed above the jagged horizon. Closer, the ghostly apparition from the book had grown hazy, weakening with the moon's departure. We must hurry, Phila said. Eril stood before the ebonstone boulder. His face was ruddy from exertion, his forehead slick with sweat. He raised the axe once more and drove it down upon the boulder. Iron rang brightly against the stone, but it did no harm. Eril hefted the axe again, its edge now chipped and dulled from his previous assaults. It's no use, Wenner said. Only the Trisil could hope to shatter it. The dwarf glanced accusingly in Tolchuk's direction. Tolchuk looked down. Elena! Eril called. I'm still here, she answered, her voice floating out of the stone. But I don't know for how much longer. The magical protection wears thin. Already I feel the pull of the weir. Once Cho's magic dies, I won't be able to stop it from claiming me. Tolchuk closed his eyes. There had to be an answer. Eril had spent his brute force, Phila had sought an answer in the spiritual plane, and Wenner had simply accepted defeat. What role did he play? The heart of his people had guided him to the Witch. His father's shade had pointed him to Golgotha, and the Bane had led him to the Manticore Weir Gate. And now Tolchuk sat on his haunches, useless. What was he supposed to do? He had all these fragmented bits, and he knew some answer lay among them, but only if he could fit them into proper order. He clenched a clawed fist in frustration. He wore the face of the Dark Lord, proof of his cursed lineage. This thought kept him from being able to think clearly. It blanketed him with a sense of doom. He thrust it back now. He would not accept such a fate. Reaching to his thigh pouch, Tolchuk ripped it open and tore out the chunk of heartstone. He held it up to the moon's light, staring at the black bane hidden inside the ruby stone. What be the meaning? Why has the land cursed my people? Why has it led me here? Elena's voice called from the stone. Eril, I can't hold on, her voice faded. Elena! Eril called. Tolchuk turned, knowing all was about to be lost. He gripped the heartstone and stared at the boulder. A seed of realization struck him. The heart of his people was a ruby stone holding something black at its heart, and the weir gate, with Elena inside, was a black stone holding something ruby. The symmetry had to have meaning. But what? What was the land's purpose in putting the bane in the stone? Why have it feed on his people's spirits and leave the stone dead and without magic? Tolchuk blinked, then burst to his feet. Without magic? He yelled. Erril glanced over his shoulder. Tolchuk lifted the heart of his people. It be without magic. The bane killed it. Erril frowned, wiping his brow. Tolchuk rushed forward. The land did not curse our people. It gave us the tool to avenge my ancestors' betrayal. He recalled the tale of Mad Mimbly, the miner who had first discovered Heartstone. In his ramblings, the dwarf had claimed that only Heartstone held the power to defeat the coming darkness. Erril moved to block him, but Tolchuk let his sudden surety guide him. He knocked Erril aside. Help me! Elena called, her voice a faint whisper trailing away. Tolchuk raised his chunk of Heartstone over his head. Without magic, the weir has no hold over the heart. With all the strength in his Ojiri shoulders, Tolchuk slammed the Heartstone into the black boulder. The resulting explosion flung him back, slamming him into Erril and sending them both tumbling. A scream pierced the night, echoing out into the mountains. Tolchuk sat up. Atop the stone palm, the boulder lay in a shattered ruin. But it was no longer ebonstone. Piled and broken atop the palm was pure Heartstone. Erril jumped to his feet and rushed to the piled debris, climbing and kicking his way through ruby rubble. Elena! Tolchuk lifted his hand. The heart was still gripped in his claws, unharmed. He lifted the jewel, and it burst into a blazing glow. Startled, Tolchuk almost bobbled it from his fingers, but then gripped tighter. It had been restored. He lifted it higher. Even the bane had vanished. Elena! Erril's tortured scream drew him from the stone. The plainsman crouched amid the ruby rubble. He bent and lifted a pale figure from out of the debris. It was Elena. Erril turned and faced them. She hung limp in his arms. She's dead. Merrick stood at the edge of Toraman. He had kept his vigil all night, searching the dark lake for any sign of Kral. Earlier, the snowstorm had blown itself out, except for occasional gusts that carried a few flakes. But he had refused to leave the lake until dawn. He had to be sure. The lake's surface had settled back to its placid, glassy sheen, snow-banked high along its sides. The only evidence of the great arch was a few shattered chunks of broken granite poking above the water. The fall of the citadel had been sudden and rapid. After leaving Kral's side, he and the others had fled down the stairs, just reaching the base when a violent quake shook the entire structure. Kral's last words had proven true. With the shattering of the arch, the group had been tossed back to the real world. Free, they had raced across the narrow bridge to the forests beyond, fleeing the huge waves that washed the shores as massive chunks of granite crashed into the deep lake. The others, Mugweed, Nalan, and Tyrus, were hidden in a nearby cave, warming by a strong fire. Merrick glanced over his shoulder and made out the small glow of their hearth. He also noticed the eastern skies had paled, stars vanishing with the approach of dawn. The plan was to head out with the rising sun, to escape over the pass before another storm came and closed the upper mountains completely. Earlier, Tyrus had used his silver coin and contacted Xian aboard the Stormwing. The ship would meet them beyond the North Wall, though there seemed to be some problem with the Stormwing that Xian couldn't fully explain, adding another reason not to delay here. It left little time to mourn lost friends. Sighing, Merrick surveyed the lake one last time and headed back to the small camp. He trudged through the snow. At least there was no sign of dwarves. They must have all fled in a panic with the collapse of the citadel. Merrick climbed up the icy slope to the cave, drawn to the warmth and light. Tyrus stood guard near the entrance. He did not even bother asking if Merrick had spotted any sign of Kral. It was a fool's errand, the man had stated earlier. The mountain man is gone. Merrick could not fault Tyrus' assessment, but the prince had not shared the cellar under Shadowbrook with the mountain man. Both Krell and Merrick had been tortured by the dwarf Lord Toren. Krell had come to rescue Merrick, but the mountain man had ended up paying the ultimate price, while Merrick had escaped with nothing but burns and bad dreams. Merrick owed Krell. Guilt had forced Merrick to search for a sign of the man, for some slim chance. But at the end, Tyrus was right. It was a fool's errand. Naylan looked with sympathy upon him. I will write a song of him, she said softly. Of his sacrifice. He'll live on in my music. Merrick smiled weakly. Someday you'll have to play it at Castle Mryl, for Krell's people, when they return from their centuries of wandering. She nodded. The babe in her arms slept soundly after the long, loud night. Merrick settled to a seat next to Mogweed. So I expect you'll be returning to the forests of the western reaches. Mogweed shrugged, staring sullenly into the flame. Settling to a cup of weak tea, Merrick warmed his chilled bones. Slowly the skies continued to brighten, and after a while, Tyrus called for them to prepare for the day's march. Merrick stretched his legs and shouldered his pack. He stared as the sun's first rays pierced the horizon. At his side, Mogweed suddenly collapsed, a fist clutched to his chest. Merrick was closest and hurried to his aid. Mogweed was down on his hands and knees. Merrick reached for him. Mogweed. A growl escaped the man, feral and wild. The man shoved back and rose. I'm not Mogweed. Then who? The man turned to the rising sun. Fardale. Though the man's face was the same, there was no doubt a change had occurred. This man carried himself differently. His eyes were sharp and quick. Naylan and Tyrus joined him. Fardale? How? The man scowled. More of my brother's mischief. My cell's snake. It's fused us in some strange manner. And Mogweed? Fardale wiped his hands on his shirt in disgust. Though I can't feel him, he's still in there, where I was a moment ago, locked in a prison without bars, watching all transpire while you're held helpless. But what made the switch occur? Naylan asked. I had no control of it, neither did Mogweed. Merrick spoke up. My cell's Pakagola was attuned to the moon. And you appeared with the first glint of the sun. I wonder. Fardale stared at him, clearly not understanding. Merrick glanced to the rising sun. I suspect that during the day you'll control this body, but at night, Mogweed will take over again. Fardale's expression grew ill. If true, I must find a way to break this spell. And I'm sure Mogweed will feel the same way. Merrick snorted. I guess you'll both be staying with us a little longer. Tyrus shook his head and stomped away. Then let's be off. We've a long road ahead of us. Joach stayed with Kesla's body until the sun rose in the real world and the dream desert dissolved around him, stealing Kesla from his lap. Joach found himself back in the chamber of the basilisk. Cywin crouched on one side of him, Cast on the other. His transformation must have frightened them into releasing Ragnar K for the moment. Are you all right, Joach? Cywin asked. You aged 100 winters right before our eyes. Cast stepped aside. Joach caught his first sight of the basilisk. He frowned. It still bore the same shape, a feathered serpent with the head of some foul carrion bird. But it was no longer sculpted of black ebonstone. It now glowed with a soft ruby light, reflecting the torchlight. Heartstone, Joach mumbled. Cast straightened and glanced to the statue. It happened not long after you aged. He turned back to Joach. What happened? Joach shook his head. He held an arm up for the Bloodrider's help in climbing to his old legs. Bones creaked, and flares of pain lanced his joints, but he bit against the pain and stood. He took a step and tripped over something in the sand. He glanced down. "What's that?" Simon asked, and reached for it. "Don't!" Joach snapped harshly, frightening her back with his tone. Assisted by Cast, he bent down and retrieved the length of wood. "It's mine." Joach had paid a high price for his prize. He was not about to give it up. He lifted the staff from the sand and leaned on it, not even hearing his own sigh of relief. With care, he hobbled toward the statue. "Be cautious," Simon warned. With his back toward them, Joach lifted a corner of his lip in a silent snarl. His fingers sensed the small amount of dark energy coursing through the wood. Empty before, the petrified wood must have absorbed the power from the black sands after he'd tossed the staff aside. Joach lifted it now and pointed it at the statue. "Joach!" Simon called with warning. He ignored her. He reached to the magic in the staff and spoke the spell of balefire, a spell as familiar as his own name. His lips grew cold, and the tip of the staff bloomed black. He finished the last words, and a spear of darkness shot out and struck the bright stone, shattering the basilisk and spraying the far wall with thousands of ruby shards. Joach lowered his staff and leaned on it as he turned. "What happened to you?" Cast asked again. Joach simply nodded toward the tunnel leading out of the chamber. "I'm done with deserts. Atop the palm of the manticore, Eril stumbled out of the shards of broken stone and carried Elena free. Weak with shock, he fell to his knees before the apparition of Fila, holding Elena's body in his arms. "She doesn't breathe," he struggled out, his throat clamped tight. "I feel no heartbeat." Fila knelt in front of him. Her hands reached and passed through Elena's form. "No, Eril, she's still alive, only weakly so. The weir has touched her and driven her far." Eril sagged with relief. "She'll live. She'll recover." The healing properties of the blood diary. Fila frowned and glanced to where the book lay open on the granite arm. "I'm not so sure. This is no bleeding wound or sick bowel. Her injuries go much deeper." Displaced so recently by Cho's merging, Elena was especially fragile, her ties to herself weak. The weir may have permanently ripped her from her moorings. "Elena's strong," Eril began. "She'll fight back. I don't know if that is something she can do alone." Fila stared back at him. "There are bonds between you two that go unspoken." Eril closed his eyes, hiding his shame. With her own tethers burst, she needs those bonds now. "Your bonds. Something to help her find her way back." "I don't understand." Eril lifted his face. Fila shook her head. "Men," she sighed. "You must." In a whisk of light, Fila vanished. Eril turned to the book. It was still open, but the void was gone, replaced by plain, blank white pages. He glanced to the sky. The moon had set, ending the book's magic for this night. Eril was alone with Elena. He swung to Magnum. "Go fetch Mama Frida." The dwarf nodded and dashed away. Tolchuk appeared at his shoulder. "The healer will never arrive in time." The Ojiri knelt beside Eril. "And what ails her won't be cured with herbs." Eril did not answer Tolchuk. He knew the Ojiri spoke the truth. He simply nodded and waved the Ojiri away. Eril bent over her body. "There are bonds between you that go unspoken." He touched her face, not caring who saw. Something deep inside him finally broke. The Standish iron in his heart melted, running hot through his blood. He could not hide his feelings any longer. He yielded to his grief. Tears flowed and fell from his cheek to hers. His throat choked as he leaned closer. "If you can hear me, Elena, come to me." He bent and allowed his lips to brush against hers. "Hear me, come back to me." As he hovered over her, he felt the slightest brush of breath flow between her lips, the barest flutter. She needs those bonds now. Your bonds. He lifted Elena in his arms, wrapping her tight to him. He hesitated, then pressed his lips to hers. She was so cold, but he did not pull away. He warmed her with his breath, with his touch, with his tears. Come back to me, he whispered between their lips. She hung in darkness, lolling, without a name, without substance. She had no knowledge of a past or a future, just the endless moment of now, hanging in the cold abyss of nothingness. Then a single word rang through to her. Elena. It held no meaning. She ignored it. But soon a wave of warmth wafted through the darkness. And more meaningless words. Come to me. She pushed these aside, still far from understanding, and followed the river of warmth. A basic instinct, to warm oneself. She swept along and found the cold fall away from her. It was good. As she sailed toward this pleasure, additional feelings swelled into existence, substance forming out of darkness. She allowed these new sensations to wrap around her, to become her. She learned she had an outer being, defined spaces, and she was rewarded. Warmth turned to heat, and it pressed against her, bright and hot. In this moment, one word crystallized, not a name, but a word she fought to understand. Iron. She wanted more of it. She wrapped it around herself. She pulled it closer and allowed it to move through her. With each touch, she understood more of herself, lips, skin, touch, moisture, breath, heat, and a scent that was musky and familiar. Elena. That word again flowed to her. She felt her newfound lips moving. Air real. The heat around her surged stronger, everywhere, all around her. Encouraged, she repeated the name. It was a name. Eril, she wanted to say more but could find no other words. She needed words. Panic allowed the coldness to seep back in, but then he was there, calling to her, touching her, warming her. Elena, come to me. Yes. She spotted a brightness in the dark abyss and fled toward it. The voice came from there. Eril. She dove into and through the light. Words and memories flooded, too much, too bright, too fast. Darkness threatened at the corners. Elena, come back to me. And with a final spasm of light, sound, and memory, she did. Elena opened her eyes, knowing who she was again. She found herself wrapped in strong arms, being kissed. Startled, she broke away. Staring up, she found Eril, his eyes full of tears and something much deeper. I love you, Elena, he said, his voice hushed and pained. Elena met his eyes and reached a trembling hand to touch her own lips. The shine in Eril's eyes dimmed. I'm sorry. He moved to release her, but she placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned up to him. She kissed the lips that had saved her, tasting the salt of his tears. No, she whispered, and melted into him. He closed his arms around her. Here was where she belonged. 25. Elena hurried down the hall, the hem of her green dress sweeping through the rushes that lined the castle's stone floor. She was late. The others should already be gathering in the grand courtyard. She passed a mirror and brought a hand to her hair. After being burned away by Cho's assault, her fiery curls had grown out to the length of 4 fingers. But they were still as short as a boy's. She sighed. Mama Frida had done her best. 2 combs of silver and pearl and her dress's high neckline detracted from her boyish hair. She looked at least presentable for the ceremony. At last, she reached the restored glass and gilt doors that opened to the courtyard. 2 dwarves armed with pikes stood sentry, but upon seeing her, they moved from their positions to open the tall double doors. Elena stared as morning sunlight poured through the panes depicting 2 roses twined together, the petals of heartstone, the leaves of emerald. As the doors opened, the grand courtyard spread before her in all its spring beauty. While she had been away, the repairs on Aloha Glen's castle had continued. In the yard, there was little evidence of the recent war. Beds of roses and snow-white poppies filled the space, while rows of trimmed holly bushes lined paths of crushed white stone. Along the wall, saplings of dogwood were in bloom, their soft petals drifting on gentle sea breezes. Even the walls had been repaired, and veins of green ivy already climbed their surfaces. The only clear sign of the War of the Isles was the eastern tower called the Broken Spear. Scaffolding and piled bricks encircled its ruins as work continued. Elena crossed through the doors to the steps. A small group gathered in the central circle of the courtyard. Errol noticed her and raised a hand in greeting, but she knew that exasperated set to his lips, she was late for the ceremony. Hiding her smile, she climbed down the stairs, lifting the skirted edge of her dress, and headed across the crushed stone paths. This was the first time everyone had gathered in one place since Merrick's group had returned from the north. The party that had sought the Griffin Gate was the last to arrive back at Alloa Glen, coming almost 2 moons after Elena had returned and 1 moon since Joach had. But everyone was here finally. As Elena crossed toward them, she remembered her own journey back. She had left Alloa Glen in early winter and had returned with the first buds of spring. The return journey had been arduous. With the Manticore Gate destroyed, they had set off overland back to Jarrick's skiff. The going was slowed by their injuries and their load of heartstone from the broken gate. Tolchuk had insisted they haul it out with them. Mad Nimbly claimed it could destroy the darkness, he had said. Elena hadn't argued. The Ojiri in his heartstone had saved her. Still, loaded or not, the true delay in reaching Alloa Glen had proven more ominous. Upon reaching Jarrick's skiff, it was discovered that the Elven had a harder time controlling his small boat. They had to make short hops with rest breaks in between, slowing their progress. There was no way they could cross the great ocean in such a state, so they worked their way overland to the coastal township of Banal and hired an ordinary ship with a few pieces of heartstone. At first, Elena had attributed Jarrick's weakness to his recent poisoning, but upon reaching Alloa Glen, she had learned it was a generalized ailment. A good part of the remaining Elven fleet now rested atop the sea. And this malaise was not limited to the Elven. All those with elemental gifts found it harder to touch their inner magic and exhausted more quickly. It seemed that, though the destruction of the 3 weir gates had managed to thwart the Dark Lord's design, damage had still been done. The land had been weakened by the near-fatal assault, crippling the magical gifts of all elementals. Yet, despite this, one significant gain had been made. As Elena reached the central circle of the courtyard, she spotted Wenner, outfitted in polished armor, with Magnam at his side. The breaking of the Manticore Gate had freed their people, shattering the Dark Lord's yoke upon them. Merrick had returned with several dwarves in tow. He had met these stragglers on his return journey, and he promised that legions more were already en route to help bolster Alloa Glen. All in all, it was a bittersweet and costly victory. The Dark Lord had been thwarted, but she remained a prisoner, shackled by the last remaining weir gate. And in addition, many good friends had given their blood to protect the land: Mysel, Kral, Rickald, Queen Trottel. The list stretched even longer, with losses among the dwarves, the Elven, and the desert folk. Then again, it seemed no one who had ventured out on these journeys had returned unscathed. She stared around the circle of friends gathered here. Merrick stood on the far side. His eyes were still haunted, grieving for the loss of his mother and brother. Each day he sent birds out, seeking some word of what had become of the refugees of his shattered home. But none ever returned. The fate of the denizens of Stormhaven remained unknown. Beside the Elven stood Lord Tyrus, dressed in black finery, both prince and pirate. He had offered her his allegiance and had already succeeded in rallying a rather unsavory lot from Port Rall. The prince refused to return to his empty castle in the North Wall until the Dark Lord was defeated. The Grim Wraiths are gone from the Fell, but Marwael will never truly be secure until the Black Beast is driven from our shores, he had told Elena. At the prince's shoulder, Fardale wore Mogweed's face. Elena had learned of their strange transformation, 2 sharing one body. The pair made her uncomfortable. She always sensed the extra eyes staring out of the amber glow. Still, they had proven their loyalty. The two were simply wounded like so many others, and Elena would do her best to seek a cure. In turn, they had pledged their shape-shifting talents to her cause. Crossing the stones, Elena stepped beside Eril. The back of her hand brushed his, and their fingers instinctively sought one another, wrapping and twining together. Eril squeezed her hand. On the long journey here, they had both decided to take their relationship slowly, one step at a time. They had not shared a bed, but only tentatively sought to know each other in the quiet hours alone. And for now, that was enough. "You're late, wife," he whispered teasingly. "And you don't have layers of petticoats and fancy dress to attend to, husband." Elena hid her smile while shifting an imaginary lock of hair from her face. Eril nodded to a shaded corner of the courtyard. A figure sat upon a bench staring toward them. "It's good to see Joch abandon his books and scrolls for a short time." Elena's smile dimmed. Of all those who had returned from the various lands of Odyssey, Joch was the most changed, not just physically aged, but also harmed in unseen ways. She had heard the tale of Kesla's death from Siwan. Deep inside, her brother's heart had been wounded past repair. Upon returning, Joch had been clearly happy and relieved to see his sister safe and alive, but otherwise he kept to himself, locked in the castle's library, reading ancient texts for spells that might cure him. Some nights Elena had spied him in the training yards, practicing some arcane magic. Eril scowled. "I just wish he'd left that cursed staff in his rooms. It shouldn't be here." Elena agreed. The sight of it made her stomach churn. Its petrified wood was the gray of a corpse, and the tiny green crystals embedded along its length reminded her of pus from a festering wound. It was a corrupt instrument, and she wished Joch would simply destroy it. But she also understood her brother's obsession. The staff had stolen his youth, so it might still hold the answer to returning it. Eril sighed and returned his attention forward. The staff, the age-ravaged body, even the stumped wrist, it's as if he's becoming the same dark mage he despises. Despite the day's warmth, Elena shivered. Eril glanced to her. "I'm sorry. This is a joyous moment and shouldn't be marred by such dark thoughts." He pulled her closer to his side. "Such matters can wait till another day." She leaned against him. "Where's Naylan anyway? I thought I was the late one." Eril straightened. "We were waiting on you." He raised his other arm, signaling Cast, who stood a few paces off with his mate Siwan. The Blood Rider lifted a horn to his lips and blew a single long note. It was a bright and triumphant sound that echoed far out to sea and served to drive away the bit of melancholy from Elena's heart. Rising on her toes, Elena craned for a better view as the small western gate of the courtyard swung open. Tolchuk stepped forth, leading the diminutive form of Naylan. The Ojiri wore a huge grin. It was one of Tolchuk's last acts before leaving for his homelands in the mountains. He would be returning the heart of his people and seeking the counsel of the Triad. There was a mystery yet to be solved, the strange connection between Ebonstone and Heartstone. The two crystals, one bright, one dark, had been mined from the same mountain. There was some dark link between the two, and even the spirits of the Blood Diary sensed an answer must be sought out. Tolchuk hoped his own tribal elders might hold some piece to this ancient puzzle. But even this mystery could wait. Today, Tolchuk had been granted the honor to lead Naylan forward, a giant leading a child. Naylan stepped to the crushed white stones, dressed in flowing silks that seemed to catch the breeze with each step, a petal in the wind. As Tolchuk led her, so Naylan led another small figure. Her fingers gripped the hand of a child. The boy appeared no older than 3, but Elena knew that the Nephi did not age like humans. When his seed was still attached to his belly, dormant and waiting, he had appeared no more than a babe. But a moon ago, when Naylan had first set foot upon the shores of Aloha Glen, the child had shed his seed. From that moment on, he had grown rapidly, from babe to toddling child in only a single moon. Upon landing here, Naylan had taken the dropping of the boy's seed as a harbinger of hope, and on this spring day, she was responding in kind, taking a chance. Naylan led the boy to the circle of spectators. Once there, she took her place and guided the boy ahead of her. "Go on, Rodrigo. You know what to do." He glanced up to the knife-eye's face. His eyes were the same violet as Naylan's, and his hair the same color of warm honey. "Yes, Mama." He let go of her hand and ventured out into the center of the circle. The boy glanced at those gathered around him. He bit his lower lip, clearly shy of so many faces peering down at him. But he did not falter. He crossed to where stone ended and freshly turned loam began. Along with the repair of the courtyard, the blasted root of the old coacona tree had been dug up from the central yard, and clean soil had been hauled in to fill the space. Nothing had been sown here by the gardeners. It was as if they had innately known that only one thing could be planted in this particular place. Another coacona. Little Rodrigo, named after the caretaker of Naylan's own tree, stepped from the stone to the soft loam with a large seed clutched in his tiny hand. It was the seed from which he had been born, and now he was returning it to the soil. He dropped to his knees, put the seed aside, and began to dig a hole. Once it was as deep as his own elbow, he straightened and grabbed up his seed. He glanced over his shoulder to Naylan, who smiled proudly at his efforts. She gave him a small nod. The child dropped the seed into the hole and slowly pulled handfuls of soil over it. Elena heard him sniff and wipe at his eyes. After being joined for so long, boy and seed together, this was certainly a difficult act, a rite of passage for the boy. Once done, he climbed back to his feet. He stared down at his handiwork. Naylan coaxed him gently. "Go on, Rodrigo. Try." The boy turned to his mother, tears glimmering in his eyes. "Go on, my love." He nodded and swung back, lifting a hand over the newly filled hole. Elena held her breath, as did everyone else. Naylan clutched both her hands to her neck, clearly praying. The original coacona had died here, its roots drowned in salt water when the island sank. Errol had warned Naylan that this was not fit ground to plant the first new coacona. But Naylan had been sure the boy's seed dropping on this shore was a sign. "A male has never been born to my people," the knife-eye had explained. "The boy is special, so certainly his tree must be unique. Maybe it will thrive where another could not." The boy continued to stand with his hand over his planted seed. Slowly, a slight greenish glow seemed to flow over the boy, as if the sunlight overhead were filtering through unseen leaves. Naylan made a small sound, half sob, half sigh of joy. From the soil between the boy's toes, a small green shoot wriggled up and climbed into the sunshine. It was bright and healthy and pure. "It's rooting," Errol said, turning to her, his eyes huge with amazement. She reached an arm around his waist and hugged him. A cheer arose from the others. The little boy turned in a slow circle, a wide smile on his little face. Naylan rushed forward and scooped him in her arms, kissing his cheek. Elena watched Naylan with the boy and sank deeper into Errol's arms. She stared at the little green shoot poking from the dark soil. It stood for so much, life from death, a new cycle beginning. Tears rose to her eyes. "What's wrong?" Errol asked. She could not answer. Her heart was too full. She glanced to the others, wounded but somehow surviving, celebrating. To her, to all of them, the green sprig represented one other thing. Hope. And here I'll end this section of Elena's tale, on a moment of hope, balanced on the tender leaves of new growth. All that remains is one last chapter, one last battle, one last chance. From here, all that has been hidden will be revealed. Truths will burn, lies will heal, and hearts will be broken upon a single word. So enjoy this one scintillating moment in time. Savor it like the crystalline drop of the finest wine on the tongue. But know this, nothing lasts forever. Not wine, not hope, not love, not even a witsy. James Clemens was born in Chicago, Illinois, in 1961. With his 3 brothers and 3 sisters, He was raised in the Midwest and rural Canada. He attended the University of Missouri and graduated with a doctorate in veterinary medicine in 1985. The lure of ocean, sun, and new horizons eventually drew him to the West Coast, where he established his veterinary practice in Sacramento, California. He is the author of Witch Fire, Witch Storm, and Witch War. Under the name James Rollins, he is also the author of the national bestseller Subterranean.